Chapter 1. In a small fishing village in 1996, catching big fish. Xiaolei, the matchmaker, Aunt Chun has returned. Get up and tidy yourself, we're going to a matchmaking session. In a small fishing village along the southeastern coast. Early in the morning, Zhou Jialei was roused from his slumber by his mother, Song Qiulan, who held a borrowed Zhongshan suit in her hands. What is there to see, Mom? I'm still young and not ready for children so soon, Zhou Jialei protested, pulling the blanket back over himself. 3 days prior, he had found himself reborn in 1996, weary of the relentless grind of his previous life. This time, he aspired to enjoy a leisurely existence, catching fish and shrimp along the shore. Little did he expect his mother to persistently urge him towards marriage, to the point where his ears felt like they were developing calluses. As a young man in his 20s, he was at the prime age of indulging in youthful pleasures, playing video games and dancing to music. Why should he burden himself with the responsibilities of marriage and family? Goodness, child, why must you be so stubborn? Look around. Our village has only you and Litinio left unmarried. Are you both planning to remain bachelors forever? Song Qiulan exclaimed, exasperated. Mom, there's nothing wrong with being single. The state provides for the elderly. You and Dad have worried yourselves sick raising me, and Shaoling, where's the enjoyment in that? Zhou Jialei retorted. What's all this fuss about? Until you settle down, your father and I will never have peace of mind. Since Aunt Chun just returned, we should seize the opportunity to let her help us find someone, she insisted, tugging at him to leave. Zhou Jialei, unable to resist, finally dressed and grabbed his fishing rod and bucket, saying, Mom, why don't you go choose someone for me? Shaoling and I are heading to the shore. If I'm to marry, I must first earn a dowry. Our family is hardly affluent. Why would a beautiful girl want to marry into poverty? After saying this, Zhou Jialei dashed off with his sister, Zhou Shaoling, towards the beach. Watching their mother chase after them while scolding, Zhou Shaoling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother, haven't you always liked a girl from the neighboring village? Just let Mom propose on your behalf to save you from worrying about it daily. Propose? Our family can barely make ends meet as it is. Why would I invite someone else to share in our struggles? Come on, let's catch some good seafood, and then it'll take you to the county town, Zhou Jialei cheerfully replied. The mention of the county town piqued Zhou Xiaoling's interest, and within minutes, they reached the sandy shore. The beach area was divided into 4 sections: the backshore, foreshores, inner beach, and the foreshore. However, seasoned fishermen prefer to refer to these as the rocky area, sandy area, and mangrove forest, with a shallow water zone also considered. At that moment, many were gathering along the shallow waters, equipped with various tools. Those who had been successful filled their buckets with clams. Seeing the plethora of shells and small fish, the siblings sprang into action. The sandy area yielded various seafood treasures, including different kinds of shells and crabs. These creatures were swept ashore by the tide, lying hidden in the sand, only to be stranded on the beach when the tide receded. Zhou Jialei picked up a strainer and dug into a small sand dune, shaking out the contents in the water, revealing an abundance of clams. Zhou Shaoling, undeterred, picked up a shovel to excavate the crabs hidden within the sand mound. However, after just a few steps, her eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, brother, come quickly and see what I've found. Brother, brother, come quickly and see what I've discovered. The little girl raced ahead to the shallows, standing in water that reached her calves. In her hand, she clutched a glimmering silvery object. Zhou Jialei leaned closer for a better look, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This is quite good. This little belt fish hasn't been dead long. We can take it home and enjoy it. Across the shallow waters, many more belt fish had washed ashore. Yet, most of the smaller ones have been dead for some time, their bodies sticky and unappetizing, suitable only for feeding the chickens. Fortuitously, Zhou Shaoling had stumbled upon a recently deceased fish. However, their luck soon waned as they spent the next several minutes capturing only tiny specimens, failing to unearth even a single clam. The shallows were overcrowded. The once crystal-clear waters had become murky, obscuring any view of the marine treasures below. Let's move on. We should seek a less crowded area, Zhou Jialei suggested. The siblings, unable to compete with the throngs of eager women, made their way along the beach toward the rocky outcrops where fewer souls ventured. There, the waves crashed against the stones, producing a resonant roar that added to the desolate yet enchanting atmosphere. Brother, Might there be larger fish over there? Zhou Xiaoling inquired, her eyes shimmering with a thirst for the unknown. Large fish are quite elusive, but we can search for other treasures, Zhou Jiale replied with a smile. Catching larger fish would require fishing rods, which seemed a waste of time instead. They hoped to find some flower snails, and if fortune favored them, perhaps even abalones or sea cucumbers. Should they succeed, it would surely earn them the admiration of Song Qiulan. As they reached the rocky area, the waves grew more tumultuous and the sea breeze sharper. Zhou Jiale cautiously navigated the rocks, searching for hidden marine bounty, while Zhou Xiaoling closely followed, occasionally bending down to collect beautiful shells. Suddenly, Zhou Jiale's attention was drawn to a peculiar hue beneath a rock. He crouched down and carefully extended his hand, discovering a smooth object. Chapter 2. A day of coastal exploration and fishing. He tugged at it with determination, revealing a complete sea snail, its shell adorned with vibrant patterns. Wow, brother, this sea snail is exquisite, Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed in delight. Quite remarkable. Zhou Jiale couldn't help but feel exhilarated, not merely due to the snail's intricate design, but primarily because of its considerable size, promising a lucrative sale. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be over a pound. In the realm of sea snails, this one was truly a giant. When he tossed the snail into the wooden bucket, it landed with a satisfying thud, elevating the spirits of the siblings immensely. Especially Zhou Xiaoling, whose excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "Brother, today we can feast on conchs. Look at your enthusiasm. We need to catch more fish to sell in the county," Zhou Jiale replied, finding her exuberance somewhat lacking in practicality. While the conch would suffice for a meal, it appeared rather meager to Zhou Jiale. With such meager catches, how long would it take to save enough to marry? After meandering through the rocky area, the siblings discovered an abundance of treasures amidst the protruding formations along the beach. Perhaps due to the inherent dangers of the rocky zone, it was sparsely populated, granting the two siblings a certain advantage. The relentless waves crashed against the rocks, dislodging various marine delicacies. With a swift motion, Zhou Jiale unearthed hidden treasures from beneath the stones. Crabs tumbled over, and with deft hands, he righted them, securing one firmly by its rear. "Brother, you're incredible. How did you spot that?" Zhou Xiaoling, standing beside the crab, had overlooked it. Indeed, one needed a keen eye for beachcombing. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Jiale noted the large pincers and vibrant shell. This was a blue crab. What splendid fortune! In these times, blue crabs could fetch no less than $20 per pound, and this one weighed nearly a pound. Not to mention, the rice alone could be traded for nearly 40 pounds. Zhou Jiale could not suppress a smile as he pried open a rock, revealing a veritable trove of blue crabs, seemingly their lair. 1, 2, 3. The crabs, hidden in the sand, were unearthed with no escape in sight. What thrilled Zhou Jiale most was the remarkable size of these crabs, with the heaviest nearing 2 pounds. Their abdomens were swollen, indicating a bounty of roe. This was the prime season for blue crabs, and the female crabs were particularly plump. Steamed to perfection, a bite would reveal a delightful fusion of sweet meat and rich roe. Seeing her brother's impressive haul, Zhou Xiaoling could no longer contain her excitement and began searching diligently herself. After a couple of rounds, she too unearthed several treasures. "Brother, look, I found an octopus. Come help me." "Ah, it's wrapped around my arm. Hurry, brother." I spotted a sea bass grab the net. Upon hearing his sister's calls, Zhou Jiale hastily set aside his tools and dashed to her side. Before him, an octopus clung tenaciously to his sister's arm, its 8 tentacles glistening in the sunlight. "Don't worry, he'll help you," he reassured her, carefully detaching the octopus from her arm. The creature, sensing the threat, struggled fiercely, but ultimately, Zhou Jiale skillfully grasped it. "This octopus looks quite plump. We can have a feast tonight," he remarked with a grin, tossing the octopus into their wooden bucket. The siblings then resumed their search among the rocks. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes scanned the surface of the sea like radar, and suddenly, with excitement, she pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Brother, look over there. What is that?" Zhou Jiale followed the direction his sister was indicating and spotted a sea bass leisurely swimming in the shallow waters, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Quickly, he seized the net, approached stealthily, and with a swift motion, successfully scooped the sea base out of the water. The fish's fins were sharp, and a moment's inattention could easily result in a cut. Zhou Xiaoling was overwhelmed with joy, but soon, her elation turned to despair. In a moment of distraction, she slipped into the sea. With a splash, the turbulent waves of the rocky area made it difficult to regain one's footing once in the water. Zhou Xiaoling, still quite young, panicked and flailed helplessly at the surface. This alarming situation startled Zhou Jialei. Without hesitation, he discarded his tools and plunged into the frigid waters, swimming vigorously toward his sister. The icy sea quickly soaked his clothes, but he paid it no mind, focused solely on rescuing her. Zhou Xiaoling struggled in the water, the waves continuously inundating her mouth and nose, leaving her gasping for breath. Just as she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a pair of strong arms grasped her tightly, lifting her from the depths. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Zhou Jialei's voice resonated firmly amidst the crashing waves. He exerted himself to bring his sister to the shore, and, at last, they were safely back on the beach. Coughing and expelling water, Zhou Xiaoling's face was pale, trembling with fear as she murmured, "Brother, I nearly drowned." It was no wonder no one ventured into the rocky area. The boulders were slick with moss, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Had it not been for Zhou Jialei, she might have been swept away by the waves. At that moment, however, Zhou Xiaoling felt something unusual in her hand. She looked down and was taken aback. "Brother, come here quickly." Upon hearing her call, Zhou Jialei initially thought she was still shaken, but when he turned and noticed what she held, he too was startled. Chapter 3. Encountering the sea eagle while tide pooling. What a remarkable sight. The young girl had just tumbled into the sea, yet managed to grasp a sizable sea cucumber. Its size appeared quite impressive, likely having been displaced from a nearby aquaculture farm during high tide. To stumble upon one or two on the beach is indeed a stroke of good fortune. The sea cucumber, now expelling its innards, lay limp in the hands of Zhou Xiaoling. "Huh, sister, you've just unearthed $20. Zhou Jialei exclaimed. "Our trip to the county today is bound to be fruitful." Even Zhou Jialei was astonished at their fortuitous luck. Just these few swimming crabs and the sea cucumber alone could fetch over 100 yuan. To put in perspective, Song Xiulan, who cooked at the factory canteen, earned merely 180 yuan a month. It felt as though their ancestors had blessed them with such marine bounty. After tossing the sea treasures into a wooden barrel, Zhou Jialei led Zhou Xiaoling towards the pier. With such a plethora of fresh seafood, they must sell it without delay. However, as they ventured beyond the rocky area, an unusual sound reached their ears. "Goo goo goo. What is that sound?" Zhou Xiaoling, ever perceptive, quickly scanned her surroundings. The area was sparsely populated, and having just fallen into the water, she felt a surge of anxiety at the slightest noise. As the siblings paused to identify the source of the sound, they were surprised to find it had vanished. It must be some kind of bird nearby. "Let us move on." Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow and motioned for Zhou Xiaoling to proceed. Yet, scarcely a few steps later, the peculiar goo-goo-goo sound returned, accompanied by the splashing of wings against the water. Zhou Xiaoling tightened her grip on her brother's arm, whispering, "Brother, that sound seems so close." Zhou Jialei nodded, signaling her to remain quiet as he carefully surveyed the area. The sea breeze wafted the briny scent, and the waves crashing against the rocks created a symphony of sounds. Yet the goo-goo-goo resonated distinctly out of place. The two cautiously followed the sound, navigating around the rocks with trepidation. Suddenly, Zhou Jialei's eyes widened in realization. He had discovered a concealed nook, where a small cave lay partially obscured by seaweed. "Look over there," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement. Zhou Jialei entered the cave and pushed aside the seaweed. What greeted their eyes was astonishing. Within this cavern, instead of eels or crabs, they found a sea eagle. It was peering out, emitting the goo-goo-goo sound, seemingly calling for help. How did a sea eagle end up here? Zhou Jialei pondered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the eagle's body and legs were ensnared by dense fishing nets. Nearby aquaculture operators often enclosed their farming areas with nets to deter seabirds from feasting. This unfortunate sea eagle must have become entangled in the nets and subsequently fallen into this secluded spot. As the majestic sea eagle flapped its wings, the fishing net became increasingly entangled. It was no wonder that the creature continued to emit plaintive calls, likely attempting to summon its companions. However, the location was rather secluded, making it unlikely for any other sea eagles to arrive. Brother, should we save it? Upon meeting the eagle's gaze, Zhou Xiaoling felt a wave of sympathy for the creature and spoke up. Zhou Jialei nodded. The eagle was ensnared by both the fishing net and seaweed, and neglecting it would surely lead to its demise. After coming to a decision, Zhou Jialei carefully cradled the eagle, extracting it from its rocky prison. I am here to rescue you. Please don't bite me, he remarked, mindful of the eagle's sharp talons and beak, which could easily inflict a grievous wound. At that moment, the eagle was covered in seaweed and shells, looking quite disheveled. Zhou Xiaoling approached, curiously reaching out to caress the eagle's head. The creature seemed to sense the warmth of human kindness, recognizing that the siblings meant it no harm, and thus ceased its struggles. The eagle continued to emit soft coos, gazing at the siblings with an expression of vulnerability. Zhou Jialei produced a pry bar, though it was cumbersome to cut through the fishing net. It was the only tool available. He carefully positioned the blade near the eagle's leg, striving to avoid any injury. The net was tightly wound, and after considerable effort, he managed to sever the first layer. The eagle appeared to sense a glimmer of hope for freedom and waited patiently. Soon, the fishing net entangling its legs and wings was entirely cut away. Realizing its newfound liberty, the eagle gently flapped its wings and let out a clear, melodious call, seemingly expressing gratitude to the siblings. Zhou Jialei gently placed the eagle on a clean rock, and the creature shook off the remaining seaweed and debris. It emitted a series of coos once more and then soared into the sky. Brother, look, it's flying, Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, jumping with excitement. To their surprise, after circling overhead, the eagle landed steadily before them, locking eyes with the siblings. What is happening? Has it been so long that it can't fly properly? Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened as she observed the impressive stature of the eagle now that its wings were fully extended. Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow and tentatively nudged the eagle, saying, "Come on, we need to go buy some goods." Yet, the eagle remained motionless, its gaze fixated on the wooden barrel brimming with seafood. What does this mean? Is it asking for food? Goodness, after saving you, now you want us to feed you? Zhou Xiaoling's lips twitched at the sight and hurriedly covered the barrel, exclaiming, No, this is all for my brother to sell." Coos echoed in response. Unexpectedly, the sea eagle seemed to have taken a liking to them, flapping its wings and perching directly on the edge of the wooden barrel. Zhou Jialei gazed at the stubborn bird with a sense of helplessness. To save a life is to save it completely. To escort a Buddha is to escort it to the West. Aside from the valuable Chinese mitten crabs and sea cucumbers, the two had also gathered a considerable amount of smaller fish and shrimp. What should we do, brother? Zhou Xiaoling asked anxiously. Zhou Jialei pondered for a moment, then carefully retrieved a sea base from the barrel and presented it to the sea eagle. The eagle seemed to grasp Zhou Jialei's intention, gently pecking at the small fish with its sharp beak before swallowing it whole. It appeared to be quite famished. Zhou Jialei let out a sigh and offered the eagle an octopus. The bird devoured it with great relish, as though it had not eaten in a long time. Watching the eagle consume its meal with such fervor, both siblings felt a sense of resignation. "Brother, we can't let it eat all our catch," Zhou Xiaoling reminded him. "I know, we'll only give it some small fish and shrimp. The rest we need to sell," Zhou Jialei replied. After feasting, the eagle seemed to regain considerable strength. It emitted a series of cooing sounds, then spread its wings and soared into the sky, circling above as if to express its gratitude to the siblings. Finally satisfied, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of relief. Inside the barrel, aside from the crabs and sea cucumbers, most of the other seafood had already found its way into the eagle's belly. To think that this seemingly modest creature had such an insatiable appetite. After all their hard work, it had turned into a boon for the sea eagle. "All right, that's enough. We can't give it anything more," Zhou Jialei remarked as he rummaged through the barrel. As if understanding his words, the eagle flapped its wings and took off into the sky. Good. crossing the bridge after eating. Just like that, it flies away after filling its belly. Zhou Jialei muttered to himself, exhaling deeply as he lifted the considerably lighter barrel and prepared to head towards the dock. Just then, a sound of splashing water caught his attention. Turning around, the sight before them caused the siblings' eyes to widen in astonishment. The sea eagle was circling above the surface of the sea, and in an instant, it dove down with astonishing speed, taking flight once more with a glimmering red fish clutched in its talons. Chapter 4. The Humpback Whale in Distress. Astounding. Zhou Xiaoling was left speechless, unable to fathom the prowess of the sea eagle in catching fish. With a thud, the majestic bird circled once before landing gracefully before the siblings, presenting them with a vibrant red fish. Is this for me? It took Zhou Jiala a few moments to comprehend this astonishing reality, his expression awash with disbelief. His gaze fixed upon the crimson fish, he nearly stammered with excitement. A East Star Grouper. To think it was an East Star Grouper. This species is a rarity, almost unattainable, seldom spotted along the shores. Only the fortunate fishing vessels that venture into the sea might catch a few in their nets. Yet here, the sea eagle had effortlessly retrieved one. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened in amazement. Having grown up in a fishing village, she understood the immense value of the East Star Grouper. The worth of just this single fish could easily surpass the total of what they had fed the eagle moments ago. Could it be that this creature was testing their generosity? Perhaps if they continued to feed it, it would reward them further? Zhou Jiala could never have imagined that this seemingly trivial act would yield such a bountiful return. The East Star Grouper comes in 4 hues: brown, blue, yellow, and red, with the red variety being the most valuable. A red East Star Grouper could fetch a price of no less than 80 yuan per pound. This particular fish weighed around 2 pounds, which meant it was worth a staggering 160 yuan. Wealth. True wealth. Zhou Jiala hurriedly placed the East Star Grouper into a separate wooden barrel. Such a precious fish should not be mixed with the mud crabs, lest it be damaged. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the sea eagle soared once more, circling above the water before diving again. When it reappeared, its claws grasped yet another shimmering fish. Another East Star Grouper. This one, however, was yellow. Although not as valuable as the red variety, it could still command a price of 45 yuan per pound. The next 5 minutes were a spectacle of abundance as the sea eagle continued to provide. Each time it spread its wings, it returned with another fish, never once coming back empty-handed. The wooden barrel was brimming with over a dozen fish, including 4 red East Star Groupers and a mix of prize species such as large-eyed snapper and mouse grouper. Zhou Xiaoling could hardly contain her joy, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Brother, we're going to strike it rich." She calculated that the contents of this barrel could easily sell for over 1,000 yuan. Their savings at home barely amounted to 2,000. Gurgling with satisfaction, the sea eagle returned once the barrel was full, landing atop it and calling out to the siblings as if to revel in its accomplishment. Truly remarkable, little sea eagle. This is no mere bird. It is clearly a harbinger of fortune. He resolved to name the sea eagle god of wealth from that moment forth. Zhou Jialei beamed with delight and exclaimed cheerfully. Zhou Xiaoling, unable to contain her excitement, stepped forward to gently caress the eagle's feathers, exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Had I known you were such a skilled fisher, I would have fed you that sea cucumber earlier." Seeing her avaricious demeanor, Zhou Jialei could only chuckle in exasperation. "Brother, we must hasten to deliver these fish to the market, lest the crowds swell and the prices plummet," Zhou Xiaoling remarked, noticing the lively fish still flopping about. The hour was still early, and most people had yet to catch any seafood. Such a bountiful haul would surely set them apart and invigorate the fishmongers, ensuring favorable prices. Zhou Jialei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us hurry. With this abundance of seafood, news will surely spread through the village. Finding a wife will become a far simpler endeavor, without the need for Aunt Chun to play matchmaker." However, at that moment, the sea eagle landed firmly atop the wooden barrel, refusing to budge. As Zhou Xiaoling approached to lift the barrel, the eagle began to caw insistently. "Are you unwilling to let us take you?" Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow and remarked, "If that is the case, I shall offer you another fish. He rummaged through the barrel to retrieve the cheapest fish and tossed it before the eagle. To his surprise, the eagle merely ignored it, continuing to caw at Zhou Jialei. This was peculiar. Noticing Zhou Jialei's confusion, the eagle became agitated, spreading its wings and soaring towards the sea, circling twice before returning to the barrel. What does this mean? Zhou Jialei and Zhou Shaoling exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of how to proceed. The eagle, undeterred, bit down on Zhou Jialei's sleeve, as if intent on lifting him into the air. Had he not weighed 140 pounds, he might have been hoisted away by this creature. Are you suggesting we follow you? Zhou Jialei finally comprehended. The eagle, now animated, continued to caw excitedly. Observing the interaction between her brother and the eagle, Zhou Shaoling's heart brimmed with curiosity and exhilaration. She could not help but inquire, "Brother, do you think the eagle wishes to lead us somewhere?" Zhou Jialei pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems so. However, we must tread carefully. After all, the eagle is a wild creature, and we cannot predict where it might take us. But brother, what about the fish? Zhou Shaoling pointed to the barrel filled with fish, her reluctance evident. Zhou Jialei contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Let us conceal these fish for now and attend to them upon our return. After all, no one knows of our bounty at this moment." The siblings swiftly found a secluded spot to hide the barrel and, with trepidation, followed the sea eagle's lead towards the shoreline. The sea eagle seemed to comprehend their intentions, soaring neither too high nor too low, enabling them to keep pace. However, as the route grew increasingly peculiar, both individuals hesitated. Why was the sea eagle veering towards the surface of the ocean? Did it intend to lead them out to sea? Zhou Shaoling contemplated retreating, but she noticed Zhou Jialei furrowing his brow in deep thought. After a moment, he made a decisive choice. He retrieved the key from Uncle Huang at the dock and started the fishing boat, heading towards the depths of the sea. The fishing boat chugged along the water, emitting a rhythmic hum. Zhou Shaoling felt a twinge of anxiety. "Brother, if Dad learns we've gone out to sea, he'll surely be furious. What is there to fear? With me by your side. Besides, don't you wish to discover where this sea eagle will take us?" Zhou Jialei replied cheerfully, raising an eyebrow. His words silenced Zhou Shaoling. The sea eagle glided ahead, while their modest fishing boat trailed behind. After approximately 10 minutes, guided by the eagle, they arrived at a secluded island. The sea eagle landed steadily in a cove, calling out to the siblings with a series of soft coos. The water here was crystal clear, and the beach was strewn with multicolored shells. The eagle circled above before descending onto a massive rock. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Shaoling followed suit, anchoring their boat before stepping onto the nameless isle. As soon as they set foot on the island, they spotted a small opening in the rock, surrounded by scattered fish bones and feathers. The sea eagle spread its wings and landed at the entrance, signaling for them to enter. Exchanging apprehensive glances, the siblings mustered their courage and bent down to enter the cave. Inside, the cavern was spacious and dry, with luminous gemstones embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire space. To their astonishment, in the center of the cave, they discovered a nest crafted from various sea fish and shells. The sea eagle flew above the nest and gently pecked at it, causing a shimmering object to roll out. As Zhou Jialei and Zhou Shaoling focused their gaze, they realized it was an enormous pearl. Its surface was as smooth as glass, radiating a soft sheen, unmistakably valuable. "Oh my goodness, brother, I've never seen such a large pearl before. This is incredible," Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, unwilling to release her grasp on it. Just as Zhou Jialei was about to speak, a sudden buzzing sound interrupted them, an odd noise emanating from near the rocks, close to the water's edge. Both siblings exchanged worried looks, and they watched as the sea eagle swiftly took flight, calling back to them with its coos. "Put away the pearl," Zhou Jialei instructed Zhou Shaoling. The buzzing sound returned, resonating with an ethereal and mysterious quality. Even at a distance, the reverberations were striking. "That sound is so strange, brother," Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, hastily hiding behind Zhou Jialei. "Coo, coo, coo." As the siblings paused in their tracks, the sea eagle above began to call out insistently, as if urging them to advance. Zhou Jialei tentatively took a few steps toward the rocky outcrop. In no time, A colossal figure emerged before him. It was a humpback whale. At that moment, the rocky area was engulfed in surging waves, the sea continuously crashing against the rocks. Yet amidst the tumultuous waters, the enormous silhouette was strikingly apparent. For reasons unknown, the whale repeatedly hurled its body against the rocks, each collision accompanied by a mournful cry. The sea eagle circled anxiously overhead, urging the siblings to hasten their approach. Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his contemplation. This island was situated close to the shore, merely a short 10-minute journey from the beach. How could a humpback whale have found its way here? Chapter 5. A Gift from the Sea. Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. This island is located near the coast, merely a short 10-minute journey from the beach. So how could a humpback whale appear here? Moreover, why would it be crashing into the rocks? It was indeed a perplexing mystery. Sensing the approach of humans, the whale increased the frequency of its calls, emitting not only a low hum, but also a series of sharp clicks. Even from a distance, the siblings could sense the whale's sorrow. Brother, what is wrong? Why is this humpback whale in such distress? Zhou Xiaoling summoned her courage to take a glance, just in time to see the whale collide with the rocks once more. With that impact, they could even feel the ground tremble beneath their feet, nearly losing their balance. Zhou Jialei found the situation odd, but dared not approach recklessly. After all, the whale was quite large, and a flick of its tail could send waves crashing through the waters before them. In the face of nature, humanity feels insignificantly small. Soon, Zhou Jialei noticed something amiss. The whale's body appeared to be covered in a dense cluster of barnacles, with even its original coloration obscured by their presence. It was no wonder the whale was repeatedly crashing against the rocks. It was driven to madness by the itching sensation all over its body. Those familiar with the coastal waters knew that barnacles are parasitic creatures. They typically attach themselves to slower marine animals like whales or sea turtles, and once they latch on, they are notoriously difficult to dislodge, taking root in the whale's skin and proliferating in numbers. Most troublingly, these barnacles had taken residence around the whale's genital region, causing unbearable irritation. This was why the humpback whale was thrashing about in the water, seeking a rock to alleviate its torment. The shallow waters near the coast were unsuitable for the whale's habitation, and with the tide receding, it would easily become stranded near the island. If help wasn't rendered quickly to remove the barnacles, it would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jialei set aside his apprehension and made his way toward the whale. With each step closer, he could clearly see the barnacles clinging to the whale's skin. The sheer number of barnacles sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps due to the earlier collisions with the rocks, many barnacles had been scraped off, but their removal had left clear indentations on the whale's skin, revealing a battered and bruised appearance. No wonder the whale emitted such agonizing cries. As Zhou Jialei approached, the whale began to cry out incessantly, as if pleading for assistance. Xiaoling, step back a bit. If this creature goes wild, make sure to retreat to the shore. Zhou Jialei cautioned his sister. Zhou Xiaoling nodded, taking a couple of steps back. Brother, please be careful. With a crowbar in hand, Zhou Jialei felt his breath quicken as he surveyed the barnacles before him. The humpback whale, adorned with countless barnacles, is not merely hosting common barnacles, but rather the illustrious gooseneck barnacles. This remarkable creature, found in the depths of the ocean, is a sight to behold. Gooseneck barnacles typically thrive on steep cliffs, making their harvest exceedingly challenging, and their prices soar to great heights. 1 pound of gooseneck barnacles can fetch around 200 yuan. In this day and age, they are indeed more precious than gold. Just the gooseneck barnacles on this humpback whale must weigh at least 12 pounds. What a fortune! Who could have anticipated discovering such valuable gooseneck barnacles on this majestic whale? Filled with exuberance, he hastily wielded a crowbar to pry the barnacles off. It was unknown how long they had been growing on the whale, their size robust and closely clustered together. With immense effort, he finally managed to detach one barnacle. Plop! The barnacle landed in the wooden barrel with a resounding thud. The humpback whale felt the sting and couldn't help but emit a low, resonant hum of distress. Upon inspection, a significant wound was left where the barnacle had been removed. Such agony, Even a creature as grand as the humpback whale could scarcely endure. Yet, remarkably, the whale remained still, obediently resting against the rocks, awaiting assistance from him. Seeing this, he exhaled in relief and boldly continued his work. 1, 2, 3. Each barnacle removed brought a smile to his face. Just one barnacle could be worth dozens or even hundreds of yuan. This sea creature truly was his lucky star. Having saved a whale, he was now graced with this extraordinary encounter. It was clear that fortune was smiling upon him. As he swiftly removed more gooseneck barnacles, his movements became increasingly adept, his speed accelerating. The sooner he could extract these barnacles, the sooner the humpback whale could be liberated from its torment. The whale, apart from its occasional vocalizations, remained remarkably still, cautious not to endanger him with its movements. What astonished him most was the whale's apparent understanding. Whenever he cleared a section of barnacles, it would graciously flip to expose other barnacle-laden areas. Regrettably, while there were still gooseneck barnacles, they only amounted to around 20 more pounds. The remaining barnacles were of a less valuable variety. Nevertheless, he did not relent, deftly removing the other barnacles as well. By now, the humpback whale's body had become mottled. It seemed to feel significantly lighter. After nearly half an hour, when all the barnacles had been removed, the whale let out a few cheerful calls and rolled over in the water. At last, all was cleaned up. He weighed the wooden barrel filled with gooseneck barnacles in his hands, a broad smile lighting up his face. "Brother, hurry back once you're done." Zhou Shaoling, who was waiting nearby, felt anxious seeing that the barnacles had all been removed. Not to mention, the sheer size of the humpback whale was enough to leave her in awe. Zhou Jialei, however, was no longer afraid of the creature. It had remained motionless for so long that he believed it posed no threat to him. "Sister, come here." He had noticed several abalones on the rocks while removing the barnacles. "Let's pack them up. We can have a feast tonight." Hearing this, Zhou Shaoling cautiously approached him. Suddenly, the sea eagle began to cry out from above. When they turned around, a chill ran down their spines at the sight before them. The humpback whale had started to roll within the waters, its cavernous mouth gaping wide, aimed directly at the siblings. This is disastrous. It's as if it's planning to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Zhou Jialei, forgetting the wooden bucket left on the rocks, shouted, "Run, sister." As he dashed away, he called out to Zhou Shaoling. Zhou Shaoling, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, staring blankly at the whale. Zhou Jialei was infuriated. They often spoke of ungratefulness, but who would have thought this whale would repay kindness with malice? Suddenly, a distinct sound echoed behind him, akin to something dropping onto the rocks. But he had no time to glance back. His only thought was to distance himself from the shore. Surely, the whale was too large to come ashore and swallow him whole. He had no intention of sacrificing his life. "Brother, look." Zhou Shaoling finally snapped back to her senses, pointing at something on the rocks. Seeing her expression, Zhou Jialei took a moment to glance back. Just one look made him frown in concern. The humpback whale was resting against the rocks, only its head visible above the water, its big eyes wide and expectant. On the rocks, something resembling a pearl glimmered in the sunlight. It was no ordinary pearl. It was much larger, akin to a sea duck egg. What was most astonishing was that this orb seemed to radiate its own light, possessing a faint green glow. What on earth was this? Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow, hesitating to approach. He feared that if the whale became displeased, it might swallow him whole. As he stood frozen, the whale and the sea eagle appeared increasingly anxious. No matter what anyone said, Zhou Jialei dared not move. Who knew if the whale and the eagle were conspiring to lure him closer for a meal? He had seen clearly that the whale's mouth could easily accommodate 3 of him. The sea eagle grew anxious, spiraling through the sky for a moment before disregarding all else. It dove down with great haste, capturing the orb in its claw and delivering it into the hands of Zhou Jialei. How peculiar! The orb, which was initially frigid, seemed to warm upon contact. The instant it touched Zhou Jialei's hand, it even emitted a faint, enchanting glow, causing his eyes to brighten in response. This is Chapter 6. The sea eagle assists in catching the big fish. This orb, initially cold to the touch, gradually warmed under his fingertips. At the moment it made contact with Zhou Jialei's hand, it emitted a faint yet enchanting glow, brightening his gaze. This is the Dinghai Pearl. Zhou Jialei felt a jolt of astonishment. He had heard tales of the legendary Dinghai Pearl, reputed to possess extraordinary powers, capable of attracting marine creatures' favor and sensing the presence of surrounding sea life. Could this truly be real, rather than mere myth? He gazed at the orb in his hand, his heart brimming with disbelief. "Brother, what is this?" Zhou Shaoling approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. "It appears to be the fabled Dinghai Pearl." Zhou Jialei nodded, although he could not assert this with complete certainty. The peculiar radiance and warmth emanating from the orb compelled him to believe that it might indeed be the legendary Dinghai Pearl. Upon witnessing Zhou Jialei catch the pearl, the humpback whale emitted a sound of acknowledgement. "Did you bring this forth?" Zhou Jialei could not help but inquire. With a gentle roll in the water, the humpback whale responded with a series of hums. The sea eagle, equally exhilarated, perched itself securely on Zhou Jialei's shoulder, playfully brushing its feathers against his face, evoking a delightful itch. He reached out, affectionately stroking the eagle's head. At that moment, a tremor coursed through him. He distinctly sensed that he had formed a bond with this sea eagle. Incredible! This truly is the legendary Dinghai Pearl. With a surge of inspiration, he attempted to activate the Dinghai Pearl, and indeed, the presence of marine life became vividly apparent to him. He could clearly discern numerous schools of fish swimming nearby. Upon witnessing Zhou Jialei accept the Dinghai Pearl, the humpback whale called out twice before swimming deeper into the ocean. "Brother, what exactly is the Dinghai Pearl?" Zhou Shaoling, emboldened by the whale's departure, approached curiously, her gaze fixed upon the glowing orb in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jialei slowly explained to his sister. The Dinghai Pearl is a mythical jewel said to command the ocean. It is believed to attract marine creatures, facilitate communication with them, and detect their presence in the vicinity. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the pearl, as if it were a magical stone capable of granting all wishes. "Brother, did that humpback whale truly gift us this? Does that mean we can discover more treasures from the sea?" she asked excitedly. Zhou Jialei chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Legends are, after all, just legends. We do not yet comprehend the true power of this pearl." However, the reactions of the sea eagle and the humpback whale were indeed quite extraordinary. Gently caressing the Dinghai Pearl, he felt its warmth and glow. His heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. He resolved to study this orb carefully, eager to uncover the marvels it might hold. "Let us return for now. Do not disclose the matter of the orb to anyone," Zhou Jialei advised. Zhou Shaoling nodded, understanding her brother's concerns. After all, if this orb truly possessed the legendary powers as rumored, it could attract countless greedy gazes. As Zhou Jialei prepared to head towards the fishing boat, carrying a wooden bucket, he suddenly felt the Dinghai Pearl within him stir. His eyes brightened as he glanced around. Indeed, in the tide pools of the rocky area, numerous fish had sensed the presence of the Dinghai Pearl, gathering in a throng, unwilling to depart. "Shaoling, there's so many grouper here. Hurry to the boat and fetch the fishing rods. Let us cast our lines here." Zhou Jialei set the bucket aside, his heart racing with excitement. Though this island lay close to the village, the traces on the beach suggested that few had lingered here. The rocky area was tumultuous with waves, formed by several large stones. Among the crevices of the rocks, many grouper were congregating. Upon hearing about the fishing, Zhou Shaoling became intrigued and hurriedly retrieved 2 fishing rods. Rushing back, exclaiming, "Time to fish." Although the siblings had already caught quite a few fish, those had all been caught by the sea eagle. Fishing by oneself was far more exhilarating than relying on a bird. Moreover, the fish caught by the eagle were primarily from the surface layer of the sea, relatively small. To truly reel in a substantial catch, one needed to fish deeper. While Zhou Shaoling went to fetch the fishing rods, Zhou Jialei took a moment to smash the ordinary barnacles he had just collected, extracting the meat to use as bait. Once the bait was secured, he cast the hook into the sea. Plop! The hook sank steadily into the water. Zhou Jialei handed the baited rod to Zhou Shaoling and began to prepare the other rod. The fishing rods had lead weights, But those who cannot afford to buy weights often improvised with stones. Zhou Jialei was no exception. The small stones attached to his rods were gathered from the surroundings. Varying in size, Zhou Xiaoling's rod had slightly smaller stones, adequate for catching midwater fish. Although the stones were not as effective as lead weights, they served their purpose sufficiently. Despite growing up in a fishing village, this was Zhou Xiaoling's first time fishing, making her somewhat anxious. She stared intently at the surface of the sea, fearful of missing any signs of movement. The fishing conditions here were indeed promising. Before Zhou Jialei had finished organizing his rod, Zhou Xiaoling sensed a tug on hers. This startled her with excitement. "Lift the rod. What are you waiting for?" Zhou Jialei urged, noticing the float visibly moving. "That was quick." Zhou Xiaoling cheerfully spoke as she eagerly lifted her fishing rod, curious to discover the nature of the first catch. However, as she raised the rod, her brows furrowed in dismay. Why was there no resistance at the hook? "Brother, could the fish have escaped?" she exclaimed, quickly pulling the rod up. The bait that had been attached was now completely gone, leaving the hook bare and devoid of any fish. "Ha! My dear girl, your first catch is an empty hook." Zhou Jialei chuckled, effortlessly discerning the situation with his keen eye. Those fish are rather cunning, feasting on the bait without biting the hook." Zhou Xiaoling sighed, rebaiting her hook before casting it back into the sea. As soon as the hook was cast, the bobber began to move. A tugging force ensued, bending the rod into a perfect arc. Brother. This time, Zhou Xiaoling had learned her lesson and quickly called out to Zhou Jialei. He glanced at the water and distinctly felt a fish thrashing beneath the surface, creating ripples across the sea. A catch, and it was a sizable one. Zhou Jialei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just by observing the shape and color of this creature, it was evident that the fish on the line was a large grouper, nearly half a meter long and weighing at least 10 to 20 pounds. Feeling the intense pain of the hook, the grouper began to tug at the line, trying to escape into the depths of the sea. The line snapped and crackled under the strain of the fish's powerful movements. Zhou Xiaoling, in her excitement at landing such a large fish on her very first try, forgot to adjust the drag. It was Zhou Jialei who took over the rod, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. With the drag adjusted, they could feel the grouper pulling the line further into the depths. Dealing with a fish of this size required considerable effort. They needed to tire it out in the water before reeling it in, as the fish could easily unhook itself during a struggle. While losing the fish would be unfortunate, the greater concern was the fear that the rod might snap under the strain. If that happened, Zhou Guangrong would surely be furious. Zhou Jialei skillfully operated the reel, allowing the line to slowly release, giving the grouper ample room to thrash about in the water. Time passed gradually, yet Zhou Jialei remained unperturbed. Patience was key when handling large fish. Zhou Xiaoling watched anxiously from the side, her heart racing with each tug on the line. "Aren't we going to reel it in yet?" She couldn't help but ask. "Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer," Zhou Jialei replied with a slight smile, maintaining his focus on the rod. He sensed the fish's strength waning, which was a promising sign. However, Zhou Jialei's expression soon shifted as he sensed a change in the situation. The grouper is indeed cunning, as it attempts to flee into the depths of the ocean. It evades the fishing hook and begins to burrow toward the rocky bottom. Should this creature discover a crevice to conceal itself within, capturing it again would pose a significant challenge. Once inside the hole, the grouper senses danger and expands its cranial structure, effectively blocking the entrance. The strength derived from the fishing line and rod proves insufficient to pull the grouper out directly. In desperation, Zhou Jialei resorts to activating the Dinghai Pearl. At the moment of its activation, he can distinctly feel the grouper's struggle diminish somewhat, yet it remains impossible to draw it out entirely. Meanwhile, the sea eagle, witnessing the siblings' fruitless efforts against the fish, pays no heed to the situation and takes flight, soaring toward the water's surface. Chapter 7. The Pursuit of the Giant Grouper. With a resounding splash, the sound of water echoed as the eagle's talons expertly grasped the belly of the grouper. Perhaps due to the considerable size of the fish, the eagle was unable to hoist it up in one swift motion. However, this act incited the grouper into a frenzy, causing it to tug wildly at the fishing line and dart in all directions. Observing this, Zhou Jialei hastily adjusted the position of his fishing rod, engaging in a tug-of-war with the grouper. As the fish attempted to flee, he released the line, but once it paused, he swiftly reeled it in, gradually bringing the creature closer to the water surface. At long last, after a fierce struggle, Zhou Jialei skillfully lured the large grouper into shallow waters. Zhou Shaoling leaped in excitement, unable to contain her eagerness to behold the true visage of the magnificent fish. "Quick, bring the net," Zhou Jialei called out to her. A fish of such size could not be lifted without the aid of a net. Zhou Shaoling nodded and swiftly retrieved the net, cautiously approaching the grouper thrashing at the water's surface. Her heart raced with anxiety, fearful that a moment of distraction might scare the fish away. This was her first experience not only in fishing, but also in netting fish. "Don't rush. Take your time. You must ensnare the entire fish." Noticing her trembling hands, Zhou Jialei guided her while continuing his contest with the grouper. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Shaoling tentatively maneuvered the net 2 or 3 times. Finally, the grouper was securely captured within the net. Even though it was confined, the fish remained unruly, thrashing its tail in a desperate attempt to escape. "Brother, what a plump fish!" Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, overwhelmed with exhilaration. It was indeed her inaugural fishing experience. Although she hadn't reeled it in herself, it was her hook that had ensnared it. "Ha ha! A fish this hefty must be worth $20. Unable to resist, she reached out to tap the grouper's tail. Startled, the fish abruptly flicked its tail, nearly escaping the confines of the net. "Enough admiring. If the fish escapes, you'll be the one to lament." Zhou Jialei chuckled, urging her to place the grouper into the net bag. The net bag was a treasure he had found aboard the fishing boat. This tool was a fisherman's delight. By hanging it on a rock with most of it submerged in seawater, any fish caught could simply be tossed into the bag without resistance, as they would not struggle while in the water. When it was time to leave, they could simply carry the bag, making it incredibly convenient. Reluctantly, Zhou Shaoling placed the grouper into the net bag and was about to lower her fishing rod again when Zhou Jialei stopped her. "Change the hook to a smaller one. If I catch another big fish while you have a large one on your line, I'll 1T be able to assist you," he advised. This girl had a heart set on catching big fish, yet lacked the skill to do so. The fishing hook remained unchanged. Even a fish weighing 20 pounds would be a challenge for her, let alone one weighing 7 or 8. Fortunately, Zhou Shaoling was perceptive enough to heed Zhou Jialei's advice and replaced it with a smaller hook, rebaiting it before casting into the sea. In no time, Zhou Jialei felt a tremendous tug at the end of the fishing rod. It was a large sea bass. Peering over, he witnessed the fish thrashing in the water, its massive tail splashing waves around him, drenching his face in the process. "Brother, there's so many big fish here," Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, her envy evident as she watched Zhou Jialei reel in such a sizable catch. Since switching her hook, she had only managed to catch small yellow-footed fish weighing about 3 or 4 tails, or had her bait devoured without any fish to show for it. Aware of her own limitations, she hesitated to switch to a larger hook, fearing it might damage the rod. However, Zhou Jialei's luck was remarkable. After landing the sea bass, he quickly caught another hefty 8-pound grouper. The frequency of bites was astonishingly higher than what Zhou Shaoling was experiencing with her smaller catches. Initially, she was pitifully struggling to reel in her small fish, but soon she set her rod aside and rushed over to assist Zhou Jialei, using a net to scoop and unhook the fish. Within a mere 20 minutes, their net was brimming with fish. Zhou Jialei wore an unmistakable smile, marveling at the prowess of the Dingheizu, which seemed to draw the fish irresistibly towards them. "Brother, our ancestors' graves must be smoking with good fortune," Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, her mouth agape at the sight of their bountiful haul. "Don't say silly things. Be careful, or Dad will scold you," Zhou Jialei retorted, though he could hardly contain his joy. The abundance of fish in this area was not merely due to his fishing skills, but rather the influence of the Dingheizu. Indeed, today was perfect for sea fishing. The two had rescued a god of wealth, who had guided them to this island where they encountered a humpback whale and collected numerous gooseneck barnacles. Now, their fishing was exceptionally fruitful. Besides the large sea bass, The rest were primarily groupers, which could fetch at least 30 yuan per pound. With their net filled to the brim, they had easily caught over 100 pounds, and with a little more effort, they could join the ranks of the wealthy. I'm speaking the truth. Dad wouldn't scold me, Zhou Xiaoling said with a mischievous smile. After all, seasoned fishermen, even those with years of experience, would be hard-pressed to catch so many groupers in one outing, especially considering that Zhou Jialei's sea bass each weighed several dozen pounds. Was it not a clear sign of their ancestors' blessings? As the siblings meticulously gathered their fishing nets, preparing to haul them onto the fishing boat, a sudden call from a sea eagle echoed from the heavens. "What is it, brother?" Quickly use the Dinghai pearl to listen. Could it be that the god of wealth has discovered the East Star grouper? At the sound of the eagle's cry, Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Remarkably, the sea eagle had already captured 4 East Star groupers. It must be said, this creature truly possesses an exceptional talent for catching them. Each grouper weighed around 4 to 5 pounds, plump and vibrantly colored, undoubtedly fetching a handsome price. As the eagle called out once more, Zhou Xiaoling's enthusiasm surged. Zhou Jiala glanced towards the eagle's position and noticed it circling above the mangroves, occasionally calling out to the two of them, and suddenly realized there must be treasures within the mangroves. With a flicker of inspiration, Zhou Jiala abandoned the nets, reasoning that they would remain where they were, and the fish could not escape. He decided to investigate the mangroves first, running alongside Zhou Xiaoling in that direction. The siblings moved swiftly weaving their way into the dense mangrove area. The underwater vegetation was lush and the terrain complex. Aside from stones and mud, the shallow waters reached about calf deep. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows upon the water surface. A glance around the mangroves revealed numerous trails left by crabs scuttling about. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Xiaoling stepped onto a protruding mound. Suddenly, a large claw emerged. "Brother, there's a big blue crab." Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly reached out, seizing the crab's claw before it could react, lifting it triumphantly. What a find! This blue crab weighed over 3 pounds. Zhou Xiaoling's joy was palpable, and she hurriedly gathered a few long leaves from the ground to bind the crab. The most valuable part of the blue crab is indeed its claws. If they were to fall off, its market value would diminish greatly. In this era, catching blue crabs requires a certain finesse. With a piece of iron wire, one can explore the muddy depths of the mangroves. Should a large crab be encountered, its claws would rise high, ensuring an easy catch. Typically, blue crabs are captured at night, as they are utterly defenseless against the allure of a flashlight. The bright light attracts them, making capture a simple endeavor. Observing his sister's exuberance, Zhou Jiala couldn't help but chuckle. Their fortune was commendable to stumble upon such a sizable crab in broad daylight. "Xiaoling, secure that blue crab well, and I'll see if there are any other treasures here," Zhou Jiala instructed. Zhou Xiaoling nodded, carefully tying up the blue crab, fearful that it might escape. In truth, the mangrove area is the most suitable for setting traps. With numerous waterholes and abundant marine resources, the rising tide often brings a wealth of seafood from the depths to the mangroves. As the tide recedes, the intricate terrain here often traps marine life among the rocky outcrops or ensnares them in the roots of trees. With a simple cast of the trap, one can easily catch their quarry. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling worked together to lower the dusty trap that had been resting upon the fishing boat. The trap, constructed from sturdy steel reinforcements, is quite heavy. If it were not, it could easily be swept away by the sea. At the bottom of the trap lies a one-way opening. When placed in a puddle and baited, marine creatures are drawn in, unable to escape. Ideally, traps should be set afloat, marked by buoys, making them easily visible from above. This would undoubtedly yield a far greater catch. Fortunately, the mangroves also offer several suitable puddles for setting traps. Zhou Jialei, while activating the magical pearl, searched for appropriate locations to place the traps, ultimately setting down 4 before he paused. The siblings, drenched in sweat, returned to the mudflat. Given the presence of blue crabs, it was certain that more than one could be found. Lacking wire, they resorted to natural materials. Zhou Jialei gathered several long branches and handed one to Zhou Xiaoling, and together they ventured forth, keenly observing their surroundings. Along the way, they discovered several large blue crabs. It seemed these crabs were still in slumber, but upon sensing the magical pearl, they raised their claws high in the puddles, resembling signposts, much to Zhou Xiaoling's delight. 1, 2, 3. In this modest mudflat, they astonishingly found over 10 large blue crabs. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Even during their childhood excursions at sea with Zhou Guangrong, they had never encountered such a situation. While blue crabs may not be as valuable as swimming crabs, they still hold considerable worth. A pound of blue crab can fetch $5. The mere presence of these 10 or so blue crabs could easily amount to over $100. Just then, as the siblings continued their search, a sudden sound of splashing water caught their attention. It was a humpback whale returning. Chapter 8. Yellowfin Tuna Buzzing. When Zhou Jialei lifted his gaze again, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Hadn't the humpback whale already departed? Yet at this moment, the colossal creature was returning. Its massive form, propelled by the undulating sea, drew closer to the mangroves, churning the waters and transforming the once azure expanse into a swath of darkness. Zhou Xiaoling gazed at the behemoth with a twinge of anxiety. Although this creature could be considered an old acquaintance, its sheer size instilled a sense of trepidation. "Brother, do you think the humpback whale will collide with our boat?" Zhou Xiaoling inquired nervously. As the whale made its way toward the bay, she feared that a moment's inattention could result in a disastrous collision with their vessel, which would spell trouble. Though this small island was not far from the fishing village, they had yet to spot a single fishing boat in the vicinity. If their boat were to be damaged, the siblings would be left to navigate the vast ocean on their own. Zhou Jialei, however, appeared considerably more composed. He scrutinized the humpback whale's movements before reassuring her. "Fear not, humpback whales typically do not attack ships. It is likely just foraging in the area." Yet, the presence of the whale extinguished their enthusiasm for searching for seafood. Suddenly, Zhou Jialei felt the Donghai pearl within him stir with unusual energy. With a focused thought, he directed his gaze toward the whale, and simultaneously, the sea eagle overhead began to squawk excitedly, causing his eyes to brighten with realization. He soon noticed that in the vicinity of the humpback whale, there seemed to be a sizable fish weighing over 100 pounds. This fish appeared to have been driven toward them by the whale, frantically fleeing in the opposite direction. Although a fish of such weight was already a rarity, in the presence of the humpback whale, it seemed diminutive by comparison. The mere splashes created by the whale's fins could send this creature tumbling several times in the water. "Come, let us investigate that direction." Though the distance rendered it difficult to discern the type of fish, the stirring of the Donghai pearl suggested that this fish was undoubtedly remarkable. Otherwise, the sea eagle would not be so agitated. Before long, the siblings reached the bay, standing atop the large rocks along the shore. With a glance at the water surface, Zhou Jialei was filled with exhilaration. The fish possessed a dark exterior, a grayish-white belly, and a streamlined body, with a hint of yellow on its fins vividly contrasting against the sea. Zhou Jialei instantly recognized the magnificent creature before him. Yellowfin tuna. Zhou Xiaoling's earlier prediction had proven remarkably accurate. Their ancestral graves must be emitting good fortune. To encounter a yellowfin tuna here, especially one weighing over 100 pounds, was a stroke of luck indeed. Yellowfin tuna are a rare find in the ocean. Many fishing boats embark on expeditions with the intent of catching them. Yet after 3 or 4 days at sea, encountering a 10-pound specimen is considered fortunate. This underscores just how elusive these creatures are in the depths of the ocean. Moreover, the price of yellowfin tuna is exorbitant. In an era when laborers earned barely over 200 yuan, the price of this prized fish soared to an astonishing 100 yuan per pound. If we manage to haul up this yellowfin tuna, just this one fish could eclipse all the seafood caught today. Our household would surely ascend to the rank of affluent citizens. No, it's highly likely we could become 2 affluent households. "What is wrong, brother?" Zhou Xiaoling, who had seen nothing, inquired anxiously. "It's a yellowfin tuna." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoling's mouth formed an astonished. although she seldom ventured to the sea. Who could be oblivious to the exorbitant price of yellowfin tuna? A fortnight ago, Zhao Shuangfu from the village caught a yellowfin tuna weighing over 30 pounds, making a grand spectacle with drums and fireworks, earning great admiration in the village. It was said that he sold that fish for 4,000 yuan. This left others utterly envious. Since that day, numerous fishing boats had sought to venture out to see if they could catch another yellowfin tuna. Yet for half a month, no one had any luck. And now, this brother and sister duo had encountered one, an astonishing catch weighing over 100 pounds. Zhou Jialei, too excited to ponder further, hurriedly began to prepare his fishing rod. To catch a fish of such magnitude, he needed to switch to the largest hook. The bait also could not be mere small fish or shrimp. It had to be substantial. Otherwise, before the yellowfin tuna even took the bait, smaller fish would snatch it away, and that simply wouldn't do. Buzzing, noticing the commotion, the humpback whale began to sing, guiding the yellowfin tuna closer to the bay. Zhou Jialei's hands trembled with excitement. What a magnificent whale! Not only had it bestowed upon him the treasure of the Dinghai pearl, but now it was also ushering a yellowfin tuna his way. He did not hold back. He activated the Dinghai pearl, drawing the yellowfin tuna nearer. As the pearl's energy surged, not only was the yellowfin tuna attracted, but so too were the surrounding schools of fish, sardines, mackerels, groupers, and sea bass. Initially lingering at a distance, now surged towards the bay as if possessed. In an instant, the surface of the sea shimmered with ripples, revealing numerous fish gathering in this direction. The humpback whale sensed the aura of the Dinghai pearl, continuing to drive the yellowfin tuna closer. "Brother, it's coming," Zhou Shaoling exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, her eyes fixed on the sea surface. The yellowfin tuna was immensely larger, standing out among the swarm of fish like a crane amid chickens. She could not help but swallow hard, her hands clenched in anticipation. However, unbeknownst to them, the yellowfin tuna proved to be exceptionally astute. It seemed to realize that the bay was too constricted for the humpback whale, halting its advance once it reached the bay, swimming just at the threshold. In fact, the smaller fish darting towards the bay ended up as mere prey for this formidable creature. The yellowfin tuna seemed as though it had ascended to paradise, its lips parting and tail flicking, when suddenly a fish fell into its gullet. Zhou Jialei, observing the spectacle, furrowed his brow, aware that this yellowfin tuna was not easily ensnared. He took a deep breath, recalibrated his mindset, and resolved to alter his strategy. "Shaoling, keep an eye out for me. I must employ something special," Zhou Jialei instructed Zhou Shaoling. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Shaoling fixed her gaze intently upon the surface of the sea, anxious not to miss any detail. Zhou Jialei hastily ascended to the deck, retrieving a specially crafted fishing line from the cabin. This line, significantly sturdier than the average, was designed specifically for battling larger fish. He secured the line to the fishing rod and then procured a fresh sea bass to serve as bait. "It appears I must utilize some serious bait to entice it," Zhou Jialei muttered to himself. He affixed the sea bass to the hook and, with a vigorous flick, cast the bait far into the waters where the yellowfin tuna resided. The sea bass traced a graceful arc upon its descent into the water. Splash! The moment the sea bass hit the ocean, it began to frantically flee, pulling the line with it. Even the previously tranquil waters erupted into ripples. Zhou Jialei's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the sea bass, and he activated the Dinghai pearl, drawing nearby fish closer. Indeed, in that instant, the yellowfin tuna appeared intrigued by the fresh sea bass circling the bait. Zhou Jialei held his breath, gripping the fishing rod tightly, awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, the yellowfin tuna leapt with a ferocious snap, its mouth agape as it engulfed the sea bass. With a tremendous splash, the force sent waves cascading. Zhou Jialei immediately sensed the weight on the rod, swiftly turning the reel to engage in a fierce tug-of-war with the yellowfin tuna. The line danced across the water's surface as the tuna struggled desperately beneath, attempting to dislodge the hook. Beads of sweat formed on Zhou Jialei's forehead, yet he maintained his composure, continually adjusting his strength and angle. Buzzing. The humpback whale, seemingly aware that the yellowfin tuna was hooked, began to swim excitedly in the water. The yellowfin tuna, intent on pulling the line toward the depths, found its escape thwarted when the humpback whale abruptly thrashed its tail, sending waves crashing in all directions. The sheer force of the impact rendered the yellowfin tuna incapable of fleeing, compelling it towards the rocky outcrop. "Brother, I'll grab a stick," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through her. This was no mere fishing expedition. It was akin to angling for gold. If they managed to reel in this yellowfin tuna, the Zhou family would undoubtedly bask in glory within the village. To contend with a yellowfin tuna, one must wield a stick. For a creature of this magnitude, mere finesse was far from sufficient. In order to exhaust this creature, it must be worn down completely before being dragged ashore. Seizing the moment while it is still disoriented, one can deliver a decisive blow to the yellowfin tuna. Subsequently, a sturdy rope should be secured around its tail, facilitating its transport to the land. Relying solely on the fishing line would prove futile against such a formidable foe. The more the yellowfin tuna writhes, the more pronounced the sting of the hook becomes, and the intense pain only amplifies its struggle. Yet, whenever it attempts to flee into the depths of the ocean, the humpback whale emerges like a sentinel, driving it back in fear. Consequently, the yellowfin tuna's range of movement becomes confined to this small expanse of the bay. Zhou Jiale gripped the fishing rod tightly, attuned to every tremor transmitted through it. The strength of this creature is immense, weighing over 100 pounds. The power it can exert underwater is comparable to that of 1,000 pounds. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the humpback whale from the deep sea, capturing it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. He and Zhou Xiaoling worked in perfect harmony, one managing the fishing rod while the other prepared the instrument to render the yellowfin tuna unconscious. "Brother, I am ready," Zhou Xiaoling called out, wielding a hefty wooden club with determination. "Patience. This creature will not yield easily." Zhou Jiale nodded, inhaling deeply before yanking the fishing rod sharply, attempting to draw the yellowfin tuna closer to shore. Sensing the impending threat, the tuna began to thrash violently, sending up sprays of water like a cascading waterfall. With gritted teeth, Zhou Jiale continued to grapple with the yellowfin tuna. He understood that this was a battle of endurance, necessitating the depletion of the fish's strength. Meanwhile, the humpback whale glided across the surface, and each time the yellowfin tuna paused to rest, it would lash its tail, creating tumultuous waves. This overwhelming force left the tuna no choice but to keep moving closer to the bay, tethered to the fishing line. As time passed, the yellowfin tuna's struggles gradually subsided. Zhou Jiale sensed a reduction in the tension on the fishing rod, signaling that the moment of opportunity had arrived. Chapter 9. Capturing the Big Fish. A grand sail at the dock. "Xiaoling, hurry!" Zhou Xiaoling dashed to the shore, brandishing a wooden stick, her eyes fixed on the head of the yellowfin tuna. The moment the fish breached the surface, she swung the stick with all her might, striking its head with precision. Bang! The yellowfin tuna was momentarily dazed, its struggles weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jiale swiftly reeled in the line, pulling the yellowfin tuna closer to the shore. However, to his astonishment, the creature's endurance was remarkably formidable. Despite Xiaoling's petite stature, her blow had disoriented the fish, but quickly regained its senses and began to thrash wildly. He hastily steadied the fishing rod, which had bent into a full arc, the line taut and vibrating with a low hum. "Xiaoling, give another go," Zhou Jiale shouted. Nodding, Xiaoling tightened her grip on the wooden stick, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto the yellowfin tuna, waiting for the opportune moment. The fish rolled on the surface, attempting to free itself from the hook's grasp. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiale cleverly maneuvered the line, using the distraction of a humpback whale to prevent the yellowfin tuna from escaping. Splash! Just as the yellowfin tuna surfaced once more, Zhou Xiaoling seized the chance and swung the stick again. Bang! To their surprise, the yellowfin tuna proved to be astoundingly clever. Having learned from its previous encounter, it flicked its tail just as it broke the surface. The blow landed solidly against the rocks instead, missing the yellowfin tuna entirely. Zhou Jiale felt a growing impatience. Relying solely on human strength to subdue the tuna could take ages. He feared they might end up losing the fish altogether. Gritting his teeth, he activated the D-high pearl, hoping to draw the yellowfin tuna's attention. To his dismay, the enraged fish showed no interest, thrashing violently in the water, causing Zhou Jialei's hands to tremble with the force of its movements. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Zhou Jialei felt on the verge of exhaustion, the eagle overhead suddenly called out. In a flash, the eagle swooped down toward the surface of the water. Zhou Jialei's eyes lit up, and he quickly began to reel in, guiding the yellowfin tuna toward the surface. Splash! The sound of water erupted as the eagle's claws latched onto the tuna's tail. The sudden grip caused the yellowfin tuna to writhe in agony. In the next moment, it began to thrash about violently in the water. The fish, which had been close to the rocks, collided head-on with the reef beneath Zhou Jialei's feet. Bang! A tremendous noise echoed. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Shaoling exchanged wide-eyed glances. Disbelief etched on their faces. Could it really be this easy? He tentatively tugged the line, and indeed, at last, the yellowfin tuna had lost its strength to resist, its struggles visibly waning. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jialei swiftly reeled in the line, drawing the magnificent fish closer to the shore. Zhou Shaoling hurriedly fashioned a loop with the hemp rope, exerting all her strength to secure it around the tuna's tail. Together, they managed to drag the colossal creature onto the beach. Success! Zhou Shaoling exclaimed with excitement. Brother, the villagers will be envious of us. Gazing at the yellowfin tuna, so close at hand, her words tumbled out in a rush as she playfully patted its belly. Haha, brother, hurry. With such a sizable catch, we must get it to the dock quickly. If the fish dies, it won't fetch a good price. Zhou Jialei chuckled at her words. You little girl, do you not understand? Indeed, there exists a distinction between different types of sea fish. Fish such as sea bass, pike, and grouper typically weigh only a few to several pounds, primarily used for cooking, with less concern for their texture. However, the yellowfin tuna is a different matter entirely. Renowned for its sashimi. Once caught, it is imperative to process the tuna swiftly while it is still alive. This processing involves bleeding, cleaning, and freezing to enhance its flavor. A series of steps that must be completed to secure a high market price. Previously, Zhao Shuangfu had made the mistake of neglecting to bleed a seemingly small fish, resulting in a quality that halved the value. Had it not been so rare, it wouldn't have sold even for 70 yuan per pound. After being pulled from the sea, the yellowfin tuna was already on the brink of death. If it had struggled for too long aboard a fishing vessel, the meat would have deteriorated significantly. The processing must be completed within half an hour. Delaying even slightly could alter the texture of the flesh. The siblings tirelessly transported the yellowfin tuna to the deck, placing it in a specially designed tank for large fish. Generally, any fish weighing over 50 pounds undergoes initial processing. Otherwise, the meat becomes tough and unpalatable. Fortunately, the tuna had been stunned, for if it had remained active too long, the flesh would have soured, compromising its quality. Once the yellowfin tuna was positioned on the deck, Zhou Jialei retrieved a kitchen knife from a cabin. Lacking a proper cutting knife, he made do with this one. Although somewhat heavy, it was manageable. Positioning the knife near the gills, he skillfully separated the head from the body. This posed no challenge for him, as he had been responsible for butchering chickens at home since he was 14. After making the incision on the tuna's neck, Zhou Jialei connected two hoses, inserting one into the fish's gills. One hose was empty, while the other was submerged in seawater. As the seawater washed over the empty container, a considerable amount of blood was swiftly expelled. The process of exsanguination is quite meticulous. The tube must be inserted into the artery of the yellowfin tuna. Otherwise, the blood cannot be fully drained, which would adversely affect the quality of the meat. Observing the dark crimson liquid gradually becoming translucent under the cleansing waves, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but smile. Once the blood was entirely drained, he began the meticulous task of processing the yellowfin tuna, carefully extracting the viscera and gills and setting them aside, while feeding the inedible parts to the sea eagle for a feast. After rinsing the fish body with seawater 3 or 4 times, it was finally clean and placed in the quick freeze storage. Zhou Jiale worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the processing of the yellowfin tuna in a mere 10 minutes. "Brother, let's hurry back and sell this yellowfin tuna," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Just the thought of the astonished expressions on the faces of those at the dock filled her with glee. "Are you foolish? We haven't collected the traps and nets yet." Zhou Jiale chuckled at his sister's eagerness. Initially believing that the catches of the East Starry grouper and the grouper were sufficient, he had not anticipated encountering a yellowfin tuna. Now that the tuna was processed, Zhou Xiaoling had entirely forgotten about the traps until Zhou Jiale reminded her. After the siblings cleaned the deck, they hurried towards the trap's location. Along the way, Zhou Xiaoling was brimming with excitement. "Brother, do you think we'll have a bountiful catch?" she asked, grinning at Zhou Jiale. "It's hard to say," he replied, shaking his head. Earlier, he had activated the Dinghai Pearl to attract a considerable number of fish, if fortune favored them. The trap might be filled with an abundance of seafood. However, the time allowed for the traps was too brief to ascertain. The sea eagle led the way, and upon finding one of the traps, it began to call excitedly. Zhou Jiale untied the rope secured to the reef and gently pulled the trap towards the surface. At the moment he tugged on the rope, a smile crept onto his lips. "Goodness, this weight, it must be at least 20 pounds. As the trap gradually emerged from the water, both Zhou Jiale and Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with delight. The trap was teeming with seafood, much to the siblings' astonishment. The sea eagle fluttered nearby, flapping its wings in excitement and occasionally letting out a few calls. "Rest assured, little one, the smaller fish will be your treat," Zhou Jiale chuckled, carefully bringing the trap to the rocky shore. Though they hadn't struck a jackpot, the haul appeared quite promising. Zhou Xiaoling assisted by clearing the seaweed entangled around the trap, and as she did, a bountiful harvest was revealed. "Is this too much?" she exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, as she hurriedly began to extract the seafood from the trap, placing it aside. Both siblings moved swiftly, their actions efficient and purposeful. The fish in the sea struggled within the traps, yet they were swiftly extracted by Zhou Jiale, who tossed them into a wooden barrel. "Brother, look at this!" Zhou Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed, holding up a large crab. The crab waved its claws, seemingly protesting its captured fate. "Goodness, this crab is quite substantial." Zhou Jiale chuckled as he took the crab, examining it closely. "Our dinner is secure now. It's a blue crab. It must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. A true giant among crabs." The siblings continued to clear the traps, extracting a plethora of seafood. Plump sea conchs, lively shrimp, and a few small fish. Zhou Jiale tossed the seafood into the wooden barrel, placing the crab in a separate basket, intending to sell part of it and keep the rest for their own consumption. The second trap also yielded a commendable catch, filled with numerous blue crabs and other seafood. Each trap was brimming, predominantly with shrimp and crabs. While fish were a rare sight, they chanced upon a couple of sea bass, albeit battered by the large crabs. The siblings, mindful of the time, quickly retrieved their net and returned to the fishing boat laden with their bountiful haul. After categorizing and storing the seafood, the small vessel's cabin was packed to the brim. The yield from these traps amounted to several hundred, if not 1,000. Zhou Xiaoling eagerly organized the catch, her face radiating satisfaction. She recognized that this seafood would fetch a handsome price at the dock. "Brother, we truly hit the jackpot today," Zhou Xiaoling couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Jiale nodded, a hint of pride gracing his expression. "Indeed, especially with this yellowfin tuna, which constitutes the bulk of our catch. An afternoon of fishing transformed us into instant affluent individuals. Who wouldn't be astonished by such a turn of events?" Chapter 10. The Seven Dragon Gang demands protection fees. Do you even deserve it? Zhou Jiale ignited the engine, and the vessel gradually departed from waters. By the time they returned to the dock, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. Zhou Xiaoling eagerly gazed towards the pier, where numerous fishmongers were busy receiving their catches, each with a scale placed before them. "Crab for sale. Big fish, come to me. Oysters and clams." The items sought by these fishmongers varied, as the ocean's bounty was limited, and each merchant had distinct demands. Yet, one thing was universally sought after: rare seafood delicacies. Yellowfin tuna, for instance, was a prize catch at the dock, seldom seen throughout the year, and thus went unannounced by the vendors. Upon spotting Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling's fishing boat approaching the shore, the crowd merely cast a glance before returning to their tasks. A small fishing vessel, appearing worn and tattered, was not expected to yield much. Zhou Jialei exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Xiaoling before opening the cargo hold, revealing a neat stack of fresh fish. The sight of numerous vibrant red groupers caused the onlookers' eyes to widen in astonishment. Many of the fishmongers, previously nonchalant, suddenly surged towards the deck, their excitement causing the boat to sway slightly, startling Zhou Xiaoling. "For groupers!" exclaimed a fishmonger bearing a scarred face, astonished. "Indeed. We also have ratfish, tiger grouper, and more. Look, they're still flapping about." Zhou Jialei cheerfully splashed some water, invigorating the fish, eliciting murmurs of admiration from the fishmongers. "How much are you selling them for?" The fishmongers inquired eagerly. 23 for the groupers, Zhou Jialei stated. Upon hearing this, the smiles of the fishmongers faltered. They had not anticipated such a steep price, selling at such a high rate. Although the market value for groupers fluctuated between 20 to 24 yuan, these vendors needed to transport their catches to the city. If they procured them at 23, would there be a profit left for them? Groupers are indeed scarce. If you take them to the city, you could sell them for 25 or 26, correct? Zhou Jialei replied nonchalantly. "You can't expect to fleece us. Go fleece the restaurants instead," he added. "If we cannot reach an agreement on this price, we shall simply take them home to enjoy. With yellowfin tuna in stock, how could I possibly lower the price? Otherwise, who knows how low the price of yellowfin tuna might drop?" The fishmongers exchanged glances, recognizing Zhou Jialei's point. Groupers could indeed command a higher price in the city. However, they needed to secure a profit, and 23 yuan felt steep for them. "How about this, old Zhang? We're all from the same village. Please offer a reasonable price so we can return with a satisfactory report." One fishmonger, appearing to be the leader, began to negotiate. Zhou Jialei smiled knowingly, fully aware that the quality and quantity of the seafood available today exceeded all expectations, giving him ample confidence to uphold his pricing. "My friend, you are well aware that the quality of my goods makes 23 yuan a fair price. However, considering our familiarity, I shall not press you too hard. 22. 5 yuan for the East Star grouper. It cannot be lower. We see each other often in this village, and a concession of 50 cents is not too much to ask." The fishmongers exchanged hushed whispers before ultimately conceding to Zhou Jialei's terms. After all, the East Star grouper is a rare delicacy, one that is as elusive as it is sought after. "Very well, I'll take it," exclaimed the fishmonger with a scarred face, promptly beginning to select the East Star grouper for his plastic crate, instructing his assistant to weigh the catch. Zhou Jialei signaled to Zhou Xiaoling to oversee the process. Although she might not understand the scale, her mere presence would serve as a deterrent against any potential dishonesty. Upon witnessing the swift sail of the East Star grouper, other fishmongers grew anxious and began searching through the cargo hold for their own catches. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling had successfully netted a considerable haul, and it was not long before their fish were entirely snatched up. Surprisingly, the most sought-after items turned out to be crabs. The crabs caught in the traps were notably large, all genuine female crabs, plump and abundant. Their prices were relatively modest, aligning well with the current wage standards. After all, exquisite varieties like the East Star grouper are primarily purchased by high-end restaurants and gift givers, making them unattainable for most. Only well-established fishmongers could secure such premium goods. The most marketable items remain the common varieties of crabs and fish. Though slightly more expensive than pork, these were in high demand in the county town. While the scales were busy, Zhou Xiaoling collected payments nearby. Merely from the casual fish and crabs, they amassed a total of 1983. 25 yuan. A substantial pile of cash accompanied by 2 large bills of 100 yuan each from 2 prominent buyers caught Zhou Xiaoling's eye. Her gaze fixated on the vibrant red notes. Observing her blissful distraction, Zhou Jialei could only shake his head in resignation as he accepted the money, meticulously inspecting each bill in his hands. In this day and age, discerning the authenticity of currency without a bill validator or UV light relies solely on skilled hands and keen eyesight. Indeed, the money was genuine. After selling off the majority of the seafood, only a few limp sea bass and crabs remained, which Zhou Jiale was indifferent to, planning to take them home for a meal. By the way, do you accept gooseneck barnacles? Although they fetch a price, they're notoriously difficult to sell. Besides fishmongers associated with five-star hotels, others lack the channels to market them, so Zhou Jiale intended to use them as a final offering. The mention of gooseneck barnacles sent a ripple of excitement through the dock. What? Gooseneck barnacles? My goodness, have you emptied the Dragon Palace? Let me see. My heavens, how can there be so many? And they look so plump? I want them. Give them to me. I'll pay 230 per pound. 230? Nonsense. With this quality, it should be at least 250. You look like you're worth 250. The crowd began to bicker. This unexpected demand took Zhou Jiale completely by surprise. He anticipated such a lucrative sale. After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 264 yuan per pound. And only then did they begin weighing the goods. A wooden barrel of gooseneck barnacles weighed an astonishing 32 pounds, fetching a total of 8,473. 6 yuan, and together, they exceeded 10,000. The surrounding fish vendors marveled, declaring that the Zhou family had struck it rich, transforming overnight into millionaires. It was pure luck. Once the idle goods were sold, Zhou Jiale exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Shaoling, and the siblings moved towards the freezer, pulling open the door. With a whoosh, a yellowfin tuna emerged before everyone's eyes. What? A yellowfin tuna? As the over-a-meter-long fish appeared, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively swallowing hard. Having already been bled and cleaned, it was priced at 120 yuan per pound, and if sold whole, it could go down to 115. Zhou Jiale cheerfully announced. The most sought-after parts of the yellowfin tuna are the belly and the gills, with many unscrupulous fishmongers only purchasing meat from these areas, discarding the rest. Though these two sections could sell for 140 yuan per pound, who would willingly pay 100 for the leftover scraps? When considering the whole fish at 115 yuan per pound, it proved to be far more economical. An older-looking fish vendor approached, inspecting the yellowfin tuna. The freezer's low temperature had preserved it remarkably well. The vendor didn't hesitate to use a tool to poke into the fish, twisting it around to extract a sliver of flesh. The quality was commendable, with the bleeding done just in time. Upon witnessing the pristine condition of Zhou Jiale's tuna, the crowd couldn't help but murmur their admiration. Everyone at the dock knew about Zhao Shuangfu's yellowfin tuna, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds, but hadn't been bled, resulting in a ghastly appearance upon return. However, Zhou Jiale's fish, both in size and quality, was nothing short of exceptional, especially the flesh, so tender and pink. I want it. 115 it is. I'll take the whole thing. I'll offer 116. Why are you raising the price like that? Who are you? It's worth noting that during this era of Western cultural influence, there are numerous sashimi shops and restaurants in the county and city clamoring for yellowfin tuna. Just previously, Zhao Shuangfu's fish sold for 110 yuan, despite its inferior quality. Zhou Jiale's fish, without a doubt, could easily fetch 150 yuan per pound upon resale. Even at a conservative estimate of 120, that would yield an income of 3,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be envious? As Zhou Shaoling observed the surrounding fishmongers on the verge of conflict, she excitedly counted on her fingers. 120 per pound. This yellowfin tuna must weigh at least 80 pounds. How much would that amount to? Initially, Zhou Shaoling believed that such a sizable fish would be difficult to sell and would require considerable persuasion. To her astonishment, however, the crowd seemed frenzied, fearing that if they hesitated, the price would be snatched away by someone else. Let's do the math. 9,600. My brother said it. Our family is about to become affluent. Isn't that right? Zhou Jiale chimed in, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. The price had now surged to nearly 130 per pound, and noticing the silence from the other fishmongers, Zhou Jiale prepared to weigh the fish for sale. Suddenly, a sharp and caustic voice pierced through the air. Are you trying to swindle us? 130 per pound? You look like a petty crook. It was a man's voice. The crowd turned in unison towards the source. spotting a group of about 10 individuals striding towards the deck. The speaker was a man with a buzz cut, donned in mud-cake slippers and a gray tank top. His thick gold chain around his neck creating a stark contrast. Just by appearance, it was evident that he was affiliated with the underworld. Zhou Xiaoling was taken aback by his imposing presence and hastily hid behind Zhou Jiale, exclaiming, "Brother, this man is a gangster." P.S. Zhu Zhengyong from the Seven Dragons Gang. Chapter 11. Apologizing for losses, profiting handsomely. The Seven Dragons Gang held a modest reputation in the village, extending even beyond the fishing community to the bustling urban area of the county. Zhu Zhengyong, known as Brother Yong, was the small leader of the Seven Dragons Gang in this quaint fishing village, notorious for his domineering demeanor. Almost every business in the village was compelled to pay him protection fees. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiale's expression shifted dramatically. The Seven Dragons Gang? It was evident they were no benign association. Zhu Zhengyong approached with 4 or 5 companions, each clad in oversized shorts and the dirtiest flip-flops imaginable, striding over with an air of arrogance. Wherever they went, the other fishmongers instinctively averted their gazes, tactfully parting to create a clear path for them. In this era, with the emergence of street gangs, the underworld was rampant. The village's youth, instead of pursuing education, flocked to various gangs, yet many were subsumed by the Seven Dragons Gang, which now reigned supreme, instilling fear and authority throughout the village. Whenever the villagers spoke of the Seven Dragons Gang, their expressions darkened, and they fell silent. As Zhu Zhengyong approached, several fishmongers who had been inquiring about prices hastily fled, while 2 others remained, unwilling to abandon the prized yellowfin tuna, yet too intimidated to utter a word. Seemingly pleased by the reaction, Zhu Zhengyong ambled over, inspecting the yellowfin tuna with a critical eye before concluding that it had been handled adequately. Having heard the commotion at the dock regarding a yellowfin tuna, he had rushed over, only to discover that this particular specimen exceeded his expectations. Not only was it sizable, but it was also bled out perfectly. Zhou Jiale positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Xiaoling, maintaining silence as he assessed the newcomers. Observing Zhou Jiale's haughty demeanor, the members of the Seven Dragons Gang grew increasingly displeased, their gazes fixed on him with predatory intent, as if ready to pounce. "Hey, are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Yong addressing you?" One of them sneered. "You return with a measly fish and act all high and mighty. Let me tell you, those who dare to show such insolence towards the Seven Dragons Gang are already 6 feet under." The gang's bravado was palpable, with 2 members flanking each side of Zhou Jiale, brandishing their clubs menacingly, the rhythmic thudding against their palms a clear threat. Zhou Xiaoling, still merely a child, had never encountered such intimidation and quickly sought refuge behind Zhou Jiale. "Brother, what should we do? They must be after our fish." Even the young girl could discern that the Seven Dragons Gang was clearly seeking trouble, envious of their catch and intent on seizing it. However, Zhu Zhengyong raised a hand, signaling his comrades to refrain from rash actions. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Jiale, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Young man, you seem to be asking quite a price for that fish, don't you? On the territory of our Seven Dragon Gang. Do you believe you can sell at such exorbitant prices, thinking we can be easily bullied?" Zhou Jiale cast a glance at Zhu Zhengyong, his brow furrowing slightly. "I caught this fish myself. Its quality is exceptional, and thus the price is naturally high. I have no intention of taking advantage of anyone." Zhu Zhengyong let out a cold laugh, surveying the surroundings and noting how the other fishmongers bowed their heads, unwilling to intervene, which filled him with even greater arrogance. "Humph. Exceptional quality? I see your fish is merely average. $1, and I'll take it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiale felt a surge of anger, but restrained himself, striving to remain calm. Before he could respond, the young girl beside him could no longer contain herself. "Brother Yong, this fish was painstakingly caught by my brother. Its quality is evident to all. $1? Are you jesting?" Zhu Zhengyong, however, remained unfazed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Jest? When have I, Zhu Zhengyong, ever joked? I am determined to acquire this fish today for $1. Whether you sell or not, you will sell." Zhou Xiaoling nervously clutched the corner of Zhou Jiale's garment, aware of the Seven Dragon Gang's methods. If they were provoked, the consequences would be dire. Yet she also understood that this fish was her brother's hard-earned catch and could not be so easily taken from them. After enduring years of poverty, they finally had a chance to become prosperous. How could they allow it to be snatched away so brazenly? Ah, the little girl may be naive, but come, speak. Zhu Jingyong, noticing that Zhou Shaoling was still just a child, did not intend to bicker with her. Instead, he stepped closer to Zhou Jialei, patting his shoulder in a threatening manner. A wise man would now hand over the yellowfin tuna without hesitation. Otherwise, Zhou Jialei would be at odds with the entire Seven Dragon gang. What could a mere fisherman from a small village dare to do? Zhou Jialei disdainfully brushed aside the hand resting on his shoulder and spoke. My sister is right. This fish was caught through our own efforts. Why should we be bullied by you? Zhu Jingyong's expression darkened instantly. He did not expect Zhou Jialei to confront him so boldly in front of everyone. His subordinates stirred restlessly, seemingly ready to act at any moment. How dare you speak to our brother Yong in such a manner? It is a privilege for you that our Seven Dragon gang has taken an interest in your fish. A sensible person would quickly hand over the fish. Otherwise, you won't see a single cent. Faced with the threats of the Seven Dragon gang, Zhou Jialei's heart burned with anger, yet he maintained his composure. He knew that showing weakness now would not only cost him the fish he had painstakingly caught, but would also embolden the Seven Dragon gang further. Brother Yong, I respect you as a small leader of the Seven Dragon gang, but that does not grant you the right to bully others at will. Though Zhou Jialei's voice was calm, it carried a tone of unwavering determination. This fish was caught through the hard work of my sister and me. We rely on our labor, not on theft. Your coercive tactics are no different from those of a robber. Zhu Jingyong's expression darkened considerably. He was taken aback by Zhou Jialei's audacity to confront him in front of others. His subordinates, brimming with eagerness, appeared poised to spring into action at any moment. Very well. Zhu Jingyong, seething with rage, forced a smile, sensing that you were resolutely determined to oppose the Seven Dragon gang. I shall see how long your bravado will last. You mere fisherman from a small village. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Zhu Jingyong abruptly gestured, and his men swiftly closed in, encircling Zhou Jialei and Zhou Shaoling. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, prompting the surrounding fishmongers to retreat, unwilling to witness the unfolding drama. Zhou Shaoling clutched her brother's arm tightly, her heart racing. Yet she understood the importance of maintaining her composure in this perilous moment. She lifted her chin, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Zhu Jingyong. We will not sell, no matter your offer. We refuse to sell. Zhu Jingyong was incensed by Zhou Shaoling's defiance. Ah, you have spirit. It seems you are intent on making life difficult for us on our own turf. He retorted furiously. Realizing that reason was futile with the individuals before him, Zhou Jialei decided to abandon any pretense of civility. He sought no trouble, but was unafraid of it. If a confrontation was inevitable, let it come. There was no need for idle chatter. Furrowing his brow, he assessed the 4 or 5 men before him. Their eyes were shadowed, clearly not accustomed to a fair fight. In this new life, why should he fear such blustering fools? Damn it! Do they dare to feign superiority before me? Charge! Zhu Jingyong had seen many things in his life, but never had he encountered such insolence. How dare a mere yellowfin tuna fisherman challenge the might of the Seven Dragon gang? This was a death wish. Prepare to die, you wretch. Now you've lost both the fish and your freedom. You could have simply surrendered the fish, yet you chose to invite a beating. Now you deserve it. With that, the gang members brandished their clubs and surged towards Zhou Jialei. Zhou Shaoling had never witnessed such a spectacle. Upon seeing the Seven Dragon gang advance, she gasped in terror. These individuals wielded clubs, some adorned with menacing spikes, more akin to maces than mere sticks. A blow from them would surely leave one grievously injured. The gang had little regard for mercy. Previously, a villager had made a careless remark and, upon Zhu Jingyong's hearing, had been left bedridden for half a year. Now, upon encountering members of the Seven Dragon gang, villagers would scurry far away, wishing to bury their heads in the earth. Zhou Jialei pulled Zhou Shaoling behind him, his gaze sharpening in an instant. Just then, Several thugs lunged at him with their clubs raised. Zhou Jialei retreated with Zhou Xiaoling, guiding her to safety. The pearl of stability within him radiated a faint glow. In that moment, a cacophony of cooing echoed from above. The thugs, momentarily halted in their tracks, instinctively looked upwards. The next second, enormous wings eclipsed their vision. They felt as though something had violently tugged at their hair. An intense pain surged through them, prompting a chorus of anguished cries. The sea eagle had audaciously come to pluck their hair. What a masterful act! The prospect of riches lit up Zhou Xiaoling's eyes. She could hardly believe that the sea eagle possessed such formidable combat prowess. Seizing the moment while the group was preoccupied, Zhou Jialei suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he positioned himself directly in front of the foremost lackey. The lackey was taken aback, and in an instant, the wolf-toothed club slipped from his grasp. Crashing down upon his own foot, with a howl of pain, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to clutch his foot or his scalp, both throbbing in agony. Before the others could regain their composure, Zhou Jialei delivered a decisive kick to the chests of several thugs. He exerted full force, showing no restraint whatsoever. In a heartbeat, 4 or 5 ruffians crumpled to the ground, each bearing a glaring footprint upon their chests. The wolf-toothed club they had once wielded now lay discarded on the ground, and as they rolled about in pain, the spikes embedded themselves into their flesh, eliciting further cries of torment. Zhu Jingyong, observing this scene, turned pale with fury. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary fisherman possessed such extraordinary skills, let alone that he had summoned a sea eagle as a companion. His subordinates were already sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony, while Zhou Jialei stood like an indomitable warrior, his gaze icy and resolute. You fool, you seek your own demise. Even when beating a dog, one must regard its master. Zhou Jialei's actions were a blatant affront to his 7-dragon gang. If he did not retaliate appropriately, how could he continue to maintain his reputation in the village? Who would still respect the 7-dragon gang? With a furious roar, he unsheathed the long knife from his waist. Chapter 12. Slapping the villain, shocking the neighbors. The long knife glimmered ominously under the sunlight, casting an ethereal glow that elicited an involuntary gasp from Zhou Xiaoling, who stood nearby. Be careful, brother. Zhu Zhengyong let out a cold chuckle, brandishing the long knife in his hand as he lunged fiercely at Zhou Jialei. His movements were swift and ruthless, the blade emanating an aura of menace, as if it were poised to claim a life at any moment. Yet, Zhou Jialei remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at the advancing Zhu Jingyong, his expression devoid of any fear. At that moment, his eyes sparkled like a constellation, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. Empowered by the D-High Pearl, Zhu Jingyong's actions appeared to Zhou Jialei as if they were unfolding in slow motion. He could anticipate Zhu Jingyong's every move. Just as Zhu Jingyong reached him, Zhou Jialei sprang into action. His movements were remarkably swift, akin to a cheetah seizing its prey. In an instant, his hand darted toward Zhu Jingyong's waist, deftly grasping the hilt of the knife. In the next moment, Zhu Jingyong felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his long knife slipped from his grasp. Staring in disbelief as Zhou Jialei effortlessly seized his weapon, his eyes were filled with incredulity. Zhou Jialei toyed with the long knife, lightly tapping the back of it against his palm, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He then casually tossed the knife aside. Your blade is insufficient, Zhou Jialei remarked coolly. Zhu Jingyong's fury erupted instantly, and he swung his fist toward Zhou Jialei's face. However, Zhou Jialei merely smiled faintly and evaded the blow with a subtle sidestep, leaving Zhu Jingyong's punch to connect with nothing but air. Your fists are equally inadequate, Zhou Jialei stated. Enraged beyond reason, Zhu Jingyong retrieved the fallen long knife, launching a fierce strike at Zhou Jialei. This blow was ferocious. Imbued with a palpable sense of menace, it promised to cleave Zhou Jialei in two. Nevertheless, Zhou Jialei displayed no sign of trepidation, regarding the oncoming Zhu Jingyong with a serene smile. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Zhou Jialei, he felt a stirring within. The Dihai pearl surged to life, and suddenly, a golden shadow descended from the heavens, accurately pinning Zhu Zhengyong's knife to the ground. With a deafening screech, a sea eagle's talon descended, shredding Zhu Zhengyong's hand. Zhu Zhengyong looked on in shock as his knife was snatched away by the enormous sea eagle, terror filling his gaze. How could a man of his formidable reputation in the Seven Dragon Gang be so deftly outmaneuvered by a mere bird? Observing the frightened Zhu Zhengyong, Zhou Jiale remarked nonchalantly, "Your blade does not please my sea eagle." Zhu Zhengyong, trembling, finally comprehended that he had encountered an immovable obstacle. His lips quivered, desperate to utter words. Yet silence enveloped him. Zhou Jiale gazed at Zhu Zhengyong and softly said, "Did you not wish to teach me a lesson? Come then." Zhu Zhengyong's body trembled more violently. He dared not provoke further and could only beseech Zhou Jiale with a desperate gaze, hoping for mercy. "You wish to purchase my yellowfin tuna for merely 1 yuan?" Zhou Jiale's voice echoed like a specter, sending a shiver through Zhu Zhengyong. "You still desire the fish? What nonsense! I have become utterly defenseless." Zhou Jiale, with bare hands, could toy with him at will. A wise man avoids immediate losses. It was prudent to feign submission for the time being. "I don't want it. I don't want it." "What do you mean you don't want it? You have stated that the yellowfin tuna is accepted by your Seven Dragons gang. Everyone has heard you, right?" Zhou Jiale addressed the onlookers. Although the other fishmongers had witnessed Zhou Jiale dealing with the Seven Dragons gang in such a tense moment, who would dare to speak out? They all averted their gazes, not daring to meet Zhou Jiale's eyes. Instead, Zhou Shaoling nodded and declared loudly, "Indeed, brother. If that is the case, then you shall take this yellowfin tuna." Zhou Jiale's tone was leisurely, but his subsequent words made the members of the Seven Dragons gang gasp in shock. 20,000 yuan. 20,000? The words struck like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears. "Are you insane?" Zhu Zhengyong's face contorted in disbelief. This yellowfin tuna, even if sold at 150 yuan per jean in the city, would fetch at most over 10,000. Now Zhou Jiale demanded 20,000? Was this not extortion? "Am I mad, or are you mad?" Zhou Jiale raised an eyebrow and replied, "Fine. If you don't wish to buy it, then compensate me with 20,000 yuan and be on your way." "Compensate? What do you mean by that?" They were the ones who were beaten. Now they are expected to pay? It seemed that purchasing the yellowfin tuna was indeed the more economical choice. Choose one, buy it or pay. Zhou Jiale's tone remained nonchalant. "I will buy it." As Zhou Jiale approached him, Zhu Zhengyong dared not utter another word and hurriedly acquiesced. The members of the Seven Dragons gang managed to scrape together 19,653, 98 yuan, looking at the pile of small bills, clearly unable to produce more. Very well. A loss is a loss. Zhou Jiale accepted the money, smiled as he counted it, and then tucked it into the hidden compartment of his clothing. In this era, whether in summer or winter attire, there was always a concealed pocket for storing money. This compartment had been meticulously sewn by Song Qiulan, who believed that wealth should remain discreet, hidden from the eyes of others. Upon seeing Zhou Jiale accept the money, Zhu Zhengyong felt his lips nearly split from biting them in frustration as he anticipated further taunts. "Now that the money is received, may we depart?" Zhou Jiale glanced at Zhu Zhengyong and gently said, "You may leave." Zhu Zhengyong felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he hastily exited, never daring to look back. His subordinates hurriedly followed him, fleeing from the scene. However, after just a few paces, they remembered the yellowfin tuna they had left behind and cautiously returned to drag it away before finally escaping. Silence. An unparalleled silence enveloped the surroundings. The fishmonger stood with wide eyes, astonished. Zhou Jiale was indeed a shrewd businessman. That single yellowfin tuna had fetched an astounding 20,000 yuan. Who could remain unfazed by such a spectacle? The fishmongers, eager to purchase the tuna, sighed in unison, gazing longingly at the two siblings. Noticing the thick stack of cash protruding from Zhou Jiale's chest, Zhou Shaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother," she exclaimed, her voice nearly startling Zhou Jiale into disbelief. "What are you shouting for? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Zhou Jiale replied, bemused. "Are we now millionaires?" No, are we two millionaires?" Zhou Shaoling was on the verge of tears from joy, clutching her brother's hand tightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Jialei couldn't help but chuckle. What else could it be? I never expected people would come rushing to offer us money. Indeed, it's a stroke of fortune, Zhou Xiaoling chimed in, her heart swelling with happiness. Caw-caw. The sea eagle seemed to sense Zhou Xiaoling's praise and promptly let out a call. All right, let's tidy up the deck and, while the day is still young, head out to buy some supplies, Zhou Jialei suggested with a nod. He carefully stowed away the large bills and handed Zhou Xiaoling 100 yuan in small notes. For someone her age, this was an immense sum. She had never felt the sensation of holding a 100 yuan bill before. Zhou Xiaoling even pinched herself, convinced she must be dreaming. Zhou Jialei couldn't help but laugh at her delight. The two of them made their way to the village entrance, hailed 2 motorcycles, and headed into the city. The county town was a stark contrast to the fishing village. Though it was already 5 or 6 o'clock, the market was bustling with people. A sea of humanity accompanied by the din of vendors calling out. Upon arriving at the general merchandise market, they observed numerous individuals selecting various items. Although referred to as a general market, it was essentially a collection of goods wrapped in old bedding and laid out on the ground for sale. As they walked through the streets, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares resonated all around. Western watches. Western watches. Major clearance. Port for 7 mao. Big discount. Buying second-hand radios. The ground of the merchandise market was completely filled with these makeshift stalls. Absurdly, right next to the stall selling pork was one selling pesticides. Zhou Jialei couldn't help but grimace as he edged away. Can this stuff even be consumed? He purchased flour, rice, pork, and even some fruit he usually hesitated to buy. Before leaving, he remembered to buy a Western watch to wear on his wrist. Thus, when they set sail, they would be able to keep track of the time. The siblings meandered through the county town for a while, before stepping into a fabric shop, where they procured 5 meters of cloth, sampling various new materials. In this era, although ready-made garments were available, their prices were exorbitant. Song Qiulan had always preferred to select her own fabric and craft her own clothing. However, the fabrics of yesteryears were typically monochromatic and lacked vibrancy, yet they were made of pure cotton, which, despite its tendency to pill with prolonged wear, was comfortable. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoling indulged in a lavish purchase of imported candies, relishing a malt candy in one hand and a skewer of candied hawthorn in the other, consuming nearly half a bag while wandering through the county town. Only then did the siblings return home, laden with their assorted packages. Upon their arrival, they overheard Song Qiulan embroiled in a heated argument with Aunt Wang from next door. Chapter 13. Catching big fish in the reef area. What nonsense are you spouting? Our little Lei is just fine. How could he possibly get into a fight with anyone? Song Qiulan stood with her hands on her hips, wielding a broom, her eyes wide with fury. Oh dear, everyone has seen it. Your boy is something else. He dared to demand money from the 7 Dragon Gang. Aunt Wang's mouth twisted into a smirk as she stifled a laugh. Song Qiulan shot a glare at Aunt Wang. Go away. Stop talking nonsense. Mother. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling stood at the door, equally bewildered. Come, just in time. Our little Lei is back. You can ask him yourself. Seeing Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling return, Song Qiulan hurriedly pulled the siblings over and shot another glare at Aunt Wang. Upon seeing Zhou Jialei, Aunt Wang immediately donned a cheerful expression, as if her previous mockery had never occurred. Ah, little Lei, you truly are remarkable. I heard you made the 7 Dragon Gang pay up. This is truly a cause for celebration, Aunt Wang said with a beaming smile. Zhou Jialei merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. He was aware that Aunt Wang had a penchant for gossip. If she caught wind of today's events, the entire village would soon be in the know. Nonetheless, the truth would inevitably come to light, as many villagers had witnessed the incident at the dock. Indeed, those from the 7 Dragon Gang attempted to steal our fish, and my brother dealt with them quite fiercely, Zhou Xiaoling declared proudly. What? Song Qiulan's expression faltered upon hearing this. Just moments ago, she had boasted to Aunt Wang about her children's exemplary character. How could they possibly have gotten into a fight and demanded compensation? She never anticipated being so thoroughly contradicted. Mother, don't worry. Those people wanted to bully us and steal our fish. That is why my brother acted. Zhou Xiaoling didn't hesitate to embellish the story about the dock incident. The The summary was simple. My brother was in the right. Besides, Zhou Jiale only kicked a few times. It was the 7 dragon gang who were inept. 5 against 1, and they still couldn't prevail. Oh my, Sister Song, you are truly fortunate. If my son were that capable, we wouldn't fear the 7 dragon gang at all. Aunt Wang exclaimed, astonished. She had merely heard rumors, and hadn't expected them to bear any truth. According to Zhou Shaoling, it was the 7 dragon gang who had brought trouble upon themselves. No wonder they were at fault. What you say? Song Qilan intended to retort, but turned to see the siblings carrying large bags filled with various items, momentarily taken aback. Where did you two acquire all this? What on earth is in there? The siblings had purchased a considerable amount, all packed in nylon bags. Upon inspection, they found polished rice, refined flour, cooking oil, meat, and even fruits, everything imaginable. Not only was Song Qilan astonished, but even Aunt Wang's face was filled with envy. Oh dear, you truly have talent. You earned so much in a single day at the sea. However, Song Qilan felt an overwhelming pang of distress. This polished rice and refined flour were luxuries that only families in the city could afford to consume daily. The family still has rice, all of it grown by my maternal family, and with the addition of some corn husks, a large pot could be steamed. Now, that Zhou Jiale has brought back so much japonica rice and fine flour, I wonder how much it cost? Could it be that these 2 siblings have opened the chest where they locked away their money? And what about that pork belly? It's not a festive occasion. Why indulge in such fine meat? It's a waste. Even when she and Zhou Guangrong attended a wedding banquet today, they feasted on greasy scraps. Hardly anything as luxurious as this. You two are frivolously spending money. One cannot comprehend the value of household expenses without managing a household. Song Qilan couldn't help but scold them. Mom, don't worry. My brother and I made quite a bit of money today, Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, not forgetting to pull out the stack of $100 bills that Zhou Jiale had given her. Upon seeing that thick bundle of cash, Song Qilan's eyes widened in astonishment. Aunt Wang also expressed her amazement. Oh my, such a large sum. Truly impressive. Observing this, Song Qilan felt a twinge of pride. But she maintained a stern expression and said, All right, enough of this nonsense. Xiaolei, hurry and bring the items inside. Don't let Shaoling do all the work alone. Zhou Jiale nodded and began to carry the bags into the house. Once the children entered, Song Qilan turned to Aunt Wang and remarked, Ah, these children have grown up, insisting on going to the sea. They want to listen to a word I say, but when they earn money, they remember the family. This sentiment was purely boastful. The 100 yuan earned was equivalent to half a month of her salary. Aunt Wang's son was disappointing, spending his days relying on his parents, needing his mother to call him for meals. This made Aunt Wang momentarily speechless. Watching Zhou Jiale and Zhou Shaoling busily at work, Aunt Wang felt a pang of envy. After exchanging a few more words, she turned and left Song Qilan's home. Once Zhou Jiale and Zhou Shaoling had moved everything inside, Song Qilan began to meticulously inspect each item. She discovered that in addition to food and fabric, the siblings had also purchased various daily necessities, even small items like soap and watches. You two are truly something, buying so much that the house is nearly bursting at the seams, Song Qilan said with a frown. At that moment, Zhou Guangrong returned home and was taken aback by the sight of the piled-up items. As an honest fisherman, he was typically reserved but cared deeply for these 2 children. He had just been playing chess at the village entrance and had heard that his son had a confrontation with the Qilong gang and had caught some good stuff. He hurried to the dock, but upon finding no sign of the siblings, returned home instead. As the door closed, Zhou Jiale took out the thick stack of bills concealed within the lining of his clothing and placed it directly into Song Qilan's hands. The sheer volume of money left both Song Qilan and Zhou Guangrong momentarily stunned. Not only Zhou Shaoling, but even the older couple had never seen such a sum before. Several of the bills were 100 yuan notes. Their savings over the past decade barely amounted to a little over 1,000 yuan. Zhou Shaoling recounted the delightful encounter of 2 individuals with splendid goods, while also mentioning the assistance from the Sea Eagle, much to the amusement of the elderly couple, who were doubled over with laughter. However, apprehension crept into Song Qilan's heart. Mother, please keep this money safe. With so many of us in the family, Who would dare to covet our wealth? If necessary, you can deposit it in the savings book, Zhou Jialei cheerfully suggested. He then carried the meat to the kitchen. In the fishing village, where shrimp, crabs, and fish were a daily staple, the palate had grown weary, and the prospect of indulging in pork was a welcome change. Notably, braised pork was the favorite dish of the siblings. They vividly recalled the occasion of the village chief's son's wedding, where a mere plate of braised pork was served, 10 pieces in total, just enough for each guest to have one, neither more nor less, ensuring no one could indulge excessively. At that time, Song Qiulan and Zhou Guangrong had abstained entirely, leaving the entire serving for the siblings. And the flavor of that braised pork had lingered in Zhou Jialei's memory for years. Now, a generous piece of pork belly promised to satiate the entire family. As she prepared the meal, Song Qiulan stepped outside with a large bag, urging Zhou Guangrong to accompany her, insisting they promptly deposit the money. With such a substantial sum at home, she could not shake off her unease. Zhou Jialei did not object, recognizing that 20,000 yuan was indeed a considerable fortune in those times. Once the meal was ready, the elderly couple returned from the bank, clutching the savings book. Besides the braised pork, Zhou Jialei had also sliced a watermelon and scrambled eggs with Chinese tuna, which made Song Qiulan's heart ache at the thought of the expense. When it came time to eat, the couple focused solely on their rice, neglecting both meat and vegetables. Father, mother, there is so much meat. If you don't eat it, it will spoil by tomorrow in this weather, Zhou Jialei exclaimed, bemused. Who told you to cook so much? You, young man, earned a little money and forgot to save for a wife, instead indulging in extravagance, Song Qiulan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Jialei. Zhou Shaoling, stifling a giggle, chimed in, Mother, with the money brother earns now, he could marry several sisters-in-law. In this era, the bride price was typically around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and 5,000 was reserved for affluent families. Zhou Jialei had, in fact, earned his bride price that day. What nonsense for someone so young. He nearly choked. Zhou Shaoling chuckled and resumed her meal. Realizing he could not sway his parents, Zhou Jialei sighed and left the table after satisfying his hunger. Once the siblings had eaten their fill, the elderly couple finally took a few bites of the vegetables. Having been impoverished for so long, the frugal habits of Song Qiulan and Zhou Guangrong were hard to break, leading Zhou Jialei to conclude that he must earn even more to shift their mindset. Little did they know, after a lifetime of hardship, they were now, in their 40s, poised to enjoy the blessings of their children and grandchildren. There were but a few households in the village with fortunes in the tens of thousands. Presently, the Zhang family, too, could finally hold their heads high. As the night deepened, Zhou Jialei was preparing to retire for the evening when he noticed Zhou Shaoling stealthily peeking her head through the doorway, softly calling out, Brother, brother, are you asleep? Not yet, what is it? He replied, Are we still going tomorrow? Zhou Shaoling, having savored the thrill of beachcombing, could not contain her curiosity. Of course, 20,000 yuan is just the beginning. With the Dinghai Pearl at our disposal, we must seize the opportunity to earn a substantial income. Merely being a 10,000 yuan household is insufficient. In this era, it is a time when opportunities abound. To capitalize on them, one must possess capital. Even a casual business venture can lead to becoming a boss. With Zhou Jialei's affirmative response, the little girl felt satisfied and went off to sleep. The following day, Zhou Jialei indulged in a rare lie-in, and upon awakening, glanced at his watch. It was already 9:30. The tide had receded nearly 2 hours ago. If they did not hurry, the beach would soon be stripped clean by a throng of eager foragers. Upon reaching the beach, the siblings gazed out, astonished at the sheer number of people combing the shore, far more than on previous occasions. Perhaps it was due to his brief moment of glory at the dock yesterday that many sought to try their luck on the beach as well. The entire shore was dotted with holes dug by shovels, and upon a cursory glance, it was evident that little of value remained. Furrowing her brows, Zhou Shaoling anxiously remarked, Brother, have we arrived too late? They had traversed a considerable stretch of the beach, and aside from a few small sand crabs, there was not even an empty shell to be found. Zhou Jialei, however, remained unperturbed. Beachcombing required not only luck but also patience and experience. With the Dinghai Pearl within him, he had no fear of finding treasures. Yet, The beach was overcrowded, akin to a cake shared among many. Whatever good fortune existed would be spread thin. Additionally, the sun had risen, and the treasures washed ashore were now too sun-bleached to be edible. Even the seaweed had turned a bright green, leaving little to collect. Standing on the shore, Zhou Jiale surveyed his surroundings. While he could still sense the presence of various marine goods, most were the unwanted sand crabs and sandworms. After scanning the area, his gaze finally settled upon the rocky outcrop. Chapter 14. The enormous eel. The rocky area is abundant with seafood, yet lamentably, it is now teeming with people, a testament to the overwhelming allure that yesterday's bounty had on the crowd at the docks. Despite the inherent dangers, individuals are eager to gather marine delicacies. Thus, we must venture toward the mangroves in hopes of better fortune. The topography of the mangroves is intricate, and significantly fewer people are present there. Although some thrill seekers are attempting to forage for seafood in that locale, the numbers are markedly diminished in comparison. The further we approach the mangroves, the fewer individuals we encounter. The once boisterous atmosphere gradually subsides into tranquility. Zhou Shaoling dashes ahead, probing the muddy ground with a wire as she runs. In the shallow waters of the mangroves, the sea barely reaches the calves. The ground is cloaked in black mud, and the water appears murky, ideal conditions for catching blue crabs. By cautiously probing with the wire, if a blue crab is encountered, it will latch onto the wire with its formidable pincers, making it a simple task to lift it up. As they traverse the area, rather than discovering blue crabs, they stumble upon several hidden rocks nestled within the mangroves. The mangroves also have rocky areas. Zhou Shaoling cannot help but exclaim, hastening toward the site. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks surrounds them, with water splashing gently, creating an atmosphere of serene solitude. Zhou Jiale follows closely behind his sister, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings. The marine life concealed within the mangroves is often more abundant than that found on the beaches, and the complex terrain discourages many from delving deeper. He muses quietly to himself that, with a stroke of luck, they might uncover some precious sea cucumbers or abalones. With utmost caution, the siblings navigate through the mangroves. Zhou Shaoling intermittently probes the mud with her wire, while Zhou Jiale diligently surveys the environment. Suddenly, Zhou Shaoling exclaims with excitement, "Brother, there is something here." Zhou Jiale strides over swiftly, only to see a plump blue crab dangling from the wire in his sister's hand. The crab glistens with a greenish hue under the sun, appearing particularly enticing. Zhou Jiale takes the wire, firmly securing the crab's rear, successfully capturing it. "Well done," Zhou Jiale praises, patting his sister's shoulder. "Today, our luck is quite favorable. We've already caught such a sizable blue crab." Elated by her brother's compliment, Zhou Shaoling feels an immense sense of pride. She continues to jog ahead, probing the mud at each stop, anxious not to overlook any hidden blue crabs beneath the surface. "Brother, hurry, hurry. I discovered something unusual," Zhou Shaoling calls out, her excitement palpable. Even from a distance, the exuberance in her voice conveys just how thrilled she is. Zhou Jiale hastens his steps, eager to reach her. As he approaches, he senses a stirring within him, akin to a pearl of wisdom awakening. His eyes gleam as they settle upon a crevice among the rocks. The water here is relatively clear, and he immediately spots a whisker drifting within the gap. The beard, though not exceedingly long, was strikingly interspersed with distinct dark red and white patches. As Zhou Jiale approached, the beard retracted in an instant. Were it not for the rippling surface of the water, he might have thought he had imagined it. A little sea dragon. It was undoubtedly a little sea dragon. In this era, discovering such a creature by the seaside was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Zhou Shaoling, brimming with excitement, rushed over with a pair of tongs. Noticing that the little sea dragon had retreated, she pouted in frustration, exclaiming, "Brother, this fellow is far too cunning. How could it be so perceptive?" She probed the crevices of the rocks with the tongs, but the little sea dragon seemed resolute in its hiding, refusing to emerge. Seeing Zhou Shaoling's disappointed expression, Zhou Jiale couldn't help but chuckle. He summoned the power of the calming pearl within him, drawing nearby marine creatures towards them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Soon enough, as Zhou Xiaoling continued to poke into the crevice, she struck something hard. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the tongs, tentatively grasping the creature and pulling it out. She had caught it. Indeed, she had. Brother. As she beheld the plump little sea dragon in the tongs, her excitement soared. Meanwhile, Zhou Jialei glanced around and was astonished to see, thanks to the calming pearl, 4 or 5 little sea dragons shimmering as they emerged from the crevices. It was as if he had stumbled upon the entire family of sea dragons. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou Jialei hastily rolled up his pant legs. With one hand gripping a whisker and the other pinching its rear, he lifted the little sea dragon up. 1, 2, 3. Miraculously, they had discovered 7 or 8 little sea dragons hiding around the rocks. These creatures varied in size, the smallest weighing at least 4 ounces. What splendid fortune! As the tide gradually rose, each wave crashing against the rocks was slightly larger than before, the soothing sound of the surf filling the air. Such water conditions were most conducive to catching splendid prizes. The mangroves along this shore had a convoluted terrain, making it difficult for marine treasures washed ashore to return to the depths, thus making them more prone to biting the hook. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling selected a fishing spot and began to prepare bait, eager to fish in this promising location. With the calming pearl in play, it was merely a matter of activating its powers. However, baiting was a ritual they had performed since childhood. Casting small fish from a wooden barrel into the fishing area would entice larger catches. Once settled on the rocks, the siblings arranged their fishing rods, attaching a small shrimp to the hooks, and aimed for the waterhole ahead, casting their lines out. With a splash, the fishing rods arched gracefully, settling steadily into the sea. Ripples cascaded across the surface as the shrimp, upon contact with the water, began to thrash violently, tugging the fishing line in a rhythmic dance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Jialei activated the Ding Heizu. He could distinctly sense the fish that had been resting among the coral reefs and crevices begin to stir due to its influence. Before he could take a closer look, he suddenly felt the fishing line tighten in his grasp. Brother, we've caught one, Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she noticed the fishing rod bent like a taut bow. Zhou Jialei nodded and gently tugged on a line. As he felt the pulling force, which was not overly strong, he began to reel in the catch. It was a small fish, weighing approximately 2 pounds. He firmly held the line, engaging in a battle with the hooked fish. As he felt the resistance increase, he gradually loosened the line. The reel began to spin rapidly as the line unwound, producing a faint buzzing sound in the sea breeze. Zhou Xiaoling, meanwhile, was busy organizing her fishing rod, glancing at the water to see if any fish were biting. Zhou Jialei remained unhurried, skillfully tugging back and forth with the fish. Each pull was perfectly timed, allowing the fish just enough respite without causing it to break free from the tension. Soon, Zhou Jialei sensed the fish's resistance noticeably weaken. He swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to reel in. The reel was spinning with a swift whir as the fish drew closer, creating ripples upon the water surface. When he finally caught sight of the hooked fish, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but chuckle. What was supposed to be 2 pounds? It barely weighed a single pound. It turned out to be a small stone base, weighing around 8 or 9 ounces. It was quite a feat for such a diminutive fish to have taken such a large hook. Zhou Jialei carefully removed the hook and placed the fish into a wooden bucket. Although small, the market value of the stone base was decent, given their slow growth. Encountering one of this size was indeed fortunate. Since this little shrimp could still be used as bait, Zhou Jialei did not change it, but instead cast his line back into the water with a flourish. Splash! The hook once again plunged into the sea. Thanks to the Ding Heizu, it seemed that as soon as he cast the rod, fish were already biting. Unfortunately, the surrounding shoals comprised mostly small fish weighing around 7 or 8 ounces. Only one larger catch, a sea bass weighing about 10 pounds, had made its presence known. Zhou Jialei sighed, contemplating whether to continue fishing. Initially intending to leave, he found himself reluctant to do so upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoling's delight in catching the stone base. Standing on a rocky outcrop, he surveyed the surroundings. The tide had fully receded, revealing the mudflats that had previously been submerged, where he could spot several fish that had been washed ashore. Most of them were devil rays, thrashing about in the mud flats. Just watching these lively devil rays made Zhou Jiale's heart tingle with excitement. Shaoling, while you amuse yourself here, I shall venture elsewhere. He addressed Zhou Shaoling. It was not merely to bid her farewell. Rather, he was concerned about her wandering off. The mangrove terrain is inherently chaotic, and losing her would indeed pose a dilemma. Please, do not stray too far. Remain here and wait for me. After several admonitions, Zhou Jiale proceeded towards the tidal flats. As he approached the tidal area, the peculiar movements of the Dinghaezu became increasingly pronounced. The tide had just receded, leaving the ground saturated with silt, each step threatening to engulf his shoes. Soon, he arrived at the location of the stingrays. Their coloration bore a striking resemblance to the muddy surroundings. Without the guidance of the Dinghaezu, Zhou Jiale would have likely stepped upon several stingrays, a most unfortunate mishap. These creatures lay concealed beneath the sand, with only their slender tails protruding. During this era, the price of stingrays was relatively favorable, approximately 7 yuan per pound, and those washed ashore by the sea typically weighed over 3 pounds. Capturing stingrays proved to be significantly simpler than catching sea bass, which required a net. One merely needed to seize the tail by its base to lift the stingray effortlessly. It was akin to disturbing a nest of stingrays, as their numbers here were astonishingly plentiful. After a short distance, he spotted another stingray nearby. Ultimately, Zhou Jiale, not wishing to burden himself with the smaller specimens, decided to leave them behind. Remaining on the tidal flats, these smaller creatures would likely end up sun-dried like fish jerky. Such diminutive catches were better off returned to the sea to grow. Sustainable harvesting is essential. After all, those who gather from the sea also adhere to certain taboos, refraining from capturing female crabs with eggs and small fish, ensuring an abundance of larger catches in the years to come. After diligently foraging for half a day, Zhou Jiale's keen eye caught sight of a black and white creature nestled within the crevices of the rocks. Could it be a sea snake? Alarmed by the thought, he instinctively took a couple steps back. This was no trivial matter. A significant portion of sea snakes are venomous, and a bite would be perilous, even for the most skilled of healers. Yet, he soon recognized the creature before him. Chapter 15. Night fishing for eels. Once again, an eel. This creature bears an uncanny resemblance to a sea snake, nearly sending him into a panic. He quickly extended his hand, seizing the eel by its midsection while it was momentarily distracted. The eel thrashed restlessly in his grasp. Although it was somewhat small, it was still a decent catch. After tossing the sea eel into a wooden bucket, Zhou Jiale continued his trek forward. The seawater gradually rose to his calves, the ground beneath his feet yielding soft mud that left indents with every step taken. In such waters, the most easily found creature was the green crab. Even though it was broad daylight, he could distinctly sense the presence of numerous green crabs in the vicinity. The few he had previously caught at sea had all been sold, and now he found himself yearning for the taste of drunken crab prepared by Song Chilon. However, he knew better than to indulge excessively. A couple of years prior, Zhou Guangrong had stumbled upon a crab den and feasted on large green crabs for 3 consecutive days, relishing them from drunken crab to steamed and stir-fried varieties, only to suffer the consequences of gout, confined to his bed for over half a month. Since that incident, he had refrained from overindulgence. Following that episode, green crabs had not graced their household again. Even if they were found, Zhou Guangrong would sell them at the dock. As he reflected, it had been 2 or 3 years since he had tasted them. This time, Zhou Jiale had come prepared, retrieving some rusty iron wire from home, bending the ends into a hook shape, and began to search in the muddy shallows before him. He specifically targeted the areas where the mud was thick and the seawater murky. As he thrust the iron wire into the water, it made contact with something solid. The intelligent green crab clamped onto the wire, and sensing the tug, Zhou Jiale swiftly pulled it upward. Lo and behold, another large green crab. Its swollen abdomen was a promising yellow, sure to fetch a good price. After rinsing the crab in seawater, he took out a piece of rope and securely tied its claws to its head, preventing them from falling loose, before placing it into the crab basket slung over his back. Although the basket was small, accommodating only about 10 crabs, it was sufficient for a family meal. As he continued forward, he managed to catch 7 or 8 sizable green crabs, along with a large bread crab and a horse-faced crab, yielding a gratifying harvest. His black rubber shoes were now caked in mud. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Jialei realized he had wandered quite far and decided to return to find Zhou Xiaoling. As he retraced his steps, he soon spotted Zhou Xiaoling, who was bustling towards him with a wooden bucket in hand, her excitement palpable. Brother, look, I caught a peculiar fish," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her forehead glistening with sweat, yet her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Zhou Jialei leaned over to glance in her bucket and indeed discovered a yellow fish. Its body was adorned with brown stripes, radiating a vibrant yellow hue, resembling that of a grouper. Zhou Xiaoling had never encountered such a fish before. Her excitement was palpable upon the catch. In her experience, the more peculiar the fish appeared, the higher its market value. Without hesitation, she swiftly reeled in her line and rushed over to boast to Zhou Jialei. Upon recognizing the fish before him, Zhou Jialei was equally exhilarated. "Well done, Xiaoling. You've caught a clouded grouper. This prized fish, while not as valuable as the Eastern Star grouper, could fetch a price of 45 yuan per kilogram, and this particular specimen weighed over 3 kilograms. The girl had truly made a remarkable catch on her own. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoling puffed up with pride, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother, you have no idea. I played with it for quite a while. As soon as I saw how strange it was, I rushed to find you. I just knew it must be worth a fortune." The young girl, still in her youth, was nearly over the moon with such praise. Upon inspecting her bucket, Zhou Jialei was taken aback, aside from a few small stonefish and yellow-footed grouper. The rest were an assortment of groupers of various sizes. Of course, the most valuable among them was indeed the clouded grouper. "You really have done well. Why not fish a little longer? You've already caught so much." Zhou Jialei chuckled as he noticed Xiaoling's buoyant demeanor. "Oh, don't ask." At this, Zhou Xiaoling's face flushed bright red. Upon examining the fishing hooks she had prepared, Zhou Jialei could only laugh and cry at the same time. 13 hooks, all straightened. This girl was not fishing. She was clearly devouring the hooks. Fortunately, the hooks were relatively inexpensive, and in these times, one could bend straightened hooks back into shape with a stone. Otherwise, Zhou Jialei would have been utterly amused to death by her antics. One of the hooks even bore marks from being struck by a stone. It seemed she had spent quite some time trying to bend it herself. "Let us move further in," Zhou Jialei suggested, taking the bucket from her. He sensed with his divine sea pearl that the blue crabs in this area had already entered their traps, leaving behind mostly small fish, which are not worth the effort to catch. As the tide continued to recede, the water that once reached their calves now barely touched their shoes, revealing the sandy bottom. The marine life beneath the water was clearly visible, and occasionally they spotted small sea bass darting about, quickly burrowing into sandy holes when startled. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling continued along the tidal flat, the sea breeze gently caressing them, carrying the briny scent of the ocean. Zhou Jialei occasionally probed the mud with a wire, while Zhou Xiaoling eagerly trailed behind, picking up small shells and sea snails. "Brother, look at this beautiful sea snail," she exclaimed, holding up a vividly colored shell with excitement. Zhou Jialei turned his head and smiled, nodding slightly. "Indeed, this conch is quite nice. I can take it home to make soup for Mom." The two continued onward when Zhou Jialei suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a patch of seaweed not far away. Sensing movement in that direction, he approached cautiously. "Xiaoling, wait here and don't move," Zhou Jialei instructed softly. Zhou Xiaoling nodded, watching her brother with curiosity as he carefully approached the seaweed. Suddenly, Zhou Jialei reached out and snagged a shimmering silver fish from the foliage. "Wow, it's a silver fish," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed in delight. The fish glimmered in the sunlight, resembling a silver ribbon. Zhou Jialei chuckled with satisfaction as he placed the silver fish into a wooden bucket. Though modest in size, the fish boasted exquisite flesh and commanded a high price. "You're amazing, bro." Zhou Xiaoling gazed at her brother with admiration. Zhou Jialei affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. "Let us move on and see what else we can find." As they continued their journey, Zhou Jialei occasionally probed with a piece of wire, while Zhou Xiaoling busily collected various seafood along the shore. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the end of the tidal flat, where a rocky area lay ahead. However, the mud beside the rocky zone was exceedingly moist. Zhou Jiale tentatively stepped in, only to find the mud nearly collapsing to his calves. At that moment, he felt a sudden stir within his core, and his eyes brightened as he surveyed the surroundings. To his astonishment, he spotted numerous thumb-sized holes in the mud. These were not crab holes. He prodded one with a piece of seaweed. Indeed, as the seaweed was thrust inside, he could distinctly sense a fierce tugging force. It must be a large eel. These holes were densely scattered, clearly visible in the mud. Eels are plentiful in the mangroves and often emerge from their burrows to bask beneath the rocks. If one is fortunate enough, lifting a stone may reveal them. However, most eels remain hidden in their burrows during the day and require fishing hooks to lure them out. Xiaoling, do you still have the shrimp you used for fishing earlier? Zhou Jiale inquired, feeling a surge of excitement at the sight of the holes. Zhou Xiaoling immediately rummaged through her pocket and produced a plastic bag filled with the shrimp. She gleefully shook the bag and grinned. Bro, I was well prepared. Observing the bag brimming with shrimp, Zhou Jiale couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was not prepared at all. Her fishing hooks had simply run out, leaving her with the shrimp that were now of no use. Nevertheless, they would indeed come in handy now. He retrieved his fishing hook, cutting a length of line from it. To make it easier to handle, he found a stick nearby and wrapped one end of the line around it, allowing him to grasp the stick without injuring his hand. Selecting a hole with a larger opening, he baited the hook with shrimp and carefully inserted it into the burrow. He held his breath, patiently awaiting the outcome. As seconds ticked by, Zhou Xiaoling anxiously focused on her brother's movements, fearful of missing any detail. The oil eel, seemingly stimulated by the aquatic plants, appeared to retreat into the mouth of its den, indifferent to the shrimp's struggles on the hook, showing no inclination to bite. Zhou Jiale activated the magic pearl, hoping to entice the large oil eel. Indeed, at the moment the pearl was summoned, the eel seemed to awaken abruptly, upon sensing the shrimp's frantic movements at the entrance. The oil eel lunged upward, firmly seizing the hook. Zhou Jiale's hand trembled slightly. The previously slack fishing line snapped taut in an instant, and he could distinctly feel a significant pulling force from the other end. These marine creatures truly cannot resist the allure of the magic pearl. Glancing towards the entrance of the den, he locked eyes with the creature. It was remarkably large, its enormous head resembling an egg, appearing as thick as his wrist. The eel's strength within the muddy confines was astonishing. Once it clamped down on the hook, an intense pain surged through him, and it began to thrash violently at the entrance. Even the seawater erupted with bubbles. Zhou Xiaoling could clearly see the veins bulging on Zhou Jiale's arms, yet despite this, the eel's force relentlessly dragged the line toward the den. Zhou Jiale decided to loosen his grip. In an instant, the eel yanked the line into the den. However, the other end of the line was secured to a wooden stick, which, when pulled to the entrance, blocked the way, spinning in place regardless of the eel's exertions. Zhou Jiale remained calm, waiting for the stick to settle down a bit before seizing it with determination. He began to exert his strength, gradually pulling the eel toward the surface. Chapter 16. The sea pearl attracts the giant fish. The eel, already devoid of strength, was effortlessly drawn up. Once its head emerged from the hole, it seemed to sense danger and attempted to struggle free. Quick-witted, Zhou Xiaoling swiftly clamped the eel's head with a pair of tongs. Once restrained, the creature became as motionless as a dead fish. With a vigorous tug, he successfully extracted a gleaming, hefty eel from the depths. Wow, brother, you are amazing, Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her excitement evident as she leapt up, her eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Jiale, smiling, placed the large eel into a wooden barrel. This specimen measured over 1/2 meter in length, a commendable catch indeed. He continued employing the same method, and before long, the barrel was brimming with several sizable eels. Having thoroughly exploited the mangrove area, Zhou Jiale, laden with their bountiful harvest, set sail with Zhou Xiaoling. The fishing boat glided across the sea. Perhaps due to the freshly filled diesel tank, The vessel seemed to be moving considerably faster than the previous day. A sea eagle swooped down at that moment, perching at the bow of the boat, resembling a statue, utterly still. As Zhou Xiaoling fed the small fish they had caught to the eagle, she inquired, "Brother, where are we headed today? Any guidance from the god of wealth?" With that, she cheerfully patted the eagle's head. The eagle, engrossed in its meal, paid no heed to the girl's words. "We'll first set a few traps, then explore the surrounding waters." Zhou Jialei decided against revisiting the island they had explored the day before, as the biological resources there had been nearly depleted by their efforts. They needed to venture farther afield. The traps would be placed on the surface of the sea. In this era, the floating buoys for the traps were crafted by Zhou Guangrong himself, utilizing plastic oil barrels tied to the top of the hemp rope. Once submerged, the barrels would float on the surface, ready to be collected upon their return. Setting traps on the sea surface would yield a greater catch. As the fishing boat continued its journey, the sea pearl began to stir. Zhou Jialei immediately slowed the vessel, scanning the surroundings. The weather was fine, and the visibility in this area of the sea was quite good, with a depth of approximately 10 meters. He could see numerous schools of fish darting about in the midwater. While their rapid movement obscured their species, their sheer numbers were promising. "This is the spot." Zhou Jialei quickly identified the area and began to prepare the traps for deployment. The bait for the traps was the oil residue produced from the family's oil refining process. In the past, such a substance would have been eagerly consumed at home. But even Zhou Xiaoling had become spoiled by braised pork, leaving the oil residue untouched. Without refrigerators in those times, food could easily spoil in the humid summer sea breezes. Zhou Jialei originally intended to use the bait for a feast on the road, but upon surveying his surroundings, he realized it served perfectly as an enticement. Skillfully, he picked up a tattered fishing net and wrapped the greasy scraps within it, ensuring that before the nets sank to the seabed, the enticing morsels wouldn't be swept away by the currents. "Brother, do fish eat greasy scraps too?" Zhou Xiaoling, who was feeding the fish nearby, watched in awe as Zhou Jialei expertly divided the scraps into 5 portions, each neatly encased in the frayed net, and tossed them into the trap. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of life is this? The fish eats so well. Not to mention, that lard costs 70 cents per pound. This large bag of fried scraps must be worth at least 7 or 8 yuan. Are all these being fed to the sea fish? Isn't that a bit extravagant? To earn substantial profits, one must not be overly concerned with trifling expenses. "You should broaden your perspective, dear sister," Zhou Jialei replied with a calm demeanor, a smile playing on his lips. If he had not neglected to purchase pig liver from the market, he would have preferred to use it, as the stronger the scent, the more suitable it was as bait. After stuffing the greasy remnants inside, he inspected the integrity of the trap. Although these traps were quite old, fortunately, the single-door mechanism remained intact. Once the fishing boat was steadied, Zhou Jialei selected a sandy bottom and began to lower the trap. Gripping the rope firmly with his hand, he and Zhou Xiaoling together lowered the trap into the water. One must not rush when placing the trap, nor should the rope be released too abruptly. If the trap were to plunge carelessly, the bait would scatter and, as the tides flowed, the scraps would drift across the seabed, deterring any fish or crabs from entering the trap. Soon, the first trap was submerged, and the distinctive oil bottle buoy, emblematic of the Zhou family's fishing style, floated serenely on the surface. 5 traps were set in total before they ceased their efforts. "Brother, do you think someone might steal the trap?" As Zhou Jialei prepared to navigate the fishing boat away, Zhou Xiaoling expressed her concern. The trap was quite visible, and should a passing vessel happen upon it, what would become of their effort? Zhou Jialei glanced around. The area was relatively secluded, making it unlikely for anyone to venture here. Yet, one could never be certain at sea. Without a buoy, others would remain oblivious to the trap's presence, but the buoy was too conspicuous, easily spotted from afar. Contemplating this, a thought crossed Zhou Jialei's mind. He activated the Dinghai Pearl. To his surprise, he could distinctly sense the presence of a humpback whale nearby. The whale, sensing the aura of the Dinghai Pearl, began swimming in their direction. "Haha, brother, you're brilliant. With a humpback whale guarding the spot, it would surely scare off any potential thieves," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her understanding of Zhou Jiale's intentions apparent as she beamed with delight. After ensuring everything was in order, Zhou Jiale then steered the fishing boat toward another area of the sea. To be honest, he was entirely unfamiliar with this stretch of water. In this modern age, fishing vessels lack satellite systems and navigation aids. The more skilled beachcombers rely solely on compasses, and those who are less fortunate may find themselves lost at sea. After satisfying its hunger, the sea eagle begins to circle above the water. This creature flies faster than the fishing boat, and after a brief excursion, it returns, incessantly calling out to the Zhou siblings. Upon hearing the eagle's cry, Zhou Jiale's eyes sparkle with excitement. It must be said that the sea eagle possesses a remarkable talent for locating islands. Merely 10 minutes away by sea lies an island. While the oceanic life there remains a mystery, the eagle's exuberance suggests it must be bountiful. He follows the eagle's direction and advances forward. Before reaching the island, he becomes captivated by the vibrant aquatic life surrounding him. As he enters this marine area, the pearl within him begins to stir. "Brother, look over there. There are so many fish." Before Zhou Jiale could respond, his sister Zhou Shaoling exclaims, her eyes sparkling with delight as she leans over the boat. Following her gaze, Zhou Jiale sees the shimmering surface of the water, with schools of fish glinting like silver under the sun. His heart leaps with joy, realizing that the pearl's movement is not without reason. Shaoling, hold on, we must first assess the situation in the water. Zhou Jiale steadies himself, aware that safety is paramount when fishing at sea. He instructs Zhou Shaoling to stay on the boat, while he takes a long rod and gently probes the water, attempting to gauge the underwater conditions. The rod quivers slightly in the seawater, seemingly conveying some form of information. "Brother, do you sense anything?" Zhou Shaoling inquires curiously. Zhou Jiale smiles faintly and responds, "It appears that the fish here are even more abundant and diverse than we anticipated. Indeed, this location the eagle has led us to is a treasure trove." He retracts the rod and begins preparing their fishing tools. Zhou Jiale knows that to reap rewards in these waters, they must employ their family's ancestral fishing techniques. "Shaoling, go fetch that large net. Today we shall try our hand at the ancestral surrounding method," Zhou Jiale instructs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shaoling's eyes light up. She knows that the surrounding method is an exquisite fishing skill passed down through generations, to be used only when encountering large schools of fish. She quickly retrieves the enormous fishing net from the cabin and, following Zhou Jiale's guidance, they begin to set it up on the water surface. As a novice in fishing, Zhou Shaoling cannot be entrusted with the delicate task of laying the net. One person must stand at the stern of the boat, responsible for lowering the net. The stern features two large, curved net boards, which are crucial components of the drag net. The entirety of the drag net consists of a net pouch, floats, pulling ropes, and net boards. Once the drag net is deployed into the sea, the net boards will spread it open on the seafloor, preventing the net ropes from tangling. After observing the flow of the sea, Zhou Jiale instructed Zhou Shaoling to stand back a little before casting the net's pouch into the water. As the pouch sank, the currents began to pull the fishing net deeper into the ocean, resembling strands of noodles cascading gracefully into the depths. Once the buoy was tossed into the water, Zhou Jiale swiftly secured the rope to the net board at the stern of the boat. This particular step is where novice fishermen often falter. A moment's inattention could result in the entire net being submerged while the rope remains unfastened, causing the net to drift aimlessly with the tide, yielding no catch and resulting in the loss of the net itself. Conversely, if the rope is secured too early, the net set at the boat's rear may become entangled, leading to ineffective results. As he lowered the net, Zhou Jiale took the opportunity to explain the process to Zhou Shaoling. Although she was merely in her early teens, children from fishing villages are accustomed to living off the sea. Thus, it was essential for her to acquire the necessary skills, regardless of her gender. The fishing net unfurled slowly in the water, transforming into a vast web that encircled the schools of fish. The next task was to drag the net while navigating the boat. The vessel needed to maintain a steady course, dragging the net through the water for an hour or two. Typically, fishing boats that deploy a large net may take nearly an entire night to haul it back in. However, with the aid of the Dinghai Pearl, Zhou Jiale faced far less trouble. He fixed the fishing boat in one direction, then stood on the deck, activating the Dinghai pearl to attract the surrounding fish. At the moment the pearl was stimulated, Zhou Jialei could distinctly sense the nearby waters bubbling with activity as the fish began to stir. Zhou Xiaoling, peering over the edge of the deck, soon witnessed schools of fish erupting to the surface, transforming the once tranquil sea into a bustling spectacle filled with fish. It seemed as if the schools had suddenly materialized, drawn irresistibly towards the fishing boat by the aura of the Dinghai pearl. Chapter 17. The Black Giant Fish. In an instant, the fishing boat was surrounded by a mass of darkness. The dense school of fish left Zhou Xiaoling utterly astounded. Brother, my heavens, why are there so many fish here? The previously tranquil waters were now in a fervor, overtaken by the fish. This area was already teeming with marine life, but upon sensing the presence of the Dinghizu, the fish went wild, darting toward the boat. My goodness! Zhou Xiaoling felt a thrill run down her spine. Standing on the deck, a mere lean forward revealed a breathtaking spectacle. The once calm sea was now rippling under the weight of the multitude of fish, the azure waters tinged with a faint yellow hue. Upon noticing this subtle coloration, Zhou Jialei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that yellow croaker? The price of yellow croaker was relatively reasonable, with small ones fetching around 4 yuan per jean, but the larger varieties were quite different. Any weighing over 3 jean could be classified as big yellow croaker. In terms of taste, there was a distinct difference. The small yellow croaker had firm, tender flesh, but was riddled with bones, while the big yellow croaker was smooth and succulent, with far fewer spines. Restaurants favored the latter. Currently, at the dock, big yellow croaker could sell for 8 yuan per jean. Surrounding the fishing vessel were predominantly 5 to 6 jean big yellow croakers. Brother, we are definitely going to have an incredible catch. This is amazing. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened in astonishment, her excitement rendering her speechless. She could hardly fathom that with the guidance of the sea eagle, they would encounter such a bounty of big yellow croakers. It appeared that a single net cast could yield at least 5 to 600 jean, which could translate to a windfall of 4 to 5,000 yuan. Even Zhou Jialei's expression shifted in disbelief. He never anticipated such a plethora of yellow croakers nearby. However, it was unfortunate that their fishing boat lacked a net lifting machine. Larger vessels, capable of hauling hundreds or even thousands of jean, were equipped with such machinery, but their humble little boat, older than Zhou Xiaoling herself, was devoid of any such equipment. Although the Dinghizu had enhanced its strength, lifting so many fish would still be a considerable undertaking. Initially, Zhou Jialei intended to keep fishing for a while longer. Yet, as he observed the yellow croakers frantically congregating toward the net, diving into it with abandon, the lines on the net began to tighten. Looking down, he saw the boat engulfed by the yellow croakers. Xiaoling prepared to haul the net. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jialei hastily steadied the boat and rushed to the net's position. Zhou Xiaoling nodded in agreement. The siblings grasped the net lines tightly, and, as they pulled, they felt the net tremble, as if numerous fish were wriggling within. Each movement sent vibrations through their hands. So many, so many. The fish were a dark, overwhelming mass. Xiaoling, on the count of 1, 2, let's exert our strength together. Zhou Jialei felt the weight of the fishing net and could not help but smile. Calling out to Zhou Xiaoling, she nodded in agreement. The two of them grasped the rope tightly and began to chant their slogan. 1, 2, pull. The net buzzed, rubbing against the hull of the boat, producing a resonant hum. As the siblings chanted, the fishing net was gradually lifted, resembling a grand curtain slowly rising to unveil the treasures of the sea before their eyes. While pulling the net, Zhou Jialei reminded Zhou Xiaoling to be cautious, for the winds and waves of the sea were unpredictable, and a moment's negligence could lead to disaster. The weight of the net surpassed his expectations. As it gradually emerged from the water, Zhou Xiaoling's eyes were fixated on the dense mass of yellow croakers. These fish shimmered with a golden hue under the sun, and Zhou Jialei felt his arms aching incessantly. At long last, just as they were on the verge of exhaustion, the net was completely hoisted onto the boat. Accompanying this was a wave of unpleasant salty odor. Yet, Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling appeared exceedingly exhilarated. "Brother, this net is enormous." Despite being breathless from fatigue, Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with delight. This catch was extraordinary. Aside from the seaweed entangled around the net, it was filled entirely with golden yellow croakers. Such a haul was the dream of every beachcomber. Firstly, the catch was quite homogeneous, making it easier to sort through. Secondly, the quantity was substantial, making it relatively easy to sell. "Stand back. I am about to untie the net." Noticing Zhou Xiaoling standing there with a silly grin, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but chuckle, urging her to step aside. A cursory glance at the net revealed that it weighed no less than 500 pounds. His hands felt as if they might break. Zhou Xiaoling quickly moved aside. Zhou Jialei cleared the seaweed entangled on the outermost layer of the net, revealing the fish within to the siblings. The moment the ropes were untied, the yellow croakers cascaded onto the deck like dumplings falling into boiling water. For a moment, the only sound that filled the air was the splashing of the fish tails against the deck. The siblings gazed at the deck brimming with yellow croakers, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Jialei began to busy himself, categorizing the fish, sorting those under 4 pounds and those over 4 pounds, while Zhou Xiaoling assisted him. The task of sorting through the fish in the net consumed them for over 20 minutes. By the time the last fish was tossed in the cargo hold, both of them were glistening with fine beads of cold sweat. "Brother, this is far too many. I'm exhausted just from sorting the fish." Zhou Xiaoling plopped down on the deck, unable to restrain her complaints. "Is there any fishing that is not tiring?" Zhou Jialei observed Zhou Xiaoling gasping for breath and found it amusing. However, this was indeed a concern. This little rickety fishing boat had seen better days, and its equipment was reminiscent of the 1980s, entirely manual. Though there had not been many changes over the years, there was indeed a net lifting machine. Upon returning, I shall take the opportunity to refurbish the fishing boat, or perhaps seek out another second-hand vessel. At the very least, I must acquire a netting machine. Otherwise, when faced with an abundance of fish in the future, I would merely be left watching helplessly from the sidelines. Pulling the net by hand is exhausting. Even a single catch can be quite laborious. It would be unreasonable to embark on a sea voyage only to return with a solitary net of fish. However, the local fishing conditions appear quite promising. Just moments ago, while pulling the fishing net, we observed several large fish swimming near the boat, evidently attracted by the lure of the magical Dinghai pearl. After rinsing the deck with seawater, Zhou Jialei began sorting through the yellow croakers they had just caught, discarding many of the smaller ones. He selected a yellow croaker weighing over 1 pound, hooked it, and, glancing at the surrounding waters, cast it into the sea. With the Dinghai pearl present, it certainly made things easier, eliminating the need for baiting. "Brother, are we going fishing?" Zhou Xiaoling, who had been resting on the deck with her head drooped, perked up at the sight of Zhou Jialei baiting the hook. "Indeed, there are plenty of large fish around. Let us not waste this opportunity," Zhou Jialei replied cheerfully. In fact, the simplest method would be to cast the net straight into the water, which would likely ensnare the nearby fish. Yet, both of them were already fatigued from hauling the previous catch, making it more prudent to fish for a while to conserve their energy. The best bait, they knew, was live sardines. These lively creatures, once in the water, dart about energetically. Their small size and swift movements attract the attention of larger fish, a principle that later inspired the design of artificial lures. Upon hearing about fishing, Zhou Xiaoling became excited, promptly picking up the fishing rod and mimicking Zhou Jialei by hooking a smaller yellow croaker. The fish, initially weak, began to thrash as it sensed the movement of the water. The tranquil surface of the sea rippled in response to its struggles. After feeling the sting of the hook, the yellow croaker swam frantically towards the denser schools of fish. With the Dinghai pearl's influence, numerous fish soon gathered around the boat. Just as they were beginning to appreciate this splendid scene, Zhou Jialei distinctly felt a tug on the line, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of the reel releasing line. Swish! Swish! With several fishing experiences under his belt, Zhou Jialei could gauge the weight of the fish merely by the tension on the line and the sound of the reel. However, seasoned anglers possess the ability to discern not just the weight, but also the type of fish based on the condition of the rod and reel. If a grouper were to take the bait, it would indeed complicate matters. The grouper, a timid creature of modest size, tends to pull the fishing line towards the crevices of the reef where it seeks refuge. Once it finds its lair, the bones of its head brace against the entrance, rendering it immobile. However, when a tuna is hooked, the situation becomes far more intricate. The reel releases line at an astonishing pace, making it impossible to observe anything but the continuous emergence of the line. These two species are the most straightforward to identify. Other marine fish generally exhibit similar behavior, alternating between swimming and pausing. Having sensed the strength of the bite, which was quite formidable, it was estimated that the fish weighed around 10 to 20 pounds, a respectable catch. Zhou Jialei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he steadied his grip on the fishing rod, firmly engaging in the tug-of-war with the hooked fish. The fishing line, taut from the fish's resistance, emitted a low hum. After a tense 2 minutes, Zhou Jialei discerned that the speed of the line's emergence had diminished. A wave of joy washed over him as he prepared to reel in. As the reel turned, the hook suddenly pierced the fish, provoking it into a frenzied struggle. The unexpected force nearly pulled Zhou Jialei into the sea, with his feet almost slipping forward. He quickly steadied himself, gripping the rod tightly, adjusting his drag to allow the fish to thrash in the water. After a lengthy 7 or 8 minutes, he finally felt the force in his hands wane slightly. Seizing the moment while the fish was still disoriented, Zhou Jialei swiftly turned the reel and began to retrieve the line. Before long, the hooked fish was drawn to the shore. Chapter 18. A fish weighing over 100 pounds. As it broke the surface of the water, Zhou Jialei's expression bore a tinge of disappointment. Judging by the force exerted from the depths, he had expected the creature to weigh at least 20 pounds. But to his surprise, it was merely around 10. It turned out to be a wolf fish. This creature, with its elongated jaws and a head resembling a pike, had its mouth slightly agape, revealing prominent canine teeth. The wolf fish is known for its ferocity, also referred to as the pike. It's no wonder that the struggle in the water had lasted so long. Nevertheless, one must admit, its flavor is exceptionally exquisite, particularly the head. There has long been a saying in the village, lose a cart and an ox, but never lose a pike's head. This undoubtedly attests to the delectable nature of this fish's head. As Zhou Jialei removed the wolf fish from the hook, it was still quite lively, thrashing its tail vigorously and nearly snapping at his hand. Fortunately, he managed to evade its bite. Otherwise, he might have faced an attack from the wolf fish. Upon inspecting the hook, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but chuckle. The creature's strength had straightened the hook completely. After hammering it back into a curved shape with a nearby stone, he rebaited it and cast it back into the sea. Glancing over at Zhou Xiaoling's barrel, Zhou Jialei was somewhat surprised. The girl had quite the luck. While he was engaged in his battle with the large wolf fish, she had managed to reel in 3 fish, including a sizable sea bass exceeding 7 pounds. Thanks to the divine sea pearl, the waters around the fishing boat were teeming with fish. As soon as the hook was cast, the fishing rod began to bend under a tremendous force greater than that of the wolf fish. Zhou Jialei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly stabilized himself to steady the fishing rod. The line reel continued to release line, and despite having adjusted the drag, the rod was still pulled to an exaggerated angle. The tip of the rod brushed against the surface of the water, showcasing the immense strength of this fish. He hastily tugged on the hook, adjusting the line's trajectory in an attempt to draw the fish from the depths. Suddenly, a splash echoed as he caught sight of a fish that seemed to exceed half a meter in length. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sent ripples cascading across the water surface. He had chosen a bait of a little over 2 pounds of small yellow croaker, and to his astonishment, it had attracted such a sizable fish. Zhou Jialei steadied the rod, listening to the continuous sounds of splashing water. With practiced precision, he adjusted the drag, gently tugging on the rod as he engaged in a contest of strength with the hooked fish. However, unexpectedly, the reel came to a halt. The line was taut, yet the reel refused to release any more line. What was happening? A slight frown crossed Zhou Jialei's face as he gently tugged at the line, only to find that no matter how hard he pulled, it remained utterly still. Strangely, he felt no resistance from the other end of the line. Experienced anglers are well aware that when a fish is caught, the reel will continuously release line. even when one is exhausted from reeling in the fish. A gentle tug on the line should provoke some movement on the other end. After pondering for a moment, he decided to wait a little longer. In the following 5 minutes, Zhou Jiale repeatedly attempted to pull on the line, but no matter how hard he exerted himself, the line remained utterly still. This situation was rather alarming. "Brother, what's going on? Are you snagged?" Zhou Shaoling, having just reeled in a small grouper, couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Zhou Jiale's predicament. Not only he, but even she could tell that the line was clearly stuck. Fishing near the rocks, getting snagged is not uncommon. The waters near the reefs are shallow, and the seabed is predominantly covered with coral, seagrass, and an abundance of rocks. When a fish bites, it often panics and frantically swims away, particularly seeking refuge in the crevices and gaps of the coral reefs, which are favored hiding spots for various fish. It was entirely normal for the line to become entangled with the rocks. However, if one is snagged near the fishing boat, that purely reflects poor luck and lack of skill. Zhou Shaoling found the situation amusing and teased Zhou Jiale. "Brother, you used to teach me this. Now look at your own misfortune." Haha. Zhou Jiale felt a twinge of annoyance and tried once more to pull the line, but it remained steadfastly stuck at the seabed, unmoving. Indeed, it was snagged. If a line is caught, one can either hold the rod firmly and pull the line sharply upward in hopes of dislodging the snared hook and preserving the main line. However, should luck be against one, not only the leader line could be lost, but the main line as well. Otherwise, one would have to resort to cutting the line with a knife. After considerable thought, Zhou Jiale opted for the more prudent choice of cutting the line. Otherwise, losing the entire setup would be a significant hassle. What a pity, it must have been a sizable grouper, although it had flashed past him in an instant. He had caught a glimpse of its mottled body, unmistakably a black grouper. It must have weighed at least 30 pounds. What a shame, truly a loss. "Ha ha, brother, at last, I get to see you humbled." Zhou Shaoling laughed heartily, unable to resist gesturing towards her small wooden bucket. Indeed, it was filled to the brim. As they spoke, she hooked another small green fish, enjoying a bountiful catch. After replacing the broken line with a new leader, Zhou Jiale, having learned from his earlier folly, rummaged through the cargo hold for a smaller yellow croaker before casting it into the water. Yet, it remained unclear whether that large fish had warned its companions, as there was no bite for quite some time. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the boat, Zhou Shaoling continued to reel in her catches. Bruta. I've caught another large yellow croaker, at least 5 pounds. Alas, once again, it is the yellow croaker. I find myself weary from fishing for this species. Can it truly consume its own kind? And behold, there is even a sizable greenfish. That little rascal, Zhou Shaoling, is quite the show-off. Observing Zhou Jiale struggling to catch anything, she incessantly boasts, occasionally parading a 7 or 8 pound sea fish before him. Zhou Jiale can only shake his head in exasperation, caught between laughter and frustration. Yet, Zhou Shaoling truly possesses a remarkable aptitude. Her fishing prowess is rapidly outpacing that of their father. However, Zhou Jiale now feels a twinge of insecurity, despite the identical fishing conditions and the activation of the Dinghai Pearl. His fishing rod remains stubbornly unresponsive for most of the day. What a mystery! Unable to resist, he gives the fishing rod a slight shake, causing the yellow croaker hanging from the hook to feel a sharp pang, which prompts it to thrash in the water. This movement sends ripples cascading across the tranquil sea. Suddenly, beneath those ripples, he catches sight of a colossal figure. This creature lingers in the depths, revealing only its tail above the surface, and with a flick, it sends a spray of water soaring. At that moment, Zhou Jiale's fishing rod abruptly plunges downwards, a sudden tug pulling at him. This familiar sensation ignites a spark of excitement in his eyes. Could it be that yet another fish has taken the bait? In no time, the fishing line unfurls under the strain of the fish's pull, the rhythmic sound of the line spooling out filling his ears, while the rod bends into a full arc. The sea fish, in its desperate bid for freedom, darts through the water, dragging the line toward the same spot. Zhou Jiale swiftly adjusts his stance, steadying the rod as he prepares for this battle of strength. Splash! The surface of the sea erupts once more, the large fish seeming unwilling to be caught. thrashing wildly in the water. Zhou rod bends perilously, threatening to snap at any moment. This fish is exceptionally cunning. It clearly seeks to employ the same tactics once more to evade capture. Once was forgivable, but if it escapes again, he would be utterly disgraced. This is truly a test of endurance. Brother, be careful not to let it get away. Zhou Xiaoling, sensing the tension, ceases her laughter and watches intently as her brother grapples with the fish. Zhou Jiala offers no reply, wholly engrossed in his struggle with the aquatic behemoth. He alternates between slackening and tightening the line, skillfully utilizing its elasticity to wear the fish down. As seconds turn into minutes, beads of sweat begin to form on Zhou Jiala's brow. He understands that this is a battle of attrition, requiring both patience and skill. The fish appears to be significantly larger than the others, generating waves that send the surrounding schools of fish fleeing in all directions. Zhou Xiaoling remains fixated on the surface, eager to discover what her brother might reel in. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the tail gliding across the surface of the sea, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. "Brother, have you hooked a colossal behemoth?" Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief as she swallowed hard. Just the sight of that tail was enough to indicate that the fish caught was indeed substantial. It was no wonder that her fishing hook had not attracted any smaller fish. They must have been frightened away by the commotion caused by this giant. At that moment, Zhou Jialei was too preoccupied to respond to Zhou Xiaoling's exclamation, fearing that this creature might, like the last time, dive toward the coral reefs. As the fishing line pulled in the same direction as before, he set aside all hesitation, hastily adjusting the drag to firmly secure the line. The fish, sensing the pain from the hook, erupted into a furious struggle, thrashing violently in the water. The tremendous force had already contorted the fishing rod into an arc. In that instant, the Jinhai pearl was activated. He could distinctly feel that the fish's thrashing had lessened slightly with its influence. Surrounding fish were drawn toward the Jinhai pearl, attempting to approach, but ultimately circling in place out of fear. In that moment, the surface of the sea became a bustling spectacle, creating a bizarre scene. Countless fish swirled just 5 meters away from the fishing boat, while near the vessel, the waves churned restlessly, revealing the struggle of the giant fish. Finally, after a grueling tug-of-war lasting over 10 minutes, the great fish appeared to be exhausted, its struggles gradually waning. Recognizing the opportunity, Zhou Jialei began to slowly reel in the line, drawing the fish closer to the side of the boat. Although the fish's resistance had diminished, Zhou Jialei remained cautious, his gaze fixed intently on the water surface. To be honest, this was his first encounter with such a fish. He had already been fighting it for over half an hour, and it had even severed his line once. For an avid angler, conquering this fish would be an unparalleled source of pride. As the reel steadily wound in, Zhou Jialei could unmistakably feel the fish drawing nearer to the fishing boat. "Brother, look quickly, it's surfacing," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the sea. Following his sister's gesture, Zhou Jialei, indeed, saw the dorsal fin of the great fish breaking the surface of the water. Chapter 19. Deep-sea fishing for the bluefin tuna. Upon spotting that unmistakable protruding snout, Zhou Jialei's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a swift tug on the fishing line, the fish rolled in the water, revealing the distinctive lump on its head to the astonished siblings. It was a sumeyu, by the heavens! Recognition of this fish sent waves of elation through Zhou Jialei's heart, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. The sumeyu, both in this era and in the future, was a species renowned for fetching astronomical prices, especially in small fishing villages. He had heard tales of dedicated fishmongers seeking out sumeyu. For those weighing under 20 pounds, the price could reach 40 yuan per pound. For those exceeding 20 pounds, it was no less than 90 yuan. While reeling in the fish, Zhou Jialei initially estimated its weight to be around 70 to 80 pounds. However, he soon realized that the sumeyu before him was at most 60 pounds. Though it displayed considerable strength, it was clearly not comparable to the larger catch he had first hooked. Fortunately, this fish still held a decent market value. Otherwise, he would have been utterly disheartened. At that moment, the sumeyu seemed to sense impending danger and began to thrash wildly against the hook, attempting a desperate escape. Zhou Xiaoling, who had been preparing the bait, also noticed the commotion. Upon catching sight of the vibrant blue fish glimmering in the azure sea, her eyes widened with excitement, and she stammered, "Brother, brother, we're going to strike it rich." "We're rich," Zhou Jialei nodded and urged, "Quickly, prepare the harpoon. Without it, we may struggle to bring this fish aboard." After half an hour of battling, the fish showed no signs of tiring. Without the harpoon, they risked spending 1 or 2 hours on the boat just to tire it out. Seeing the urgency, Zhou Xiaoling promptly nodded and dashed to the cabin, rummaging through boxes until she finally unearthed the long-neglected harpoon, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Its tip resembled a trident, sharpened to perfection. Given that the boat stood about 2 meters high, capturing the fish with the harpoon would require considerable skill. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xiaoling fixed her gaze on the surface of the water, determined not to miss the opportune moment. Soon enough, as the Su Meiyu struggled, the moment arrived. Now, Zhou Jialei felt a surge of determination, recognizing this as their final chance. He yanked the fishing rod with all his might, lifting the fish out of the water. As the Su Meiyu broke the surface, the girl beside him flung the harpoon into the water with all her strength. This sudden action left Zhou Jialei momentarily stunned. He realized that the harpoon was unweighted and, should it miss its target, they would be left diving into the sea to retrieve it. At the moment the harpoon slipped from her grasp, Zhou Xiaoling recognized her blunder, her face paling in an instant. What should we do, brother?" she exclaimed, leaning over the edge of the boat, anxiously peering into the depths below. The harpoon had indeed been thrown askew. Yet, for reasons unknown, this Sir Mullet suddenly thrashed, tugging at the fishing line and diving deeper into the water. In that moment, precisely as fate would have it, the fish spear lodged firmly into the Sir Mullet's head. "You lucky girl." Zhou Jialei found himself both amused and exasperated, as water splashed around, taking advantage of the Sir Mullet's waning strength. Zhou Jialei finally managed to haul the fish from the depths of the sea. "Wow, this Sir Mullet is enormous," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed. The fish flailed helplessly in the air before ultimately collapsing onto the deck. Zhou Jialei and Zhou Xiaoling exchanged relieved smiles, both exhaling in relief. It seemed that fortune was on their side today. Zhou Jialei wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, a smile gracing his lips. Although it took nearly 40 minutes to catch this Sir Mullet, even at an estimate of 50 pounds, it was worth nearly 5,000 yuan. However, he found it peculiar. The Sir Mullet was not typically considered a fierce species, yet the struggle it exhibited underwater had led him to believe he had hooked a fish weighing over 100 pounds. Comparatively, even the previous yellowfin tuna could not match the power of this creature. Such a mystery. After finally tossing the Sir Mullet into the cargo hold, Zhou Jialei prepared to reattach the fishing hook and cast it back into the sea. As he threw the fishing rod, he instinctively glanced at the surface of the water. With the Sir Mullet's struggle ceased, the sea was eerily calm, but strangely, the schools of fish that had been swimming nearby had vanished without a trace. Now, only a few scattered small fish remained around the fishing boat, and nothing else. This was unsettling, although he had activated the sea stabilizer, which, while unable to attract all the surrounding fish, should not have resulted in such a meager quantity. He had chosen this spot for fishing due to the dense presence of marine life. Otherwise, why would he waste his time here? Yet now, the lack of fish was pitiful. This situation could only mean one of two things. Either the sea stabilizer had malfunctioned, or there was undoubtedly a larger catch lurking below, scaring away the smaller fish. Zhou Jialei, naturally, refused to believe that the sea stabilizer could fail. It was a divine artifact, after all. This only indicated that a significant catch indeed resided here. Perhaps it was the very large fish that had previously caused him to consider cutting the line. The thought of this sent a surge of excitement through Zhou Jialei. He hastily activated the sea stabilizer, eager to discern the situation beneath the waves. However, before he could fully engage it, his attention was abruptly drawn to a shadowy mass beneath the surface. It was the very fish he had encountered earlier. A small notch was visible on its fin. Zhou Jialei instantly recognized it. As he beheld the entirety of this creature, His eyes sparkled with realization. A magnificent bluefin tuna. It was indeed a hefty specimen, weighing no less than 150 pounds. No wonder he was able to cut the line initially. Such a sizable blue marlin. The fact that he didn't drop the fishing rod directly can be considered a stroke of luck. The blue marlin, a variety of sailfish, possesses a long spear on its upper jaw, which serves as its formidable weapon, asserting dominance in the depths of the ocean. This creature is notoriously ferocious. It is likely that the schools of fish surrounding the fishing boat have already been largely consumed by this beast. It's no surprise that catching a Scomberomerus is significantly more challenging than other fish. This large blue marlin must have been attempting to snatch food from right under his nose. The price of blue marlin isn't exorbitant in this era, averaging around 20 yuan per pound, but this creature's sheer size is impressive. Its length alone approaches 2 meters. Upon encountering such a magnificent fish, Zhou Jialei's excitement surged. He hurriedly organized the fishing line on his rod and replaced it with a sea fishing rod specifically designed for larger catches. This sea rod, once used by Zhou Guangrong, features a line that is not only thicker but also more resilient than that of ordinary rods, providing superior elasticity. To catch a blue marlin, one cannot rely on small bait fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Significant investment is required. Fearing that this creature might escape, Zhou Jialei rushed to the cargo hold and selected a hefty yellow croaker weighing 20 pounds, securely attaching it to the hook. He then glanced at the spot where the blue marlin was thrashing and cast the bait into the water. As the hook sank, the yellow croaker, sensing the freedom of the ocean, began to thrash about wildly, attracting the attention of the foraging blue marlin nearby. Soon, the surface of the sea was agitated by the marlin's movements, sending waves crashing. Before Zhou Jialei could fully grasp the situation, he suddenly felt an immense force on the sea rod, an extraordinary pull. In the next moment, he stumbled on the deck, nearly colliding with the edge of the fishing boat. The sound of his shoes scraping against the deck startled Zhou Shaoling, who stood nearby. At that moment, Zhou Shaoling also noticed the commotion on the surface and, upon seeing the massive blue marlin, exclaimed in alarm, "Brother, are you okay?" I'm fine. Steady yourself. This one is truly powerful." Zhou Jialei managed to regain his balance and quickly began to adjust the drag. As the hook pierced the marlin's lip, it writhed in pain, thrashing violently around the fishing vessel. The only sounds filling his ears were the relentless whirring of the reel. The line was rapidly unwinding. Watching the speed at which the line was being released, Zhou Jialei felt a surge of panic. If the marlin were to dive into the coral reef again, he feared he would lose the line once more. Having learned from past mistakes, he was determined not to let this blue marlin escape easily. Initially hoping that the Dinghai pearl would calm the creature, he was taken aback as the marlin, upon feeling the pain, began to thrash even more frantically beneath the waves. Regardless of how the Dinghaizu was urged, the creature exhibited no response, instead continuing to struggle incessantly. Even with the specialized sea fishing rod in hand, the force transmitted from the rod caused Zhou Jialei's body to tremble violently. Had it not been for the presence of the Dinghaizu, he might have lost his grip on the rod. Observing the bulging veins on Zhou Jialei's arm, Zhou Shaoling became increasingly anxious. In her moment of desperation, she finally devised a plan and hurriedly made her way to the helm. "Brother, I will take the helm." She recalled hearing Zhou Guangrong mention that when encountering a large fish at sea, one could maneuver the boat to tire the fish out. The speed of the fishing vessel was considerable. Steering it in the direction of the fishing line would exhaust the fish. Could the fish's endurance possibly surpass the vessel's power? "Are you sure you can manage?" "Be careful." Zhou Jialei, preoccupied with the struggle at hand, cast a worried glance at his sister. She was still young and lacked the experience to operate a fishing boat. However, having accompanied him on 2 previous outings, she had picked up a few skills. Yet, placing the responsibility of controlling the rod solely on her might led to her being led astray by the formidable fish. The best course of action would be for him to handle the rod while she navigated the boat. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Shaoling mimicked her brother's actions and gradually started the fishing vessel. The engine roared to life as the boat set sail. She continuously monitored the direction of the swordfish, steering the boat accordingly. Navigating a boat requires precision. One must pay close attention to the fish's escape route. A moment's inattention could entangle the line at the bottom, and a sharp propeller could easily sever it. Fortunately, she displayed some innate talent for the sea, and her steering was on point. As the boat began to move, Zhou Jialei exhaled in relief and slowly started to reel in the line, ensuring it remained taut. Stimulated by the struggle, the swordfish darted forward in a frantic escape. Chapter 20. The Shocking Dock, Fishermen in a Frenzy. As the fishing vessel set sail, churning the waves into frothy cascades, the formidable bluefin tuna surged with newfound ferocity, its swimming speed intensifying. In the cerulean expanse of the sea, only the creature's massive silhouette could be discerned. The fishing boat advanced steadily, and Zhou Jialei occasionally adjusted the angle of his fishing rod and the tension on the line. They endured a stalemate with the great bluefin for over an hour, until he felt a slight easing of the forced tugging at the other end of the line. It appeared that the fish was nearing exhaustion. With a vigorous shake of his hands, Zhou Jialei quickly reeled in the line. Soon, the bluefin tuna was drawn within 5 or 6 meters of the boat. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, almost there. Just as Zhou Jialei prepared to strike with the harpoon, the fish, as if awakening from slumber, regained its strength in a mere minute or two. The fishing rod in his hands trembled anew. Zhou Shaoling quickly steadied the boat and accepted the harpoon from her brother, this time demonstrating her newfound wisdom by firmly gripping the weapon. She leaned over the edge of the fishing vessel, wildly plunging the harpoon towards the bluefin's head. With a sharp thrust, the harpoon pierced the fish's cranium, sending splashes of water erupting around them. However, her petite strength was insufficient to subdue the creature immediately. After several determined thrusts, the bluefin finally lay still, its body floating serenely in the waters. "Well done, Shaoling," Zhou Jialei exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy. He quickly secured the fishing rod against the side of the boat and dashed to the deck, retrieving a length of rope. With deft hands, he fashioned a slip knot and tossed it into the water. The knot secured itself firmly around the bluefin's tail. With a synchronized effort, the siblings pulled together and successfully hoisted the magnificent bluefin onto the boat. Zhou Jialei wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the thrashing fish on the deck, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He turned to Zhou Shaoling. "Today, I owe it all to you. Otherwise, this fish would have proven quite the challenge." A radiant smile spread across her face as she basked in her brother's praise. "Brother, I've memorized the techniques you taught me. I can assist you even more on our future outings." Previously, she had always felt she was a burden to Zhou Jialei, but this time, she had truly exerted herself for the catch. As Zhou Jialei stood on the deck, he did not hesitate to strike the great bluefin again with a nearby stick, wary of the fish regaining consciousness and thrashing about with its sharp fins. He continued this precaution until the bluefin lay utterly still. Upon removing the hook, he discovered another straightened hook lodged in the fish's gills, unmistakably the one he had used on his first cast. Indeed, it was this very fish. Fortunately, they managed to catch the large bluefish, which took over an hour. Yet the thought that this fish could be worth 2,000 to 3,000 yuan brought a smile to his lips. After toiling for most of the day, both of them were utterly exhausted, prompting them to start the fishing boat and head towards the location where they had set the net. At this moment, the sea eagle returned, cawing incessantly. Observing this, Zhou Jialei irritably remarked, "Where have you been, god of wealth? You didn't even come to help when we caught those 2 big fish." The sea eagle looked at Zhou Jialei with an innocent expression, as if it had committed some grave misdeed. Amused yet exasperated, Zhou Jialei patted the eagle's head before continuing on their way. Initially, they had intended to explore the small island discovered by the eagle, but now that the cargo hold was nearly filled with over 600 pounds of large yellow croaker, a sea bass, and the bluefish, there was little room left aside from the miscellaneous fish caught by Zhou Shaoling. Before long, the fishing boat arrived at the spot where they had set the net. In the distance, they could see a humpback whale still lingering nearby, and with this creature around, the surrounding waters were astonishingly quiet. Not even a seagull was in sight. The boat anchored at the first buoy. Zhou Jialei donned his gloves and carefully hooked the buoy with a harpoon, securing the rope firmly in his grasp. Ah, how I wish we had a net lifting machine, he mused. If they had such a device, retrieving not only the net, but even the fish caught earlier would be effortless. It seemed that after selling their catch, refurbishing the fishing boat would have to be prioritized. As soon as he tugged on the rope, he felt a significant resistance. Zhou Jialei's eyes brightened as he gradually began to pull the net up from the depths of the sea. The water here was over 15 meters deep, and the net itself was heavy, compounded by the substantial catch it contained. Even submerged, the weight was quite remarkable. It took a solid 5 minutes of pulling before the massive net finally surfaced. The moment the net broke the surface, Zhou Xiaoling swiftly attached a hook to it, and the siblings each grabbed an end, hoisting the net aboard. As they peeled away the thick layer of seaweed that enveloped the net, the bounty beneath was suddenly revealed. "Goodness! What haul!" exclaimed Zhou Xiaoling, her eyes widening at the sight of the numerous crabs, their quantity almost staggering. Aside from a few fish, the net was filled with over 10 sizable crabs, each weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. Such large crabs could never be found on the beach. "Brother, with so many crabs, we are bound to attract attention at the dock today." Her excitement was palpable as she reached out to open the net. However, as she extended her hand, she narrowly avoided being pincered by one of the crabs. These creatures had struggled in the seawater for so long, yet still displayed remarkable vigor, leaving Zhou Xiaoling nearly speechless with joy. "Be careful and make sure to wear your gloves." Zhou Jialei tossed a pair of gloves to Zhou Xiaoling, instructing her to put them on before they began to clear the crab trap. They meticulously bound the claws of the caught blue crabs with string and arranged them neatly in a wooden bucket. Once they had extracted all the crabs, the siblings discovered that, in addition to the blue crabs, there were also several octopuses nestled within the trap, revealing a surprising gluttony. Having feasted on the remnants of oil, they had refused to leave. Otherwise, given the gaps in the trap, they would have long since escaped. The two traps were positioned in close proximity, and when the second one was pulled up, Zhou Xiaoling was so exhilarated that her mouth nearly couldn't contain her joy. "Another catch! What luck we have, brother!" The delight in her eyes was unmistakable, especially as she sensed the weight of the trap, which heightened her excitement. The exterior was shrouded in dense seaweed, obscuring any view of the bounty within. Yet, simply judging by the trap's heft, it was evident that they had garnered a significant haul. As they pushed aside the seaweed, the treasures revealed themselves to Zhou Xiaoling, and this catch was markedly different. It was neither blue crabs nor octopuses. Instead, a round, plump creature caught her eye, and as she recognized what it was, a smile crept across Zhou Jialei's face. Sea cucumbers. So many of them. Who could have imagined that the ocean floor trap would yield such an abundance of these delicacies? Unlike ordinary sea cucumbers, these had a dark red exterior, and each one appeared quite substantial, weighing nearly half a kilogram. The thickest among them was almost as wide as Zhou Jialei's wrist. "What is this? A mutated sea cucumber?" Zhou Xiaoling, seeing the sea cucumbers for the first time, mistook them for ordinary sea cucumbers, furrowing her brow. Sea cucumbers were abundant on the beach, scattered across the sands. Yet no one bothered to collect them. Though slippery and round, their texture was similar to that of sea cucumbers. The price disparity was significant. Sea cucumbers could fetch 10 yuan each, while sea cucumbers could be bought by the basket for the same price. "Silly girl. These are sea cucumbers, even more valuable than regular sea cucumbers," Zhou Jialei replied, somewhat exasperated, quickly cleaning the sea cucumbers and placing them in a separate bucket. Upon sensing external stimuli, the sea cucumbers expelled their innards and rapidly shrank in size, transforming from a length that could reach his arm to a mere finger's length, appearing quite adorable. This, however, made storage considerably easier. In just this one trap, they had netted a remarkable 13 sea cucumbers, a veritable treasure trove. Upon learning that sea cucumbers were more expensive than ordinary ones, Zhou Xiaoling's interest piqued. She eagerly donned her gloves to begin sorting through them, oblivious to the mess made by the expelled innards. As she carefully placed each sea cucumber aside, she counted aloud, 10, 20, 30, just by the sound of it. One can tell that this girl has truly become enamored with wealth, leaving Zhou Jialei unable to contain his delight. The 4 traps were all retrieved together. Compared to the bounty of the first 2, the latter 2 seemed rather mundane. Though they were indeed heavy, their contents were merely common catches like sea bass. By the time they finished collecting the traps, the sun had already set. The brother and sister duo then made their way towards the Chawa dock, laden with their ample haul. After navigating the sea for over an hour, the dock finally came into view before them. In the past few days, Zhou Jiale had gained considerable notoriety in the village. The mere mention of that yellowfin tuna had left all the fishmongers in awe for quite some time. Even though they hadn't managed to procure any, the news of 100-pound yellowfin tuna emerging from Zhou's catch had certainly put them in their place. Is that Zhou's fishing boat? Hurry! Zhou Jiale is returning with the vessel. Just look at the waterline. It must be laden with treasures. Quickly, no one dare to compete with me. Once the price is set, be swift in purchasing to avoid any trouble from the Seven Dragons gang. Having learned from past encounters, when the Seven Dragons gang had previously disrupted their business at the dock, none of the fishmongers had been able to acquire that tuna. Now, upon seeing Zhou Jiale's return, all the fishmongers flocked to him, their faces aglow with anticipation. As soon as the fishing boat was secured, voices erupted from the dock. How was the catch, Zhou family? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shaoling couldn't contain her pride and shouted, "We've hit the jackpot. Those wishing to buy, line up quickly. The highest bidder wins." This girl had certainly learned to be clever. Given the plethora of seafood they had, naturally, they intended to sell at a premium. Zhou Jiale observed his sister's triumphant demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head, yet a sense of inexplicable pride welled within him. The Zhou family had indeed made a name for themselves in the fishing village. The crowd at the dock grew increasingly dense, with fishmongers eagerly converging, all vie for a chance to seize this fresh bounty. Standing at the bow of the boat, Zhou Jiale scanned the throng, contemplating how to secure the best price for their catch. Chapter 21. Fishing for tuna on the island. Zhou Jiale, how did your haul turn out this time? Could you let us have a glimpse? A middle-aged fishmonger inquired eagerly. Indeed, Zhou Jiale, we are your loyal patrons. You must give us priority. Another fishmonger interjected, unwilling to be outdone. Zhou Jiale smiled faintly, gesturing for everyone to remain patient. He then turned and retrieved a wooden barrel from the cabin, brimming with freshly caught sea cucumbers. He raised the barrel high, allowing all to behold the treasures within. Please, do not rush. The quality of this batch is exceptional. Each sea cucumber is a premium specimen. Accompanied by fresh horse crabs and octopuses, Zhou Jiale's voice resonated through the crowd. Upon sighting the sea cucumbers, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. There were dozens of sea cucumbers, each appearing as thick as a wrist. Is this all? Zhou Jiale chuckled softly, opening the cargo hold to reveal neatly arranged large yellow croakers before the crowd. Hiss! The sight of the large yellow croakers elicited another round of gasps. After a brief silence, the dock erupted with excitement. My heavens, Xiaolei, your family must be blessed. You consistently catch such splendid fish. So many yellow croakers. I dare say half of them must weigh over 4 pounds. I'll take all the large yellow croakers. The fishmongers, eager to avoid competition, rushed onto the deck, and prices soared, igniting a thrill within Zhou Jiale. The sale of just this hold of yellow croakers fetched for 983. 15 yuan. Zhou Shaoling, counting the money beside him, felt her hands grow weary. Next came the pie seed assistance, the mackerel and the large bluefin tuna. Zhou Jiale feared that the size of the bluefin tuna might deter the fishmongers, but the mackerel was a different story. It was a rare find at the dock. The mackerel sashimi could rival even that of the famed bluefin tuna. As he presented these 2 magnificent specimens, the crowd became increasingly animated. To Zhou Jiale's astonishment, not only was the mackerel quickly snatched up, but the bluefin tuna was also purchased by a young fishmonger without delay. By the end of the day, the earnings from their expedition had exceeded 12,000 yuan. The onlookers at the dock cast envious glances at the siblings, especially those fishmongers who had witnessed Zhou Jiale's prior earnings of over 20,000 yuan just the day before. To amass such wealth in merely 2 days, this was an unprecedented achievement in the fishing village. As they prepared to leave, Zhou Shaoling felt a twinge of anxiety. fearing that members of the Seven Dragon Gang might confront them along the way. Fortunately, the siblings returned home safely without incident. Throughout the journey, Zhou Jialei remained silent, listening to Zhou Shaoling chatter beside him. He was preoccupied with calculating their earnings from the outing. While the prospect of earning over 10,000 yuan in a single day seemed glorious, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was still somewhat inadequate. The presence of the Dinghai Pearl within him had only served to amplify his aspirations. Though the small, dilapidated boat at home can venture into nearshore waters, acquiring a netting machine is indispensable for truly reaping a bountiful catch. However, the cargo hold can only accommodate approximately 1,000 pounds of fish. A single outing yielding merely 1,000 pounds feels rather meager. Thus, with the earnings in hand, the renovation of the fishing vessel must remain a priority in their minds. After deliberation, the siblings returned home. "Mom, we earned over 10,000 today." Upon entering, Zhou Shaoling exclaimed excitedly to Song Qiulan, her voice resonating so powerfully that it momentarily silenced the cicadas outside. Upon hearing this, Song Qiulan's lips curled into a broad smile as she cheerfully replied, "Wonderful. You two are quite accomplished. Just the earnings from these past 2 days surpass what your father used to make in an entire year at sea." Yet, what truly delighted Song Qiulan was the newfound wealth in the household. Previously, Zhou Jialei often lamented the lack of funds, which postponed any discussions about finding a partner. Now that they had money, it was time for Aunt Chun to help find a suitable match. She extended her hand, glancing at Zhou Jialei. "What is it, Mom?" Zhou Jialei replied, his mouth twitching. "The money, hand it over. This is your dowry fund. I must save it for you." Song Qiulan shot him a disapproving look and retorted, Hey, I'd like to renovate our little boat." "Renovate?" At this, Song Qiulan furrowed her brow. Zhou Shaoling nodded in agreement, chattering on, "Yes, Mom. Other families' fishing boats have netting machines and fixed fishing rods. If it weren't for Zhou Jialei's skills, we would have made such a substantial income today. With money in hand, it's only natural for him to want to refurbish the fishing boat." Feeling uneasy under Song Qiulan's gaze, Zhou Jialei anticipated a refusal, but to his surprise, she spoke up, "Now that we have money, why not purchase a new fishing boat? Why must we renovate that old vessel? Our fishing boat is older than Zhou Shaoling. It should have been retired long ago. What a waste it would be to buy a new one. Renovating our boat would only cost around 3,000, while a new one would set us back at least 10 to 20,000. Zhou Jialei replied with a grin, having considered the prospect of a new fishing boat himself. Yet, contemporary fishing boats often exceed 10,000. After some thought, he felt it unnecessary to make such a purchase. A second-hand boat in nearly new condition could be acquired for 6 to 7,000. However, this small, worn vessel had been their steadfast companion as they established their lives in the fishing village, and the paint was applied by Zhou Guangrong himself. Selling it felt bittersweet, not just for Zhou Guangrong, but for him as well. "You young man, you have your own ideas. Very well, since you've made up your mind. I won't stand in your way. However, there is one thing you must heed from your mother," Song Qiulan stated, looking at Zhou Jialei. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialei was ready to bolt. Indeed, the ensuing discussion inevitably circled back to the topic of arranged marriages. "Aunt Chun has inquired 2 or 3 times. Aware that our family has recently come into some wealth, she wishes to assist you in finding a suitable match. You mustn't continue to evade this, understand?" Upon seeing Zhou Jialei's indifferent demeanor, Song Qiulan could not help but speak up. I understand. There is no escaping this." Zhou Jialei sighed and acquiesced. The family enjoyed a delightful meal together, and upon learning that Zhou Jialei intended to renovate the fishing boat, Zhou Guangrong's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he was now too old to venture out to sea, the prospect of their longtime companion bringing an income was indeed a source of comfort for him. The following day, Zhou Jialei rose early and made his way to the dock, seeking individuals to refurbish his fishing vessel. He installed 2 net haulers, added an engine at the stern, and doubled the cargo hold capacity, providing maintenance for his 2-decade-old boat. This entire process consumed a full day. The passing fish merchants, upon witnessing this, expressed their astonishment. However, in Zhou Jialei's presence, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Once he departed, after completing the boat repairs, whispers began to circulate. Huh, this lad truly has money to burn. He intends to renovate such a dilapidated fishing boat. Indeed, he might as well sell it and purchase a new one. What a waste. Yet, one could not deny the extraordinary luck this young man possessed. Did you see the boatload of large yellow croakers he caught yesterday? It was enough to incite envy in anyone. Such a surge in catch is a rarity that most have experienced at some point, but to catch such valuable fish. Zhou Jiale, stand alone. The multitude of yellow croakers he netted, along with the Sumei fish and bluefin tuna, would require even seasoned fishermen to drift at sea for 2 or 3 days to acquire. Yet, Zhou Jiale managed to return in just half a day, with his own vessel, ensuring a purely profitable venture. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion surrounding his boat renovation quickly spread throughout the village and reached the ears of the Qilong gang. Zhu Zhengyong, bruised and battered, nearly gasped for breath upon hearing this news. What? This lad is audacious enough to repair his fishing boat so openly? The surrounding gang members seethed with indignation, recalling how Zhou Jiale had previously swindled them. This fellow had taken 20,000 from them and even assaulted them. What an affront. It was a blatant humiliation. It was as if he were defecating on their heads. The audacity of this fellow to flaunt his boat repairs was a blatant disregard for the Qilong gang. When his boat is ready, that will be our opportunity to take action. Zhu Zhengyong slammed his palm on the table, his teeth grinding in fury. He had already been plotting when to confront this young man, never anticipating that the opportunity would present itself so soon. I shall have you fix that fishing boat. When the time comes, both new and old accounts will be settled. ISN Zhou Jiale adept at fishing? Just wait until his fishing boats are confiscated. Let us see how that fellow will earn a living at sea. Indeed, my friend, the small rascals of the Qilong gang around him became exhilarated. However, Zhou Jiale remained blissfully unaware of their scheming. After repairing the fishing boat, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening when he returned home. The following day, before he could even awaken, the spirited Zhou Shaoling could no longer contain her excitement. Early in the morning, she pulled Zhou Jiale from his slumber, eager to experience the new fishing boat. The modest vessel, freshly painted, appeared remarkably new. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Zhou Jiale started the boat and set out to sea. The engine of the fishing boat roared joyfully, and, as Zhou Jiale stood at the bow, the sea breeze caressed his face, filling his heart with anticipation. Zhou Shaoling, brimming with excitement, dashed around the cabin, occasionally inspecting the newly installed netting machine and then rushing to the stern to check the new engine. Brother, this boat looks absolutely stunning. It feels much faster than before, she exclaimed with delight. Zhou Jiale nodded with a smile. This once humble vessel could now be likened to a significant upgrade, especially with a newly installed engine, which not only operated more quietly than its predecessor, but also boasted enhanced speed. Though he pondered its fuel efficiency, that would require testing. Before long, a sea eagle began to circle above them, occasionally calling out to the siblings before gracefully landing at the bow of the boat. The eagle would occasionally hop into the cabin and then flit back to the stern. Brother, look, even the god of wealth finds our fishing boat appealing, Zhou Shaoling said with a gleeful smile. What does it know? Zhou Jiale chuckled in response. He activated the Pearl of the Sea, attuning himself to the marine life surrounding them. Before long, he detected a distinct and unusual aura. Chapter 22. The Stunning Red Sculpture. Although the small vessel had undergone a remarkable transformation, with its modest equipment upgraded for greater capability, Zhou Jiale had no intention of venturing too far. Instead, he planned to meander in the vicinity, while also exploring the small island they had missed 2 days prior, eager to investigate what marine treasures it might hold. As the fishing boat glided over the ocean's surface, the propeller churned the water into frothy waves. The hue of the sea gradually deepened, and the swells grew larger, indicating that they were far from the shore. After another half-hour of navigation, they would soon reach the depths of the ocean. Fishing in such deep waters posed its own challenges. Once the hook was cast, it would sway with the currents, and if fortune did not favor them, the hook could snag the boat's hull, resulting in the line being severed. Aside from the specialized deep-sea fishing rods affixed to the side of the boat, using any other fishing pole in these waters would be futile. After surveying the sea, Zhou Jiale ultimately decided to first approach the small island. Before long, a rocky islet appeared before them. As its name suggests, the rocky islet consisted solely of stones, known to the villagers as land at sea. The abundance of rocks formed a substantial land area. Yet unlike typical islands, this rocky outcrop lacked mangroves and beaches, presenting only an array of stones, both large and small. In contrast to the coastal waters, while the types of fish here were limited, their sizes were impressive. A glance around revealed numerous sea bass swimming in the vicinity, each weighing around 10 pounds or more. Soon, Zhou Jiale maneuvered the fishing boat closer. However, he did not rush to disembark onto the rocky islet. Instead, he anchored approximately 20 meters away. As the boat came to a halt, it swayed rhythmically with the surging waves. "Brother, are we fishing here?" Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the boat stop. She leaned over the side, peering into the depths below. The weather was fine, and under normal circumstances, the water's visibility should have been quite good. Regrettably, as she leaned over the boat, she could see nothing beneath the surface. "Let's first deploy the dragnet, and then we can lower the deep-sea fishing rods. It will be a perfect opportunity to test my newly installed net retrieval machine and the fishing rods." Zhou Jiale replied with a smile. As he spoke, the magical treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, was activated. The surrounding marine life, sensing its presence, began to draw closer to their location. Their anchoring point was fortuitously chosen, situated right next to the rocky islet, abundant with life, including numerous grouper and other fish that inhabited the rocky seabed. The presence of the Dinghai Pearl excited the fish, prompting them to approach. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoling's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Brother, I want to try using the dragnet too." "All right, but you must stand beside me. If the net gets tangled around your feet, I can assist you." Zhou Jiale chuckled, amused by his sister's eagerness. Together, they positioned themselves at the stern of the boat. The fishing net is newly acquired, larger than the previous one, capable of holding at least 800 or 900 pounds if filled to capacity. Zhou Xiaoling moves with remarkable agility, rolling the net at the stern of the fishing boat and seizing a moment when the waves recede. She casts the net's pouch into the sea. With a splash, the net lands on the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Soon, the pouch sinks beneath the waves, the net's frame expanding to prevent entanglement of the ropes. Witnessing the net being gradually pulled away by the sea, Zhou Xiaoling cannot contain her joy. "Why are you just standing there? Quickly secure the ropes." Zhou Jiale, observing his sister's blissful days at the boat's stern, cannot help but chuckle at the common blunder of a novice. She knows how to cast the net, but not how to secure the ropes. This is a brand new net, and he certainly does not wish to retrieve it from the ocean. Realizing her oversight, Zhou Xiaoling hastily attaches the net's rope to the boat's frame. Once she rectifies her mistake, she excitedly exclaims, "Brother, let me take the boat for a spin around a rocky island, and we can catch all the fish here." Zhou Jiale nods in agreement. Although the presence of the Dinghai Pearl attracts numerous fish to this area, its influence is limited. Once the boat is in motion, the fish drawn in will be ensnared by the net. Akin to a harvester, no fish shall escape. While she steers the boat, Zhou Jiale begins to prepare bait for the new fishing rod. This time, he has gathered sardines from the dock. Sardines are inexpensive, yet the finest bait, frantically darting in the water to attract nearby fish. A large bucket filled with sardines is sufficient for both siblings to enjoy a comfortable fishing experience. As he impales a sardine on the hook, it rides violently, nearly causing Zhou Jiale to lose his grip and let it slip back into the sea. With a splash, the sardine plunges into the water, tugging at the fishing line in every direction. However, Zhou Jiale remains unfazed, casually observing the rod. The boat is currently in motion, and given the turbulence of the waters in this area, whether they will catch any fish is purely a matter of luck. Nonetheless, the net is yielding promising results. After circling the rocky island for just 10 minutes, the once azure waters have turned a deep, dark hue, and the ropes on the frame have straightened under the weight. "There's so many fish, brother," Zhou Xiaoling exclaims, her mouth agape at the sight. From her position in the cockpit, she can see the frenzy of fish converging towards the boat. As she navigates the vessel, the schools of fish are securely ensnared within the net. Just by the sheer quantity, there must be at least 600 or 700 pounds. Countless fish swam within the fishing net, thrashing their tails as waves crashed upon the surface of the sea. Zhou Jiale cast a glance into the water, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It was time to haul in the net. Typically, fishing boats drag their nets through the water for 3 to 4 hours, yielding perhaps 200 to 300 pounds of fish. Yet, in a mere 10 minutes, the net he had brought was overflowing. Who would believe such a tale? It was no wonder that others felt envious. Even Zhou Jiale couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Zhou Shaoling nodded, stabilizing the fishing boat before scampering over to Zhou Jiale, her face alight with expectation. The net hauling machine was newly installed, and she had yet to learn its operation. Observing her eager demeanor, Zhou Jiale couldn't suppress a smile. He positioned himself at the machine, turning the valve handle clockwise until it was vertical, signaling that the machine was now operational. He then attached the net rope to the device and pressed the starter. With a series of clicks, the machine whirred to life, reeling in the net rope. The net, resembling a spider's web, gradually gathered, forming a massive bulge, and the once clear waters became darkened with the catch. Suddenly, with a splash, the net burst forth from the water. As it emerged, countless fish floundered within, splashing water everywhere. Accompanying the net's ascent was a powerful fishy odor, and the very sound of the net stirred Zhou Shaoling's excitement, prompting her to clap her hands in delight, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy. "Brother, look! So many fish! Are we about to strike it rich?" she exclaimed with glee. Though the haul was plentiful, it was also quite mixed. The majority comprised sea bass weighing around 10 to 20 pounds, alongside several silver pomfrets and pike, with a few unfortunate bread crabs caught in the fray. Zhou Jiale stepped forward, untying the net rope. As he did, the bounty tumbled onto the deck, quickly covering every inch with a glistening array of fish. It was an overwhelming sight. Zhou Shaoling, brimming with excitement, rushed to assist Zhou Jiale in organizing the catch. The bread crabs required separate handling. Although their number was modest, it still amounted to dozens. Binding each claw individually would be time-consuming. Other fishing boats often had crews of 10 or 20, making this task manageable. But with just the two of them, they couldn't afford to waste time on the crabs if they wanted to prevent the other catches from drying out in the sun. Thus, they decided to toss the crabs into a wooden barrel without further ado. The other marine fish were systematically categorized. Pike were stored in one section of the cargo hold, while sea bass occupied another. The silver pomfret, though numerous, was small in size and thus confined to a wooden barrel of its own. Merely organizing the fish on the deck consumed over 20 minutes for the siblings. Who could have anticipated that while the netting took a mere 10 minutes, sorting the catch would extend to twice that duration? As Zhou Jiale busied himself washing the deck, he was soon captivated by the cacophony of the sea eagle's cries. Almost immediately, the sound of a spinning reel followed. Could it be? Zhou Jiale's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hurriedly glanced towards the fishing rod. Indeed, it was now bent into a taut arc, the fishing line emitting a continuous buzzing sound. Watching the fish that had bitten the hook attempt to escape towards the bottom of the boat, Zhou Jiale disregarded everything else and swiftly adjusted the drag. "Brother." Zhou Shaoling noticed the commotion at the fishing hook, her eyes widening with excitement. Such force! It must be a fish weighing at least several dozen pounds. Just by observing the reel, they could tell that the fish had been hooked for some time. Immersed in the joy of their earlier catch, they had overlooked the activity of the fishing rod. "Shaoling, start the boat." Zhou Jiale called out to her. Nodding in response, Zhou Shaoling hurried to the cockpit, steering the vessel in the direction Zhou Jiale indicated. Meanwhile, he steadied the fishing rod, beginning to engage in a contest with the fish tugging below the surface. Veins bulged on Zhou Jiale's arms as he gripped the rod tightly, feeling the powerful struggle of the large fish beneath the water. The fishing line created ripples in the sea, as if participating in a silent duel with him. It was worth noting that this fishing rod was newly outfitted, specifically designed to contend with large marine specimens. The degree to which it bent indicated the significant size of whatever had taken the bait. However, Visibility in these waters was low, making it impossible to discern the species of the fish that had bitten. Zhou Jialei quickly activated the Dihai pearl to attract nearby fish. As he did so, the surface of the sea began to ripple, and Zhou Jialei initially assumed that the large catch was surfacing. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. The marine life around this rocky island was astonishingly abundant. With the activation of the Dihai pearl, countless schools of red fish surged towards him. Chapter 23. The 200-pound devil fish, the true snapper. Indeed, they were all true snappers, each boasting a commendable weight of 7 to 8 pounds. Although the sea fishing rod was currently equipped with substantial gear, Zhou Jialei was resolute not to let such a bounty of true snappers slip away. Without hesitation, he adjusted the rod's drag and continued to let out line, deciding that while the fish were still in play, it would be prudent to lower the fishing net first. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of nets. With a swift motion, Zhou Jialei cast the net into the water. As the fishing vessel glided and the sea currents flowed, the net descended like a ribbon into the depths. Splash! No sooner had the net been cast than he observed several true snappers colliding within its confines, their tails thrashing about, creating ripples upon the surface. Amidst the vibrant swarm of red fish, a colossal dark figure caught Zhou Jialei's eye. Curious, it was exceedingly peculiar. This creature resembled a bat, with its wings fully extended, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. Could it be a devilfish? Zhou Jialei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to the fishing rod, gently tugging on the line. Indeed, the moment he pulled, the dark silhouette began to dart away frantically, its enormous wings sending the surrounding true snappers scattering in all directions. It was truly a devilfish. This magnificent creature weighed no less than 200 pounds. It is worth noting that while smaller devilfish are frequently seen along the shore, such a large specimen could fetch a staggering price of $10 per pound. $2,000 for a single catch. What astounding luck! Zhou Jialei felt a surge of joy within, yet remained steadfast in his actions. He firmly grasped the fishing rod, attuned to the powerful struggles of the devil fish beneath the surface. He understood that dealing with such a formidable beast required utmost caution. Any misstep could result in its escape. Meanwhile, Zhou Shaoling, his sister, had also taken notice of her brother's predicament. While piloting the fishing boat, she frequently glanced back to monitor the situation with the rod. She realized that if they could land this devil fish, their haul for the day would be extraordinary. The devil fish thrashed beneath the water, sending sprays of sea foam into the air, as if demonstrating its might to Zhou Jialei. He took a deep breath, steadied his composure, and prepared for a prolonged struggle with the great fish. The devil fish possessed remarkable stamina, and patience was essential until it reached the point of exhaustion. As time ticked away and the sun climbed higher, the temperature of the sea began to rise. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhou Jialei's forehead. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing his contest with the devil fish. At last, after nearly 20 minutes of relentless back and forth, the fish's struggles began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jialei began to reel in the line slowly. However, at that very moment, the devil fish surged forward, its wings flapping vigorously as it lunged towards the net. Colliding forcefully against it, the sound of crashing water filled his ears, accompanied by a slight tremor of the fishing boat. Zhou Jialei's figure shifted slightly as he hurriedly steadied himself against the side of the fishing boat, peering into the depths of the sea. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he was filled with uncontainable rage. Damn it! The devil ray's abrupt collision had sent the snapper fish, which had yet to be ensnared by the net, plunging into the depths in sheer terror, restoring the once vibrant red surface of the water to a state of calm. Apart from the struggling devil ray, not a single fish was visible. Goo-goo-goo. As if sensing the formidable nature of the devil ray, the sea eagle, which had been resting on the deck, took to the skies, soaring and circling above. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jialei promptly began to reel in the fishing line. The reel whirred as the hook tugged the devil ray closer to the surface. Just about 10 centimeters from breaking the surface, the sea eagle swooped down. With fierce determination, it darted towards the water, its sharp talons grasping the devil ray. Splash! The ocean erupted into a cascade of frothy waves. However, much to Zhou Jialei's dismay, this strike did not subdue the devil ray. Rather, it incited its fury. The devil ray began to thrash wildly, pulling on a line and circling the fishing boat. The sudden force yanked Zhou Jialei off balance, astonished by the fish's incredible strength. He quickly regained control of the rod, shouting to his sister, Zhou Shaoling, who was still at the helm, "Sister, slow down the boat, slow down." The propeller, spinning at high speed, resembled the blades of a meat grinder. If the devil ray went berserk and dashed beneath the boat, it would be shredded in mere seconds, and their 2,000 yuan investment would be lost. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shaoling panicked and immediately halted the fishing boat. Although the vessel had come to a stop, the devil ray continued its furious struggle. The pain from the hook and the provocation from the sea eagle sent the devil ray into a frenzy, tugging frantically at the line as it attempted to escape to the depths. Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow and began to gently tug on the line. Each time the devil ray attempted to flee, he skillfully snagged the line, thwarting its escape. Zhou Shaoling, anxious and restless, glanced at the fishing rod and then at the net beneath their boat, unable to suppress her exclamation, "Brother, our net is bursting." "Bursting? How can that be?" Zhou Jialei frowned, recalling that most of the snapper had already fled when the devil ray struck. It should have been nearly impossible for the net to burst. Yet, observing his sister's frantic demeanor, he felt a twinge of concern. He peered into the water. Good heavens! The spot where she had stopped the boat was quite fortuitous. The seabed was a large coral reef, seemingly aged, and in close proximity to the rocky island, with the actual depth of the water being less than 10 meters. With the activation of the Dinghai pearl, a variety of marine fish that had previously inhabited the coral reef were irresistibly drawn forth. As they surged from the coral reef, they were ensnared by the fishing net. In addition to the prized sea bream, a significant number of garfish and silver pomfret were also caught, much to their delight. "Xiaoyu, go and pull the fishing net. It will take some time to reel in the devil fish," Zhou Jialei instructed. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Shaoling sprang into action. She nimbly leapt to the bow of the boat, grasping the ropes of the fishing net, and emulating Zhou Jialei, she secured the netting to the winch. The sound of the winch was a marvel to Zhou Shaoling. Without Zhou Jialei's assistance, she could hardly fathom how she would manage the haul on her own. However, as the net was slowly drawn from the water, the devil fish, sensing the disturbances in the sea caused by the net, began to thrash violently. Its massive form collided against the bottom of the fishing vessel. Suddenly, it became entangled in the net. Both siblings' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. While they had not fully grasped its size underwater, the gradual emergence of the devil fish alongside the functioning winch revealed its colossal stature. "Brother, what should we do?" Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, her astonishment evident as the devil fish struggled against the net, tightening its grip. The entire school of fish within the net began to thrash as well. The combined force of over 1,000 pounds of fish caused the boat to sway slightly, prompting a stark change in Zhou Shaoling's demeanor. At that moment, Zhou Jialei disregarded the fish hook and rushed towards the edge of the boat, armed with a stick. When dealing with the devil fish, a harpoon was no longer viable. Piercing its body would diminish its market value. Unlike other fish, which could be dispatched with a harpoon to the head, this creature required a blunt instrument to subdue it. "Shut off the winch," Zhou Jialei commanded as he noticed that a substantial portion of the net had surfaced, with the devil fish now fully exposed. Sensing danger, the devil fish intensified its struggles, violently slamming against the side of the boat, producing a cacophony of sounds. At the urgent request, Zhou Shaoling swiftly turned off the winch. The clattering ceased abruptly, and the net halted midway, caught in a precarious position. The devil fish's small lips were still hooked, yet its body was firmly ensnared in the net, rendering any escape virtually impossible. However, as it hung precariously on the fishing net, there was no guarantee that the creature would not struggle, potentially tearing the net asunder. Observing the devil fish still thrashing about, Zhou Jialei acted swiftly, raising his stick and bringing it down forcefully upon the creature's head. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Zhou Jialei, and Zhou Xiaoling exchanged wide-eyed glances, both sensing that something was amiss. The sound was not what they had anticipated. Upon glancing down, Zhou Jialei's eyes widened in disbelief. To his astonishment, his strike had missed entirely. The blow had not even grazed the devilfish's fin, let alone struck its head. "Brother, look at our fishing boat," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her eyes now wide with alarm as she fixated on their vessel. Zhou Jialei peered over, only to discover that the devilfish was still restless. Its massive fins suddenly flared open, slapping against the boat with a resounding crack. Without needing Zhou Xiaoling to say a word, Zhou Jialei could feel the impact of his earlier strike. He feared it had left a dent in the boat. Even if there was no visible dent, the paint must surely have been scraped off. Seeing the devilfish still daring to leap before him ignited a fire within Zhou Jialei, prompting him to rain down blow after blow upon the creature. Regardless of whether he hit its head, he simply wanted to incapacitate it. After delivering several fierce strikes, the devilfish finally lay still, disoriented. "Let us haul in the net, sister," Zhou Jialei called out to Zhou Xiaoling. As the net-lifting mechanism whirred to life, a net filled with fish, along with a 200-pound devilfish, was effortlessly drawn aboard. Chapter 24, A Fish Worth Thousands. The siblings, in perfect harmony, refrained from untying the net ropes, instead leaning their heads against the side of the fishing boat. In the next moment, they exchanged glances, each detecting the urge to unleash a torrent of expletives in the other's eyes. Just after having freshly painted their little boat, it had been marred by a sudden blow. They could even discern a small dent. Though not very pronounced, it was strikingly conspicuous on the newly refurbished vessel. "Brother, your hand seems a tad heavy, doesn't it?" Zhou Xiaoling concluded after a brief inspection, unable to resist casting a glance at Zhou Jialei's face. Zhou Jialei, feeling guilty under her scrutiny, seized a stick and struck the devilfish a couple of times in a fit of frustration. Once they had placed the devilfish into the freezer, they returned to the deck and finally untied the net ropes. At that moment, the sea fish tumbled onto the deck with a resounding splash, leaving only the sound of their tails flapping in the air. The siblings, swift and agile, began sorting the fish and transferring them into the hold. As Zhou Xiaoling sorted through the catch, she couldn't help but grumble, "Brother, please be more careful next time. This boat was left to us by our father. If you damage it further, he would surely be heartbroken." Zhou Jialei, tossing a few bream into the hold, responded with a resigned tone, "Don't worry. I just lost control this time. I promise to be more vigilant in the future, and I won't let this big fellow cause us any more trouble." The siblings bantered as they worked diligently. The sea breeze caressed them, and the sunlight bathed the deck, adding warmth to their arduous labor. Zhou Xiaoling gazed at their haul, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Though the journey had been somewhat tumultuous, they were ultimately returning with a bountiful catch. "Do you think we can fetch a good price for this haul?" Zhou Xiaoling suddenly inquired. Zhou Jialei paused his work, looked towards the horizon with glimmering hope in his eyes, and replied, "It should be fine. Both the devilfish and bream are top-quality catches. Coupled with these mackerel crabs and silver pomfret, we're bound to secure a handsome price. Once we VE process the fish, let us head to the market and see how the prices are." The siblings exchanged a smile and continued their labor. The gentle waves lapped against the hull of the boat, as if providing a melodic accompaniment to their efforts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea shimmered with golden light, heralding yet another day of abundance ahead. At last, all the fish had been sorted, and the siblings tidied their tools in preparation for the return voyage. The fishing boat, with a throaty hum, glided across the water. Having ventured out for less than half an hour, the Dinghai Pearl began to exhibit unusual activity. Zhou Jialei, who had been resting, suddenly brightened with interest. Standing on the deck, he held the Dinghai Pearl, activating it while attuning himself to the conditions of the surrounding waters. The fishing boat surged forward, slicing through the waves, while the coastline behind them grew increasingly indistinct. Although they had been traveling for over half an hour, the siblings remained at the junction between the near shore and the open sea. In the waters close to the mainland, although the biodiversity is abundant, it predominantly consists of small fish and shrimp. To seek larger catches, one must venture into the depths of the ocean. The sea breeze, laced with a tangy saltiness. Caressed Zhou Jialei's face as he cast a glance at the long-line fishing gear resting on the deck, a formidable contraption that had required considerable effort to procure. Initially intended for use, he never anticipated encountering a school of red snapper and devilfish upon arrival. The long line had yet to see action. However, with the current haul amounting to only around 5,000 or 6,000, it paled in comparison to Zhou Jialei's aspirations. Clutching the sea god pearl tightly, hope swelled within him. "Sister, turn the boat and head towards the left rear," he instructed, his eyes brightening at the hint of unusual marine life in the vicinity. Zhou Xiaoling, now adept at steering the vessel, acknowledged his command. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was only around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Indeed, it was still rather early to head back. The fishing boat swiftly altered its course, advancing towards the deep sea. Soon, the water deepened, the earthy scent dissipated, and the seabirds seemed fewer in number. Zhou Jialei understood they had embraced the ocean's vastness. 50 meters marked a threshold, beyond which lay the open sea, and the surface now shimmered in a deep azure hue. Zhou Xiaoling approached, sensing her brother's exhilaration, yet her eyes remained serious, filled with reverence for the sea. Those who grow up by the ocean understand this well. Their lives are intertwined with the sea, which offers both hope and the peril of lives lost. Shifting her stance, Zhou Xiaoling leaned over the deck, gazing into the depths below. As the fishing boat sliced through the water, it parted the waves, only to be engulfed by the shimmering sea in the distance, as if nothing could alter its course. The profound ocean, though obscured from view, pulsated with the rhythm of life beneath the surface. Occasionally, a fish would leap from the water, only to plunge back into its depths. Would a fish leap aboard the deck? Reflecting on her previous outings, she realized she had only ever fished near the shore or on the beach, never experiencing such an enveloping sensation from the ocean. Previously, standing on the sand, she had marveled at the power of the tides, the waves crashing against the coastal rocks, which seemed formidable. Yet now, adrift in the sea, the boat's wake dissipated, instantly swallowed by the vastness, and the seemingly small waves in the distance revealed their true ferocity as they approached, far more daunting than those that battered the rocks. Particularly fearsome were the whitecaps of the deep sea, an ominous presence. As the ocean currents and winds swept across the surface, waves rose in layers. Tiny bubbles, ensnared in the water, propelled forward, forming frothy shapes that resembled an additional layer of white atop the wave crests, hence the name whitecaps. From a distance, the waves appear innocuous, yet they travel with astonishing speed and rise to formidable heights. The crests are dense with air, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone caught within to find a foothold and escape. There have been ill-fated travelers who sought to conquer these waves, but their stories ended abruptly. Not only humans, but even small fishing vessels shy away from the white-capped waves, unwilling to confront their formidable presence. However, Zhou Jialei's boat remains undeterred. Its hull is broad and elevated, gliding steadily across the surface of the sea. 2 roaring engines provide ample power, while the propellers slice through the water, creating cascading sprays. "Brother, there are so many fish in the waves." At that moment, Zhou Xiaoling's excited voice rang out from the deck. "Look, brother, there are plenty of fish in the surf. Should we cast the net?" Zhou Jialei glanced up, observing the small mackerel swirling in the frothy water, and waved his hand dismissively. Mackerel are a common sight, appearing in schools in the ocean, unless caught in large numbers. They yield little profit. Their current objective was the deep sea, and it would be unwise to linger for such small fish. Better to venture deeper and see what treasures might await. The fishing boat continued its journey into the depths, maintaining speed, while schools of fish still swirled around. Noticing her brother's disinterest in the fish, Zhou Xiaoling busied herself, retrieving her prepared fishing net and positioning herself at the edge of the deck. Whenever she spotted a school of fish encircling the boat, she eagerly cast her net, reveling in the activity. As the sun climbed higher, unobscured by clouds, its rays danced upon the ocean's surface. The 12-meter fishing vessel traversed the sea like a mere speck in the vastness, unable to stir up any significant waves. The sunlight mingled with the rolling surf, creating glistening ripples akin to gems, a sight so enchanting it could captivate the heart. Occasionally, rocky islets broke the surface of the water. Approaching them, one could hear the waves crashing against the rocky shores and the calls of seabirds, either nesting on the islands or merely passing through. The fishing boat dared not venture too close to these rocky outcrops, as they could alter the current, creating treacherous undercurrents beneath the surface. What appeared as a mere whirlpool from above concealed a powerful suction below, capable of drawing even the most steadfast vessel into its depths. "Brother, shall we continue?" Zhou Xiaoling suddenly inquired. They had been at sea for 2.5 hours, with no sight of land. Although this was not her first outing with Zhou Jialei, it was her first time venturing so far. As she gazed at the surging waves, to claim she felt no fear would be a self-deception. As they penetrated deeper into the ocean, the waters grew ever more profound, and the traces of humanity faded, replaced by a primal essence. The most immediate sensation was the increasing size of the fish they encountered. While it is rare to hear of large fish attacking boats, stories do exist of monstrous creatures that have wreaked havoc upon fishing vessels, leading to destruction and loss of life. Zhou Xiaoling had encountered sharks by the ship more than once, and despite the vessel's stability, an unease lingered within her heart. Zhou Jialei, observing his sister leaning against the railing, couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of someone raised by the sea exhibiting such timidity upon its waters. Just as he was about to tease her, the ding hisu suddenly quivered, signaling a potential catch. Instantly alert, Zhou Jialei switched off the engine. The waters in this area were relatively calm, allowing the boat to stabilize swiftly upon the surface. The expansive, gentle sea was ideally suited for long-line fishing. "Brother, shall we cast our nets here?" Zhou Xiaoling inquired, peering over the edge as Zhou Jialei halted the boat. Her curiosity was understandable. The visibility of the water was low, and with the naked eye, it was impossible to discern whether fish were present beneath the surface. However, Zhou Jialei had an advantage, with the Dinghe Zhu in his grasp. The depths revealed their secrets to him in mere moments. Schools of fish huddled together, larger creatures gliding slowly, and fast-moving fish darting away in an instant became visible to his keen gaze. While he couldn't identify every species, he knew that with a stroke of luck, they could reel in a valuable catch worth 1,000 yuan or more in such an environment. With confidence now surging within him, Zhou Jialei turned to his sister and declared, "No need for nets. Let us deploy the long lines." Chapter 25. Bluefin tuna. This long line was painstakingly acquired by Zhou Jialei, aimed at catching fine specimens from the depths of the ocean. Now that the Dinghai Pearl has signaled, deploying the long line is the most prudent choice. The long line boasts 1,000 hooks, each spaced 2 meters apart, secured to the main line with branch lines, which total an impressive 2,000 meters in length. Truly a marvel of hooks and lines. Suspended from the deck's rack, the 1,000 sharp hooks are arranged in an orderly fashion, gleaming with a cold glint. The siblings prepared sardines, which would serve as bait for the long line. Several boxes of these sardines were set aside to attract significant catches. Zhou Jialei tied a stone to the end of the long line to ensure that the hooks would sink to the ocean floor, where the fish congregate to feast on the bait. Working in harmonious cooperation, the siblings took turns, one attaching the bait while the other released the hooks. The task of deploying the long line took nearly an hour. Once completed, Zhou Xiaoling dramatically collapsed onto the deck. "I can't take it anymore. Brother, my back is breaking. This long line is exhausting." Initially, Zhou Xiaoling bent down to retrieve the sardines and stood to attach them, but eventually, she simply hunched over to affix the bait. After lowering the long line, it felt as though her back no longer belonged to her. "Well, a long way we've come," Zhou Jialei chuckled, observing Zhou Xiaoling's exaggerated demeanor. "Relax a bit. You'll be exhausted again when we haul it back. This time, we must catch something substantial," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, sitting up with enthusiasm. "But we still have a long wait, brother. This time is more than enough for me to rest." Growing up by the sea, Zhou Xiaoling had previously deployed long lines, often starting before dawn and waiting 3 to 4 hours to retrieve the hooks, ensuring that no bait was wasted. As for whether they would catch anything significant, that remained a matter of luck. Many times, the bait would be devoured by smaller fish, resulting in the disappointment of reeling in empty hooks. Not necessarily, Zhou Jialei murmured with a smile, gazing at the long line in the water. What did you say, brother? Zhou Shaoling, not having caught his whispered words, asked with curiosity. Take a breather, otherwise your back will hurt and your hands will start aching soon, he teased, as he settled down on the deck. Not a chance, brother. I could easily take a nap during this time, Zhou Shaoling replied nonchalantly, sprawling back on the deck, gazing up at the azure sky, hoping for a fruitful haul. Zhou Jialei glanced at his sister resting nearby, choosing silence but feeling reassured. Sitting still, he held the Dinghai pearl and activated its power. In an instant, the once tranquil surface of the sea seemed to ripple with subtle waves. Although these ripples were faint, Zhou Jialei captured their essence with precision. He understood that with the Dinghai pearl in hand, the fish were now drawn closer to the surface, and it would not be long before the long line was filled with their bounty. As the fish from all directions swam towards him, small schools of fish, slow-moving giants, and the undulating forms reminiscent of sharks and dolphins, an unusual wave of energy suddenly surged into Zhou Jialei's mind. The signal was distant yet approached with astonishing speed, clearly drawn by the divine sea pearl. The sea eagle began to circle overhead, calling out incessantly. Zhou Jialei felt a surge of excitement, following the direction of the signal. He spotted a large fish. Though its species was elusive, even the sea eagle couldn't resist soaring into the sky, indicating that this was a substantial prize. In the azure waters, he seemed to discern a creature repeatedly surfacing and diving in the upper layers of the sea. However, in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the depths, leaving no trace. After circling twice, the sea eagle descended onto the deck, preening its feathers. Zhou Jialei sighed, but remained patient. While the pearl could attract nearby fish, securing a good catch still relied on fortune. Half an hour passed as he tugged at the line. It had gained weight, and though he merely pulled casually, he could sense the presence of numerous fish within the line's reach, both large and small. Unfortunately, the divine sea pearl remained unresponsive. He wondered if the earlier giant was on the line. Yet, Zhou Jialei was not overly concerned. Rising, he approached Zhou Shaoling, gently patting her drowsy form, and said, Shaoling, it's nearly time to reel in. Huh? Zhou Shaoling sat up, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Reel in? But usually, we'll let the line out for at least 2 or 3 hours. Although still groggy, she felt that barely an hour had passed. However, upon seeing Zhou Jialei's confident expression, she thought no more of it and replied cheerfully, Okay. She quickly flipped over and moved to the edge of the deck, grasping the line, ready to pull. Wait, Zhou Jialei called, gesturing towards the netting machine beside him. Use that. All right, brother. Zhou Shaoling paused, realizing that he wanted to spare her from exerting too much effort. Typically, lines were pulled by hand, and the catch was secured with a harpoon or net. Given Zhou Jialei's suggestion, she gladly attached the end of the line to the netting machine. As the machine roared to life, the line was suddenly yanked taut, causing Zhou Shaoling to widen her eyes in astonishment. Having used the netting machine a few times, she understood that its speed was not constant. The heavier the net, the slower the machine operated. The current speed felt akin to hauling in a 700 or 800-pound net. Brother, we've caught something significant, Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she glanced at Zhou Jialei. In merely half an hour since casting the net, the magnitude of the catch left Zhou Shaoling in a state of astonishment. The machine rumbled as the long line was gradually drawn from the depths of the sea, revealing fish after fish being unhooked along with several empty hooks. Some were deformed from being snagged on rocks, while others had lost their bait without a fish to show for it, and a few bore clumps of seaweed. Zhou Jialei was not surprised, as luck played a significant role in such endeavors. Before long, the first sizable fish was hoisted aboard, a deep-sea grouper. Even after being brought onto the deck, the fish remained vigorous, thrashing its tail and bouncing around, nearly making a leap back into the water. Zhou Jialei swiftly grabbed a harpoon and struck the fish with a couple of firm blows to render it unconscious. When he retrieved the hook, it was nearly deformed, on the brink of detaching completely. Grasping the fish by the head with one hand and the tail with the other, He lifted it with great effort. This fish weighed at least over 80 pounds. Zhou Xiaoling gazed at it with wide-eyed admiration, aware that the deep-sea grouper was the king of fish, highly sought after by upscale restaurants willing to pay handsomely for it. Her admiration for Zhou Jialei bordered on blind reverence, knowing that if sold at a five-star restaurant in the city, the fish could fetch no less than 1,000 yuan. The net retrieving machine continued to rumble, hauling in a variety of fish, mackerel, bonito, snapper, and grouper, each being placed into the fish compartment. While none matched the size of the deep-sea grouper, the overall haul would certainly be worth at least 10,000 yuan back in the county. Observing the fish in the compartment and the machine still busily working, Zhou Xiaoling couldn't suppress her smile. "Brother, with this trip back, you'll have enough money to marry," she exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. At her words, Zhou Jialei glanced at Zhou Xiaoling and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, how she had taken a page from Song Qiulan, constantly reminding him about marrying. Just then, the net retrieving machine began to rumble with renewed vigor, and the boat swayed slightly, as if something substantial was being pulled up. Zhou Jialei quickly composed himself, rushing to the edge of the deck to gaze towards the long line. In that instant, it felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. A colossal fish was being drawn up, its body already half out of the water, thrashing powerfully against the surface. The fish was spindle-shaped, with a slender tail and crescent-shaped tail fin, adorned with fine scales, its back a deep blue and its belly a shimmering silver. It was a yellowfin tuna. Judging by its head, it must weigh around 200 pounds. Zhou Xiaoling had also reached the net retrieving machine, one hand gripping the railing while the other tugged at the long line. Upon catching sight of the magnificent creature in the water, her eyes widened in disbelief, her reaction momentarily frozen in time as she murmured, "Brother, we've struck it rich. A 50-pound bluefin tuna, according to the current market price in the county, would be worth at least 10,000 yuan, a rare find indeed." The sea eagle, too, became animated, flapping its wings excitedly. At this moment, Zhou Jialei suddenly realized that the massive creature he sensed through the Dinghai pearl was indeed this magnificent specimen. It is worth noting that while the price of yellowfin tuna is already quite high, the value of bluefin tuna surpasses it significantly. The earlier yellowfin tuna had already stirred quite a commotion among the crowd at the dock. But this bluefin tuna is likely to elevate the Zhou family's reputation in the village once more. Just yesterday, while repairing the fishing boat, he overheard some teasing remarks suggesting he was the reincarnation of the third prince of the East China Sea, as he consistently managed to catch substantial fish. Now, with this bluefin tuna in his grasp, Aunt Chun might very well come knocking at their door. As both of them stood in awe, the bluefin tuna suddenly began to thrash violently, seemingly intent on breaking free from the line and returning to the depths of the ocean. Xiaoling quickly stabilized the netting machine. "We cannot allow this catch to escape," Zhou Jialei shouted to Zhou Xiaoling, who promptly turned to steady the swaying netting machine, gripping the line tightly to maintain control. The bluefin tuna, refusing to concede, fought wildly on the surface of the water, its immense weight of over 200 pounds causing the boat to sway perilously, splashing seawater onto Zhou Jialei's face. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhou Jialei thrust the fishing net forward with precision, successfully enveloping the bluefin tuna. Chapter 26. Encountering the whitehead wave while fishing. However, the fish possessed immense strength, and despite being netted, it continued to struggle vigorously. With a powerful tug, Zhou Jialei nearly lost his grip on the fishing net. In this moment of crisis, he lunged forward, managing to grasp the net once more. But his balance faltered on the swaying deck, forcing him to lean against the side of the boat for support. "Hold on, brother. I'm coming to help you." Zhou Xiaoling, sensing the peril, hastened over without a second thought. Together, they exerted their combined strength to hold onto the net, straining against the formidable creature. For over half an hour, they grappled with the mighty fish, and just as the net seemed on the verge of giving way, they finally managed to haul the bluefin tuna onto the deck. The moment it landed, Zhou Xiaoling leaped onto the fish, pinning it down to prevent its escape. Unbelievably, this mere 50-pound bluefin tuna displayed such formidable strength in its struggles. Truly, this creature is deserving of its reputation as a deep-sea fish. Its power nearly rivaled that of the 200-pound devilfish. No wonder it is said that bluefin tuna are constantly in motion throughout their lives, rarely pausing in the ocean. Their endurance and strength are indeed astonishing. After enduring considerable effort, the bluefin tuna finally ceased its thrashing. Zhou Jiala, exhausted, plopped down onto the deck, his face a mixture of seawater and sweat. Zhou Xiaoling lay beside the impressive fish, her chest rising and falling with exhilaration. Her face bore red marks, a clear indication of the struggle, yet she could not suppress the thrill radiating from her expression, her smile stretching from ear to ear. "Brother." After a long pause, Zhou Xiaoling finally spoke, her voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. "Are you all right, Xiaoling?" Zhou Jiala sat nearby, gazing at the bluefin tuna and his sister, his face unable to hide his joy. "Now we have not only the money for a bride, but also for building a house and holding a banquet. Brother." Zhou Xiaoling did not respond to his words, lost in her own glee. "Ha ha!" Zhou Jiala laughed heartily. "You little rascal, you've learned to jest with me." He then stepped forward and pulled Zhou Xiaoling up from the deck. "This is no time to rest. Although this bluefin tuna is just over 50 pounds, it won't fetch a good price unless we bleed it properly." Drawing from past experience, Zhou Xiaoling was now capable of aiding him as well. Zhou Jiala skillfully picked up his knife, carefully making an incision near the fish's gills. The process of bleeding and acid removal was crucial for preserving the quality of the fish meat. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoling, following his guidance, prepared ice in a water pipe, placing ice beneath the bluefin tuna to aid in removing its residual heat and blood. As Zhou Jiala's blade glided over the fish's body, the vivid red blood of the bluefin tuna slowly flowed out, mingling with the seawater and staining the surrounding waters. After rinsing the fish twice, they finally completed the task. "Brother, is this fish worth as much as the yellowfin tuna we caught last time?" Seeing Zhou Jiale's cautious movements with the knife, Zhou Xiaoling could not help but inquire. Bluefin tuna? She had never heard of it before. It seemed that no one in the village had ever caught a bluefin tuna, and she was uncertain whether its price could rival that of the yellowfin tuna. After finishing the task, Zhou Jiale carefully placed the bluefin tuna into the freezer, ensuring that the fish remained in optimal condition during transport. Once the bluefin tuna was secured in the freezer, Zhou Jiale cast a glance at the girl and cheerfully remarked, "This single fish could outshine all the seafood we just caught." "What?" Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly jumping with excitement. It was worth mentioning that the seafood on the long line alone was valued at no less than 3 to 4,000 yuan. Not to mention the devil fish and the school of snapper they had just caught. Wasn't that approaching 10,000? Now Zhou Jiale claimed that this 50-plus pound fish could fetch 10,000? Can your brother possibly deceive you? Silly girl. Zhou Jiale chuckled at Zhou Xiaoling's incredulous expression. With a burst of joy, Zhou Xiaoling felt invigorated. She hurriedly grabbed a hose and wiped the bloodstains off the deck with a cloth, her face beaming with satisfaction. "Brother, we have truly struck it rich this time," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, Xiaoling, we were fortunate to change our direction. Otherwise, this fellow would have escaped." Zhou Jiale could not contain his inner delight. Thankfully, he had decided to try the long line today. Otherwise, they might not have encountered this bluefin tuna. After tidying everything up, Zhou Jiale started the fishing boat's engine, preparing for their return journey. As the fishing vessel slowly departed from the waters, Zhou Xiaoling stood at the stern, gazing at the receding sea, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. "Brother, once we sell the fish, you must buy me a radio," she playfully suggested. "Absolutely. As long as you study diligently, your brother will grant any of your wishes," Zhou Jiale responded with a smile. The fishing boat created a long ripple on the sea as it navigated towards the dock. However, the weather by the sea was notoriously unpredictable. Not long after they set out, before even reaching the near shore, the sky suddenly darkened. Initially, Zhou Xiaoling had been dozing off, but when the darkness enveloped her, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. Rubbing her eyes, she lifted her head again. Upon looking up, she noticed numerous seabirds flying low, their calls echoing in her ears. Even the sea eagle, which had been perched at the bow, began to stir restlessly. Birds flying low, a change in the weather. Zhou Jialei's brow furrowed at the sight. Casting a glance upward, his frown deepened. The once azure sky had transformed into a dull gray, with dark clouds gathering ominously, low enough to seem as if they might descend upon them. Zhou Jialei felt an ominous foreboding. His experience warned him that a tempest was imminent. He hastened the fishing vessel's speed, hoping to reach the safety of the harbor before the storm descended. Xiaoling, quickly inspect the equipment on board and ensure everything is secure, Zhou Jialei shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhou Xiaoling was instantly roused from her drowsiness. Springing to her feet to comply with her brother's command, she meticulously checked the life jackets, life buoys, ropes, and other safety apparatus, ensuring all was in readiness. Brother, everything is checked, Zhou Xiaoling called out. Zhou Jialei nodded, yet his gaze remained fixated on the increasingly ominous sky. The sea breeze began to intensify, and the waves grew more tumultuous. The fishing vessel rocked violently upon the surface, and Zhou Xiaoling clutched the railing tightly, striving to maintain her balance. Brother, this weather is far too sudden, Zhou Xiaoling expressed her anxiety. Indeed, the weather at sea is unpredictable. We must always be prepared, Zhou Jialei replied, steadying the helm. The wind howled, and the waves crashed against the hull, causing the fishing vessel to sway precariously. Although Zhou Xiaoling felt a twinge of fear, she trusted her brother's seasoned expertise would guide them safely through the impending storm. Do not worry, I will navigate. You keep an eye out for any rocks, Zhou Xiaoling resolutely stated. The visibility on the sea was severely diminished, barely extending 100 meters. At their current speed, colliding with a reef would spell trouble. Zhou Jialei, in the cockpit, reluctantly reduced their speed. He nodded, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. He recognized that although his sister was young, she had become a capable assistant. As the clouds loomed lower, Zhou Jialei's brow furrowed in concern. Xiaoling, go fetch the waterproof tarpaulin from the cabin and cover the equipment on deck to prevent it from being drenched, Zhou Jialei instructed. Zhou Xiaoling promptly sprang into action, swiftly laying the tarpaulin over the deck and carefully covering the various equipment. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, she endeavored to do her utmost. Brother, everything is covered, Zhou Xiaoling reported loudly. Zhou Jialei nodded in satisfaction, adjusting the sails to mitigate the wind's impact on the fishing vessel. He understood that as long as they remained calm, they would surely weather the storm safely. Xiaoling, check the spare fuel barrels to ensure we have sufficient fuel, Zhou Jialei continued to instruct. Zhou Xiaoling dashed to the cabin to examine the spare fuel barrels. She discovered they were all full, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Brother, the barrels are full, Zhou Xiaoling called out. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Jialei felt a slight easing of tension. He knew that as long as they had ample fuel, they would possess enough power to confront the unexpected tempest. Xiaoling, come here and take the helm while I inspect the vessel's drainage system, Zhou Jialei said. Zhou Xiaoling hurried to her brother's side, taking over the helm. Though she felt a twinge of anxiety, she endeavored to maintain her composure and followed her brother's instructions diligently. Zhou Jialei inspected the drainage system, ensuring everything was functioning properly. He returned to the bow of the boat, clearing away debris to prevent it from being swept away in the tempest. Xiaoling, you're doing splendidly, Zhou Jialei praised her. The storm intensified, waves rising like mountains. The fishing boat pitched and rolled, struggling to navigate the tumultuous sea. At that moment, a tremendous clap of thunder erupted. The sea eagle, previously standing on the deck, darted into the cockpit at the sound of the thunder, enveloping Zhou Jialei's head with its large wings. His vision momentarily obscured, Zhou Jialei inadvertently shifted the helm. The fishing boat lurched violently on the surface of the water, prompting Zhou Xiaoling to hastily pull the sea eagle down while giving it a gentle pat on its rear. What are you doing, god of wealth? This is so dangerous. The sea eagle, visibly startled, nestled into Zhou Xiaoling's embrace, emitting innocent coos. Once his sight cleared, Zhou Jialei exhaled in relief, thankful that this stretch of water was devoid of reefs and islands. Otherwise, they would have been in quite a predicament. However, Before he could utter a word, the torrential rain descended upon them. The sea was now a cauldron of wind and waves, with the gusts howling, causing the sails to flap wildly. Although the sails had been furled, the sound of the fierce wind was unmistakable. Such is the capricious nature of summer weather. One moment, the sky might be a brilliant blue, and the next a thunderous storm could erupt, bringing with it extreme conditions. The downpour hammered against the cockpit's curtain, creating a cacophony of sound. Without a moment to spare, Zhou Jialei hastened towards the dock. Chapter 27. Encountering a stunning beauty at sea, they had now reached the near shore. It would take at least an hour or two to return to the dock. As they contemplated the return journey, uncertainty loomed over whether this rickety little boat could withstand the tumultuous sea. Soon, the rain intensified, rendering visibility increasingly obscure. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, making it difficult to discern their surroundings. The water from the cockpit cascaded down like a curtain, forming a column that splattered onto the deck. The visibility over the sea diminished, and a glance around revealed white-capped waves rising about 30 meters away from the fishing boat. Truly, one fears what one encounters. Prior to venturing out, he had discussed with Zhou Guangrong the fisherman's greatest dread, the emergence of white-capped waves. These waves, characterized by their frothy, white crests, are typically spawned by fierce winds that shatter the peaks, creating a vast expanse of foam. When faced with such tumultuous waters, one must promptly reel in their lines and return ashore. Fishermen often say, when the dead fish bite, it's time to leave. But for those who seek the sea's bounty, white-capped waves signal an unpredictable fate. In the fishing village, there's a saying, one fears marrying the wrong man, just as one fears white-capped waves. Zhou Jialei sensed that something was amiss. While summer weather is notoriously capricious, and violent storms are not uncommon, witnessing white-capped waves arise with such swiftness was a first for him. Although the old boat had recently undergone refurbishment, it creaked ominously under the strain of the wind and waves, sending chills down the spines of the siblings. Zhou Jialei's brow remained furrowed, his mind racing with thoughts of danger. The last time such formidable white-capped waves had appeared, as Zhou Guangrong recounted, was a decade prior, when the waves surged to heights of a person within a mere 5 minutes. Those cultivating kelp along the shore were swept into the sea, and remarkably, the wooden stakes anchoring the kelp beds were uprooted overnight. One could only imagine the ferocity of the winds. Fortunately, after 10 minutes of navigating, Zhou Jialei's gaze fell upon the sky near the dock. Despite the oppressive darkness surrounding them, a glimmer of light broke through the horizon. Based on his experience, he surmised that the weather at the dock was likely clear, with the imminent danger lying beyond the nearshore waters. After navigating for a while, visibility over the sea remained astonishingly low, enveloped in a thick fog. In such conditions, one ought to either seek refuge on an island or anchor the vessel. To proceed recklessly could lead to peril. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Jialei gritted his teeth and pressed on, but the obscured view compelled him to urge the sea eagle, Kaishin, swiftly scout the surroundings for any islands where we might find shelter. Though the sea eagle was apprehensive, under Zhou Jialei's command, it spread its wings and took flight. Meanwhile, Zhou Jialei anchored the fishing boat in the middle of the sea, awaiting the eagle's return. With the absence of the propeller's hum, the only sounds surrounding them were the incessant patter of rain and the splashes as raindrops met the ocean, occasionally accompanied by a rumble of thunder. Zhou Xiaoling felt an overwhelming sense of fear as she lay on the deck, watching the surging waves grow higher, terrified that they might crash onto the deck. Before long, the sea eagle returned, drenched to the bone. Despite its feathers being composed of a unique material, flying through the torrential rain had rendered it a soggy mess. Aside from its wings, which were still somewhat dry, rainwater dripped from its beak, evoking a sense of pity. Caw! Caw! The sea eagle called out to Zhou Jialei, urging him to move forward. With a sudden jolt, Zhou Jialei started the fishing boat and soon reached the location of the island that the sea eagle had discovered. It dawned on him that this was the very spot the sea eagle had led him to on the first day. With the adverse weather, however, he struggled to discern his surroundings. He hastily anchored the fishing boat in a sheltered bay, and both siblings remained in the cabin, hesitant to disembark. aware of the potential dangers lurking on the unknown island. After another wave crashed, Zhou Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Leaning over the deck, she swiftly grasped a large piece of kelp. "Brother, the kelp has blown over," she exclaimed, both amused and bewildered as she waved it at Zhou Jialei. The kelp was still attached to its rope, swept over by the wind, much to her delight. Zhou Jialei nodded in acknowledgement. The proximity to the kelp beds made the arrival of the kelp unsurprising. However, it would be a challenge for those who typically harvested kelp from the beds. After approximately 10 minutes, the rain began to lessen and the sky brightened somewhat. Although the waves on the sea remained tumultuous, they had improved considerably compared to earlier. "Xiaoling, hold on tight. We need to head back," Zhou Jialei said as he prepared to steer the fishing boat towards the dock, relieved that visibility had improved. Prolonged exposure to such extreme weather could heighten the dangers they faced at sea. It was prudent to return sooner rather than later. Zhou Xiaoling nodded, suddenly appearing as though she had recalled something, looking eagerly at Zhou Jialei. "Brother, shall we check out the kelp beds?" she suggested. "The kelp beds?" Zhou Jialei glanced at her, instantly recognizing her intent. The kelp beds would not withstand such fierce winds and waves. And having just retrieved a piece of kelp from the sea, it was evident that the beds were likely strewn with scattered kelp. Armed with a hand net, one could easily scoop up a good catch. "All right then, since we must pass that way on our way back," Zhou Jialei agreed, directing the boat towards the kelp beds. It was not merely a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Rather, it was a gift from nature. If the kelp were washed away, it would be a waste. Collecting some to dry and later used for soup seemed a far better option. After the fishing vessel had traveled a considerable distance, the surrounding winds and waves grew increasingly tumultuous, causing even the gyroscope aboard to struggle for stability, drifting incessantly. Zhou Xiaoling, who had been quite boisterous, now held her breath, fearful that the swaying would render her dizzy. Soon, Zhou Jialei's expression mirrored the unease, as the sea surface near the kelp field appeared utterly chaotic, littered with an array of debris. Kelp ropes, buoys, and fishing nets, all jumbled together by the relentless waves. Many strands of kelp had already been pushed to the edges. Witnessing this scene, both Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Jialei were momentarily taken aback. What kind of tempest could wreak such havoc upon the kelp field? Could it be that a typhoon had just struck? With her hand net in tow, Zhou Xiaoling began to painstakingly gather the scattered masses of kelp onto the deck, along with the broken kelp ropes, lifting them aboard. "There is so much, brother," she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Yet, she pondered who might have contracted this kelp field. Upon seeing this disarray, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Zhou Jialei reduced the vessel's speed to a minimum, allowing his sister to retrieve the kelp surrounding them, given the chaos that had already unfolded. Just then, Zhou Xiaoling cried out, "Brother, something's wrong." Zhou Jialei followed her gaze, his brow furrowing with concern. Amidst the debris, an overturned skiff lay nestled in the tumult. This small boat, constructed from several planks and typically rowed with oars, was often used by local laborers near the docks, particularly those gathering kelp. Yet now, the vessel was capsized, its hull tangled with seaweed and kelp ropes, surrounded by a veritable sea of kelp. Fortunately, thanks to his sister's keen observation, she managed to use her net to push aside some kelp, revealing the boat's hull above the water. Where there was a boat, there must be someone. Someone had come to harvest the kelp. But with the boat overturned, where could the person be? Zhou Jialei's expression grew grave as an ominous premonition took hold of him. It had been 20 minutes since the torrential rain had subsided. In such weather, a capsized vessel meant that anyone who had fallen into the frigid sea would likely face dire consequences. Typically, those hired to collect kelp were local women or grandmothers, trying to earn a meager living. Although it was summer, the ocean's temperature remained frigid. An immersion in the water for even an hour could lead to hypothermia and loss of consciousness. "Hold steady, sister," Zhou Jialei urged, hastily increasing the boat speed, preparing to circle the kelp field in search of any sign of life. Zhou Xiaoling, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, stood on the deck, scanning the surroundings for any signs of people. As Zhou Jialei navigated the fishing vessel swiftly around the kelp field, anxiety gnawed at his heart. Although the tumultuous waves on the surface of the sea had somewhat abated, they remained fierce, causing the fishing boat to bob incessantly. Zhou Xiaoling clutched the railing tightly, her gaze scouring the waters for any potential survivors. Suddenly, she pointed ahead and shouted, "Brother, there is someone over there." Zhou Jialei followed her and spotted a figure struggling amidst the kelp, seemingly attempting to grasp something. Without hesitation, he adjusted the boat's bow and steered towards the individual. As they drew nearer, the siblings discerned that it was a young woman, drenched to the skin, her face pale and evidently exhausted. It was nothing short of a miracle that she had survived such tumultuous waves. He hurriedly maneuvered the fishing boat closer, swiftly throwing out a life buoy while calling out, "Grab the life buoy. We're here to rescue you." The woman appeared to hear their cries and desperately reached out for the life buoy. Zhou Xiaoling anxiously monitored the entire rescue operation, fearful of any misstep. Zhou Jialei cautiously navigated the boat, striving to bring it as close to the woman as possible. However, she seemed utterly spent, clutching several buoyant balls and lacking the strength to grasp the life buoy. The waves crashed against her, repeatedly submerging her head beneath the water. From a sibling's perspective, she had already choked on several mouthfuls of water. The situation was dire. Zhou Jialei quickly shed his clothing, fastening the life buoy around his body before plunging into the sea with a splash. "Be careful," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, her heart racing despite the proximity to shore, as the surrounding waves loomed large. After swimming a mere 2 meters, he was pushed back a meter by the relentless waves. Traversing the short distance of 10 meters took him nearly a minute before he finally reached the woman. Upon seeing her, Zhou Jialei could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Chapter 28, The Matchmaker. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This woman, with her hair styled in a braid, wore an expression filled with panic and helplessness that instinctively evoked a sense of protectiveness. Despite being thoroughly soaked by the sea, her stunning and delicate features remained undeniable. To be frank, she resonated perfectly with Zhou Jialei's aesthetic preferences. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Zhou Jialei hurriedly reached out, patting the woman on her back, and inquired, "Hello, can you move?" The woman shook her head helplessly. With that motion, the buoy she had been holding was swept away by the waves. Without support, her head was soon submerged in the water. Zhou Jialei was startled and swiftly extended his hand to place a life ring around her. The woman grasped at it desperately, finally managing to lift her head above the surface and exhaling a long sigh of relief. Noticing her distress, Zhou Jialei grasped one of her arms with one hand while using the other to navigate towards the fishing boat. Fortunately, their return journey was aided by the waves, unlike the struggle against the current they had faced on their way out. After a couple of waves crashed against them, they reached the side of the fishing vessel. Zhou Xiaoling had been ready and quickly extended her hand to assist the woman aboard before reaching out for Zhou Jialei. Once on the boat, the woman trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Xiaoling promptly draped a blanket over her shoulders and offered her a cup of hot tea. "Are you all right, sister?" Zhou Xiaoling asked with genuine concern. The woman appeared to be only a few years younger than her and was clearly shaken. She shook her head, struggling to utter any words. Zhou Xiaoling, undeterred, filled another cup of hot tea and offered it to her. While the woman drank, Zhou Jialei assessed her condition and noted that apart from some minor abrasions and a shock, she was otherwise unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing this as a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Thank you. After consuming several cups of hot water, the woman's complexion improved slightly, and she expressed her gratitude, her voice trembling. Zhou Jialei reassured her, "It's all right now. We will take you back to the shore." One must admit, the woman was quite fortunate. Falling into the sea in such weather, it seemed she had been submerged for nearly half an hour, yet managed to endure until they arrived. In reality, during maritime disasters, individuals often succumb not to drowning, but to hypothermia. This small fishing village had witnessed its fair share of such incidents. "Fortunately, you decided to come here. We have done a good deed," Zhou Jialei remarked as he made his way toward the cabin, not forgetting to compliment Zhou Xiaoling along the way. Zhou Xiaoling, cheerful, led the woman to the cabin to shield her from the rain. As Zhou Jialei navigated the boat, The two women engaged in conversation. Once she regained her composure, the woman spoke more freely, repeatedly thanking Zhou Xiaoling, who felt a bit bashful from all the appreciation. She had initially come to gather seaweed, never expecting to rescue someone in the process. Zhou Xiaoling is quite the conversationalist. During the half-hour journey back, she managed to glean all the pertinent information about the woman accompanying them. This woman hails from the neighboring village, a mere 10 minutes from the small fishing hamlet, so the distance is not considerable. Originally, the neighboring village and the small fishing village were one and the same, but due to certain circumstances, it became inconvenient to manage, leading to their division. The woman is named Liao Jingxi. She has come to assist in harvesting kelp, earning a meager 3 yuan a day. With the kelp harvest having failed, she is now at a loss, having even lost a small boat in the process, which evidently dampens her spirits. As Zhou Jiale piloted the boat, he listened to the banter between Liao Jingxi and Zhou Xiaoling, his gaze unintentionally lingering on Liao Jingxi's face. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed her complexion, a delicate blush that stirred his heart. In this era, while romantic freedom is permitted, most young people still adhere to traditional norms, relying on parental arrangements and matchmaking. He couldn't help but wonder if this woman had a family of her own. Contemplating this, he chuckled to himself, realizing how far his thoughts had strayed. Was he to expect a reciprocal offering for his efforts? What kind of person would he then be? A rogue, perhaps? Before long, the fishing boat docked. In that brief half-hour, Zhou Xiaoling had struck up quite a rapport with Liao Jingxi, and they even arranged to meet again at the market in a couple of days before reluctantly parting ways. Zhou Jiale watched her slender silhouette fade into the distance, his mind wandering into fanciful realms. Just as he was lost in thought, a throng of fishmongers gathered around. "Are you selling? How's the catch today? Did you bring a big haul?" In response to their eager inquiries, Zhou Xiaoling blinked and replied cheerfully, "Of course we did. How could you catch anything good with the recent storms offshore?" One fishmonger lamented. Although they were at the dock, several boats had just returned in unison, a sight previously unseen. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that a storm had arisen at sea. However, these fishermen had not had the chance to retrieve their nets, forcing them to cut their lines and hasten back to shore, their catches tragically meager. This was an act of nature, and there was little that could be said. They could only count themselves unfortunate. Others were even worse off, still trapped at sea, their fates uncertain. Given the draft of your boat, you must have quite a haul aboard. Don't keep it hidden. Show us what you've got. The fishmongers were eager, unable to contain their curiosity. Just then, a voice broke through the clamor. What I saw the commotion. Who is looking to make a deal? Let me take a look. With that, Zhu Jingyong from the Long Dragon gang pushed through the crowd surrounding the boat, accompanied by 10 or so followers, striding towards the deck. Upon seeing the deck laden with kelp, he let out a cold laugh. Well, look at you, pilfering kelp from the fields, and using my boat to do it? Zhu Jingyong declared, as if they were caught red-handed. Leave me be. I have no time for you today. I'm occupied with selling goods. Zhou Jiale was preoccupied with thoughts of the recently departed Liao Jingxi, contemplating how to hasten back and send Song Qiulan to inquire with Aunt Chun. After all, virtuous young ladies today are treasures to be seized. Why, of all times, must the 7 Dragon gang arrive now, bringing misfortune? How tiresome. Sell goods? I am curious to see who would dare purchase your wares. As he spoke, Zhu Jingyong's gaze swept over the surrounding fishmongers. In an instant, they scattered like startled creatures, slipping away with haste. Hey, don't leave. Where are you all going? Zhou Xiaoling, witnessing this scene, was left astounded. What fear did Zhu Jingyong inspire? It was as though they had encountered a ghost. The fishmongers were unable to be halted, and the deck fell silent, with only the 10 or so members of the 7 Dragon gang and the siblings exchanging glances. Ah, you wish to sell? I am eager to see how you intend to do so. Zhu Jingyong's arrogance reached its zenith as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Jiale. What do you want? Zhou Jiale furrowed his brow and stared back. What do I want? You tell me. Last time, you extorted 20,000 from me. Now this entire boat of goods, including your fishing vessel, belongs to me. Zhu Jingyong boasted with bravado. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jiale responded with a smile rather than anger. Oh, it seems you were quite pleased with my yellowfin tuna last time. Very well, I shall sell you this fishing vessel and all the seafood for 100,000. 100,000? Upon hearing this, the other ruffians of the Seven Dragon Gang twitched their lips in disbelief. Did this lad lose his senses, daring to negotiate with them? Zhu Jingyong was evidently taken aback by Zhou Jialei's composure, momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated a flustered reaction, yet was met with such calmness. Even a proposal to sell the boat and goods. 100,000? Are you out of your mind? Zhu Jingyong's eyes widened, his anger palpable. Was he truly seeking to sell the vessel after having renovated it with his funds? He had come looking for trouble. Surely, Zhou Jialei must be lacking in common sense. If he craved money so desperately, it would be better to send him to the afterlife, where he could demand whatever amount he wished to be burned alongside him. 10 million. Even. Zhu Jingyong's tone was chilling as he spoke. Although the other fishmongers had disembarked, they had not ventured far, their eyes glued to the deck. They had yet to see the cargo hold opened, and being chased off the vessel left them feeling quite dissatisfied. Brother, what should we do? Zhou Shaoling, observing the fierce demeanor of the group, furrowed her brow and tugged at Zhou Jialei's sleeve. Previously, when the Seven Dragon Gang had attacked, there had only been 4 or 5 members, and with the assistance of the Sea Eagles, they had narrowly escaped. But now, the Qinglong Gang boasted a force of over a dozen, filling the deck entirely. If a fight broke out, even a single spit from each could surely drown Zhou Jialei. Do not worry. You return first, and I shall resolve this matter before coming back. Zhou Jialei gently patted Zhou Shaoling's hand and spoke. After all, with so many people around, a punch from each could easily cover the deck in blood. At her tender age, how could Zhou Shaoling bear to witness such a scene? Hearing these words, she felt a wave of apprehension, glancing at Zhou Jialei before nodding, preparing to disembark. However, to her dismay, before she could reach the edge of the boat, the ruffians from the Seven Dragons Gang surrounded her. Little sister, where do you think you're going? Have your brothers consented to this? Do you really believe you can leave? They initially had no intention of troubling a young girl. But how could they resist when she happened to be the sister of that little brat? Let me tell you, once you've taken money from our Seven Dragons Gang, you must return it with interest. You won't be leaving here. Just stay and witness how we trample your brother underfoot. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with the members of the Seven Dragons Gang flaunting their numbers, emboldened in their taunting of Zhou Shaoling. Just days ago, Zhou Jialei had brought disgrace upon them, leaving them the subject of ridicule from the neighboring village gang for days. Now, they finally seized their chance. If they didn't properly deal with Zhou Jialei, how could they assuage their anger? Zhou Jialei might be skilled at fishing, but soon enough, they would smash this boat to pieces, leaving him unable to venture out to sea again. The leading thug, noticing Zhou Shaoling's pale face from fright, reached out to seize her arm, preventing her escape. In that instant, as the lecherous hand approached, Zhou Jialei's expression turned icy. In the blink of an eye, he darted forward, positioning himself before the outstretched hand, his right hand swiftly rising to grasp the thug's arm with fierce intensity. Chapter 29, 5,000 yuan, cash on the spot. Let go. Zhou Jialei's voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, his eyes glimmering with an undeniable resolve. The young thug, intimidated by Zhou Jialei's commanding presence, involuntarily released his grip. The surrounding members of the Seven Dragon Gang gathered, the atmosphere immediately thickening with tension. What? Do you wish to make a move? Zhou Jialei scoffed, his gaze sweeping across each face. Though your number is vast, do not forget how you fell to me last time. Zhu Jingyong's expression darkened. He had no desire to suffer humiliation on his own turf again. He gestured for his men to step back and approached Zhou Jialei, lowering his voice. Kid, do not think that your previous luck will allow you to leave unscathed today. If you know what's good for you, hand over the boat and the cargo, or do not blame us for our rudeness. Zhou Jialei met Zhu Jingyong's gaze without flinching. Zhu Jingyong, do not presume that I fear the Seven Dragon Gang. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, I shall not allow you to succeed. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Jialei launched a rapid strike, his fist aimed squarely at Zhu Jingyong's face. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhu Jingyong was struck in the nose, blood gushing forth. The Seven Dragon Gang had crossed a line they should never have dared to tread. Threatening his sister? They would pay dearly. Silence. An unparalleled stillness enveloped the dock. A silence so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Zhou Jialei's swift action left them all momentarily stunned. Had he truly just struck Zhu Zhengyong in front of a dozen members of the Seven Dragon Gang? Upon witnessing their leader injured, the gang members erupted in furious shouts. Rushing forward, "You're seeking death. How dare you fight on our turf? I'll send you to meet your ancestors. How dare you lay a hand on our boss? Kill him. Beat him to death." Zhou Jialei stood undaunted, agile as a deer, dodging and weaving, using both fists and feet to fell the two foremost attackers with precision. The luminous energy within him radiated softly. Just as he turned, a blonde thug swung a club towards the back of Zhou Jialei's head. "Brother, be careful," Zhou Shaoling cried out, her heart racing with anxiety. In that critical moment, Zhou Jialei's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he stomped down with his right foot, causing the fishing boat to sway slightly. As he turned, he locked eyes with the blonde thug. The thug, startled by the fierce gaze, momentarily froze, his grip on the club slackening. Before he could react, Zhou Jialei's fist struck his chest with formidable force. Other thugs attempted to advance, but Zhou Jialei, now consumed by rage, moved like a wild stallion unleashed, weaving through the crowd. Each strike was executed with impeccable accuracy, his speed rendering him nearly untraceable. Every movement seemed meticulously calculated, each attack deftly avoiding his opponent's vital points, while every defensive maneuver stood as firm as a rock. Though the members of the Seven Dragons gang were numerous, they appeared as helpless children under the relentless assault of Zhou Jialei. Some were struck in the abdomen, curling up on the ground in agony. Others were hit on the head, collapsing into unconsciousness, and still others suffered blows to their joints, instantly rendered incapable of resistance. Zhou Jialei's movements were swift and ruthless, toppling one gang member after another. His face bore no trace of fear, only resolute determination and fury. Zhu Zhengyong, clutching his bleeding nose, watched in seething rage as his subordinates fell one by one to Zhou Jialei's fists. How could he have anticipated that this young man possessed such formidable skills? As the remaining members of the Seven Dragons gang began to falter, Zhu Zhengyong's expression grew increasingly strained. Once could be deemed an accident, but to be bested by this boy a second time would jeopardize his standing within the gang. Grinding his teeth, Zhu Zhengyong proclaimed, "You little brat, you've got guts. If I don't take you down today, I'll write my name backwards." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he drew a gleaming dagger from his waist, charging at Zhou Jialei with the weapon in hand, hoping to compensate for his inadequacy in hand-to-hand combat. Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow at the sight. The atmosphere at the dock became palpably tense as onlookers, including fishmongers and fishermen, retreated apprehensively, fearing entanglement in this sudden brawl. Zhou Shaoling watched her brother anxiously, her heart laden with concern. For all of Zhou Jialei's prowess, facing a dagger unarmed posed a significant risk of injury. With a whoosh, Zhu Zhengyong's dagger descended swiftly. Zhou Jialei, however, remained calm, deftly evading the blade while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. At the moment Zhu Zhengyong swung the dagger once more, Zhou Jialei seized the initiative, delivering a precise palm strike to Zhu Zhengyong's wrist. The dagger clattered to the ground as Zhu Zhengyong cried out in pain. Without granting him a moment to recover, Zhou Jialei followed up with a powerful punch to Zhu Zhengyong's chest. Zhu Zhengyong staggered back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. The remaining members of the Seven Dragons gang halted their actions, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance. The dock fell into a profound silence, all present astonished by the scene before them. None had anticipated that Zhou Jialei alone could dispatch more than a dozen members of the gang in such a brief span of 10 minutes. When did this young man become so formidable? At that moment, Zhou Jialei approached Zhu Zhengyong, who lay battered and bruised. As he felt the trembling of the deck beneath him, Zhu Zhengyong's heart raced uncontrollably. When he dared to look up again, Zhou Jialei stood directly before him, his expression impassive, causing Zhu Zhengyong's heart to skip a beat. He swallowed hard and stammered, "What do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly." Zhou Jialei could not suppress a laugh at this. "Don't act recklessly? It was Zhu Jingyong who had come to his fishing boat with a gang, demanding he surrender both his vessel and his cash. Brother Yong, didn't you say you wanted to settle both old and new accounts? How many old grievances must accumulate before you are satisfied? Zhou Jialei sneered as he gazed at Zhu Zhengyong. This remark struck Zhu Zhengyong like a resounding slap, leaving him flustered and unable to utter a single word. The humiliation was unbearable. As he met Zhou Jialei's sardonic gaze, a chill ran down his spine. What more could this rascal be plotting? Surely, he wouldn't resort to coercive tactics again, would he? He had already exhausted his funds. Where'd he find the money? I can't afford it. I can't afford it. As Zhou Jialei parted his lips slightly, Zhu Zhengyong hastily barked, fearing that Zhou might demand he purchase goods. If only the price were reasonable, he might consider it. But this fellow was a shrewd businessman. Heaven knows what exorbitant price he would propose. What if he demanded $20 a pound for a sea base? That would be utterly outrageous. Who told you I was going to make you buy goods? With all my fine merchandise, selling to you would only be a favor, Zhou Jialei retorted coldly, leaving Zhu Jingyong utterly speechless. This rascal had learned to turn the tables. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. He longed to escape the fishing boat as swiftly as possible. It was akin to confronting the Seven Dragon Gang. Every time he attempted to confront this brat, he found himself at the receiving end of the punishment. He scrambled to his feet from the deck, disregarding the blood trickling from his nose, and prepared to flee. However, just as he took a couple steps, Zhou Jialei seized him by the collar. Did I allow you to leave? Zhou Jialei's voice echoed from behind. Zhu Zhengyong felt an urge to curse. Being publicly humiliated was already intolerable. Now, Zhou Jialei was lifting him up like a chick. What remained of his dignity? What remained of the Seven Dragon Gang's honor? What do you want? I warn you, don't push your luck. Our Seven Dragon Gang is not easily intimidated. Zhu Zhengyong glared fiercely at Zhou Jialei, speaking with venom. You still want tea? Let me go. This is sheer bullying. Zhou Jialei spoke languidly. What am I doing? I merely wish to inform you that my fishing boat was just refurbished yesterday. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhengyong's lips twitched in exasperation. He felt a curse rising within him. So what? And then? What does that concern me? This brat flaunts his renovation of the fishing boat with his own money? Enough already. All right. You're impressive. You're formidable. You've refurbished your fishing boat. Can I leave now? Zhu Zhengyong forced a smile, though his heart was brimming with frustration. He just wanted to distance himself from this nuisance. Yet, Zhou Jialei continued nonchalantly. You damaged my fishing boat, and you think you can leave without compensation? Huh? What nonsense. When did we damage the fishing boat? What is this fool up to? Nonsense. We haven't even touched a hair on your fishing boat. Zhu Zhengyong instinctively retorted. Not to mention the fishing boat, they hadn't even confronted Zhou Jialei. Yet this lad had easily subdued them with a few strikes. They were the ones who had been beaten, and now they were expected to compensate? What kind of reasoning is that? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jialei landed a punch squarely on Zhu Zhengyong's face, admonishing him, be quiet. The blow left Zhu Zhengyong seeing stars, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Zhou Jialei standing at the edge of the deck, pointing toward a spot on the deck. The members of the Seven Dragon Gang instinctively leaned forward to look, only to be met with darkness before their eyes. Indeed, there was a small dent on the pristine paint surface. Yet, hanging above the dent was a strand of kelp, clearly indicating that it had been damaged at sea. Was Zhou Jialei attempting to extort them? This was utterly outrageous. Have you lost your mind? What does this have to do with us? You're blaming your own misfortune on the situation. Zhu Zhengyong could no longer contain his fury and cursed aloud. Slap! Immediately, another resounding slap struck his face. Such foul language, and you still haven't been subdued? Zhou Jialei frowned and stated, will you compensate or not? Zhu Zhengyong, covering his face and seething with rage, understood that he was no match for Zhou Jialei. He glared at him through gritted teeth, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. Noticing Zhu Zhengyong's silence, Zhou Jialei slightly raised his hand, as if readying for another strike, and stepped closer to Zhu Zhengyong. Fine, we will compensate, if that is what you wish. Zhu Zhengyong ultimately capitulated, Realizing the importance of maintaining the Seven Dragon Gang's reputation and his desire to leave this fishing boat as soon as possible, a faint smile crept onto Zhou Jialei's lips, seemingly pleased with this outcome. If you had said so earlier, there would have been no trouble. 5,000 yuan, cash in hand, and you can leave. Chapter 30, Blind Date, My Desired Partner. Inwardly cursing, Zhu Jingyong maintained a facade of compliance. He extracted a bundle of cash from his pocket and hurled it contemptuously at Zhou Jialei's feet. This is compensation for your fishing boat. Do not trouble our Seven Dragon Gang again. Zhou Jialei glanced down at the money on the ground and then back at Zhu Jingyong, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Fine, since you were so forthcoming, I shall let you go today. However, you are mistaken if you think I sought trouble with you. It was entirely of your own making. Suppressing his fury, Zhu Jingyong turned away, leading the other members of the Seven Dragon Gang off the fishing boat. Just before leaving, Zhou Jialei's words nearly twisted his foot in anger. They walked away, muttering curses and vowing to reclaim their dignity one day. Zhou Jialei watched their retreating figures, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that the Seven Dragon Gang would not relent, but he felt no fear. For every encounter, he would retaliate. Yet these ruffians were not mere troublemakers. They were his golden goose. Each visit brought him financial gain. With the money from the 2 refurbishments of the fishing boat already secured, it was simply a windfall. Once the Seven Dragon Gang departed, Zhou Shaoling finally regained her composure, gazing at Zhou Jialei with admiration. Brother, you are truly incredible. Over a dozen men, and you took them down effortlessly. How could someone like you still be single? It's simply unjust. All right, stop lingering here. Let the fishmongers come aboard to sell their catch, Zhou Jialei instructed, eager to return home and mention Liao Jingxi's name to Song Qiulan, hoping she would inquire about her. He wondered if Song Qiulan would be thrilled upon hearing the news. Zhou Shaoling nodded and hurried up to the deck with several fishmongers. As the cargo hold opened, the eyes of the fishmongers widened in disbelief. Particularly, the bluefin tuna in the freezer had them gasping for breath. Before Zhou Jialei could speak, the fishmongers began shouting bids. I'll offer 11,000 for that bluefin tuna, one fishmonger exclaimed eagerly. 12,000, another countered defiantly. Standing aside, Zhou Jialei observed the frenzy of bids with a sense of private satisfaction. However, he remained composed, patiently awaiting a higher offer. 15,000. A voice suddenly resonated above the rest. The crowd turned to locate the speaker, revealing a well-dressed, middle-aged man stepping forward, distinctly out of place among the fishmongers. Resembling a city dweller, his determined gaze indicated his intent to acquire the bluefin tuna. Ah, esteemed sir, your discerning eye is commendable. Zhou Jialei greeted him with a smile. This bluefin tuna was freshly caught by our fishing boat, exceptionally fresh. I know, that is precisely why I am here. The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze still fixed on the bluefin tuna within the freezer. Very well, I shall refrain from saying more, Zhou Jialei said briskly. For 15,000, the bluefin tuna in this freezer shall be yours. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, retrieving a stack of cash from his pocket and handing it to Zhou Jialei. After counting the money and confirming its accuracy, Zhou Jialei gestured for Zhou Shaoling to hand over the bluefin tuna to the man. It seemed the man had come solely for the tuna, as he collected the fish and departed without even glancing at the other seafood. The other fishmongers looked on with envy, but they quickly set their sorrows aside and began to fervently snatch up other items. The entire ship's haul of seafood had been nearly wiped out, save for a few feeble crabs. Holding the thick stack of cash, Zhou Shaoling could hardly believe her eyes. After a day at sea, they had earned nearly 30,000? Zhou Jialei's ability to earn money was enough to leave everyone in the village in awe. The siblings returned home, and it was only just past 5 in the afternoon, relatively early for them. However, before they could reach their doorstep, they noticed smoke wafting from the kitchen. Cooking this early? Zhou Shaoling and Zhou Jialei exchanged glances, both puzzled. In their village, meals were typically served late. Lunch often stretched until 2 or 3, and dinner preparations wouldn't commence until around 7. Why was Song Qiulan already in the kitchen at 5? It was indeed strange. As they entered the courtyard, they spotted Zhou Guangrong scrubbing a large crab with a brush. Dad, Are we having something special today? Zhou Jiale observed the crab, estimating it weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. Typically, the crabs consumed at home were small, with larger ones sold to the market. Although they had a bit more money now, Zhou Guangrong and Song Qiulan were known for their frugality and would never splurge on such a sizable crab. Seeing Zhou Jiale return, Zhou Guangrong beamed. There's a joyous occasion today. Hurry, change your clothes and get ready. A joyous occasion? What do you mean? The siblings exchanged bewildered glances, both at a loss. Zhou Xiaoling, ever obedient, hurried into the house to change, while Zhou Jiale approached the kitchen to glance at Song Qiulan. What he saw was astonishing. She had prepared seafood porridge. Rows of abalone and shrimp lay before him. Mom, what is the special occasion? Why all this delicious food? Zhou Jiale was taken aback and couldn't help but move closer to Song Qiulan. Noticing Zhou Jiale's return, Song Qiulan, ignoring the pot, rushed over to him and sniffed at his clothes. You smell of sweat. Go wash up and change quickly. Aunt Shun will be bringing people over soon, so hurry. With that, she pushed him towards the bathroom. Zhou Jiale's mouth twitched in confusion. Who was coming? Why wasn't T.I. informed? Is Aunt Shun's action truly this swift? How did she suddenly find a young lady? Upon inquiry, Zhou Jiale found himself both amused and perplexed. Just a few days ago, Aunt Shun had expressed her doubts about Zhou Jiale, lamenting that he could not provide a dowry and thus might struggle to find a suitable bride. Yet, in the span of merely 2 or 3 days, her demeanor had dramatically shifted, especially after he had garnered some notoriety at the docks, becoming something of a local celebrity. Without delay, Aunt Shun scoured the surrounding villages, gathering photographs of 7 or 8 young women, which she delivered to his doorstep that very morning. However, as Zhou Jiale was not home, Song Qiulan took it upon herself to select one. Coincidentally, the young lady resided nearby, and it was decided that she would visit during dinner, bringing her family along. Elated, Song Qiulan set off to the seafood market in the middle of the day, spending generously on an array of seafood and instructing Zhou Guangrong to refrain from his chess games, making sure the house was tidied up. It was only then that Zhou Jiale noticed the remarkable cleanliness of his home. Hearing this, he could only laugh helplessly. Mother, what is going on? Why didn't you inform me? Moreover, in the realm of matchmaking, it was customary for the young lady's family to visit the young man's home for a meeting, rather than the other way around, as was traditionally the case with matchmakers facilitating the encounter of both families. Most importantly, he still held the image of that petite figure aboard the ship in his mind, leaving little room for thoughts of other women. Yet, upon seeing Song Qiulan's resolute expression and with the young lady's arrival imminent, Zhou Jiale dared not mention Liao Jingxi's name, choosing instead to acquiesce. He resolved to navigate this situation first, and, once the young lady departed, he would discreetly prepare a red envelope for Aunt Shun, asking her to inquire in the neighboring village about the young lady's family background. What are you standing around for? Are you overjoyed? Hurry up, wear that Zhongshan suit. I washed it this morning, and it's dried now. Song Qiulan cheerfully ushered Zhou Jiale into the bathroom for a quick wash and to don clean attire. She even spritzed him with some floral water, claiming it was to eliminate the lingering scent of the sea, lest the young lady be put off. In this day and age, matchmaking typically involved either the young couple meeting or the families assessing one another. Once mutual attraction was established, they would align their birth dates. If all seemed well, a favorable date would be chosen for the formal proposal. The dowry was quite straightforward, often comprising a sewing machine and a radio, with those of greater means adding a few more appliances to enhance their standing. Presently, with wealth in the household, there was no rush concerning the dowry. Zhou Jiale, wishing to avoid disappointing Song Qiulan, made sure to clarify, Mother, I will simply take a look first. Please don't make decisions for me. I have my own thoughts on the matter. All right, just get ready, Song Qiulan replied, brushing off his concerns as she turned to attend to her tasks in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoling emerged in a fresh outfit, grinning as she observed her brother's anxious demeanor. Brother, are you feeling nervous? She teased, noticing Zhou Jiale sitting stiffly on the sofa, with an arched eyebrow. He responded candidly, not particularly nervous, just curious about what this young lady looks like. To speak candidly, he harbored little hope for this blind date. However, Aunt Chun was renowned as the matchmaker of the surrounding villages, and he could not afford to offend her. Otherwise, in a fit of anger, she might introduce Liao Jingxi to someone else. By around 6:30, the sky was painted with the hues of dusk. Soon, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. The Zhou family was just ahead, and unbeknownst to many, this lad had become a local celebrity, tall, handsome, and capable of earning a living. Just yesterday, he had refurbished his fishing boat. Aunt Chun's voice was loud enough that Zhou Jialei could hear her praising him from inside the house. Zhou Shaoling stifled a laugh, playfully nudging Zhou Jialei's arm. "Brother, listen to Aunt Chun. No wonder people say her introductions have an exceptionally high success rate." In just a few words, she had elevated him to the heavens. Although Zhou Jialei prided himself on his stature, opinions on his handsomeness varied, and he felt no embarrassment at Aunt Chun's remarks. He leaned out to glimpse the source of the commotion. In the distance, he spotted Aunt Chun, dressed flamboyantly, accompanied by two plainly dressed individuals. Is that so? This young man must be quite capable. Before the prospective bride could utter a word, her mother expressed her satisfaction, cheerfully conversing with Aunt Chun. "Oh, indeed. You have no idea. This young man is very ambitious, going out to sea daily, consistently bringing back good catches. If my daughter were of marrying age, I would eagerly consider him as my son-in-law." Aunt Chun chuckled behind her hand. At this remark, the corners of Zhou Jialei's mouth twitched. Becoming Aunt Chun's son-in-law? He would rather not. Renowned as a matchmaker and notorious for her incessant chatter, marrying her daughter would be tantamount to a lifetime of nagging. Just then, Zhou Jialei's attention was caught. He quickly pulled Zhou Shaoling closer and pointed at the girl following Aunt Chun, her head bowed. "Shaoling, take a look. Is that not the girl we rescued this afternoon?" Chapter 31. Bringing a blind date to the beach. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shaoling was momentarily taken aback, hastily glancing in that direction. However, the distance was too great for her to see clearly. She could only discern that the figures were somewhat similar in height, which made her anxious. She quickly dashed to the front gate of the courtyard, peering outside. After catching a glimpse, she hurried back, breathless. "Brother, it's really her. It's indeed Sister Jingxi," Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Well, what a fortunate coincidence." Zhou Jialei's gaze also brightened. He could hardly believe such serendipity. Just as he was contemplating sending Aunt Chun to inquire further, she unexpectedly brought the person directly to his doorstep. Fate. Zhou Jialei felt a surge of excitement. He never anticipated that Liao Jingxi would appear at his home in such a manner. Initially calm, he now felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. He quickly adjusted his Zhongshan suit, ensuring he looked presentable. After glancing in the mirror, he couldn't help but ask Shaoling, "Do I look tidy?" Yet after posing the question, Zhou Jialei found it amusing. Liao Jingxi had already seen him drenched from the sea. What was the point of primping now? Meanwhile, Zhou Shaoling was bouncing with excitement, elated by this unexpected surprise. "Brother, you must perform well. This is a golden opportunity," she whispered, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhou Jialei nodded, though a tinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. Despite his feelings for Liao Jingxi, they still lacked a deeper understanding of one another. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself for the imminent meeting. Before long, Aunt Chun entered the courtyard, leading Liao Jingxi and her family. Zhou Jialei and Song Qiulan hastily welcomed them. With a beaming smile, Aunt Chun made the introductions, while Liao Jingxi appeared somewhat reserved, not daring to lift her gaze to Zhou Jialei, her head bowed, nervously tugging at her clothing. "Sister Jingxi." It was Zhou Shaoling who rushed forward, calling out to Liao Jingxi. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Liao Jingxi paused in surprise. Lifting her head, she saw Zhou Jialei and Zhou Shaoling standing before her, and a wave of delight washed over her. "Is it really you?" "Yes. My brother is your blind date." "What a coincidence." Zhou Shaoling chuckled, covering her mouth as she giggled, her gaze flitting between the two. Her youthful exuberance left those nearby in astonishment. The first to react was Aunt Chun. "Zhou Jialei, this is Liao Jingxi. Have you two met before?" she inquired with a smile. Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi exchanged an awkward glance, both sharing an embarrassed smile. Zhou Jialei quickly replied, "Yes, Aunt Chun. We met by the seaside previously. Seeing this, Song Qiulan felt a sense of joy. She had been worried that her son might create some mischief, but now that they were acquainted, it would be much easier. Knowing her son well, she could easily discern his feelings. Observing Zhou Jialei's demeanor, it was evident that he was immensely satisfied. A celebration was indeed on the horizon for the Zhou family. Liao Jingxi, feeling a wave of relief, turned to her mother, Zhao Xiuji, who appeared utterly perplexed and hurriedly exclaimed, "Mom, I encountered a torrential downpour this afternoon, and they were the ones who rescued me." Zhao Xiuji, taken aback by this revelation, responded, "What a coincidence. Young Zhou, I am profoundly grateful to you. Without your timely intervention, my daughter would surely have been unable to return home today." With overwhelming emotion, Zhao Xiuji grasped Zhou Jialei's hand firmly. Initially, she had planned to visit and express her gratitude at a later time, but she never anticipated meeting him under such circumstances. "Oh dear, there's no need for formalities. My son possesses a kind heart. Saving Xiao, she was merely fate at play. Come, let us retreat indoors and converse further," said Song Qiulan, her face alight with joy as she warmly ushered Liao Jingxi's family inside. After guiding Liao Jingxi and Zhao Xiuji around the house, she discreetly signaled Zhou Jialei to stand a bit closer to Liao Jingxi, ensuring that the young lady did not feel neglected. Although Song Qiulan had seen a photograph of Liao Jingxi, the images from that era were predominantly in black and white, leaving her unaware of the girl's complexion. Upon seeing her in person, she was struck by Liao Jingxi's fair and delicate appearance. Although she was somewhat slender, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Particularly, her figure suggested a capacity for motherhood. Before Zhou Jialei could voice his thoughts, Song Qiulan found herself thoroughly pleased. In her own time, she had faced challenges. Back then, the focus was less on a girl's beauty and more on her physical robustness and ability to perform labor. A girl like Liao Jingxi, with such a pristine appearance, would not have been recommended by matchmakers. However, times had changed. Zhou Jialei was capable of earning a living, and marrying a wife who could bear children was all that mattered. With immense satisfaction, Song Qiulan took Zhao Xiuji by the arm and led her toward the living room, whispering something in her ear, causing both women to share a laugh. Meanwhile, Liao Jingxi, having regained her composure, now felt inexplicably anxious. Just that afternoon, she had only just begun to collect herself, and now her mother was hastily dragging her into a matchmaking scenario. Hearing that the prospective partner was financially stable added to her reluctance. Despite their financial struggles, she was not inclined to humble herself for a suitor. More importantly, how many handsome men were there among those who could provide for her? Who could have imagined it would be Zhou Jialei? Stealing a furtive glance at him, her cheeks flushed suddenly. Compared to marrying a stranger, she felt no aversion toward Zhou Jialei. After all, he had just rescued her. Moreover, even in the tumultuous sea, he had behaved with utmost propriety, merely holding onto her arm. What woman could resist a man of such integrity? As night fell, the Zhou family yard began to buzz with activity. Song Qiulan prepared a sumptuous seafood feast, inviting Liao Jingxi's family to join in the celebration. At the dining table, laughter and cheerful banter filled the air, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Zhao Xiuji took Liao Jingxi aside for a private conversation, while Zhou Jialei remained in the room, his gaze inadvertently drifting outside. Upon witnessing Liao Jingxi nodding with a slight blush on her cheeks, a sense of pride swelled within him. Before he could ponder further, he was playfully tapped on the head by Song Qiulan. "You little rascal, are you daydreaming?" She chided with a smile, though her expression revealed undeniable delight. The interaction between the two young individuals was telling. It was evident they were quite pleased with each other. Though Liao Jingxi came from a modest background, she was a fine young lady, graceful in her speech, confident yet poised, never failing to impress. "So what do you think, my son? I personally selected her for you. Isn't she wonderful?" Song Qiulan inquired cheerfully. As soon as Zhou Jialei nodded, she was ready to take action, eager to arrange a date for their union and find an auspicious moment to formalize the engagement. "Indeed, mother, you truly understand me," Zhou Jialei replied, unable to suppress his amusement. "However, I'm still uncertain about her feelings. Although I did rescue Liao Jingxi, our interactions have been rather limited. Ah, with your words? I am content. Song Qiulan was unfazed by his hesitations. Seeing her son willing to agree filled her with excitement. The burden that had weighed on her heart for the past 2 years was finally lifting. Zhou Jialei, observing Song Qiulan's jubilant demeanor, shook his head in resignation. Just then, he turned around to find Zhou, Shaoling, grinning mischievously. Brother, come on, tell me the truth. Did you have feelings for Sister Jingxi while you were at sea? Does this mean I can no longer call her Sister Jingxi, but rather sister-in-law? When are you going to propose? Hurry up and bring Sister Jingxi into our family. Then, she can manage the finances. I get along well with her, and I can bask in her glory too. As Zhou Xiaoling's words became increasingly exaggerated, Zhou Jialei hurriedly covered her mouth, fearful that her voice would resemble a firecracker and reach Liao Jingxi's ears. Although he indeed had feelings for her, he didn't want to be perceived as a rogue by speaking so openly in front of a lady. We haven't even taken the first step yet, so why the rush? Go play somewhere else, and don't hinder your brother's important matters. With that, he pulled out a bill from his pocket and sent her on her way. All right, clutching the money, Zhou Shaoling beamed and dashed off. Zhao Xiuji then entered with Liao Jingxi, whose cheeks were still flushed. After a brief glance at Zhou Jialei, she quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Zhou Jialei felt a thrill in his heart. Clearing his throat, he could not help but say, Xiaoxi, the tide is about to recede. Would you like to join me at the mangroves to catch some seafood? Chapter 32. The priceless black butterfly shell. Are we going to the beach? Upon hearing this, Liao Jingxi was momentarily taken aback. Brother, I want to go too. The moment Zhou Shaoling heard about the beach trip, she rushed in with palpable excitement. Midway through her dash, she was seized by Song Qiulan. What chaos are you causing? You're just a child. What do you know about the beach? Go on, go back. Song Qiulan shot the girl a stern look and spoke firmly. I can go. Zhou Shaoling attempted to protest, but Song Qiulan swiftly covered her mouth. With a polite smile directed at Zhao Xiuji, she added, You continue your conversation. I just remembered this girl has some matters to discuss with me. With that, she dragged Zhou Shaoling into the house. Now, in the living room, only Zhao Xiuji and Liao Jingxi remained. Liao Jingxi felt her cheeks flush and couldn't help but voice her concern, but it's getting late. Going to the beach will take at least an hour or two. It's already 7:30 in the evening. By the time we return, it will be past 9. I still need to get back to the village. There won't be enough time. To be fair, she harbored feelings for Zhou Jialei and wished to learn more about this man's character. However, since their relationship had yet to solidify, mingling like this would invite gossip. Sensing Liao Jingxi's thoughts, Zhou Jialei scratched his head, remaining silent. Aunt Chun, noticing the atmosphere, entered the inner room to speak briefly with Song Qiulan. Afterward, she emerged and pulled Zhao Xiuji aside, whispering a few words. Zhao Xiuji's eyes brightened in response. Xiaoxi, you should go. Sleep with Shaoling tonight, and you can return home tomorrow afternoon, Zhao Xiuji suggested. Upon hearing this, not only did Liao Jingxi's face flush, but Zhou Jialei's countenance turned crimson as well. It was evident what Aunt Chun had just mentioned. Although this era was somewhat more liberal than before, it was still quite bold for a girl to spend the night at the home of a man she had just met. Clearly, Song Qiulan had already made arrangements for Liao Jingxi, hence her words. With Aunt Chun's authority, no one would dare to go back on their word once a decision had been made, for fear of losing face. If it weren't for Song Qiulan's endorsement, Aunt Chun would not have offered her assurance. Biting her lip, Liao Jingxi felt her face flush even deeper, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After seeing Aunt Chun and Zhao Xiuji off, Zhou Jialei led Liao Jingxi toward the beach, both carrying wooden buckets and wielding flashlights. Though they were together, a subtle distance lingered between them, striking a balance that felt neither too intimate nor too awkward. As night fell and the sea breeze gently caressed them, the beach was filled solely with the sound of their footsteps and the distant whisper of the waves. Zhou Jialei walked ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure Liao Jingxi was keeping pace. As she held the bucket, the beam of her flashlight danced across the sand, and with each turn of Zhou Jialei's head, her heart raced, her cheeks burning bright. Xiaoxi, are you afraid of the dark? Zhou Jialei suddenly halted, turning to inquire. No, I'm not afraid. Liao Jingxi's voice trembled slightly, yet she responded with unwavering determination. Zhou Jialei chuckled softly and continued walking, his mind occupied with thoughts on how to bridge the subtle distance between them. He was aware of his affection for Liao Jingxi, but feared that being overly eager might intimidate her. Eventually, they reached the edge of the mangrove forest, where Zhou Jialei halted and pointed towards the mudflat ahead. This is an excellent spot for gathering seafood, but be cautious, some areas may be muddy. Liao Jingxi nodded and followed him into the mangroves. Having grown up collecting seafood along the shore, she was no stranger to the task. Her experience was adequate. But recent yields had been poor, which was why she had resorted to assisting others in harvesting kelp. Initially, she had hoped to earn a modest 3 yuan in just a few hours, never imagining she would end up with a boat. Will you be all right returning home during the day? Are you still cold? The moonlight cascaded over the mudflat, casting a silvery sheen. Zhou Jialei's voice was gentle as it reached her. Surprised by his concern, Liao Jingxi instinctively replied, I'm fine. By the way, your blanket is still at my house. I'll bring it to you in a couple of days. No need for pleasantries. We are family now, Zhou Jialei replied with a cheerful tone. Liao Jingxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent, hastily lowering her head as they walked ahead. However, after taking a few steps, an unusual sensation underfoot caught her attention. She quickly stepped back and shone her flashlight forward. To her astonishment, she realized she had been standing on a small stone, which shifted slightly under her weight, revealing a tiny leg emerging from the crevice. Without hesitation, Liao Jingxi moved the stone aside. A flower crab. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Completely unanticipated was this bounty before even entering the mangrove. Zhou Jialei had intended to assist her, but paused as he watched Liao Jingxi adeptly grasp the crab by its rear, rinsing it in the nearby seawater before tossing it into the wooden bucket. Thud! The crab landed in the bucket, and Liao Jingxi could not conceal her joy. This flower crab is enormous, weighing at least 5 taels. That's nearly 2 yuan, she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhou Jialei couldn't help but find her enthusiasm amusing. The 5-tailed crab was something he would typically overlook, and even Zhou Shaoling would dismiss it. Yet, witnessing Liao Jingxi's elation, he refrained from dampening her spirits and instead nodded. You truly have good fortune. We found a large crab just as we arrived. Let's see what other treasures the mangrove holds. Hearing this, Liao Jingxi's interest piqued, and she hurriedly lifted the bucket to follow Zhou Jialei. In just a few exchanges, the ice between them melted, and they walked side by side. Zhou Jialei held a pair of tongs and headed straight for a stone, extending the tongs to probe into the crevices. Upon witnessing the scene, Liao Jingxi could not help but burst into laughter. Is this how you gather seafood? Don't you even need to look? As she walked alongside Zhou Jialei, he did not pause even for a moment, as if he were on a direct path to this very spot. How could one possibly find seafood here? There wasn't even a single crevice or protrusion in sight. To her astonishment, a sharp sound echoed, the unmistakable click of tongs grasping a catch. And Zhou Jialei extracted a slender crab from a crevice in the rocks. Liao Jingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there really something here? You are exceptionally skilled. Previously, she had only heard Aunt Chun speak of Zhou Jialei's prowess in gathering seafood, but witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. Who else could gather seafood in such a manner, without even glancing? Ha! This is merely child's play, Zhou Jialei replied, reveling in his success. And he winked at Liao Jingxi. You should accompany me on these excursions. There is much for you to learn. You are merely fortunate today. Liao Jingxi chuckled, both amused and exasperated. The two continued onward, flashlights in hand, toward the mangrove forest, where the water reached their ankles. After only a few steps, Zhou Jialei felt a familiar stirring within him. His eyes brightened as he scanned the surroundings. The current was not too fierce, and the surface of the water bore only gentle ripples. Although subtle, he could still sense the presence of marine life around them. Noticing Zhou Jialei standing still, Liao Jingxi inquired curiously, "What is the matter? Let's check out those rocks over there." After surveying the area, Zhou Jialei led Liao Jingxi toward the rocky outcrop, his steps resolute. Unable to contain herself, Liao Jingxi laughed softly and remarked, You really have an extraordinary eye. Can you see seafood from this distance? She followed him, skeptical yet intrigued. After all, gathering seafood often hinged on luck, and Zhou Jialei's initial success might not be repeated. Currently, they stood about 10 meters away from the rocky area. Not to mention, it was nighttime. Even the keenest of eyes would struggle to see such distances. However, as they approached the rocks, Liao Jingxi's expression shifted, her breath quickening in astonishment. Goodness, black butterfly shells. They are everywhere. In the pitch darkness, the shells were not easily discernible, but under the beam of their flashlight, they became vividly apparent. Surrounding the rocks was a U-shaped area formed by various stones and coral, where the tide would wash up seafood during high tide and trap it during low tide. Amidst the chaotic assortment, black shells dotted the landscape. She recognized them immediately. These were indeed black butterfly shells. Their sheer abundance even obscured the surrounding rocks, and most remarkably, these shells were impressively large, nearly the size of her palm. Although she frequently gathered seafood, she had never before encountered such a sight. Liao Jingxi was so elated that she nearly jumped with joy, her heart brimming with delight. Her eyes, almost crescent-shaped with delight, turned towards Zhou Jialei as she exclaimed, "What incredible luck that you found this!" Without waiting for a response, she eagerly approached the black butterfly shell, crouching down to begin her collection. 1, 2, 3. Each time she uncovered a black butterfly shell, Liao Jingxi would hold it up to the flashlight, illuminating it with a beam of light. The moment she witnessed the subtle glow emanating from the shell under the flashlight's illumination, her excitement intensified, her grip tightening with uncontainable joy. Nestled within the small crevices of the rocks lay, at the very least, dozens of these exquisite black butterfly shells. Chapter 33. The Tianjin Giant Blue Crab. In the past, Liao Jingxi had never even seen one while gathering shellfish by the sea. As she picked up the black butterfly clams, she turned to Zhou Jialei, exclaiming, "This is far too much. It could fill my bucket." Zhou Jialei stood beside her, watching the adorable sight of Liao Jingxi excitedly crouching down to collect the clams. Unable to suppress a smile. "How do you find gathering shellfish with me? My skills are something most people never witness," he remarked. Liao Jingxi nodded vigorously, her hands still busy, her eyes sparkling like two stars. "With so many black butterfly clams, I wonder if I could buy a new dress." Zhou Jialei chuckled heartily at her words. "You little girl, even while shelling, you haven't forgotten about buying a new dress." Of course, a girl loves beauty and enjoys wearing pretty dresses. Liao Jingxi was still caught up in the thrill of collecting the clams, and it took her a moment to realize that Zhou Jialei was teasing her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Why are you just standing there? Come help me gather." The two of them continued to chat and work in harmony. Under the night sky, it seemed that even the waves were rejoicing in their bounty. After gathering a plethora of black butterfly clams, Liao Jingxi couldn't resist lifting her wooden bucket to hear the delightful jingling sound it made. The sheer abundance left her grinning from ear to ear. The previous barriers between them gradually dissolved in this subtle atmosphere. Liao Jingxi looked at Zhou Jialei with a hint of admiration. After all, it was impressive how he could accurately locate the clams from such a distance. No wonder people referred to him as the third prince of the East Sea. Having had previous experiences, Liao Jingxi was quite convinced of Zhou Jialei's luck as she followed closely beside him, flashlight in hand. "Master Zhou, where do we head next?" she asked cheerfully. Understanding that she regarded him as merely fortunate, Zhou Jialei chose not to clarify, instead playfully closing his eyes and raising his right hand, pretending to concentrate. He murmured incantations under his breath. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with determination, and pointed in a direction. This way. Through the guidance of the Dinghai Pearl, Zhou Jialei sensed that there was a substantial catch not far ahead. "Is that true?" Liao Jingxi inquired, seeing his earnest demeanor. "Are you invoking Mazu?" Zhou Jialei turned to her with a smile, exuding an air of mystery. He beckoned her closer, motioning for her to lean in. After ensuring they were alone, he playfully covered his mouth with his hand, as if to conceal a secret, and whispered, "It's Master Zhou that I seek." With that, he briskly walked toward the direction he had sensed, the Dinghai Pearl within him stirring, guiding him forward. With the Dinghai Pearl's presence, All the treasures of the mangrove forest lay bare before him. He was confident in his ability to find them, a smile playing on his lips. Though she was ostensibly moving forward, her peripheral vision inadvertently lingered on Liao Jingshi, who stood behind her. Still unable to comprehend this young lady? You vex me. Indeed. Liao Jingshi remained rooted in place for a moment before suddenly realizing she had been played. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she hastened to catch up. With a light punch, akin to a playful gesture, she tapped Zhou Jiale on the back. As they exchanged laughter and banter, their relationship seemed to draw closer. The sky grew increasingly dim. Beyond the beam of the flashlight, only the moonlight reflecting off the sea remained, shimmering like scattered jewels. The waves lapped at the shore, as if providing a melodic accompaniment for the two beachcombers. Zhou Jiale walked ahead, holding the flashlight in his left hand while carrying a wooden bucket in his right. Liao Jingshi grasped the handle of the wooden bucket with her left hand, mere inches separating their hands as she trailed behind him. Strolling along the beach under the moonlight, they appeared remarkably harmonious. From time to time, Zhou Jiale would plunge the tongs he held into the sand, consistently extracting some clams with each thrust. Liao Jingshi, following closely behind, watched with gleaming eyes. It is essential to observe the breathing holes on the beach to pinpoint the approximate location of the clams. Even seasoned clam diggers must first sprinkle salt or assess the path before diving in. Now, with the darkness enveloping the beach, she could hardly discern even the most conspicuous shellfish. Not to mention, Zhou Jiale deftly fished for clams without needing the flashlight, his movements swift and precise. Each time he lifted the tongs, they were adorned with fresh seafood. Liao Jingshi found it utterly astonishing. How could this man possess such keen eyesight? Following Zhou Jiale, she had already gathered over a dozen clams, each impressively large, roughly 2 fingers wide. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Teach me how to catch clams," she implored after a while, unable to contain herself. Though she was no novice at beachcombing, she had never witnessed anyone catch clams in such a manner. Zhou Jiale glanced back at her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You won't be able to learn. How can I know if you don't teach me?" Liao Jingshi retorted playfully from behind. "Catching clams relies on intuition," Zhou Jiale explained, thrusting the tongs sharply into the ground. When he withdrew them, another clam was caught in the tongs. Liao Jingshi paused, momentarily entranced by the clam in his grip. "See? You won't learn," he teased, finding her moment of distraction endearing. Liao Jingshi, clearly unconvinced by the notion of intuition, felt a twinge of disappointment and remarked, "If you don't want to share, then don't." Realizing he may have been a touch too harsh, Zhou Jiale quickly added, "Little she, while clams may be elusive, I can teach you to catch the big ones." Upon hearing this, Liao Jingshi's eyes brightened, the earlier gloom dissipating entirely as she eagerly queried, "What will we catch?" "Follow me," Zhou Jiale replied, offering no further explanation as he led Liao Jingshi towards the edge of the beach. As one approaches the sea, the sand beneath one's feet becomes increasingly yielding, sinking several centimeters with each step. Progress becomes laborious for the two. Zhou Jiale leads Liao Jingshi to a seemingly tranquil stretch of beach, where the gentle waves caress the shore, producing a melodious sound. He halts, casting his gaze around as if in search of something. The air is filled with the faint sound of splashes, the playful movements of mud skippers and rays in the mire. Yet, these creatures go largely unnoticed along the shoreline. Even a full bucket of mud skippers and rays would scarcely fetch a few coins. Liao Jingshi feels a flicker of temptation, but seeing Zhou Jiale's unwavering focus, she reluctantly follows, casting a lingering glance at the shoals of fish on the beach. As dusk falls and the evening tide recedes, pools of brackish water form in the hollows created by the rocks and sand close to the sea. These small water holes, where fresh and salt water mingle, are prized by those who scour the coastline for marine treasures. Sensing that bountiful finds lie within these coastal depressions, Zhou Jiale guides Liao Jingshi in that direction. "Do you see anything?" Liao Jingshi cannot help but inquire. Noticing Zhou Jiale's air of mystery, she leans forward to peer ahead. However, apart from the beam of the flashlight, the coastal hollows reveal nothing but the relentless waves, the water's clarity diminished. Even now, she sees nothing of note. The two arrive at a pool. The sand here is soft as a marsh. One step could easily create a deep pit. Shine the light on this pool for me, Zhou Jialei requests, handing Liao Jingxi the flashlight, his face alight with excitement. I will conjure something for you. Nodding, Liao Jingxi aims the light at the waterhole. Zhou Jialei then uncoils a piece of wire wrapped around his waist, folding it to form a cone. Liao Jingxi recognizes this wire. Seasoned tide chasers are well aware that capturing blue crabs requires such tools. Yet, she has never seen anyone wrap it around their waist as Zhou Jialei does. He flattens the tip of the wire before proceeding to insert it into the soft sand, pushing it down slowly. 1 centimeter, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Just as the wire descends deeper and Liao Jingxi's confusion intensifies, a triumphant exclamation escapes Zhou Jialei's lips. Got it. With this declaration, he tightens his grip on the wire and gently pulls upward. In but a moment, a sizable marine creature is unearthed from the sand. Liao Jingxi's eyes widen with delight as she exclaims, "It's a blue crab." Upon closer inspection, the creature hanging from the wire is oval-shaped, it's smooth, domed back, glistening in a bluish-green hue, with a pair of formidable claws firmly clutching the wire. Indeed, it is a substantial catch, weighing about a pound. In the next instant, Zhou Jialei reaches out, securing this impressive prize. Chapter 34. Blue Crab and Lobster Porridge. Upon closer inspection, the object hanging from the wire was an oval-shaped creature, its back smooth and convex, adorned in a verdant hue. A pair of formidable claws clutched the wire tenaciously. Indeed, it was a blue crab. Zhou Jialei grasped the crab by its back, deftly detaching it from the wire, and, weighing it in his hand, marveled at its heft, nearly a pound. He casually placed it into a bucket. As he lifted his gaze to Liao Jingxi, he found her looking back, her eyes sparkling like stars. Liao Jingxi was astonished. Earlier, when they had arrived, she had heard Aunt Chun speak of this young man's remarkable skill in catching seafood. At that time, she had considered it mere exaggeration. However, it now appeared that not only was it not an exaggeration, but rather a modest understatement. Most individuals would typically catch blue crabs in muddy areas. Who would dare to choose such a low-lying spot? Primarily, it was due to the depth of the water in these depressions, rendering visibility poor. One could not ascertain whether crabs were hidden within. Who would expend such effort to investigate? Yet, Zhou Jialei had done just that. Each of his actions seemed peculiar, yet remarkably effective. Indeed, the talent for beachcombing is an innate gift, not something one can acquire through study. What are you staring at? Once we become a family, there will be ample time for observation, Zhou Jialei teased, noticing Liao Jingxi's expression shift as she gazed intently at him. You are insufferable, Liao Jingxi snapped back, her cheeks flushing as she hastily shifted the topic. How did you find it? Please teach me. Seeing her unwavering determination, Zhou Jialei could only shake his head in resignation. He could hardly admit that he had discovered it using the legendary Ding Heizu, for that would reveal the sanctity of his beachcombing prowess. Thus, he responded vaguely, actually, I often stroll along the shore, so I'm quite familiar with this area. Observe how the water and vegetation thrive in this depression. Blue crabs favor such hiding places. Furthermore, notice the subtle traces along the edge of the puddle. Those are remnants of the crab's movements. Hence, I deduced that there must be something here. As Liao Jingxi listened, she followed his gaze towards the area he pointed out. Indeed, in that nearly imperceptible location, she could observe the easily overlooked signs. She recognized that Zhou Jialei had likely withheld further secrets, yet she felt too bashful to pursue the matter. Instead, she silently noted these details, hoping to make her own discoveries on the next occasion. Noticing Liao Jingxi's lack of further inquiries, Zhou Jialei continued to guide her along the shoreline. The night deepened, and the sea breeze grew cooler. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered onto a spacious stretch of sandy beach. Moonlight cascaded over the ocean, casting a silvery sheen across the waves. Zhou Jialei wiped the wire clean and beckoned Liao Jingxi to his side, where they stood closely together. He pointed to the puddle before them with the wire. Turning to Liao Jingxi, he said, Xiaoxi, take a close look at that patch of sand. Liao Jingxi immediately tilted her head, following the direction of the wire to gaze at the sand bordering the puddle ahead. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the sandy terrain was undulating ever so slightly. Had it not been for Zhou Jialei's astute observation, she would have remained oblivious. "You are truly remarkable. You can even perceive this." Liao Jingxi could hardly contain her excitement, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. She, too, was capable of spotting the blue crabs. What a feat! A smug smile graced Zhou Jialei's lips. With the Ding Heizu within him, he could distinctly sense the presence of marine life surrounding them. However, he took great pleasure in showcasing his skills before the girl he admired, saying, "Follow my lead. You shall learn in due course." As he spoke, Zhou Jialei gently inserted the iron wire into the sand. In a mere moment, another blue crab clamped onto the wire and was pulled from the earth. He placed the approximately 5-ounce crab into a wooden bucket. In his intuition, he felt the presence of a larger creature nearby, as the Ding Heizu occasionally flickered, stirring his senses. Liao Jingxi watched Zhou Jialei catch the blue crab and felt an urge to try her hand at it. She took out a piece of iron wire, mimicking Zhou Jialei's technique, bending it into a conical shape. After a careful observation, she noticed a slightly undulating patch of sand and thrust the wire downward. However, unlike before, the wire only penetrated about 5 centimeters, as if it had struck something solid, resembling a stone. There was neither the sensation of the claws gripping the wire nor the ability to delve deeper. What's going on?" Liao Jingxi voiced her confusion, just as she was about to withdraw the wire. Suddenly, an object resembling a fish tail broke through the surface of the sand, appearing before her eyes. Momentarily taken aback, Liao Jingxi instinctively reached out to extract the fish from its sandy confines. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Jialei, who was scanning the area for larger catches. A sudden unease gripped him, as though his heart had skipped a beat. Instinctively, he sensed danger. "Be careful," Zhou Jialei called out urgently. Just as Liao Jingxi's hand grasped the fish tail, Zhou Jialei swiftly reached out, pulling her close to him. The fish tail was yanked from the sand, revealing only a fragment. Simultaneously, an object the size of a palm shot up from beneath the sand, snapping shut with ferocity. Liao Jingxi, caught off guard by Zhou Jialei's pull, stumbled directly into his embrace. He steadied her with his arm to prevent her from falling. Just as Liao Jingxi, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, attempted to extricate herself, a sharp sound, akin to the closing of a guillotine, resonated beneath her feet. The unmistakable crack echoed clearly in their ears. They turned to the source of the noise, only to witness a blue crab, nearly the size of a hand, emerging from beneath the sandy surface. Its smooth shell glistened ominously in the moonlight, reflecting a chilling azure glow. Liao Jingxi's complexion paled instantly. Had Zhou Jialei not pulled her back moments earlier, her fingers would have likely been severed by the vicious pincers. Overwhelmed with shock, Liao Jingxi glanced up to see Zhou Jialei, his expression grave as he regarded the blue crab. Once again, her heart raced uncontrollably as she murmured in Zhou Jialei's embrace. "So dangerous." "Do not worry. I am here," he reassured her, steadying Liao Jingxi and shielding her behind him with a swift motion of his arm. "Take a moment to rest. I shall deal with this formidable creature." "Be cautious," Liao Jingxi replied, her cheeks warming as she watched Zhou Jialei's silhouette. Zhou Jialei grasped the tongs and slowly approached the blue crab buried in the sand. This crab was quite large, and after being startled moments earlier, its pincers were raised high. The two pincers of the crab were asymmetrical, with the right claw typically larger and considerably stronger than the left. At the very moment Zhou Jialei extended the tongs towards it, the creature reacted swiftly, launching a sudden counterattack. The massive crab claw clamped down firmly on the tongs. Zhou Jialei's face brightened. Once a blue crab seized something, it would not easily let go. "Lift," he mentally urged, gripping the tongs handles and pulling with all his might. A small section of sand collapsed, revealing a large blue crab, measuring approximately 40 centimeters across its span, which was forcefully extracted from beneath the beach. The crab dangled in the air, its 8 legs thrashing about, and it weighed an estimated 4 to 5 pounds, a true giant among blue crabs. Despite its grip on the tongs, the crab remained firmly clamped down. Liao Jingshi watched the spectacle, feeling a mix of fear and delight. This crab was exceptionally large. Had she been caught by it earlier, she could only imagine the consequences. Zhou Jialei hurriedly retrieved a length of rope from his waist and securely bound the large blue crab. Only then did Liao Jingshi let out a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Having grown up by the sea, she prided herself on being one of the more adept crab catchers in the village. Yet here she was frightened by a single blue crab. As an unmarried woman, her thoughts were difficult to contain. Zhou Jialei glanced at Liao Jingshi and noticed her flushed cheeks, which made him chuckle. After tossing the bound blue crab into a wooden bucket, perhaps to lighten the mood, he turned to her and said, "Cici, you truly are remarkable for finding such a big one." Despite her earlier tension, Liao Jingshi couldn't suppress a laugh at Zhou Jialei's unexpected compliment. In a time when the concept of a straight man did not exist, she found something endearing about his words. The fear and anxiety that had once gripped her began to dissipate. Zhou Jialei, seeing her relax, also smiled. "I used to think you were quite straightforward. Now you seem quite the charmer," Liao Jingshi murmured with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhou Jialei was unbothered, feeling quite pleased with the day's bounty, having captured such a magnificent creature during their outing. Liao Jingshi, shaking off her previous anxiety, looked at the wooden bucket in their hands and thought of the fortune they could make. If they sold these at the market, she could surely afford a beautiful new dress. With this thought, her steps became lighter, and she began to skip joyfully along the beach. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight reflecting upon the shimmering surface of the sea, it appeared as though a nimble spirit danced across the waters. Zhou Jialei, standing nearby, was utterly entranced. "Have we returned?" Liao Jingshi inquired, glancing back at him. Zhou Jialei surveyed the overflowing wooden bucket and then looked up at the darkening sky. If he were alone, this catch would surely be insufficient, but with Liao Jingshi accompanying him and the hour growing late, it would be unseemly for a man and a woman to linger outdoors. He knew well that this young woman was already promised to another, which eased his mind somewhat. However, the gossip from the villagers would surely ensue if they were seen together. It would be prudent to head back soon. Suddenly, the Dinghaezu within him stirred with an unusual energy, causing his heart to flutter involuntarily as he instinctively gazed towards the waves lapping at the mangroves. In the inky darkness of the night, the only sound was that of the crashing waves. Yet, amidst the gentle lapping of the water, he discerned a faint sound, unmistakably the noise of fish foraging beneath the surface. Zhou Jialei's excitement surged. He turned his gaze toward the ocean, which appeared pitch black. Yet he could distinctly sense that fish were swimming towards him from afar. "Wait!" Zhou Jialei exclaimed urgently to Liao Jingshi. She looked in the direction he was staring at, the sea appearing utterly inscrutable apart from the moonlight's reflection. However, the expression on Zhou Jialei's face suggested that something promising was afoot. "What do you see?" Liao Jingshi asked, her curiosity piqued. "The sea looks completely dark. I can't see anything." "There are treasures beneath," Zhou Jialei replied, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "If we cast our line here, I am certain we will strike gold." "Really?" Liao Jingshi gazed skeptically at the velvety expanse of the sea. Zhou Jialei turned to her, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "Come now, when have I ever deceived you? My instincts are sharp." He punctuated his claim with an expressive gesture. Despite a flicker of apprehension in her heart, Liao Jingshi reflected on their day's adventures. Zhou Jialei had indeed navigated the shores without faltering. A sense of inexplicable trust blossomed within her. He possessed a certain knack for fishing, and she felt fortunate to have him as a companion. "All right, I will follow your lead," Liao Jingshi acquiesced. "Let us make our way to the shore and find a spot to cast our line." Zhou Jialei, pleased by her trust, felt a surge of joy. He mused to himself that if they were to land a significant catch, it could potentially surpass the value of what they had already collected in the wooden bucket. He envisioned Liao Jingshi bringing home a portion of their catch as a gift for her mother. They had come somewhat hastily, and he had not adequately prepared, while Liao Jingshi had thoughtfully brought along a bag of fruit, leaving him feeling somewhat remiss in his hospitality. If they were fortunate enough to catch something particularly valuable, perhaps a radio or a sewing machine could be theirs. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile crept upon Zhou Jialei's lips. He led Liao Jingxi towards the shore, the Ding Heizu within him casting a soft, guiding light as they ventured forth. Merely knowing the direction is insufficient. One must also select an appropriate fishing spot. Generally speaking, rocky areas are the most suitable, or perhaps slightly elevated coastal waters with shallow sandbars beneath one's feet. On a sweltering summer day, one can enjoy fishing while also soaking their feet. With a stroke of luck, one might even indulge in a foot massage. The delight of such an experience is simply exquisite. Before long, the two individuals arrived at a relatively tranquil section of the sea. Zhou Jialei seized a spare fishing rod and retrieved some sardines from a wooden bucket, gathered from the shore, to serve as bait. These sardines were fortuitously encountered earlier near the rocky area, making them perfectly suited for this purpose. After securing the bait, Zhou Jialei cast a few small fish and shrimp into the water to create a feeding ground, enticing the fish to nibble on the bait. With a graceful arc, the fishing rod was launched towards the sea, and with a satisfying splash, the hook plunged into the water, producing a clear sound that was soon swallowed by the waves. As the sardines sank into the sea, it carried the hook along, steadily making its way towards the depths below. The reel spun incessantly, and one could observe the surface of the water agitated by the sardine, creating ripples. Seizing this moment, Zhou Jialei activated the stabilizing pearl, drawing in the surrounding schools of fish. In no time, the previously serene fish, foraging in the depths, became agitated, as if compelled by an invisible force. They began to converge towards the location where Zhou Jialei had cast the bait. Chapter 35. The coral beneath the waters deep in the ocean's depths, a school of fish, previously gliding peacefully in search of sustenance, suddenly became agitated, seemingly drawn by an invisible force towards the direction where Zhou Jialei had cast his bait. Above the surface, despite the profound darkness of the night, Zhou Jialei, with his wealth of experience and keen intuition, could sense the imminent surge of life and vitality. Liao Jingxi stood beside him, observing Zhou Jialei's focused and confident demeanor, her heart swelling with an inexplicable emotion. She had never witnessed such a side of him, as if the entire ocean lay within his grasp. Her hands clenched tightly, a wave of nervous anticipation washing over her. Curiosity piqued. Liao Jingxi wondered what kind of fish Zhou Jialei would reel in. As time ticked away, the sea remained tranquil and undisturbed. Yet Zhou Jialei understood that the true contest had only just begun. The sky darkened, and visibility beneath the waves dwindled to near nothingness. Liao Jingxi gazed at the horizon, where the sea and sky melded into an endless expanse of black, her brow furrowed. Yet, her trust in Zhou Jialei assured her that something remarkable lurked below. Unable to see into the depths, she settled beside him, resting her elbows on her knees and her head on her hands, stealing glances at Zhou Jialei, her thoughts wandering as a silly smile occasionally graced her lips. At that moment, Zhou Jialei fixed his gaze on the bobber, his ears attuned to every subtle sound. Suddenly, the bobber plunged dramatically beneath the surface, followed by the rapid whir of the reel. "It's here," Zhou Jialei called out, gripping the fishing rod firmly and pulling upward with vigor. A powerful force surged from below the water, bending the rod into a perfect arc. Liao Jingxi, witnessing this, instinctively rose to her feet, her hand reaching for the net resting within a wooden bucket, ready to scoop up whatever fish would emerge. After a fierce struggle, a large, shimmering fish finally broke the surface of the water. When Zhou Jialei caught sight of it, he nearly lost his grip on the rod, exclaiming in astonishment, "A golden snapper!" Its imposing form glistened with radiant scales, exuding an air of majesty under the moonlight. Liao Jingxi stood in awe, never having encountered such a magnificent creature, her heart filled with shock and reverence. Zhou Jialei's exclamation jolted her from her stupor. After a brief moment of disbelief, she suddenly realized what he had claimed. Her body trembled slightly, and she gazed at the inky waters, incredulously asking, "A yellow-lipped fish?" Before her doubt could dissipate, The tip of Zhou Jialei's rod dipped sharply. The fish was still struggling. Without a moment to ponder, he tightened his grip and yanked fiercely. The hook had firmly lodged itself in the fish's mouth beneath the surface. Despite the prolonged battle, the fish remained elusive, refusing to be pulled from the depths. Yet, its form began to emerge from the water, revealing a long, tapered body, flat and elongated, with a slender tail, its back arched, and eyes gleaming like brass bells. Is this not the yellow-lipped fish, referred to as the golden money fish by fishermen? The swim bladder of this fish is among the 5 most precious fish maws, serving as the most expensive raw material for the renowned, small-whiskered, golden money maw. The yellow-lipped fish before us is quite sizable, weighing no less than 15 to 16 pounds. Such a fish, weighing in at that range, command a market price of 20 to 30,000, eagerly sought after yet scarce. Standing nearby, Liao Jingxi could not contain her astonishment, covering her mouth and gazing intently at the sea. As the fishing hook pierced the lip of the yellow-lipped fish, it began to thrash wildly, rolling in the puddle before them, while the waves of the sea surged. It was uncertain whether the tumultuous waves were a result of the fish's struggle. Just as Zhou Jialei exerted his strength to pull the yellow-lipped fish ashore, a sudden current pushed the fish back into the depths. Instantly, the fishing rod tightened like a bowstring. Zhou Jialei dared not apply too much force, fearing the line might snap, causing the hooked fish to escape. Such a loss would be irreparable. He hastily adjusted the tension, alternating between tightening and loosening the line. Simultaneously, the corners of Zhou Jialei's mouth could not help but curl upwards. It is well known that encountering a yellow-lipped fish is no small feat, akin to the rarity of spotting a panda in the wild. This creature is exceedingly rare. Previously, he had only heard tales of yellow-lipped fish in these waters. Yet upon inquiring among local fishermen, none had ever managed to catch one. This fish represents a fortune of 20,000, which fishermen would not yearn to catch a yellow-lipped fish. Even a smaller specimen weighing 2 or 3 pounds could fetch 7 or 8,000. Rarity begets value. Selling this yellow-lipped fish at the dock would undoubtedly make it highly coveted. With a swift motion, the line spool continued to unwind. Zhou Jialei gritted his teeth, persistently adjusting the tension of the fishing line. At that moment, a roaring wave caught his attention, and his brow furrowed in concern. The next instant, a wave crashed over, forcing the fish back into the depths, and it failed to resurface. As Zhou Jialei tugged on the rod, he sensed an ominous change. The sluggishness transmitted through the line was unmistakable. It was the unmistakable sign that the line had become ensnared in the crevices of the rocks. He had experienced this sensation before. This is disastrous. Surely it hasn't escaped. He took a deep breath and hastily activated the Dinghai Pearl. Thankfully, the Dinghai Pearl sensed the presence of the yellow-lipped fish once more, nestled within the crevices beneath his feet. When a sea fish becomes trapped in the rocks, it spells trouble. Attempting to pull it free could yield one of 2 outcomes. Either fortune favors him, and the line slips free while the fish remains hooked, or the line snaps, leaving him empty-handed. In this critical situation, even if the line could be extricated, prolonged entrapment would allow the yellow-lipped fish to wriggle free within the rocks, making it nearly impossible to recapture. Xiaoxi, take the fishing rod. Zhou Jialei called out urgently to Liao Jingxi beside him, unable to ponder further. Liao Jingxi, having grown up in a fishing village, was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. With swift determination, she approached Zhou Jialei, taking the fishing rod firmly from his grasp, her hands clenching it tightly to prevent it from slipping away. Once she stabilized the rod, she tentatively tugged at it, her expression shifting dramatically. How could she not recognize that sensation? The fishing line, taut and resistant, unmistakably indicated that it was entangled near the rocks. What should she do? The fish was about to escape. Instinctively, she glanced at Zhou Jialei and inquired. Zhou Jialei turned, retrieved the landing net, and uttered 2 words. "Wait for me." In the next moment, he plunged into the sea. With a splash, the world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Liao Jingxi gasped, her face a mask of disbelief as she watched Zhou Jialei. It was crucial to understand that the waters surrounding the mangroves were inherently perilous, not merely due to the turbulence of the waves, but primarily because the area likely harbored steep underwater cliffs. One moment, the depth might be a mere 2 or 3 meters, and the next, one could find themselves facing a profound chasm. This phenomenon was referred to as an underwater cliff in the fishing village. Accompanying these cliffs were turbulent waves and swirling currents. Not only humans, but even sizable fish could lose their bearings when confronted with such a vortex, inevitably drawn into its pull. Now that Zhou Jialei had suddenly plunged into the water, what if he encountered danger? Moreover, it was pitch black all around, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Even on a bright sunny day, no one would dare recklessly jump into the waters of the mangroves. Yet, Zhou Jialei had done just that. Liao Jingxi's heart raced with anxiety as she anxiously gazed at the dark surface of the sea. Clutching the taut fishing rod, she continued to tug at it, attempting to entice the yellow-mouthed fish to emerge from the rocks. But alas, there was still no response from the line. She dared not exert too much force, merely holding on. As time ticked away, the surface of the sea remained tumultuous, unchanged. Liao Jingxi's anxiety deepened. She stood up and repeatedly illuminated the area before her with a flashlight. It seemed that Zhou Jialei's recent dive had stirred the waters into a murky chaos, filled with disturbed silt, obscuring any signs of life. Zhou Jialei! Zhou Jialei! She called out to the sea. Yet, apart from the gentle lapping of the waves and the rustling of the wind through the mangroves, there was no response. In an instant, Liao Jingxi's complexion turned pale. Meanwhile, as Zhou Jialei submerged, the sounds of splashing water echoed in his ears, isolating him from the world above, leaving only the voice of the waves. Within him, the pearl of stability radiated a faint glow, although it was summer. Yet, on this night, the piercing chill of the seawater sent a shiver through Zhou Jialei. But he quickly acclimated to the temperature of the ocean and attempted to open his eyes beneath the waves. In that fleeting moment, his heart quivered abruptly. The underwater scenery became vividly clear to him. The corals and the surrounding schools of fish seemed to resonate with the presence of the Dinghezu, allowing him to perceive them distinctly. What astonished Zhou Jialei the most was that, unlike an ordinary person who would feel the impact of the surrounding waves, he sensed that the Dinghezu within him significantly diminished this force's effect. Rapidly regaining his composure, his gaze sharpened as he navigated the dim waters, searching for the yellow-lipped fish ensnared in the crevice of the reef. With the extraordinary vision granted by the Dinghezu, it was as if he possessed an ability to see through the depths, each detail of the seabed becoming a crystalline image. The underwater realm transformed into a space both mysterious and clear, with the vibrant coral reefs resembling palatial structures and the fish flitting about like guardians within this aquatic fortress, each engaged in their own pursuits. However, Zhou Jialei had no time to admire this enchanting spectacle. His focus was wholly captivated by the precious yellow-lipped fish. He approached the reef with utmost caution, fearful of startling the cunning creature. As he drew nearer, he could distinctly feel the tension of the fishing line caught within the rocky fissure, alongside the fish's tenacious struggle. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Zhou Jialei began to search with his hands for a way to extricate the line. Yet, the underwater world proved to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. The rocks varied in shape, and the gaps were narrow and winding. A moment's carelessness could ruin his efforts. His fingers glided over the icy stones, seeking the subtle entrance of the crevice, his mind whispering, "Remain calm, be even calmer." He moved with deliberate caution, wary that any sudden motion might provoke the yellow-lipped fish into breaking free from the hook. With his left hand steadying himself against the rock, his right hand swept through the water. His legs moved gently, his body slipping through the water like a nimble loach as he approached the rocky outcrop. From a distance of over 3 meters, he could clearly see the fishing line tangled around one of the rocks, knotted tightly. Just as I suspected, the line is ensnared around the reef, Zhou Jialei thought, smacking his lips in realization. He glanced up at the line, which extended toward the surface, taut and unwavering. The fishing rod was likely held by Liao Jingxi above. He needed to catch the yellow-lipped fish quickly. Although aided by the Dinghe, The oxygen in his lungs would only sustain him for about 15 minutes. Zhou Jialei quickly surveyed the rocky area. Fortunately, he could still sense the presence of the yellow-lipped fish. Steadying himself once more, he scrutinized the massive reef before him. This enormous structure was a labyrinth of complexity, riddled with openings and crevices resembling an intricate ecological zone, surrounded by a multitude of corals. The entire rocky area has transformed into a veritable paradise for fish. If any fish were to venture inside, extracting them would prove to be quite a challenge. He then took a moment to attune himself to the surroundings. The yellow-lipped emperor wrasse seemed to have been startled, retreating into a crevice among the rocks, remaining relatively still, presumably hiding away. Zhou Jialei glanced at the fishing line tangled upon the rocks. The line led deeper into the rocky expanse, gently tugged at intervals. Evidently, the yellow-lipped emperor wrasse had not yet shaken free of the hook, Zhou Jialei thought with relief. Yet, almost immediately, a frown crossed his face. This rocky terrain was vast. With the hook and line restraining the yellow-lipped emperor wrasse, it should have no means of escaping through other openings. However, he himself could not maneuver through the myriad of holes like a fish to retrieve the yellow-lipped emperor wrasse. The only solution that came to mind was to pull the fish out through the lower half of the fishing line. Yet, having devised a plan, the execution proved to be a formidable challenge. Beneath the knotted line, Zhou Jialei discovered another formidable creature. Nestled within the crevices of the rocks was a colossal moray eel. This moray eel appeared to be as thick as his thigh, easily exceeding a meter in length. Its head tapered into a conical shape with a sharply pointed snout. As its mouth opened and closed, fearsome teeth were revealed. The moray eel's teeth were small yet sharp, neatly arranged within its mouth. This enormous creature loomed like a venomous serpent, coiling within the rocky fissures. Chapter 36. The Giant Eel. This colossal eel, with a girth akin to that of a human thigh, is estimated to exceed a meter in length. Its head tapers into a conical shape with a sharply pointed mouth. As it opens and closes its jaws, menacing teeth become visible. The eel's teeth, small yet razor-sharp, are meticulously arranged within its mouth. This immense sea creature lies coiled within the crevices of the rocks, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Zhou Jialei is acutely aware that eels are carnivorous, ferocious by nature, and possess remarkable swiftness. A mere bite from such a creature could result in severe injury. Upon discovering the eel, Zhou Jialei realizes that the giant eel has also taken notice of him. The two, one human and one fish, lock eyes beneath the waves, creating an awkward tension. The eel, seemingly provoked, cautiously extends its head from the rocky crevice. The very rock that ensnares his fishing line looms directly above the creature's head. If Zhou were to approach recklessly at this moment, provoking a sense of threat, the eel would likely retaliate with a sudden attack. Underwater, the ferocity of this creature's assault is truly terrifying. Zhou Jialei's expression betrays his unease. He must navigate around the eel, pondering potential solutions. However, with each movement he makes, the eel mirrors his direction, as if it has locked onto its prey. This predicament is dire, and Zhou finds himself lamenting his situation. Prolonged inaction is not an option. Should the yellow-lipped fish slip the hook, his efforts for the day would be in vain. He resolves to devise a plan. Quickly, inspiration strikes him. He devises a strategy he dubs luring the snake from its den. His intention is to catch a smaller fish and present it before the eel to divert its attention, thereby leading it away. While the eel is preoccupied with the bait, he can then free the entangled line from the rock and extract the yellow-lipped fish. Without delay, he sets his plan in motion. Zhou Jialei scans his surroundings, seeking a suitable fish to attract the giant eel. He cautiously retreats, distancing himself from the rocks. Sensing the retreat of a human figure, the giant eel slowly retracts its head and body into the crevice, revealing only its sharp mouth. As Zhou moves farther away, he begins to assess the surrounding environment. The area near the rocks teems with diverse marine life, especially at night, when many creatures that rest during the day emerge to forage. He observes 3 lobsters, clustered together in the crevices of the rocks and sandy seabed, lying motionless as if camouflaged as stones. Numerous octopuses and cuttlefish abound, some concealed within the rock crevices, while others lie hidden beneath the sand. Countless wrasse dart about, skimming along the rocky substrate and coral. Scattered across the rocks are sea stars, some as small as a hand, others larger than Zhou Jialei's head. Additionally, countless sea urchins and shells litter the ocean floor. After surveying the area, Zhou Jialei ultimately chooses a grouper weighing approximately 1 kilogram. Beneath him, a grouper lay motionless against the rocks, seemingly lost in contemplation. Zhou Jialei gracefully swept his hands through the water and gently kicked off with his feet, positioning himself head down, feet up at the ocean floor. His right hand moved to his waist, retrieving a small knife with deliberate care. He endeavored to minimize his movements, ensuring the currents would not betray his presence to the nearby fish. The grouper remained still at the seabed, apparently oblivious to the impending danger. Zhou Jialei subtly swayed his legs, elevating the knife as he swam slowly towards the grouper. The blade drew nearer to the fish, 80 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters. When only 10 centimeters remained, he hesitated no longer and swiftly thrust the knife forward. The sharp blade pierced through the grouper's flesh, and blood gushed forth from a wound, dispersing into the water with a metallic scent. Only then did the grouper react, thrashing violently, but it was too late. The knife had punctured its body, and life slowly ebbed from it, leaving it motionless, utterly lifeless. Zhou Jialei grasped the lifeless grouper with one hand, while the other propelled him back into a more comfortable posture. He extracted the knife from the fish, dragging out some blood and entrails, the pungent odor permeating the surrounding water. However, he thought this would not suffice for bait. With that, he plunged a knife into the grouper twice more. The blade rose and fell, leaving 2 additional gaping wounds, intensifying the already foul scent in the water. Zhou Jialei nodded in satisfaction. This should undoubtedly attract the attention of the colossal moray eel. With this thought, he untied a length of rope from his waist, inserting one end into the grouper's mouth and pulling it through the gills, securing it with a knot. His intention was straightforward. Like fishing, he would use the grouper as bait, casting it before the giant moray eel, and, when it bit, he would draw the creature out from its rocky lair, thereby resolving the immediate predicament. With resolve, he pushed off with both hands and kicked, gliding smoothly like a loach through the water towards the moray eel's previous location. Upon returning to the rocky area, the giant moray eel peered out from its crevice, perhaps drawn by the scent of blood or sensing Zhou Jialei's approach. Its eyes fixated on him, and he met its gaze defiantly. "You're not worth my time," he mused. With one hand gripping the rope and the other holding the deceased grouper, he raised his arm and forcefully hurled the bloodied fish towards the moray eel's den. "Come on, little eel, take the bait." Zhou Jialei's heart brimmed with excitement, as he increasingly felt that his plan was exceptionally cunning. The gigantic moray eel also sensed the presence of something nearby, seemingly attracted by the intense scent of blood. It abandoned its gaze on Zhou Jialei and turned its attention to the grouper at the entrance of the cave. Zhou Jialei stood not far away, observing with delight as the enormous moray eel gradually extended its head toward the grouper, a joyful expression illuminating his face, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Hurry and eat, and when you are drawn out, I shall proceed to catch my yellow-lipped fish," Zhou Jialei mused joyfully. However, just as he was wholly absorbed in watching the gigantic moray eel and eagerly anticipating the execution of his flawless plan, an unforeseen incident occurred. Unbeknownst to him, a large sea turtle was swiftly swimming in his direction. It was a red sea turtle, measuring over a meter in length and weighing nearly 200 pounds. Its shell resembled a sturdy shield, and its massive front flippers propelled it through the water like 2 oars, moving with an astonishing speed for a turtle. Typically, sea turtles are lethargic creatures, spending most of their time motionless on the ocean floor. Yet, today, this particular one seemed unusually invigorated, possibly drawn by the allure of the sea god pearl or stimulated by the potent scent of blood. The red sea turtle propelled itself through the water with vigor, akin to a torpedo gliding beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the gigantic moray eel had already positioned its head next to the grouper, its mouth slightly ajar, poised to strike. Zhou Jialei's expression was one of ecstatic anticipation as he tightly gripped the rope, ready to pull the moray eel from its rocky hideaway as soon as it seized the grouper. But at that moment, Zhou Jialei sensed something amiss. The surrounding water seemed to flow differently, as if stirred by some unseen force. A wave of unease welled up within him. Furrowing his brow, he turned to glance behind him. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the Red Sea turtle collided with his back like a cannonball. Zhou Jialei had no time to evade the impact, merely catching a glimpse of the enormous creature before it struck him. His face contorted in shock as he internally exclaimed, "What on earth?" Such a collision, had it occurred on land, could have potentially broken his back. Fortunately, being in the water provided some buffer, and the impact felt akin to a heavy blow rather than a severe injury. However, he couldn't escape the fact that the sudden force expelled a significant portion of the air from his lungs. Even worse, the collision propelled Zhou Jialei forward uncontrollably towards the rocky outcrop. What a disaster! Zhou Jialei lamented internally, feeling as though all hope was lost. He had no time to react, his mind screaming, "I detest turtles," as his body hurtled toward the rocks. Such a sudden turn of events seemed to provoke the enormous moray eel that had been poised to strike at the grouper. By a mere twist of fate, Zhou Jialei's trajectory led him directly to the entrance of the moray eel's lair. In an instant, he found himself a mere meter away from the opening. The moray, which had intended to enjoy its meal in peace, perceived Zhou's unexpected proximity as a significant threat. Like a venomous serpent coiled within the crevices of the rocks, it sprang forward with ferocity. Its mouth, sharp as a drill, unveiled its menacing fangs, characteristic of carnivorous fish, and lunged toward Zhou's neck. Zhou was thrown off balance by the impact, acutely aware of the peril emanating from the moray. In a moment of desperation, he relinquished the rope in his grasp and swiftly raised both hands. At this critical juncture, he had no choice but to gamble, betting on the swiftness of his reflexes, the favor of fortune, and his ability to seize the moray's body before it could sever his throat. Time seemed to stretch as the moray's fangs neared his neck. Barely 5 centimeters away, just in time, his hands shot forward, gripping the moray's body with a fierce determination. The moray, unwilling to concede so easily, writhed violently, yearning to rend Zhou's throat. He felt a sense of doom wash over him. The moray's skin, devoid of scales, was exceedingly thick and slick, as if coated in a layer of lubricant. Despite his grip, he felt it slipping away as the moray struggled forward. In a moment of primal instinct for survival, Zhou summoned an astounding strength. His hands clenched tighter, his nails digging into the moray's flesh, finally halting its advance. The moray sensed the immense force and the painful pressure of Zhou's grip. Its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward in a furious attempt to sever the throat of this intruder. With a thunderous crash, akin to the closing of a dam, it seemed capable of shattering the very currents of water around them. Even submerged in the frigid depths of the ocean, Zhou was drenched in a cold sweat. He could feel the moray's upper lip graze against his Adam's apple, its breath chilling his neck. If it advanced but a single centimeter more, it would not be water that succumbed, but rather his own trachea. A wave of terror surged through him, compelling him to push the moray back with renewed vigor. Yet, this confrontation was far from over. The moray, now free from its rocky confines, extended to a formidable length of 1.6 meters. Its supple body coiled around Zhou's waist and back with the tenacity of a serpent. Zhou understood the gravity of his predicament. This is a common tactic employed by the giant eel against its prey, known as the death spiral. Should one find themselves ensnared by this colossal creature and dragged into the depths, twisting like a top, the consequences would be dire. Zhou Jialei understood that in such a scenario, it would take but a moment for him to become dizzy and lose consciousness. At that point, his hands would lose all strength, rendering him incapable of controlling the giant eel's razor-sharp jaws. It would truly be the end. No, Zhou Jialei shouted inwardly. He could not allow this giant eel to have its way. With this thought, an adrenaline surge coursed through him, filling his body with newfound strength. With a single hand, he grasped the head of the giant eel. His other hand swiftly reached for the small knife at his waist. As he secured the knife, the giant eel had already coiled around his body. In an instant, Zhou Jialei felt utterly out of control, his form twisting as if being twisted like a strand of dough. A tremendous force emanated from the giant eel that ensnared him, accompanied by a dizzying sensation and excruciating pain from a constriction. Without time to contemplate further, Zhou Jialei raised the knife in his hand and, while he still retained consciousness, plunged it forcefully toward the giant eel's head. However, in his haste, he failed to penetrate the creature's skull. Instead, the blade merely pierced its thick body, which proved to be far too resilient for a single thrust to be fatal. Chapter 37. A seaside encounter with a blind date. Zhou Jialei raised the small knife in his hand, seizing the last vestiges of his consciousness, and thrust it fiercely towards the colossal sea eel's head. However, in his haste, he failed to penetrate the creature's skull, instead merely embedding the blade into its thick body. The eel's hide was remarkably tough. A mere puncture proved non-fatal. In retaliation, the gigantic eel tightened its grip, causing Zhou Jialei to feel as if the oxygen in his lungs was being entirely depleted. Even if he were not to be devoured by the beast, he would soon succumb to asphyxiation. Stay calm, Zhou Jialei. You must survive. It is possible, he reassured himself. He realized he had but one final chance remaining. Should this thrust miss its mark, death would likely be his only companion. There was no time to hesitate. In that critical moment, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, Zhou Jialei hoisted the knife once more. Battling against the disorienting pressure, he summoned all his strength and aimed for the eel's head, stabbing with all his might. With a sickening squelch, the knife pierced flesh with an unmistakable sound. The blade plunged into the creature's eye, emerging from the opposite side, effectively transfixing the colossal sea eel's head. In that instant, the eel, finally feeling the agony, released its constricting embrace around Zhou Jialei, writhing in pain within the water. After a prolonged struggle, the monstrous eel lay still on the seabed, having succumbed to its injuries. Zhou Jialei floated in the water, one hand pressed against his aching back, gazing at the motionless giant beneath him, the knife still embedded in its skull. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Truly, it was the blessing of Ma Zhu that had saved him. Nonetheless, it must be said that such a large sea eel was indeed a rare find. Even fishing vessels might not catch one of this magnitude. He pondered whether his fortune was good or ill to have encountered such a creature. As Zhou Jialei contemplated the situation, he decided it would be prudent to secure the eel as a prize. After all, eel flesh is a delicacy not often encountered. He retrieved a length of rope and bound the colossal sea eel. Although this added to his burden, it was still a significant catch. After the ordeal he had endured, with aches in his waist and dizziness clouding his mind, he resolved to prepare a feast upon his return, compensating for the energy expended. With determination, Zhou Jialei tied one end of the rope around his waist, intending to drag the yellow-lipped fish back to shore alongside the eel. Wait, the yellow-lipped fish. It suddenly dawned on him that he had come to catch that very fish. After all the commotion at the seabed, he had neglected to keep an eye on it. If it had slipped free, the effort would be in vain. He quickly adjusted his course, swimming towards the spot where the fishing line was knotted around the rocks. Upon reaching the rocky outcrop, Zhou Jialei observed that the fishing line remained tightly secured, the upward line taut and straight. It seemed that the section of line tied to the rocks had been frayed somewhat. It appeared as though the line was about to snap. A surge of anxiety gripped Zhou Jialei's heart as he hastily assessed the crevices among the rocks for the yellow-mouthed fish. Fortunately, it was still there. A sense of relief washed over him as he exhaled deeply, having not allowed the colossal eel to thwart his pursuit of the yellow-mouthed fish. The fish, ensnared by the hook and feeling pain, had instinctively sought refuge within the rock's crevice, perhaps believing that if it hid deep enough, it would be safe. Indeed, this was a manifestation of the fish's primal instinct. Had Zhou Jialei not taken the perilous plunge into the sea today, determined to capture this yellow-mouthed fish, the line, currently wedged against the rocks, would soon succumb to wear and ultimately snap. In such a scenario, the yellow-mouthed fish would surely escape. However, having submerged himself into the depths, Zhou Jialei would not permit such an eventuality. Today, the yellowmouthed fish was his unequivocal goal. After all, a fish weighing 15 to 16 pounds could easily fetch around 20,000 yuan at the dock, and for a discerning buyer, even 30,000 yuan was not out of the question, an opportunity far beyond what one could typically anticipate while foraging along the beach. Zhou Jialei cast a glance at the taut line extending upward, indicating that Liao Jingxi still grasped the fishing rod. She must be growing anxious by now. I need to hurry. He had been submerged for quite some time, and after enduring a strenuous ordeal, he sensed that the oxygen in his lungs was dwindling. Even with the aid of the stabilizing pearl, he could not sustain this for long. It was time for swift resolution. Zhou Jialei silently encouraged himself. He approached the knot in the line, extended his hand, and pulled out a length of the line leading into the rocky interior, securing it around his hand and tying a knot before gripping it firmly. Then, he drew the small knife hanging at his waist and severed the taut line, still anchored to the rocks. With the line now cut, Liao Jingxi wouldn't need to maintain her hold on the fishing rod any longer. Zhou Jialei mused that wrestling with the rocks had been quite exhausting. Having completed this, Zhou Jialei grasped the line with both hands and began to gradually reel it in, attempting to extract the yellow-mouthed fish from its rocky hideaway. This action felt akin to fishing at the seabed, a marvel in itself. The yellow-mouthed fish had bitten down firmly on the hook, which is why it had not managed to free itself for so long. As Zhou Jialei commenced reeling in the line, the yellow-mouthed fish sensed the tug of the hook, which pierced its mouth once again, sending a sharp pain coursing through it. In response to the pain, the yellow-mouthed fish ceased its hiding and suddenly darted from the rocks, beginning to swim rapidly across the seabed. Goodness, how does it still possess such vigor? Zhou Jialei observed as the yellow-mouthed fish burst forth from the rocky pile, the line in his hands tightening with force. Perhaps due to having rested in the rock's crevice for an extended period, it now struggled fiercely in a bid for survival, exerting such strength that it began to drag Zhou Jialei along the ocean floor. Fortunately, he had a massive eel hanging at his waist, akin to a weight tethering him down, effectively countering the yellow-mouthed fish's speed. You shall not escape, little one. Zhou Jialei embarked on an underwater journey, reeling in a line with both hands while being pulled forward by the yellow-mouthed fish. He needed to shorten the fishing line to approach the yellow-lipped fish. As long as he could get close enough, he could seize it in one swift motion, and that would signify the completion of his endeavor. With this thought, Zhou Jialei's spirits lifted, and he began to stealthily glide along the seabed in pursuit of the yellow-lipped fish. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Liao Jingxi on the shore was already in a state of disquiet, her pale face drained of color. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, her palms slick with sweat, she dared not let go. Zhou Jialei had been submerged for quite a while now. Standing at the water's edge, Liao Jingxi could only gaze into the dark abyss of the sea, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, feeling utterly lost. Several times, she shone her flashlight across the water's surface, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhou Jialei, yet nothing was visible. Even the sky seemed to conspire against her, thick clouds rolling in to obscure the moonlight. In the suffocating darkness, the beam of her flashlight was the sole source of illumination. It could not penetrate the shadow that loomed in her heart. She could see nothing. Zhou Jialei, Zhou Jialei. This was a refrain she had repeated countless times, calling out his name into the vastness of the sea. She longed for a response, to hear his voice, even if it were to tease her. But the silence was deafening. Apart from the tumultuous waves and the sea breeze rustling through the mangroves behind her, there was nothing but stillness. Liao Jingxi felt a surge of fear. Her heart trembled, and her hands remained steadfastly clutched around the fishing rod. If Zhou Jialei encountered a current beneath the surface, perhaps he could cling to the line and swim back, she thought. In an instant, a wave of anxiety gripped her. Why was she harboring such terrifying thoughts? It couldn't be. There was no danger. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast aside these frightful notions. He must be all right, she whispered to herself. Yet, the inky water continued to churn, leaving only the frothy waves in its wake. Liao Jingxi even contemplated plunging into the sea to search for Zhou Jialei. but she worried that without the fishing line, he might lose his way back. Gradually, frustration began to bubble within her. How could he be so reckless? Diving into the ocean without a word, merely instructing her to wait? She stomped her foot, splashing water around, and even entertained the thought of tossing the fishing rod into the sea and turning away. A sense of grievance washed over her. How could Zhou Jialei, that scoundrel, leave her all alone in this desolation? Her emotions were a tumult of confusion. Yet, she ultimately suppressed the urge to leave, gripping the fishing rod even tighter, her fingertips turning pale from the exertion. It was then that she felt a tingling in her nose, as if her vision was veiled by mist, becoming increasingly blurred. Just at that moment, the fishing rod in her hand suddenly shifted. The line, which had been taut, now slackened as if it had come loose from the rocks. Liao Jingxi sensed a change in the fishing line, her heart leaping with joy. Could it be that Zhou Jialei had untangled the line caught on the reef? She hurriedly began to reel it in. Yet, as she continued, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. As the line was fully drawn from the depths of the sea, Liao Jingxi gazed at its end, frozen in disbelief. There was nothing, no fish, nor any sign of Zhou Jialei. This frayed line mirrored the tumult of her emotions. An amalgamation of worry, helplessness, anger, and grievance had strained her heart, much like the line itself. It snapped. Staring at the end of the line, her face turned ashen. An ominous premonition surged through her mind with a thunderous clarity, leaving her pale and breathless. She stood in a daze. With the severing of the line, the last remnant of strength she felt vanished as well. Liao Jingxi released the fishing rod, which fell with a thud, splashing into the water. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the sound or the sight, standing there, paralyzed and lost. Impossible. It can't be. He told me to wait for him, she murmured to herself, watching the relentless waves crash against the rocks. Suddenly, a hollow emptiness enveloped her heart, as if something profoundly significant was missing. The hour was late. The moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, and only the faint beam of her flashlight pierced the darkness. The world felt engulfed in shadows. The tide has its limits, and slowly, the waters began to creep back toward the mangroves, inching forward with relentless inevitability. The rise and fall of the tide never alters for anyone's whims. Liao Jingxi stood motionless, allowing the water to rise gradually, first over her ankles, then her calves. The waves churned, the dark waters appeared ever more profound, as if capable of swallowing everything whole. Perhaps I should have truly stopped him, she thought dreamily, recognizing that no fish could ever be more important than him. As time passed, the sea continued to rise, now even above her knees. Yet, Liao Jingxi remained immobile, her heart sinking deeper, as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped her heart, flooding her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No matter what, as long as he could return, that would suffice. In her despair, she even began to silently plead to the sea god. Xiaoxi. At that moment, a voice pierced through the waves, faintly reaching Liao Jingxi's ears. Her mind felt hazy, and she doubted her senses, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion. Xiaoxi. Just when she thought she was merely hallucinating due to her overwhelming sorrow, a clearer call resonated from the nearby waves. There was indeed a voice. I did not mishear. Liao Jingxi's awareness sharpened. This voice was like a beam of light, illuminating her heart, which had been shrouded in despair. Akin to a gentle breeze, dispersing the gloom that had settled within her. Her heart, nearly stilled by excessive grief, began to beat anew. At the very moment when Liao Jingxi lifted his gaze, the thick, heavy clouds overhead were swept aside by the sea breeze, allowing a cascade of silvery moonlight to spill over the surface of the ocean. The waves danced, creating shimmering reflections akin to a galaxy descending into the sea. An exquisite spectacle. Liao Jingxi suddenly raised his head, his eyes regaining a glimmer of vitality as he focused on the distant sound emanating from the water. Unlike the crashing waves against the rocks, a different sound arose from that expansive sea. A head broke the surface first. Zhou Jialei vigorously shook his head, flinging off the seawater that clung to his face. Bathed in the pristine moonlight, Liao Jingxi could see him with crystal clarity. It was indeed him. The instant he spotted Zhou Jialei, Liao Jingxi felt his seemingly dying heart rejuvenated with life, as if all shadows had dissipated in that fleeting moment. Xiaoxi, Zhou Jialei called out from the water, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and joy, a radiant smile lighting up his face. Standing in knee-deep water, Liao Jingxi gazed at Zhou Jialei's head emerging from the sea, a joyful smile gracing his lips. Thank goodness, all was well. Chapter 38. The Valuable Blue Crab. Regardless of the circumstances, he had returned safely. Liao Jingxin thought to herself, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. This smile was imbued with joy, relief, and a softness she had yet to recognize within herself. It resembled that of a devoted wife who, after worrying for her husband's safety, now found her heart brimming with peace and delight at his safe return. Zhou Jialei, immersed in the moonlit waters, yearned to share his joy with Liao Jingxin. With hands raised high above his head, he called out to her from a distance. I caught something. In his hands, he triumphantly held a net, within which lay the priceless yellow-lipped fish. Standing at the water's edge, where the tide reached her knees, Liao Jingxin observed Zhou Jialei, who was bathed in the shimmering moonlight. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still. Zhou Jialei's face radiated with uncontainable happiness from his prized catch, while Liao Jingxin's expression was a portrait of tenderness. Seeing Liao Jingxin smile, Zhou Jialei called out excitedly, Xiaoxi, look, the yellow-lipped fish. It's worth a fortune. We can exchange it for money, and I'll buy you some beautiful new dresses. A soft chuckle escaped Liao Jingxin's lips at Zhou Jialei's words. Yet, as she laughed, her crescent-shaped, gentle eyes became misty, and two crystalline tears slid down her cheeks, glimmering in the silver moonlight. Fool, she murmured softly. What? Zhou Jialei, now beside Liao Jingxin, was unable to contain his exuberance. Upon hearing her whisper, he leaned closer, eager to understand her words. Just then, he was unexpectedly enveloped in warmth as Liao Jingxin boldly embraced him, a gesture no one could have anticipated. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, Liao Jingxin quickly stepped back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although Zhou Jialei often jested that they were like family, this embrace left him momentarily speechless, frozen in the stance he had held before the hug. Unsure of how to respond, Liao Jingxin retreated slightly, her head bowed as if seeking refuge against her own chest, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. How mortifying, she thought. Even she felt the heat radiating from her cheeks, a blush that extended beyond her face. Ahem, Zhou Jialei, still recovering from the unexpected embrace, found himself captivated by Liao Jingxin's bashful demeanor. At a loss for words, he resorted to a couple of hurried coughs to dispel the awkwardness. Xiaoxi, look, not only did I catch the yellow-lipped fish, but I also caught this big fellow. As he spoke, Zhou Jialei untied a rope from his waist, gripping the end tightly. With a vigorous tug, he brought forth a giant moray eel, measuring over a meter in length from the depths of the sea. Liao Jingxin, regaining her composure, was astonished at the sight of the enormous moray eel, her eyes widening in surprise. Having grown up by the sea, she naturally recognized that it was an eel, yet the sight of one so large was a first for her. This creature has caused me quite a bit of trouble underwater. Once we return home, I shall prepare a midnight snack for you. Using it, Zhou Jialei continued. Despite the eel's rough skin and formidable appearance, it is a rare delicacy among carnivorous fish. The flesh of the eel is rich in fat, tender, and elastic, offering an exquisitely delightful flavor. Whether steamed or braised, it is an unforgettable culinary experience. Due to its high fat content, grilling it enhances its taste, creating a rich, juicy, and succulent dish. Listening to Zhou Jialei recount his underwater encounter, Liao Jingxi regarded the troubles he mentioned with a sense of nonchalance. Yet she understood the immense destructive power of the eel, especially one as thick as a thigh. Observing Zhou Jialei, whose condition was evidently less favorable than before he entered the water, a look of concern flickered in her eyes as she said, "You're truly impressive for bringing back such a large eel. Let me prepare a grilled eel for you. It is my specialty and absolutely delicious." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialei's initial awkwardness gradually faded, and he promptly replied, "Very well, I shall defer to your expertise and look forward to savoring your culinary skills. I wish I could enjoy this every day." Zhou Jialei's smile returned as he spoke, and he deftly drew a small knife from his waist, aiming to sever the eel's head. The head of the eel, laden with accumulated toxins, was inedible, and thus Zhou Jialei planned to discard it, considering the weight of such a large eel. Hearing his words, Liao Jingxi's face flushed once more, and she quickly suggested, "Let us return swiftly. It is already late, and the tide is beginning to rise." Zhou Jialei severed the eel's head and carelessly tossed it into the sea behind him, hoisting the body onto his shoulder. Initially, he had not paid much attention when emerging from the water, but now, glancing around, he realized the tide had indeed risen, with the water nearly reaching his thighs. The two hastily gathered their belongings and headed back with their bucket in tow. Although the sky had darkened significantly, rendering the beach nearly pitch black, the pier remained brilliantly illuminated. At the pier's market, small groups of people chatted quietly while others rested on chairs, eyes closed. Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi returned to the village, making their first stop at the pier, intending to sell their catch from the day's endeavors. It is vital to know that only fresh catches command a good price. If they were to take their catch home and keep it in a tank, or if crabs were to lose limbs from struggling, the purchase price will be considerably discounted. The pier was not bustling. While the fishmongers had yet to leave, they were engaged in banter or taking a break. Their return came somewhat late, as those who had ventured out during the ebb tide had already returned, sold their catches, and departed for home. The fishmongers at the dock have not departed. They are patiently awaiting the return of fishing boats that will soon arrive with today's catch. At this moment, the fishermen have yet to return, while the catch from the shore has already been processed, leaving a group of fishmongers idly standing around the dock. Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi have come to the pier, seeking a well-lit spot to conduct a simple categorization of the seafood they gathered from shore, arranging it in different buckets laid out before them, akin to setting up a stall. Only the bucket containing the yellow-lipped fish is covered with a lid, set aside separately. "Xiao Shi, wait for me a moment. I will call over the fishmongers," Zhou Jialei thought to himself, aware that exposing the yellow-lipped fish would draw all the fishmongers at the dock to them. He preferred to remain discreet, concerned about any unforeseen complications. "All right, I will keep watch here," Liao Jingxi replied, nodding obediently and smiling at Zhou Jialei. He also returned her nod, just as he was about to turn to summon the fishmongers when someone approached them. "Hey, young man, you're back from the sea already? You must have caught something good." A modestly dressed, middle-aged fishmonger approached their stall, displaying a warm smile and greeting Zhou Jialei. He had noticed them upon their arrival at the dock. As a seasoned fishmonger, he possessed a keen eye for business and immediately sensed potential in their presence. His attention was drawn to the half-length sea eel slung over Zhou Jialei's shoulder, leading him to speculate about the duo's early return from the sea. Surely they must have captured something remarkable. Upon recognizing the middle-aged fishmonger, Zhou Jialei nodded in acknowledgement. This fishmonger had been the first to bid when Zhou Jialei was selling bluefin tuna earlier that afternoon, having not gone out to sea in the evening. He had instead been gathering seafood from the beach and returned late due to the rising tide. "Ah, young man, this large sea eel at your feet looks quite fresh, even without its head. What did you find on the beach? Name your price. I'll take it off your hands," the middle-aged fishmonger teased, his tone laced with a hint of jest. He thought to himself that only a fool would believe someone could find a giant sea eel measuring over a meter long while gathering seafood on the beach. Clearly, he believed Zhou Jialei was attempting to pull a fast one. Zhou Jialei chuckled, glancing at the sizable sea eel on the ground, which indeed measured over a meter even without its head, realizing the middle-aged fishmonger had misunderstood him. However, he had no intention of clarifying. "Uncle, I'm not selling this. It's my late-night snack for tonight." Zhou Jialei raised his finger towards the stall before him, continuing his introduction. "Look at this, the magnificent blue crab. Just caught from the beach. It took quite an effort indeed. What a splendid specimen." The middle-aged fishmonger, upon hearing Zhou's words, shifted his gaze from the ocean's bounty on the ground to the array of goods displayed at Zhou's stall. Upon spotting the large blue crab, His eyes widened in astonishment. There lay an enormous blue crab, securely bound, its size comparable to that of 3 or 4 ordinary crabs. Goodness, young man, you've struck quite a fortune. The middle-aged fishmonger lowered his voice, squatting down to inspect the crab meticulously, nodding in approval and occasionally smacking his lips in appreciation. Indeed, a fine catch. Here's the deal. I'll offer you 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing the fishmonger's offer, Zhou Jialei stood still, smiling softly, yet refrained from responding. He had anticipated a price closer to 3,000 yuan for the splendid blue crab, and the 2,000 yuan offered fell significantly short of his expectations. "Oha, Lao Zhao, that price seems rather unfair," chimed in another fishmonger who had just approached from behind, with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Young man, don't listen to him. I'll give you 2,300 yuan for that crab." The middle-aged fishmonger, referred to as Lao Zhao, appeared flustered, his intention of buying low exposed, and he shot a scornful glare at the newcomer. Quickly recovering, he turned back to Zhou with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Just a jest, my friend. Let us settle on a fair price of 2,500 yuan, shall we? That's about the right value for this crab." The fishmonger behind Lao Zhao seemed to concur with this price, indicating no further intention to raise his bid. Zhou Jialei remained silent, still smiling, and did not engage with Lao Zhao as proposition. He had discerned that both Lao Zhao and the fishmonger who had raised the bid were, in fact, complicit in their tactics. This was a common strategy among merchants. One would propose a low offer, while the other would elevate the price, ultimately presenting an offer that seemed justifiable. It was inherently a tactic to suppress the actual value. Zhou's silence rendered Lao Zhao somewhat awkward, his scheme unveiled, the smile on his face stiffening. As the crowd gradually thickened around them, the idle fishmongers at the dock gathered, murmuring amongst themselves upon seeing the colossal blue crab at Zhou's stall. Strangely, however, none stepped forward to outbid, indicating that Lao Zhao held a certain standing in the market. Observing the lack of bids from the surrounding fishmongers, Zhou contemplated proposing a higher price to negotiate with Lao Zhao. Just then, a vibrant and resonant youthful voice broke through from the back of the crowd. 3,500, I shall take this blue crab." As the words echoed, the surrounding fishmongers instinctively parted, creating a clear path. Following the retreating crowd, a young man emerged from the back, slowly approaching the stall of Zhou Jialei and his companions. Upon seeing the advancing youth, Zhou Jialei's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a significant client. The young man, striding confidently, was clad in impeccably tailored attire that exuded an air of sophistication, clearly not made from ordinary fabric. He radiated a sense of self-assuredness and flamboyance, marking him as someone not from their village, but rather as if he had arrived from the provincial capital. Old Zhao, squatting on the ground, glanced up at the youth. Although somewhat reluctant, he was nonetheless intimidated by the young man's presence and shifted aside to grant him space. The young man arrived at the stall and crouched down, meticulously examining the blue crab, which was bound and placed on the ground. A hint of excitement flickered across his face as he declared, "I will offer 3,500. This king of crabs shall be mine. I have never encountered such a large blue crab before." Chapter 39, Golden Squid. Old Zhao, crouched on the ground, glanced up at the young man. Though he appeared somewhat reluctant, he was nonetheless intimidated by the young man's presence and shifted aside to grant him some space. "I'll offer 3,500. I want this king crab." It was the first time he had ever encountered such a large crab. The young man approached the stall, crouching down to examine the crab, which was bound tightly and laid on the ground, a hint of excitement crossing his face. Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi exchanged glances upon hearing this price, their eyes alight with joy. The boss has a keen eye. It's quite rare to see such a sizable crab, even by the seaside, Zhou Jialei remarked, his expression beaming as he glanced at the middle-aged fishmonger, Old Zhao, who was also crouched nearby. The implication was clear. "Would you like to increase your bid? What are you looking at?" Old Zhao, noticing Zhou Jialei's gaze, felt a surge of irritation, but it quickly dissipated, and as he stood, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, this crab is truly expensive." Zhou Jialei laughed heartily and turned to the young man, saying, "This young boss certainly knows his stuff. I'll pack the large crab for you right away. The young man nodded in satisfaction and instinctively brushed off his wrinkled pants as he stood. Do you have any other good items? The young man inquired, surveying the catch on Zhou Jialei's stall, pointing to an eel at Zhou Jialei's feet. How much for this sea eel? I'm sorry, but this sea eel is not for sale. I intend to keep it for myself, Zhou Jialei explained to the young man. Well, that's unfortunate. The young man, undeterred by the refusal and exuding an air of entitlement that suggested he hailed from a distinguished family, displayed a polished demeanor. Zhou Jialei felt a surge of euphoria. This was indeed a high-quality customer. Wait a moment, the young man said, preparing to turn away upon hearing Zhou Jialei's refusal. Zhou Jialei hastily called out, although this eel isn't for sale, I do have other fine items for you to consider. Oh, the young man's interest was piqued by Zhou Jialei's words, and he turned back to face him. Cici, bring that bucket of goods over for this gentleman to see. Zhou Jialei instructed Liao Jingxi. Okay. Liao Jingxi understood Zhou Jialei's intent to sell the yellow croaker to the young man and promptly retrieved the bucket containing the fish, placing it in front of the young man. Curious, the young man leaned forward to look at the covered bucket and asked, "What's this?" "Take a look, boss." Zhou Jialei smiled as he removed the lid, revealing a large fish weighing 15 or 16 pounds. Oh! The young man paused for a moment upon seeing the sizable fish in the bucket, but his expression soon shifted to one of mild disappointment. A 15 or 16-pound yellow croaker isn't too shabby either. Zhou Jialei, upon hearing the young man's words, realized he had mistakenly identified the yellow-lipped grouper as a large yellow croaker. He swiftly interjected, "Boss, this fish is far more precious than a large yellow croaker." As he spoke, he reached into the barrel and lifted the impressive fish, weighing around 15 to 16 pounds, entirely out of the water. With the fish now visible to the surrounding fish vendors, everyone was finally able to see its true appearance. This substantial fish, elongated and somewhat flattened in shape, boasted a slender and elegantly formed tail. Its back displayed a brownish-gray hue with hints of orange-yellow, while its belly gleamed a gray-white. A striking black band adorned the area near its pectoral fins, and its eyes shone like copper bells. The young man stared blankly at the fish in Zhou Jialei's hands, still processing the information. However, the seasoned fish vendors around him were wide-eyed with astonishment, their mouths agape, as if their jaws might drop to the ground. Sounds of gasping filled the air. Golden grouper. It was unclear who among the fishmongers first regained their composure and shouted the name, but it acted as a spark, igniting a cacophony of excitement among the crowd. Many expressed their astonishment aloud. This is a yellow-lipped grouper. That young man is incredibly lucky. No wonder he returned so early. He must have caught a golden grouper. Such a rarity. I haven't seen this fish at the dock in years. As the chatter among the fish vendors reached his ears, the young man finally comprehended that the impressive fish before him, weighing 15 to 16 pounds, was indeed the illustrious yellow-lipped grouper, known for its golden flesh. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Old Zhao, standing nearby, gazed at the yellow-lipped grouper with gleaming eyes, his murky pupils betraying an undeniable yearning. "Young man, I will offer 30,000 yuan for that fish. Will you sell it to me?" Old Zhao wasted no time, decisively presenting a figure he deemed exceedingly high, a price that stretched his financial limits. In truth, he did not possess that amount of cash on him, but he planned to gather the necessary funds from his fellow vendors once the young man agreed to sell him the grouper. Upon hearing Old Zhao's offer, Zhou Jialei had to admit that the price was already aligned with his expectations. On the way back, he had discussed with Liao Jingxi that the yellow-lipped grouper would likely fetch around 2,000 yuan per pound among fishmongers, making the price for this fish approximately 30,000 yuan. Yet, Zhou Jialei refrained from responding to Old Zhao immediately. Instead, he wore a smile, fixated on the still-dazed young man, awaiting whether this discerning customer would surprise him. It was at this moment that the young man emerged from his shock. Hearing Old Zhao's 30,000 yuan offer for the yellow-lipped grouper, he chose not to hastily raise the price. Instead, he took a moment to steady his thoughts, seeking to maintain a calm demeanor, ensuring that his emotions would not unduly influence his decision-making. Zhou Jialei marveled at the young man's composed demeanor, recognizing that such tranquility in handling affairs must stem from a family of profound heritage. The young man, having gathered his thoughts, gradually returned to a state of confidence, smiling as he addressed Zhou Jialei. Indeed, you possess something remarkable. This fish makes my journey to this coastal fishing village worthwhile. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously continued. As a gesture of friendship, I shall offer you 35,000 yuan for this yellow-lipped fish and the large blue crab. He then glanced at Lao Zhao, who stood beside him, his eyes fixated on the fish, and added the word cash. Oh dear, what a calamity! Before Zhou Jialei could respond, Lao Zhao's expression turned woeful as he pounded his chest in despair, as if he had suffered a great injustice. What are you city folk trying to do? Do you want to take away our livelihoods? Just because you have money, you think you can act with impunity? The sight of Lao Zhao nearly rolling on the ground in anguish amused the young man, who took a moment to compose himself before calmly replying, Sorry, having wealth does afford one certain liberties. Lao Zhao shot a glare at the young man, stamped his foot in indignation, and, feeling both frustrated and helpless, turned away from the crowd, leaving behind a somewhat desolate figure. Deal. Unperturbed by Lao Zhao's departure, Zhou Jialei placed the yellow-lipped fish back into the bucket and said to the young man, You are a straightforward person. I will assist you in packing your selected goods. Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi carefully packaged the yellow-lipped fish and the large blue crab, also adding some clams and scallops to the bucket as a complimentary gesture. The young man personally handed over 4 bundles of cash, 3 of which were notably thicker, while 1 was thinner. Shortly thereafter, a man resembling a subordinate of the young man approached to carry the bucket containing the fish and crabs. Zhou Jialei took the 4 bundles of cash, merely glancing at them before passing them to Liao Jingxi, requesting him to secure them. Aren't you going to count it? The young man asked, taken aback by Zhou Jialei's actions. In truth, Zhou Jialei had observed that the bills were all sequentially numbered, and upon a brief inspection, noticed that the first and last numbers were exactly 350 apart, which indicated their authenticity. However, he chose not to voice this. Zhou Jialei looked at the young man, a perfectly appropriate smile gracing his face as he stated, I trust in your integrity. Ha ha ha. The young man erupted into a hearty laugh. You know how to conduct business. Thereafter, the young man said little more and left the dock, satisfied with his purchase of fish and crabs. With the large catch sold, the remaining smaller items, aside from the eel and a few crabs Zhou Jialei intended for his mother-in-law, were quickly sold to fishmongers, amounting to around 1,000 yuan. On the journey home, Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi, gazing at the substantial stack of cash in their hands, could hardly contain their joy. Even Zhou Jialei himself had not anticipated that this impromptu trip to the sea would yield a greater reward than his daytime fishing endeavors. Zhou Jialei and Liao Jingxi departed from the dock, with only a headless giant eel and a few blue crabs contained within a bucket remaining in their possession. In the afternoon, when Aunt Shun arrived with her entourage, Zhou Jialei was unaware of Liao Jingxi's presence and thus did not make any special preparations. Upon reflection, he found this quite impolite. Consequently, Zhou Jialei deliberately refrained from selling all the blue crabs, intending to reserve a few to present to Zhao Xiuji, Liao Jingxi's mother, when he escorted her home the following day, as it was essential to foster a good relationship with his future mother-in-law. The pair returned home around 11 or 12 at night. Typically, at this hour, the household would have long since retired for the evening. In a fishing village like theirs, unless one belonged to a family that fished at night, most residents were asleep by 9 o'clock, as there were few forms of entertainment, and the community adhered to the natural rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. The village was enveloped in a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the sounds of cicadas and barking dogs. As Zhou Jialei pushed open the gate to their yard, he heard the voice of Zhou Shaoling. Brother, Jingxi's sister, you are finally back. Zhou Shaoling was seated in a chair at the front of the house, wrapped in a thin blanket, yawning repeatedly, her eyes barely open. Upon hearing the door open, she rubbed her eyes and stood to look toward the entrance, feeling relieved to see her brother and sister, Jingxi, returning. Why did you come back so late from the beach? You didn't take Jingxi's sister somewhere else to play without me, did you? Zhou Shaoling said, feigning annoyance. before quickly smiling and linking her arm with Liao Jingxi's, asking, "Where did you go, Jingxi's sister? My brother didn't do anything bad, did he?" "Not at all," Liao Jingxi replied quietly, her mind drifting back to the events that had transpired during their time at the beach, causing her cheeks and ears to flush a deep crimson. Zhou Xiaoling, perceptive as she was, noticed this, and her eyes sparkled with delight, her face breaking into a radiant smile, which only deepened Liao Jingxi's blush. "You little rascal. Stop teasing your sister, Jingxi," Zhou Jiale remarked, bemused by the scene, as he gently tapped Zhou Xiaoling on the forehead. "Why are you still awake?" he inquired. "Mom said she would wait for you to return to prepare water for your bath, but after waiting for so long without your arrival, she fell asleep in the yard, her head drooping like a chick pecking at rice. I told her I would wait for you and urged her to go to bed." Zhou Xiaoling, undeterred by the tap on her head, replied, then turned to Liao Jingxi and said, "Right, sister-in-law?" Liao Jingxi, still lost in her thoughts about earlier events, had not quite grasped what Zhou Xiaoling was asking. However, upon noticing the girl's wide, blinking eyes fixed on her, she instinctively nodded in agreement. In that moment, Zhou Xiaoling's face lit up with joy, a look of triumph adorning her features. Observing the little girl's exuberance, Liao Jingxi's initial irritation dissipated, replaced by a sense of delight, and a smile graced her face as she reached out to gently ruffle Zhou Xiaoling's hair. Zhou Jiale observed the scene with a smile and remarked, "You little rascal are truly incorrigible. Quickly take your sister Jingxi to wash up and change into clean clothes. You both are drenched from your seaside escapades." Initially, Liao Jingxi's attire would not have been so soaked, but an embrace with Zhou Jiale, who had just emerged from the ocean, rendered her garments wet as well. "Understood," Zhou Xiaoling replied with cleverness. At that moment, the lights in the room illuminated, accompanied by the soft rustle of clothing being donned. Before long, the door creaked open. Song Qiulan stepped out of the room and addressed the trio in the courtyard, saying, "Son, little she has returned. What kept you out so late? Mother, you are awake." Zhou Jiale quickly greeted upon seeing Song Qiulan. "Auntie," Liao Jingxi promptly chimed in. With a smile, Song Qiulan nodded at Liao Jingxi and approached, intending to share a few words with Zhou Jiale. After all, they had yet to formally court, and it was rather late for an unaccompanied young man and woman to be outside, as the village gossipers would inevitably speculate. However, as she drew closer, noticing that both of them were still damp, her heart immediately filled with concern. Chapter 40. Starting a business with brothers. "Oh dear, why are you all drenched? Mother will go prepare some hot water for you. Hurry and take a bath, change into clean clothes, lest you catch a chill." Song Qiulan turned to fetch water for bathing. I'll handle it. Mother, you rest." At that moment, Zhou Xiaoling stepped forward and said to Song Qiulan, "I will take Sister Jingxi to bathe first." With that, Zhou Xiaoling took Liao Jingxi by the hand and led her inside. Zhou Jiale and Song Qiulan settled down in the courtyard, with a smile still gracing Zhou Jiale's face. "Mother, look at the giant eel we caught today." As he spoke, Zhou Jiale lifted the enormous sea eel, which was nearly as tall as a person, from the bucket. Song Qiulan, not one to be easily fooled, immediately understood the reason behind their dampness upon seeing the colossal eel and inquired, "Did you take the young lady into the sea to catch fish?" "Of course not," Zhou Jiale quickly clarified. "I will build a fire in the courtyard. We'll have a midnight snack tonight, grilling the sea eel." Having said that, he went to gather some stones and fetched a pile of firewood from the kitchen, constructing a bonfire in the courtyard. Song Qiulan moved to sit beside the bonfire. Zhou Jiale took out his tools and began to prepare the eel. The skin of this giant eel resembled that of a snake, adorned with intricate patterns, and was extraordinarily thick. Even cutting it open with scissors proved to be a challenge. As the skin of the giant eel was sliced open, a layer of white fat was revealed between the skin and the flesh. This fat was rich in oils, making it ideal for grilling. Coupled with the eel's tender and delicate meat, the result would be a dish that was crispy on the outside and succulent on the inside, bursting with flavor. However, the eel must be fresh. The quality of the fat determines the fate of the eel. The more abundant the fat, the quicker it spoils after death. As the oils begin to deteriorate, they seep into the flesh, not only affecting the taste, but also imparting an unremovable fishy odor akin to that of a brined fish. This massive eel, freshly caught today, was exceptionally fresh, a rare delicacy that could be enjoyed immediately. Zhou Jialei carefully peeled off the skin, cleaned out the entrails, and flattened the eel's flesh, rinsing it thoroughly with clean water. By this time, the wood in the bonfire had mostly turned to charcoal. Zhou Jialei retrieved a fire tong from under the kitchen stove and spread the charcoal evenly. The charcoal crackled in the fire, sending sparks into the night sky. Before long, the flames subsided. Zhou Jialei returned to the kitchen, took out a grilling rack, and placed it over the charcoal, ensuring everything was ready. This grilling rack was specifically designed for cooking fish, featuring side supports and a flat iron mesh in the middle, divided into 2 layers to hold the fish, allowing it to be flipped easily with a handle for even cooking. With the rack set up and the charcoal radiating heat, it wasn't long before the grilling rack became warm. Zhou Jialei brushed a layer of cooking oil over the iron mesh and then laid the eel flesh flat upon it. Sizzle. The succulent fish sizzled as it met the grill, emitting an enticing sound that stirred one's appetite. With another metallic mesh placed atop, another delightful hiss resonated, as if the luscious eel would soon release its oil. Wow, it smells divine. Brother, what are you grilling? Just then, Zhou Xiaoling's voice echoed from the house. Liao Jingxi, having finished her bath, found herself without spare clothes, prompting Zhou Xiaoling to lend her a garment of her own. Hand in hand, they emerged from the room. Xiaoxi Xiaoling, come sit over here, called Song Qilan, immediately beckoning her daughter and future daughter-in-law to join her by the bonfire, where chairs had already been arranged. Zhou Xiaoling led Liao Jingxi to the fire, and as they settled down, Liao Jingxi stood once again, approaching Zhou Jialei and softly remarked, "You haven't bathed yet. Let me handle the fish. You should go wash up. Then I shall savor your culinary skills today," Zhou Jialei replied, turning to Zhou Xiaoling. "Xiaoling, come assist your sister Jingxi." Song Qilan, watching the two by the bonfire, beamed with joy, thoroughly pleased with her future daughter-in-law. "Understood. You should hurry and freshen up, brother." Zhou Xiaoling rose from the bench and began helping Liao Jingxi at the grill, while Zhou Jialei retreated to the house to wash up. By the time he emerged, donned in clean attire, it was already midnight. The sky was clear, the moon gleamed brightly, and the lights in the Zhou courtyard illuminated the scene where his father, Zhou Guangrong, was seated by the bonfire. Liao Jingxi was busy placing the grilled fish into a bowl, and upon seeing Zhou Jialei step out, she called out, "The fish is ready. Come and eat." Xiaoxi's grilled fish is cooked to perfection, crispy skin and tender flesh. "You're in for a treat," Zhou Guangrong proclaimed, savoring a bowl of the grilled fish, his lips glistening with oil. "Father, you've risen." Zhou Jialei took a seat by the bonfire. "It smells utterly delightful," Zhou Guangrong remarked as he indulged. "I could smell the aroma of the grilled fish even while lying in the house. It stirred my appetite, making sleep impossible." At that moment, Liao Jingxi approached with a large bowl, presenting it to Zhou Jialei. "You've worked hard today. Quickly eat some grilled fish and take a moment to rest." Even before he laid eyes on the fish, the rich aroma of oil mingled with salt, cumin, sesame, and chili pepper tantalized his taste buds, causing his mouth to water instantly. At that moment, he realized how truly hungry he was, having dined sparingly and early, coupled with the evening's fishing excursion. He felt as if his stomach was nearly touching his back. "Thank you." Zhou Jialei accepted the bowl from Liao Jingxi, which contained a generous piece of fish she had thoughtfully prepared, its golden hue and crispy exterior promising exquisite flavor. Zhou Xiaoling, seated nearby, was relishing the meal, devouring it voraciously, her mouth full as she mumbled, "Brother, when will you bring Sister Jingxi home? Her culinary skills are simply remarkable. I find myself yearning for her dishes every day." Before Zhou Jialei could respond, Song Qilan, overhearing Zhou Xiaoling, felt a surge of indignation. "Hey, you little one, what do you mean? Is my cooking not up to par?" Song Qilan retorted, her tone sharp. Turning to Liao Jingxi, she offered a beaming smile, saying, "However, little she, your cooking truly is exceptional. Our little rascal is fortunate to marry you." Zhou Xiaoling, feeling the weight of her mother's words, quickly interjected, "Mom's cooking is absolutely delicious. It's my favorite." Zhou Jiala chuckled at Zhou Xiaoling's quick wit and asked, "Aren't you going back to school soon, Xiaoling?" "Yes. My sister will return to school as soon as the summer vacation ends," Zhou Guangrong chimed in. Upon hearing the mention of her return to school, Zhou Xiaoling's smile vanished, replaced by a look of dejection as she lamented, "Dad, can I just stay in the village and fish with my brother? Fishing is far more enjoyable than studying." "No way," Zhou Guangrong and Zhou Jiala exclaimed in unison before she could finish her sentence. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoling pouted, feeling wronged, as if the roasted fish in her hand had lost its appeal. "You must focus on your studies, if you still wish to fish after graduation. Your brother will take you then," Zhou Jiala said sternly to Zhou Xiaoling. "For now, concentrate on your studies. Many wish to learn but cannot." "Understood," Zhou Xiaoling conceded, acknowledging that Zhou Jiala was right and refraining from arguing. Thus, the family sat together in the courtyard, enjoying roasted fish and engaging in light-hearted conversations, while the charcoal in the bonfire crackled intermittently. The next day, after savoring the lunch prepared by Song Qilan, Zhou Jiala took the blue crabs he had prepared for his mother-in-law and left with Liao Jingxi to escort her back to the neighboring village. That night, Liao Jingxi had shared a bed with Zhou Xiaoling, and the two began discussing Zhou Jiala. Zhou Xiaoling, well-informed, recounted Zhou Jiala's amusing childhood escapades. There was the tale of him teasing a large goose in the village, only to be chased into a ditch, returning home covered in mud and facing a severe reprimand from old Zhou. Then there was the incident at Li Tiniu's house, where, inspired by a picture book of the Three Kingdoms, they attempted to form a brotherhood, only to end up dragging Li Tiniu's dog into the pact. As Zhou Xiaoling narrated these ridiculous stories of Zhou Jiala's youth, Liao Jingxi laughed until her stomach hurt. The two chatted until dawn, finally drifting into sleep just as the sun began to rise. They slept soundly until midday. Zhou Jiala accompanied Liao Jingxi home, presenting the prepared blue crabs and some gifts to his future mother-in-law, Zhao Xiuji. Zhao Xiuji's face lit up with joy as she gazed at her almost certain future son-in-law, increasingly pleased, believing her daughter had found a good family. This perfectly exemplified the age-old saying, "A mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law grows with each passing day." By the time he returned home, it was already afternoon. Zhou Xiaoling was diligently reviewing her studies, while Zhou Jiala sat in a chair in the courtyard, lost in contemplation. His sister was soon to return to school, and he found the prospect of going out to sea alone rather troublesome, lacking any companion for support. It was not feasible to spend every day along the shore gathering seafood, even though he had experienced an extraordinary harvest the previous night. Such fortune was akin to winning the lottery, as the likelihood of encountering yellow-lip fish was exceedingly rare. If he wished to earn money, venturing out to sea was imperative, yet he needed to find a trustworthy companion for this endeavor. Otherwise, the treacherous waves would leave him feeling unsettled. As these considerations flitted through Zhou Jiala's mind, a sudden image struck him. Of course, I should seek out Li Tiniu. How could I have forgotten him? Zhou Jiala slapped his forehead in realization. Li Tiniu was Zhou Jiala's childhood friend, having grown up together in the village, sharing an inseparable bond. Tiniu was fiercely loyal. Whenever Zhou Jiala found himself in trouble during their youth, it was often Tiniu who stepped forward to take the blame. At the age of 10, Zhou Jiala became captivated by the illustrated tales of the Three Kingdoms and insisted on including Li Tiniu and Da Huang in his adventures. They formed a brotherhood, with Zhou Jiala as the eldest, Li Tiniu as the second, and Da Huang as the third. The absurdity of Da Huang, the dog belonging to Tiniu's family, being included in this brotherhood somehow became an established norm, leading Tiniu to always refer to Zhou Jiala as Big Brother, while Zhou Jiala called him Second Brother, with both addressing Da Huang as Third Brother, even though Da Huang could only respond with barks. Recently, Li Tiniu had left the village for the county town, as it was said that he had a distant cousin there engaged in business. Consequently, Wang Yulan, Tiniu's mother, encouraged him to learn the ways of commerce from this relative. He had been gone for some time, yet Zhou Jiala heard rumors that Tiniu had returned to the village a few days ago. However, he had not seen him around and assumed he was spending time at home. With a busy schedule previously, Zhou Jiala had not sought out his second brother, but now that he had some free time, he felt compelled to pay a visit. With this thought, Zhou Jiale abruptly slapped his thigh, stood up, and called into the house, "Mom, I'm going to visit on Yo." "What for?" came his mother's teasing voice from inside. "I want to check on our third brother," Zhou Jiale shouted back, explaining that he had heard from the villagers that Yo was back. "Brother, I want to go with you. It's been ages since I've seen Da Huang." At that moment, Zhou Xiaoling's head popped out from the window, looking quite pitiful. But before Zhou Jiale could respond, his mother's voice came from within. "You're not allowed to go. Focus on your studies." Zhou Xiaoling pouted, feeling aggrieved, and withdrew her head. "All right, please send my regards to Aunt Wang." His mother's voice followed shortly after. "Fine," Zhou Jiale responded, subsequently heading to the kitchen to slice 2 pounds of beef, carry a fish, 6 river crabs, and a jar of wine, all placed into a basket which he hoisted in his hands, making his way towards Li Tiniu's home. Li Tiniu resided at the western edge of the village, a journey of over 10 minutes from Zhou Jiale's abode. Upon arriving at Li Tiniu's doorstep, he noticed the courtyard gate was ajar. In the village, it was customary for households to leave their gates open during daylight hours if someone was home. Zhou Jiale, well acquainted with the paths and doors, knocked gently on the partially opened gate, and without awaiting a response from within, he pushed the gate and stepped into the courtyard. "Aunt Wang, my mother asked me to bring you some items," Zhou Jiale called out as he entered the courtyard, feeling as comfortable as if he were stepping into his own home. "Oh dear, little Lei has come." Even before he could lay eyes on her, Wang Yulan's voice resonated from the main house. "Come on in. No need to be courteous with gifts when visiting Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, I gathered some seafood during yesterday's tide, and my mother asked me to bring some for you. I'll place it in the kitchen. You must enjoy the crabs while they are still fresh." Chapter 41. Collaborating to Catch Fish. Upon reaching the doorstep of Li Tiniu's residence, the gate stood ajar, a common sight in the village where families seldom close their gates during daylight if someone is home. Zhou Jiale, well acquainted with the surroundings, knocked lightly on the partially opened door and, without waiting for a response, stepped into the courtyard. "Aunt Wang, my mother asked me to bring you some items," Zhou Jiale called out as he entered, feeling as comfortable as if he were returning to his own home. "Oh, little Lei has come." Even before he could see her, Wang Yulan's voice resonated from within the main house. "Come on in. No need to be polite when visiting Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, we gathered some seafood at the beach yesterday, and my mother asked me to bring you some," Zhou Jiale continued, making his way to the kitchen without waiting for Wang Yulan to emerge. "I'll put it in the kitchen. You must enjoy the crabs while they're fresh." At that moment, a large yellow dog emerged from the corner of the yard, standing beside its doghouse. It barked a couple of times at Zhou Jiale, its tail erect and wagging energetically, as if greeting a beloved companion. This dog, named Da Huang, was the third brother of Zhou Jiale and Li Tiniu. He had been a small puppy when they formed their brotherhood, and now, displaying signs of age, he was 12 years old, nearing the average lifespan of a Chinese rural dog. Da Huang, despite his droopy eyes and waning energy, radiated excitement upon seeing Zhou Jiale, wagging his tail vigorously. After placing the items in the kitchen, Zhou Jiale cut a small piece of meat from what he had brought and stepped outside. We found Da Huang just emerging from his resting spot. "Third brother," Zhou Jiale exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he approached and affectionately rubbed Da Huang's head, offering the meat piece to the dog. "Don't worry. If your big brother has a bite to eat, you shall have your share of the soup." At that moment, Wang Yulan stepped out from the main house, observing the scene with a hint of nostalgia. "Little Lei, Da Huang, is quite an old dog now. He was merely this big when you two used to cause mischief together," she remarked, gesturing with her hands. "Aunt Wang," Zhou Jiale called out as Wang Yulan appeared, then continued to pat Da Huang's head. "Go on, third brother, I need to talk with Aunt Wang." Upon hearing Zhou Jiale's words, Da Huang nudged his head against Zhou Jiale's palm, took the meat piece in his mouth, and circled around Zhou Jiale before slowly returning to his doghouse. Sighing, Wang Yulan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at the sight. After all, Da Huang was their family dog, raised from a pup. Observing the weariness of the aging dog, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Da Huang was growing old, eating less, and perhaps would not endure another winter. "Little Lei, you're here to see Inyo, aren't you?" Wang Yulan inquired. "Yes, Aunt Wang. I heard Inyo returned a couple of days ago. I was busy then. But now that I'm free, I wanted to come and visit him, Zhou Jialei replied with a smile. Wang Yulan sighed deeply, her face betraying a hint of despondency as she remarked, Anyo, since he returned from the county, has locked himself away in his room. His demeanor is evidently amiss, yet he remains tight-lipped about it. I cannot fathom the cause. Zhou Jialei, taken aback, adopted a serious expression. He understood Li Tiniu's character all too well. Ever since childhood, he had been carefree and straightforward, never one to dwell on the bullying he faced in the village, always cheerful the following day. The current change in him must surely stem from some underlying reason. Thus, Zhou Jialei addressed Wang Yulan, saying, Aunt Wang, allow me to inquire with him. That will be good, Xiaolei. You have been close since childhood. He may be more inclined to open up to you. Please help me find out, Wang Yulan replied, her concern evident. Rest assured, Aunt Wang, I shall assist you in alleviating his troubles. Everything will be fine, Zhou Jialei reassured her upon noticing her anxiety. Then I shall entrust this to you, Xiaolei, she said. As they spoke, they arrived at Li Tiniu's door. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Yulan raised her hand and rapped on the door, calling out, Anyo, Xiaolei has come to see you. Creak. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open. Big brother. Li Tiniu greeted Zhou Jialei with a smile, although it bore a tinge of bitterness. Anyo, Zhou Jialei frowned as he observed Li Tiniu standing in the doorway. In the past, Li Tiniu had always been boisterous, his face adorned with a carefree smile, exuding an air of innocence and sincerity. However, the Li Tiniu before him, while still retaining that earnest demeanor, now revealed an undeniable weariness. His sunken eyes reflected a sense of bitterness, his unshaven stubble indicating a neglect of self-care, suggesting a state of emotional exhaustion. Upon seeing Li Tiniu had opened the door, Wang Yulan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had genuinely feared that if even Zhou Jialei, who had grown up alongside her son, could not reach him, she would be a loss for what to do as a mother. With Li Tiniu now stepping forward to greet them, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Since his return, his behavior had been unsettling. Her attempts to communicate had been in vain, as he had even refused to leave his room for meals. You two brothers take your time to talk. I will prepare dinner. Xiaolei, please stay for supper, Wang Yulan suggested, recognizing that her presence might inhibit Li Tiniu from speaking freely. She then departed towards the kitchen to commence dinner preparations. All right, Aunt Wang, you go ahead. I will chat with Anyo, Zhou Jialei replied, turning with a smile to Li Tiniu, who was still leaning against the doorframe. Aren't you going to let me in to sit for a while? Do you intend to chat while standing at the door? Oh, big brother. Please come in and sit. Li Tiniu seemed preoccupied, momentarily caught off guard before quickly stepping aside to allow Zhou Jialei to enter the room. Li Tiniu's room was modest, featuring a bed approximately 1.8 meters long, draped with a white mosquito net. At the head of the bed stood a wooden wardrobe, while a wooden table occupied the space at the foot, surrounded by 3 wooden stools. On the table rested a thermos and 2 porcelain cups. Beyond this, the room bore no other adornments. It resembled the simplicity and familiarity that Zhou Jialei had always known. Without taking a seat on one of the stools, he approached the bedside and plopped down onto Li Tiniu's bed. Li Tiniu casually closed the door, and upon turning around to see Zhou Jialei seated on the bed, he said nothing. Instead, he walked to the wooden table, picked up the thermos, removed the cork, and poured 2 cups of water. Drink up, lazy, Li Tiniu said, extending one of the porcelain cups to Zhou Jialei while lifting the other to his lips. Anyo, what's the matter? You returned to the village without even letting me know, Zhou Jialei remarked, taking a sip from the cup. Lazy, there are some matters I have yet to comprehend, so. Li Tiniu began, but was interrupted by Zhou Jialei. What? Just because you have something on your mind, you forget about your elder brother? Zhou Jialei feigned anger. Anyo, do you still consider me a brother? Is there anything you cannot share with me? Upon hearing these words, Li Tiniu's face reflected a struggle and bitterness. Yet he held his tongue. When we face challenges as children, we always bore them together. Now that we are grown, you choose to shut me out? Zhou Jialei's irritation grew, noting the change in Li Tiniu. They had grown up together, sworn brothers who had weathered numerous storms and shared both triumphs and tribulations. Yet now, having ventured to the city with a distant cousin, Li Tiniu returned seemingly burdened by an unseen weight, causing Zhou Jiale to feel both concern and frustration. As Li Tiniu listened to Zhou Jiale's words and observed his brother's vexation, he sensed the sincerity of that concern. Finally, he sighed and spoke, "Elder brother, it's not that I intentionally kept this from you. It's merely my own issue." Zhou Jiale immediately felt a sense of unease. Reflecting on how Li Tiniu had been before leaving the village, everything seemed well. Yet upon returning, he appeared troubled. "Anyo, please be honest with me. Did you encounter any difficulties in the city?" Zhou Jiale fixed his piercing gaze on his brother. No, lazy. I'm doing quite well in the city," Li Tiniu replied, a hint of panic evident in his evasive eyes. Could it be a matter with the law? Zhou Jiale pondered, perplexed. Li Tiniu was an honest and straightforward individual, having gone to the city merely to assist a relative and earnestly work. If it wasn't Li Tiniu's own troubles, then it must involve someone else, perhaps the distant cousin engaged in business. "Is there an issue with that cousin of yours?" Zhou Jiale inquired. Li Tiniu's face shifted between shades of pallor and flush, wrestling with his thoughts before finally nodding. "What is the problem? Share it with me. Perhaps I can offer some advice. After all, don't you trust your brother?" Zhou Jiale observed the nod from Li Tiniu, realizing he had struck a chord. "Lazy. My mother had previously heard that my distant cousin, whom I had little connection with, was doing quite well in the city business and had earned a significant amount of money. She insisted that I go and learn the trade from him." With a resigned sigh, Li Tiniu expressed his reluctance, stating that he initially had no desire to go, yet she insisted. Without much thought, I ventured to the county town to find my distant cousin. Li Tiniu's expression was tinged with discomfort as he recounted his experience. Upon arriving in the city and settling down, it took him some time to realize that what they called business was nothing more than deceit. They claimed to be engaged in commerce, but in reality, it was akin to a criminal syndicate pressuring us to peddle products that, as I later discovered, did not exist. Overcome with guilt, Li Tiniu buried his face in his hands. Thus, I quietly returned, too afraid to inform my mother of the ordeal, fearing it would cause her distress. After sharing this, Li Tiniu fell silent, his head bowed. "Anyo, tell me honestly, did you deceive others?" Zhou Jiale inquired. "No, once I understood, I was unwilling to continue. However, without money from scams, they deprived me of food, confining me to the dormitory to learn their deceptive methods." Li Tiniu's countenance grew increasingly pained as he seemed to relive those troubling memories. "Anyo, since we have not deceived anyone, a man of integrity stands tall. If the city is no longer an option, then let us remain in the village." Zhou Jiale stood, approaching Li Tiniu and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I happen to need a helping hand, so why not join me in fishing?" "Lazy." Li Tiniu looked up, meeting Zhou Jiale's resolute gaze, his emotions a whirlwind. Yet he managed to nod vigorously, affirming, "Yes, we shall fish in the village. I will never resort to deceit, even for profit." "Good brother." Zhou Jiale beamed at the rekindling spirit of Li Tiniu, patting his shoulder. "Who says fishing yields no profit? Remember, with me around, you shall never go hungry." Though Li Tiniu took Zhou Jiale's ambitious claims about earning money with a grain of salt, recognizing it as encouragement, he was nonetheless moved by the bond of brotherhood. "Lazy." "Thank you." Li Tiniu gazed at Zhou Jiale, his eyes now imbued with clarity, seemingly having reconciled with his thoughts and reverted to his cheerful demeanor. "After dinner, I'll take you to the shore," Zhou Jiale continued, seizing the moment. "Yesterday, I made several thousand from fishing, which is not inferior to those in business." "Ha ha. Then, let us head to the beach after dinner." Li Tiniu finally relaxed, smiling, dismissing Zhou Jiale's claims as mere bravado. Although Li Tiniu harbored some skepticism regarding the prospect of earning money, the thought of returning to the village to live a life of integrity filled him with anticipation. Before long, Wang Yulan's voice called from outside, "Anyo, Shaolei, dinner is ready." As the two emerged from the room and stepped into the courtyard, they were greeted by a beautifully arranged feast on the table, the tantalizing aroma of seafood wafting through the air, evoking a sense of mouth-watering anticipation. Upon seeing Li Tiniu exiting the room, Wang Yulan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The three gathered in the courtyard to enjoy their evening meal. Li Tinyu listened intently as Zhou Jiale recounted amusing tales from their seaside adventures, his heart brimming with excitement for the impending trip to the coast. Soon, the night descended, and the moment of low tide approached. Zhou Jiale alerted Wang Yulan before departing with Li Tinyu, armed with flashlights and a few empty buckets. The two set forth on their journey towards the shore. The gentle sea breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of coolness, yet providing a refreshing sensation. In the distance, the shimmering lights of fishing boats sparkled on the ocean's surface, resembling a captivating painting. Zhou Jiale skillfully led Li Tinyu to the mangroves, in search of the optimal spot for their coastal gathering. The mangroves, a unique coastal terrain, harbored an abundance of crabs, fish, shrimp, and sea snails left behind by the receding tide. Chapter 42. Fishing at the Reef Beach. Two individuals, equipped with flashlights and several empty buckets, embarked on their journey towards the seaside. The gentle sea breeze caressed their skin, imbued with a refreshing coolness that invigorated their spirits. In the distance, the ocean sparkled with scattered fishing lights, resembling a captivating tapestry woven into the night. Zhou Jiale skillfully guided Li Tinyu to the mangroves, seeking the optimal spot for their coastal adventure. The mangroves, a unique coastal landscape, retained numerous crabs during low tide, while fish, shrimp, and conchs were plentiful. Navigating the intricate pathways of the mangroves with ease, Zhou Jiale's keen gaze seemed to penetrate the dense foliage, reaching the treasures concealed within the muddy depths. As the tide receded significantly, they arrived at the junction of the mangroves and the white sandy beach. This location was Zhou Jiale's favorite, as such transitional areas often yielded bountiful catches, particularly the valuable blue crabs. "Look here, Anyo!" Zhou Jiale suddenly lowered his voice, pointing to a shallow puddle shaped by the receding tide. There, a crab clad in vibrant blue armor, brandishing two formidable claws, frantically searched for a new refuge, its shell glistening alluringly under the moonlight. Li Tinyu's eyes lit up as he cautiously approached, swiftly extending his hand towards the crab's back, wary of the creature's pincers. Having grown up by the sea, catching crabs was second nature to him. "Got it!" Li Tinyu exclaimed excitedly, securing the blue crab firmly in his grasp, his face radiating satisfaction. He turned to Zhou Jiale, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. "This blue crab is truly magnificent. We are off to a great start tonight." Zhou Jiale nodded with a smile, saying, "Anyo, this blue crab is just the beginning. Remember, in coastal foraging, one must possess not only quick reflexes but also patience and meticulousness. Let us continue. This mangrove is a veritable treasure trove." The pair resumed their search along the edge of the mangroves, the beam from Zhou Jiale's flashlight carving arcs of light through the darkness, illuminating both their path and the hidden treasures within the mire. Remarkably, wherever Zhou Jiale ventured, they frequently encountered an abundance of finds. Li Tinyu was astounded. This experience was unlike any coastal foraging he had previously known, as if the crabs were appearing before them of their own accord. "Anyo, come over here." Zhou Jiale's voice beckoned. "Let's search this area. I sense there is something valuable here." He felt a subtle shift in the energy of the D'Hai Pearl, indicating that treasures lay in this direction. "Coming, brother," Li Tinyu replied eagerly. In the distance, on a stretch of white sand, a faint movement caught their attention. It was easily overlooked without careful observation. They approached slowly, discerning that beneath the sand lay a crab resting, yet it appeared to be hiding rather carelessly, its claws and shell conspicuously exposed. Not a blue crab, Zhou Jiale quickly identified. This must be an orchid crab. The crab claws protruding from the sand were not as robust as those of the blue crabs. Instead, they appeared more slender, adorned with speckles that imparted a vibrant impression. Zhou Jiale swiftly reached out and extracted the little creature, a flower crab, from its sandy bed. The crab seemed to be belatedly aware of its capture, raising its claws in a futile struggle, but it was too late. Zhou Jiale produced a length of rope and bound the flower crab securely. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 5 taels, far from insignificant. The binding was also a precaution to prevent the crabs in the bucket from engaging in combat, which could lead to disfigured limbs, ultimately diminishing their market value and providing an opportunity for the fishmongers at the docks to negotiate lower prices. After placing the flower crab into the bucket, Zhou Jiale glanced up at Li Tiniu, who was not far away, and inquired, "Yo, have you found anything good?" "I've just caught 2 flower crabs," Li Tiniu replied, reaching into his bucket to showcase a similarly bound flower crab, his face beaming with delight. Although Li Tiniu's catch was not as large as Zhou Jiale's, it would still fetch a respectable price. Witnessing the joy on Li Tiniu's face and his renewed vigor brought genuine happiness to Zhou Jiale. At that moment, Zhou Jiale's attention was drawn to a small puddle nearby. The previously tranquil surface was now disturbed, with bubbles emerging from beneath, bursting forth and creating shallow ripples. Crabs. Years of coastal foraging had honed Zhou Jiale's instincts, leading him to recognize these bubbles as signs of respiratory activity. Beneath the puddle, crabs were likely present, and judging by the size of the bubbles, they were not small. Approaching the puddle, which was shallow enough to peer into, he discerned a small opening in the sandy bottom, an unmistakable crab hole. Excitement surged within him. He crouched at the edge, preparing to delve in and extract the crabs from their muddy hiding places, a skill essential for an experienced forager. With his left hand braced against the beach, he extended his right into the sand, meticulously clearing the surrounding soil from the small opening. As his hand delved deeper, yet still failing to make contact with the crab, a pang of anxiety gripped him. Had the creature escaped? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to probe further. If he still found nothing, it was likely that the crab had indeed scuttled away. Just then, he felt a firm resistance beneath the sandy surface. Eureka! He had made contact, estimating the creature to be quite sizable. Withdrawing his hand swiftly, he aimed to avoid being pinched by the crab's claws and to clear the sand, thus enlarging the opening for better visibility in a second attempt. Once he had gauged the crab's dimensions, he readied himself for another attempt to extract it from its burrow. In a flash, Zhou Jiale maintained his left hand on the ground while his right hand darted towards the opening with greater speed than before, quickly seizing the crab's carapace and applying force. However, the anticipated scene of crabs being dragged from their sandy burrows did not materialize. Instead, Zhou Jiale, holding onto a crab, found it slipping from his grasp due to insufficient pressure. Zhou Jiale pondered, perplexed by the situation. How could this be? He had exerted considerable effort, yet the crab remained unmoving. Determined, he resolved to try once more. With renewed vigor, he applied even greater force. Yet the outcome was still the same. The crab remained steadfast. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to Li Tiniu, who was not far away, busy catching flower crabs, and shouted, "Aniu, come quickly. There's a big one." "What, brother? Where's the big one?" Li Tiniu, having caught several flower crabs and in high spirits, promptly approached Zhou Jiale with a cheerful demeanor. "There's a large crab in this hole. It must weigh at least a pound." Zhou Jiale exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing that it weighed at least a pound, Li Tiniu became exhilarated. "Brother, let me dig it out." With that, he brandished his shovel and began to dig into the shallow water with great enthusiasm. In just a few shovels, he unearthed a sizable hole, revealing the crab within to the brothers' astonished eyes. Both brothers were taken aback upon clearly seeing the crab, and soon, elation surged through them. "We're going to be rich. Big brother," Li Tiniu shouted, his excitement palpable. It was his first time witnessing such a colossal crab. This magnificent creature dwarfed Li Tiniu's head, and they estimated its weight to be no less than 3 pounds. Its shell boasted a vibrant red hue, adorned with intricate patterns, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. Under the moonlight, it shimmered alluringly, captivating their attention and prompting awe. Its claws were robust and powerful, nearly the thickness of an adult human's arm, seemingly capable of crushing any obstacle, exuding an aura of regality and dominance. This was no ordinary red flower crab. It was the king of red flower crabs. Zhou Jiale's eyes widened, his heart racing with exhilaration. "We must catch it. Aniu, we cannot let it escape. I'll distract it. You wait for the right moment to use the crab net," Li Tiniu declared, one hand gripping the shovel while the other held the tongs, advancing towards the king of red flower crabs. "All right, Aniu, Keep your distance. Be cautious not to get pinched, Zhou Jialei urged, no longer hesitating as he retrieved the crab net, stealthily maneuvering behind the king of red flower crabs, poised to strike. Li Tiniu waved the iron tongs in front of the crab, provoking its ire. The massive claws of the king of red flower crabs rose, slightly parting in front of it, showcasing an impressive arm span of nearly a meter, which was indeed intimidating. Li Tiniu steadied himself, remaining composed in the face of danger, and boldly extended the iron tongs towards the crab's claws. In comparison to the thick claws resembling those of an adult, the iron tongs appeared somewhat feeble. As the tongs approached the claws of the king of red flower crabs, it could no longer restrain itself and lunged at the tongs with one of its powerful pincers. With a sharp crack, the crab claw clamped down on the iron tongs. Fortunately, the hardness of the iron was always superior to that of the crab claw, allowing it to withstand the pressure. If it had clamped down on a person, it might have shattered bones, even if the iron tongs remained intact. The persistent friction produced a grating sound that was enough to send shivers down one's spine, utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Tiniu extended another shovel. At that moment, the red flower crab king seemed to grow agitated, shifting sideways and moving closer. In an instant, its claws shot out, seizing the iron shovel. The metallic clash echoed. For the shovel was thinner and therefore possessed a lower hardness compared to the tongs. It quickly began to warp under the crab's grasp. Now was the moment. Zhou Jialei observed that both claws of the red flower crab king were preoccupied, marking the perfect opportunity. Seizing the chance, he swung the crab net with precision, enveloping the red flower crab king within its confines. Sensing the threat, the crab released its hold on the shovel and began to struggle with tremendous force, dragging the net in all directions. Alas, all its efforts were in vain. As the net gradually tightened, the red flower crab king finally ceased its resistance. Lying within the net, a prize for the two brothers. Well done, Anyo, Zhou Jialei praised sincerely. Without your distraction, capturing this red flower crab king would have been no small feat, ha. Li Tiniu laughed heartily, a rare sound since his trip to the county town. Brother, our teamwork remains impeccable. Anyo, stick with me, and you'll be catching fish, shrimp, and crabs until your hands ache. Zhou Jialei chuckled joyfully. The night sea breeze seemed to carry an air of jubilation. Li Tiniu gazed into the bucket filled with crabs and various shells, his heart swelling with delight. His eyes fell upon the imposing red flower crab king nestled in the center of the bucket, and he couldn't suppress his grin. If only the crab were a tad larger, it would barely fit in the bucket. Suddenly, Li Tiniu shared with Zhou Jialei his newfound perspective on the potential earnings from their coastal harvest, musing that perhaps it was indeed feasible. After all, the contents of their bucket could effortlessly fetch several thousand yuan. If fortune smiled upon them again and they managed to capture a couple more crabs of similar size, that would surely surpass 10,000 yuan. As the tide quietly receded along the shore, exposing vast stretches of rocky beach, the gentle waves lapped against the rocks, creating a soothing sound. The moonlight, soft as silver, bathed the entire sea surface. Anyo, let us explore the rocky beach. My intuition tells me there are treasures to be found. Zhou Jialei beckoned Li Tiniu. The rocky beach lay at the outermost edge of the sandy shore, revealing itself only when the tide fully receded. The rocks, varying in shape, easily formed small pools where many marine creatures were swept ashore by the waves, becoming the bounty of the tide. Li Tiniu now firmly believed in Zhou Jialei's instincts. Wherever he sensed the possibility of discovery, there was surely something to be found. In his heart, the notion that following his elder brother could lead to financial gain had firmly taken root. The two arrived at the rocky shore, where the terrain was intricately complex, littered with seaweed and moss, making each step perilous. Even two young men could only proceed with utmost caution. As they navigated the rocky expanse, Zhou Jialei had already gathered a considerable number of octopuses and had even caught a substantial grouper weighing 4 to 5 pounds from small pool. In contrast, Li Tiniu's basket was far simpler, containing wild oysters, mussels, shrimp, and kelp. One glance at his basket revealed the contents of his lunch for the following day. The two chatted and laughed along the way, their bond rekindling to that of their childhood, while Li Tiniu dismissed the blows he had endured in the city. Returning to his honest, jovial self. As they ventured deeper into the rocky shore, they began their search. The channels formed by the rocks were significantly larger than the small pools on the white sandy beach, where fish, shrimp, and starfish could often be found. The primary goal of foraging along the rocky shore was to seek out marine treasures in these channels. Naturally, the larger the channel, the more abundant the life it could harbor. Chapter 43. Disturbing the lair of the little blue dragon. Brother Lay, look what I've caught. The excited voice of Litiniu echoed from a short distance, filled with joy. Zhou Jiale was bending down to inspect the fish beneath the rocks when he heard the call. He raised his head and looked toward Litiniu, who stood among the rocky outcrops, proudly holding high a small blue dragon. The small blue dragon, known as the Chinese lobster, is characterized by its robust cephalothorax and cylindrical body, slightly flattened on the dorsal and ventral sides, with a short abdomen and 4 pairs of long legs. Its long antennae often protrude from the rocks, and these very appendages usually expose them. The shell of the small blue dragon is hard and vividly colored. However, those that have recently molted display a striking green hue. Small blue dragon. Well done. You got some luck in yo, Zhou Jiale exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Litiniu. The small blue dragon in Litiniu's grasp weighed a full pound, making it quite sizable among its kind. Ha ha ha. Litiniu laughed with unbridled glee, holding the small blue dragon up to his face, eager to discern its gender. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The small lobster in Litiniu's hand arched its body and, to his astonishment, sprang forth with great force, its large and sturdy tail striking him sharply across the face. Ah! A cry of distress rang out across the rocky shore, quickly drowned out by the crashing waves. As Litiniu yelped in pain, he instinctively raised a hand to shield his face, forgetting that the lobster was still in his grip. In that fleeting moment, the small blue dragon twisted once more, freeing itself and landing in a water channel formed by the rocks before him. Oh no, Zhou Jiale thought, a wave of concern washing over him. He was not overly worried about Litiniu's slap. His resilient nature would withstand it. However, the small blue dragon, weighing a pound, could fetch a handsome price, and letting it escape felt like a great loss. With urgency, Zhou Jiale approached Litiniu's position. Upon reaching his side, Zhou Jiale's heart sank. The small blue dragon had fallen into a large water channel. Although not deep, it spanned a considerable area, and the dragon typically hid beneath the rocks, making it a daunting task to search for it among the stones. Are you all right, Inyo? Zhou Jiale remembered to inquire about Litiniu's well-being. I'm fine, Brother Lei. Just a minor inconvenience, Litiniu replied, feeling his face to confirm there were no wounds. Immediately, he declared with determination, that mischievous little blue dragon. I shall capture you tonight. With that, he stepped into the shallow water channel ahead, commencing his meticulous search. Observing Litiniu's irritation from the encounter with the lobster, Zhou Jiale recognized that if Litiniu did not catch the small blue dragon that day, he would likely be restless that night. Despite the challenge, Zhou Jiale followed suit, stepping into the water channel to assist in the search. Although the little green dragon leapt into the deep waterway, it is fortunate that it is not particularly adept at swimming. Instead, it relies on its 4 pairs of hind legs to navigate along the bottom of the water. It only employs its agile springing technique when startled or provoked. Hence, it is likely that the little green dragon has not ventured very far. Naturally timid, the little green dragon typically seeks refuge beneath large rocks. An effective method for locating it is to observe its long, protruding antennae. If it is not hiding beneath a substantial rock, its antennae will usually be visible, facilitating the search. At that moment, Zhou Jiale and Litiniu were scouring the rocky bottom for any signs of antennae. Zhou Jiale had already overturned several rocks and managed to catch 3 little green dragons weighing around 6 or 7 tails, feeling quite pleased, though he was not overly fixated on finding one that weighed a full gene. Gradually, he began to gather other marine treasures in the vicinity. However, Litiniu was resolutely determined to capture that pesky little green dragon. He knew that if he failed, he would be unable to sleep that night, haunted by dreams of being slapped by the creature. Litiniu tirelessly turned over rocks at the water's edge, even neglecting to collect other small fish and shrimp. His mind solely focused on that little green dragon. Persistence bore fruit. After turning over the 20th rock, he finally spotted a long antenna extending from beneath the next rock. That essed. Litiniu was certain that this was the very little green dragon he had previously released. Without hesitation, he flipped the rock with one hand while swiftly reaching for the little green dragon with the other. However, the little green dragon sensed the disturbance and, startled, sprang away with a sudden leap, darting 3 meters ahead. Whoosh! The little green dragon swiftly dove beneath another rock, larger than the previous one, disappearing completely from view. Crouched in the water, Litiniu extended his hand towards the bottom of the rock. Darn it! He could feel the little green dragon's antennae, but was unable to grasp them. Frustrated, he braced himself against the edge of the rock and forcefully lifted it. Bang! The sound of the stones splashing into the water echoed. Zhou Jiale, who was nearby fishing, was startled by the noise and quickly turned to look at Litiniu. Meanwhile, as Litiniu lifted the rock and reached for the little green dragon, it executed yet another agile leap, flying far away and burrowing beneath an even larger stone. This stone resembled a slab rather than a typical rock, broad and thick, making it impossible for Litiniu to reach the little green dragon even while crouching in the water. However, his previous encounters had taught him that blindly flipping rocks would not yield success in capturing the little green dragon. Reluctantly, he decided to call for assistance. Liege, come help me. Litiniu shouted to Zhou Jiale, who was still in shock at a distance. Coming. Zhou Jiale, undeterred, understood that today he must assist Litiniu in capturing that little green dragon and promptly approached. Brother, I will gently lift this stone, and you should catch the little green dragon with the net while I do so. Litiniu, no fool himself, recognized that his previous clumsiness had startled the creature, causing it to flee with great speed. This time, he resolved to lift the stone slab delicately, enlisting Zhou Jiale's help for the capture. Once their plan was set, they took their positions. Litiniu stood at the front, gripping the edge of the stone slab, ready to exert his strength. Zhou Jiale positioned himself at the side, prepared to net the little green dragon as soon as the slab was lifted. Are you ready, brother? I am ready. Then I shall lift it. 3, 2, 1, lift. As Litiniu summoned his strength, the heavy slab began to rise slowly. Once it reached a 45-degree angle, it was just about at the perfect height for casting the net. However, as the slab was elevated, Zhou Jiale remained frozen in place. With the weight of the slab pressing down, Litiniu struggled to maintain his hold, and seeing Zhou Jiale's lack of reaction, he shouted urgently, Brother, quickly catch it. I can't hold this for long. At that moment, Zhou Jiale, crouched at the side with the net in hand, was utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. For as the stone slab ascended, he beheld not just the little green dragon, but at least 20 others. The smallest among them appeared to weigh a pound. A realization struck Zhou Jiale like lightning. This is a veritable treasure trove. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure and murmured, Aini, we're going to strike it rich. Meanwhile, Litiniu, straining under the weight of the slab, gasped, Brother, my dear brother, please catch them. If you don't hurry, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jiale swapped his small net for a larger one, casting it beneath the stone slab. With a swift motion, he gathered the throng of little green dragons within the net. Though they struggled in alarm, their efforts were futile. A nest of crayfish had been ensnared beneath the stone. With a resounding thud, the slab crashed into the water. Litiniu, overwhelmed, finally relinquished his grip on the slab. He staggered back a few steps, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Brother, did you catch that little green dragon? I can't find it. Zhou Jiale gazed at the net brimming with crayfish of various sizes, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What? Litiniu's voice rose an octave, misunderstanding Zhou Jiale's words to mean that they had failed to capture anything. He rushed over, eager to see what lay within the net. Yet, upon glimpsing the catch Zhou Jiale held, he too was rendered speechless. Indeed, they had lost sight of the little green dragon. In this net, densely packed with small blue dragons, there must be at least 20 of them. Not only Zhou Jiale, But even Li Tinyu could no longer recognize which one was the one that had slapped him in the face. Suddenly, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on Li Tinyu's face, his mind echoing with just 3 words: struck gold. Although he had initially thought Zhou Jialei was merely boasting, he now believed every word was true. Anything was indeed possible. After a rough calculation, the two realized that this net contained 25 small blue dragons, the smallest weighing around a pound and the largest exceeding 2 pounds. Coupled with the conchs, fish, and crabs they had previously collected, today's catch far exceeded Li Tinyu's expectations. In the past, he would have deemed this a fanciful tale, but now, witnessing it firsthand alongside Zhou Jialei, his admiration and respect for his older brother had reached new heights. As they finished packing their haul, they decided to sell their bounty that very night, making their way towards the wharf. Though the fish market was bustling at night, it was illuminated brightly. The market would remain operational until just past 1 in the morning, gradually calming as numerous fishing boats returned ashore to unload their cargo. As the brothers approached with their heavy bags, the wharf was abuzz with activity. "Wow, look at all this bounty at such a late hour," exclaimed a fishmonger, suddenly invigorated as he hurried over to them. Initially expecting the seafood to be of little interest, they were pleasantly surprised to find it in high demand, perhaps due to the night's catch being ready for early morning dispatch to the county. The prices for midnight seafood were unexpectedly higher than those of the morning by 2 dimes. A delightful surprise indeed. "Hey, Zhou's family, you've struck it rich again today," shouted a bearded fishmonger, his eyes gleaming with envy and admiration. He weighed the heavy bags in Zhou Jialei and Li Tinyu's hands, revealing a satisfied smile. At the wharf, the salty sea breeze mingled with the vibrant atmosphere of the fish market, creating a unique nocturnal seascape. The lights from the fishing boats and the shore mirrored each other, illuminating the entire dock as if it were daylight. Zhou Jialei and Li Tinyu exchanged a knowing smile, wordlessly acknowledging their fortune. "Come on, make way. I want this catch." Another fishmonger joined the commotion, calling out to those around while helping clear a space for Zhou Jialei and his brother. The surrounding fishmongers and fishermen cast friendly glances their way, some even greeting them warmly. The brothers swiftly opened their nets and wooden buckets, revealing their seafood to the astonished crowd, who collectively gasped in disbelief. "So many small blue dragons! Good heavens! Did you stumble upon a nest of them tonight? Where did you find such a bounty? I've never encountered so many. And red flower crabs? Your luck is truly unparalleled." Upon the appearance of these seafood delicacies, they promptly captured the attention of the fishmongers. They gathered around, eagerly inquiring about prices, quantities, and quality. After a spirited exchange of haggling, the brothers Zhou Jialei were pleased to sell their seafood one by one. Merely by traversing the rocky areas and mangroves, they astonishingly earned a total of 1,200 yuan. As the last bag of seafood was sold, the clamor at the dock gradually subsided. Li Tinyu gazed at the thick stack of cash in Zhou Jialei's hands, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a stroll along the beach could yield such a profit. Envy. Truly, he felt a pang of envy. No wonder others spoke highly of Zhou Jialei's prowess in gathering seafood these days. He had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. 1,200. He himself might not earn that much in 3 months at sea. This is remarkable. Observing Li Tinyu's astonished expression, Zhou Jialei could not help but chuckle. He reached into his pocket and handed 200 yuan directly to Li Tinyu, saying, "Here, Anyo, this is for you." Chapter 44. A fish weighing 3 to 400 jin. 1,200. You might not earn that much in 3 months at sea. This is outrageous. Observing Li Tinyu's expression, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled out 200 yuan and handed it directly to Li Tinyu, saying, "Here, and yo, this is for you." "Really? So much?" Li Tinyu exclaimed, hastily shaking his head at the sight of the 200 yuan Zhou Jialei produced. "It's too much." He felt overwhelmed. After all, he had merely followed Zhou Jialei's lead, striking wherever Zhou pointed. Most of the seafood wasn't even sourced by him. Even if Zhou had chosen not to share a single cent, he wouldn't have felt any grievance. "Take it. Even if you haven't contributed much, you've put in some effort," Zhou Jialei insisted, laughing as he tucked the money into Litiniu's pocket. Litiniu scratched his head awkwardly, saying, Jale, rest assured, wherever you say to fish, I will go without question. All right, yet declaring loyalty now? Zhou Jiale grinned. I haven't deceived you, have I? Recently, my luck at sea has been exceptionally good, Zhou Jiale remarked, raising an eyebrow. Ha, yes indeed. Following you has been immensely rewarding, Litiniu responded, his eyes sparkling with delight. As night deepened, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill, gently brushing against the dock and whisking away the day's clamor and fatigue. Zhou Jiale and Litiniu walked side by side on their way home. Jiale, your luck is truly enviable. This outing has been worth as much as my income for several months, Litiniu expressed, unable to conceal his excitement. His words brimmed with emotion, and his gaze towards Zhou Jiale held not only envy, but also a deeper respect. Zhou Jiale smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with confidence and determination. And luck sometimes requires a bit of skill, he replied. Pausing briefly, he continued nonchalantly, you see, my understanding of this maritime area, my grasp of tides and wind directions, and my fishing techniques have all been cultivated through diligent practice over time. So, don't just envy my luck, you must also learn these skills. Litiniu appeared contemplative. You make a valid point. Ultimately, he summed it up in 5 words, prompting Zhou Jiale to nearly burst into laughter. As they strolled and conversed, they unknowingly reached the village entrance. In the distance, a few dim yellow lights flickered in the night, marking the way home, a warm harbor. All right, you head back now. I must return home as well. Tomorrow morning, we meet by the sea. Don't oversleep. If we miss out on the good catch, it'll be on you. Zhou Jiale halted and addressed Litiniu. Rest assured, Jiale, I will handle it. Litiniu patted his chest confidently, waving goodbye as he watched Zhou Jiale disappear into the night. Upon returning home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Zhou Jiale, having toiled throughout the day, was utterly exhausted and collapsed into a deep slumber. The following day, before 7 o'clock, Zhou Jiale awoke. Ordinarily, on days he ventured out to sea, he would rise at 6, but having exerted himself excessively the previous evening, he indulged in an additional half-hour of sleep. Expecting that Litiniu would still be in bed, he was taken aback to find him already at the dock, fully dressed and waiting eagerly. How long have you been here? Zhou Jiale inquired, surprised by Litiniu's enthusiasm and zeal. Perhaps half an hour? Litiniu replied, visibly excited upon seeing Zhou Jiale arrive. Amused and grateful for having chosen the right companion, Zhou Jiale gave Litiniu a friendly pat on the back and exclaimed, Anyo, we are heading out to catch some big haul this time. Are you ready? Absolutely. Litiniu responded with exuberance, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. The two then boarded the fishing boat, conducted a thorough check of the essential equipment, and filled the tank with fuel before officially setting sail. Seated in the cockpit, Zhou Jiale utilized the magic pearl to scan the surrounding waters, searching for areas rich in marine life. With Litiniu accompanying him, he felt far more at ease than when with Zhou Shaoling. As they journeyed eastward, the throttle was pushed to its limit. Litiniu, having not been to sea in quite some time, was captivated by the novelty of it all. Leaning over the side of the boat, he gazed in wonder at the surroundings, occasionally bursting forth with exclamations. Wow, a giant devil ray. Should we stop, lazy? Not yet. My goodness, look over there. A school of sardines. Not yet. God, I can see fish jumping out of the water. The fishing conditions here are incredible. Should we cast our lines, lazy? Not yet. Regardless of what remarkable sights Litiniu spotted, Zhou Jiale's only response remained the same. Not yet. However, the abundance of marine life surrounding them made Litiniu restless, and he could hardly suppress his excitement. He swallowed hard and contemplated speaking again, but hesitated upon noticing Zhou Jiale's earnest demeanor in the cockpit. After 3 consecutive hours of navigation, Zhou Jiale showed no sign of reducing speed. Litiniu's patience had waned completely. The initial thrill of their maritime venture had diminished significantly. At this point, he resembled a wilted eggplant, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Xinge, where exactly are we headed? Throughout this time, Zhou Jiale had refrained from casting nets or pausing. Even as numerous schools of fish swam near the boat, he continued to forge ahead. Sardines and devil rays do not pique my interest. What grand catch are we in search of? Zhou Jialei mused as he glanced at the time, contemplating that it might be the right moment. Indeed, as I raised my gaze, I discerned the outlines of several islands. Though uncertain which island harbored a more abundant marine life, it seemed an opportune moment to rest. Let us anchor by the small island ahead. Li Tiniu surveyed the isle from a distance, nodding in approval. The island is lush with trees and appears untouched. Xiangu, you are quite fortunate. Perhaps within a few days, we shall encounter something of value. The island, surrounded by water and boasting a pleasant environment scattered with reefs, might conceal rare marine creatures beneath its surface. However, this was not the primary objective of Zhou Jialei's expedition. He intended to dive below the surface in search of treasure. Next time we set sail, remember to bring fishing rods. I am certain we can catch plenty of good fish today. Li Tiniu reminisced about the large fish that had eluded them earlier, expressing his regret. It was my oversight to forget such a detail, Zhou Jialei chuckled, acknowledging the lengthy voyage must have been rather tedious for the vivacious Li Tiniu. In the future, with fishing rods in tow, we might be fortunate enough to catch something valuable. Most importantly, throughout the journey, he had been employing the Ding Heizu to sense the surrounding waters, never truly resting. Yet, Li Tiniu was quite the opposite. He was nearly growing moldy on the fishing boat. Had he not been a native of the fishing village, he might have succumbed to seasickness several times during the trip. Zhou Jialei gradually approached the island, which appeared close yet required over an hour of sailing to reach. At that moment, Li Tiniu was on the verge of boredom-induced slumber, leaning over the edge of the boat, gazing into the water, observing various fish swimming by, and occasionally letting out a few resigned sighs, which made Zhou Jialei chuckle. Look at you, Anyo. You're not even seasick yet. Truly a testament to our fishing village. Just as Zhou Jialei intended to commend him, Li Tiniu's complexion suddenly turned ashen. He shot Zhou Jialei a glance, disregarding everything else, and dashed toward the side of the boat. Ugh. His vomit spewed across the vast sea. Zhou Jialei was left speechless. How can this lad be so susceptible to flattery? I was just about to praise him for not being seasick, and here he is, vomiting. Fortunately, he managed to avoid throwing up on the boat. Otherwise, the pungent odor would have been unbearable for both of them, making it impossible to fish or even remain on deck. What on earth is happening to you? Have you forgotten your roots in the fishing village? Zhou Jialei couldn't help but exclaim, both amused and exasperated. Ugh, I feel dreadful, so dreadful. Li Tiniu's face was pale, nearly rolling his eyes. In previous outings, he had always enjoyed fishing while relishing the ocean's splendor, never experiencing seasickness. How could he have anticipated that Zhou Jialei would sail for 4 continuous hours? Rising early, he had been swaying on the fishing boat for so long, yet sleep eluded him, leaving him with a heavy sensation in his chest. Who would have thought he would end up dry heaving? How embarrassing. It was utterly humiliating. Zhou Jialei swiftly steadied the fishing boat and approached Li Tiniu, intending to pat him on the back to see if this young man could recover. After all, with him in such a state of nausea, how could he possibly catch fish later? Little did he know, as he reached the side of the boat, the pearl of stability within him began to stir. Suddenly, Zhou Jialei's eyes brightened as he surveyed the surrounding waters. Upon glimpsing the shimmering school of fish, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, excitedly grabbing Li Tiniu's sleeve and exclaiming, "Wow! Anyo, hold your vomiting for a moment. Look at all those ribbon fish over there. A mass of silvery, elongated fish surged from the depths of the sea, heading straight for the fishing boat. In the water, these ribbon fish appeared like fluttering ribbons, their forms undulating mesmerizingly, captivating anyone who beheld them. The most striking aspect was the sheer number of these fish, resembling a dense cluster of tadpole eggs. The azure sea was now tinted a brilliant white, transformed by the multitude of ribbon fish. What did you say? What fish? Li Tiniu, leaning against the side of the boat and feeling dizzy from seasickness, managed to prop himself up to take a glance. That fleeting glimpse revitalized him instantly. Wow, seasickness? Not a chance. I am a master of coastal fishing. At that moment, Li Tiniu yearned to leap into the sea himself to catch fish. Heavens, Ribbonfish, so many ribbonfish. Jale. Hurry, brother, we are in for a windfall. The feelings of nausea dissipated in an instant. All that filled his vision was the tempting school of fish. These were ribbonfish, and in such abundance. This was a fortune waiting to be seized. What luck! Setting out to sea only to encounter a bonanza of ribbonfish. Who would believe it if he told them? He hurriedly grabbed the fishing net, which had already been prepared, and together with Zhou Jiale, they frantically cast the net towards the congregation of fish. With a splash, the net settled steadily into the water. The surface of the sea rippled with the movement of the net, ensnaring the previously wandering ribbonfish, trapping them securely within its grasp. Yet even so, the ribbonfish remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, with other fish still approaching. How peculiar! Zhou Jiale couldn't help but glance at the pearl of stability within him. Although he was channeling the pearl to sense the aura of marine life, it had not attracted these fish. Why were they swimming toward the fishing boat, as if in a frenzy? He looked closely at the surface of the sea and noticed that as the ribbonfish swayed closer, they appeared to be vying for something yellowish. However, this liquid quickly dissipated in the ocean waves. Upon realizing what it was, Zhou Jiale was utterly astounded. Goodness, what a revelation! It turned out that these ribbonfish were drawn in by Li Tinyu's recent vomit. Deep-sea fish had such a taste. As the vomit dispersed upon contact with the water, it astonishingly transformed into bait that attracted a school of ribbonfish. What difference does this have from baiting a fishing spot? Anu splendid. Your vomiting is quite impressive. After realizing this, Zhou Jiale also gave Li Tinyu a thumbs up, his gaze filled with admiration. A smile involuntarily crept upon Li Tinyu's lips. The seasickness had somehow instilled in him a sense of pride. To whom could he voice this irony? Yet at this moment, Li Tinyu was preoccupied, watching as the fishing net enveloped the shoal of fish, and he immediately began to haul it in. Money. This net brimming with fish was equivalent to a fortune. Quickly, lazy, come help me pull the net, Li Tinyu exclaimed, feeling the weight of 300 to 400 pounds. Although strong, he found the task laborious, panting heavily. Zhou Jiale grasped the fishing net and was taken aback by its heft. Just as he prepared to pull the net onto the boat, he sensed something amiss. He promptly slapped the back of this fool's head. Anyo, have you lost your senses? Why use your hands to pull when you have a perfectly good net hoist? He shot Li Tinyu an exasperated glance, utterly at his wit's end. This lad had gotten overly excited. It was only then that Li Tinyu realized his folly and hurriedly secured the rope to the net hoist. Chapter 45. The Humpback Whale. Zhou Jiale grasped the fishing net tightly, feeling its weight, and was taken aback. Just as he prepared to pull the net aboard, he sensed something was amiss. He promptly slapped the back of this fool's head. Ain't you? Have you lost your senses? Why are you using your hands to haul up the net when we have a perfectly good winch? Are you looking to make things difficult for yourself? He cast a helpless glance at Li Tinyu, who was equally exasperated. This chap was simply too overjoyed. It was only then that Li Tinyu realized his oversight and hurriedly attached the rope to the winch. I've never encountered such equipment on the fishing boats I used to sail on. I completely forgot. He swiftly activated the machine and began to maneuver the lever. The winch whirred to life, emitting a series of clicking sounds. The enormous net slowly retracted from the sea, drawing in the fish as if the great beast were opening its maw to capture its prey. The surface of the ocean shimmered, each ripple seemingly narrating the joy of an abundant harvest. Zhou Jiale and Li Tinyu stood at the bow of the boat, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, envisioning the hold overflowing with ribbonfish and the substantial profits that would follow. As the net gradually tightened, the ribbonfish finally sensed the impending peril. They struggled and leapt within the net, attempting to escape this web of doom. However, their struggles proved futile as the net constricted tighter, ultimately ensnaring them securely. It seems that fortune smiles upon us today. We have encountered an abundance of ribbonfish, Zhou Jiale exclaimed, his voice carried by the sea breeze, imbued with pride and satisfaction. Li Tinyu grinned widely, completely forgetting the earlier discomfort of seasickness. His gaze was fixated on the underwater net. At last, the net was fully drawn aboard. Witnessing the shimmering ribbonfish, Both men could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. The fish were uniformly sized and exquisitely plump, clearly of the finest quality. After clearing away the seaweed and debris entangled in the net, a pristine display of ribbon fish appeared before them. This catch was nothing short of spectacular. It seemed these ribbon fish had gathered here, irresistibly drawn by the remnants of this fool's earlier meal. Aside from a few small crabs, the haul consisted predominantly of ribbon fish of various sizes. Lazy, it seems we are truly on the path to fortune, Li Tiniu exclaimed with exhilaration, and without further ado, he rushed to stow the ribbon fish in the freezer. Ribbon fish are rarely found alive in fish markets. Being deep-sea dwellers, they sometimes appear at the surface or along the shore. But once out of the water, the change in pressure can lead to their untimely demise. Therefore, once captured, they must be immediately placed in the freezer to ensure the freshness of their flesh. The two worked swiftly and efficiently, sorting through 300 to 400 pounds of ribbon fish in less than 20 minutes. As he worked, Li Tiniu reflected, lazy, I now truly understand that money can cure all ailments. You see, I'm no longer dizzy, nor is my vision blurred. What a relief. After stowing all the ribbon fish in the freezer, the two resumed their gaze towards the sea, hoping to spot any stragglers. At that moment, the seawater had nearly dissolved Li Tiniu's vomit, causing the ribbon fish to disperse in search of sustenance. Observing the retreat of the nearby school of fish, Zhou Jiale couldn't help but tease, Brother, your stomach is lacking. You barely expelled a morsel, and the ribbon fish devoured it in no time. Shall I take another spin while you gather your strength for another go? Hearing this, Li Tiniu quickly covered his mouth as the nauseating sensation surged back, darkening his vision and forcing him to swallow hard. With a wry smile, he waved his hand. No, Jiale, are we not like brothers? Why do you care only for the fish and not for me? If I vomit again, I'll be rid of my bile. What good is fishing if one has no life to enjoy it? Zhou Jiale burst into laughter, patting Li Tiniu on the shoulder. All right, I shan't tease you further. Our haul today is already plentiful. There is no need to tempt fate again. Yet, the essence of marine life around them did not vanish with the dispersal of the vomit. The stirring of the Dinghai pearl allowed him to distinctly sense that some marine creatures were swimming nearby, and in considerable numbers. Anyu, do you not feel that the surrounding waters seem more vibrant than before? Zhou Jiale suddenly lowered his voice, a glint of vigilance crossing his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings. Although the sea appeared tranquil, he could faintly detect an unusual disturbance. With the aid of the Dinghai pearl, he could distinctly feel something approaching the fishing boat, and, judging by the pearl's reaction, it was quite sizable. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu paused his task, attentively listening to the sounds of the sea. Indeed, what the sea breeze carried was not merely the briny scent, but also a subtle clamor, as if the ocean floor was preparing for an unknown feast. Now that you mention it, I seem to feel it too. Li Tiniu furrowed his brow. Though he was seasick, his acuity regarding the ocean remained undiminished. He stood up and walked to the edge of the boat, striving to capture the source of this peculiar sensation through a broader view. Just then, small ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, followed by a swarm of dark shapes swiftly approaching from the distance. They moved with astonishing speed, gliding atop the water and leaving behind silvery trails. Recognizing the fish before him, Zhou Jiale's pupils widened in shock, and he involuntarily gasped. Mackerel! It was an entire school of mackerel. At that moment, catching mackerel was no easy feat. They resided in the deep sea and were remarkably agile, making their capture exceedingly challenging. Yet, they were renowned for their rich fat content, and in the fishing village, some even ranked them as the finest delicacy. Affectionately dubbing mackerel as the layered cake of the sea, the price for a pound of mackerel could easily reach $5. We are in for a windfall. This truly is a stroke of fortune. So many mackerel are gathered here, densely packed at a glance, weighing at least 500 pounds. Anyo, hurry. That is mackerel. Quickly fetch the fishing net and the hand net. Zhou Jiale urgently called out to Li Tiniu. Without further ado, he pulled open the fishing net and began casting it himself. Upon hearing that it was mackerel, a fierce flame ignited in Li Tiniu's eyes. He swiftly set aside his task and dashed deep into the cabin in search of a larger fishing net and hand net. The sea breeze howled, causing his clothing to flap, yet his movements were remarkably swift and resolute. "Lazy, catch this!" Litiniu shouted, hurling a massive fishing net toward Zhou Jiale. With quick reflexes, Zhou Jiale caught it steadily, and together they expertly spread the net, aiming at the rapidly approaching school of mackerel. 1, 2, 3 cast. At Zhou Jiale's command, both exerted their strength, launching the net forcefully towards the ocean surface. The net traced a graceful arc through the air before accurately enveloping the entire school of fish. Clearly startled by this sudden turn of events, the mackerel scattered in the water, but the net had already ensnared them tightly. Zhou Jiale and Litiniu, witnessing this, were filled with joy as they realized that this catch would yield a substantial profit. The net gradually tightened, and the sounds of the struggling fish echoed. But it was all in vain. With seamless cooperation, Zhou Jiale and Litiniu began to haul in the net, while clearing away the seaweed and debris entangled within it. Soon, a hefty catch of mackerel appeared before them. Litiniu was also taken aback by the sight. Upon confirming they were indeed mackerel, his astonishment was palpable. How miraculous! "We've struck gold. Lazy, I cannot thank you enough." Litiniu, brimming with excitement, nearly jumped for joy and embraced Zhou Jiale. "Spending a day with you feels like a year of hard work. Ha. Good days are coming. They truly are. A few days out at sea with Lazy. And this is a complete transformation. What incredible luck." Zhou Jiale could hardly contain his own exhilaration. This bounty was merely the beginning of a profitable venture for him. Ha. It's not just luck. It's luck that's off the charts. We caught so many ribbon fish earlier, and now mackerel. Litiniu's words came from a heart. Just the previous catch of ribbon fish alone could astonish the entire dock, let alone the current haul of mackerel. For a fishing boat with only 2 crew members like theirs, a catch of over 100 pounds was already quite remarkable. It required finding the right spot in the sea, waiting for the fish to enter the net, as well as the time spent hauling in the net, sorting, and selecting the fish. A single net could consume half a day. With good fortune, catching a third of a net was already no small feat. Yet every net they cast was bursting with fish. Just this stroke of luck was enough to elicit envy from others. When they returned to the dock, the fishmongers would surely be abuzz with excitement. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jiale could not help but chuckle. The two of them worked together to haul the net brimming with mackerel onto the boat. The heavy fishing net glistening like silver under the sun, as if it were a bountiful gift from the ocean, with each fish embodying their hopes for the future. Litiniu, flushed with excitement, panted heavily while wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented radiance. "Lazy, do you think we are favored by the sea god? This luck is rarer than winning the lottery." Litiniu laughed exuberantly, his words brimming with gratitude towards Zhou Jiale and disbelief at his own fortune. Zhou Jiale shared a broad smile, patting Litiniu's shoulder, and solemnly remarked, "Onyo, such luck cannot be envied." Upon hearing this, the corners of Litiniu's mouth twitched. Yet, one must admit, Zhou Jiale's words held a grain of truth. Who possesses such luck? The two carefully selected the mackerel from the net, gently placing them into a large barrel in the boat's cabin. The fish, still lively after leaving the seawater, nearly slipped from their grasp, darting away as if determined to escape through their fingers. "Lazy, do you think we can catch this many fish every day?" Litiniu suddenly inquired, his eyes gleaming with visions of the future. At this, Zhou Jiale raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. With the pearl of the sea in hand, would they still worry about catching seafood? Goo. Just then, a sea eagle returned to the fishing boat, circling above the water incessantly. This unexpected turn of events caused Litiniu's mouth to twitch in astonishment. A sea eagle? Where did that come from? Oh my! The subsequent scene delivered an overwhelming visual and emotional impact. After circling in the sky, the sea eagle landed gracefully on Zhou Jiale's shoulder. Silence, an unparalleled stillness enveloped the moment. Litiniu stood in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Lazy, be careful. That sea eagle might peck at you." As he observed the eagle's beak approaching Zhou Jiale's face, Li Tinyu was startled and rushed forward to shoo the bird away. To his astonishment, in the next moment, Zhou Jialei simply extended his hand and gently patted the eagle's head. The eagle, which had previously exuded an air of majesty as it soared above, now appeared almost obsequious. Li Tinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lazy? Don't tell me you know this sea eagle? He gulped, his voice trembling. Of course I do. This sea eagle is called the god of wealth. Soon it will help us find fish. Zhou Jialei replied cheerfully. At this point, the eagle let out a couple of approving calls. Li Tinyu's eyes were nearly popping out of his head as he marveled at this astonishing spectacle, as if the entire world had turned upside down. The god of wealth? This sea eagle is actually called the god of wealth. His mind was in turmoil, thoughts swirling chaotically. Lazy, what kind of divine intervention is this? The sea eagle has become the god of wealth? Li Tinyu's voice quivered slightly, as he found himself unable to comprehend the scene before him. Zhou Jialei smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Ain't you do not grasp the essence. This is fate. The sea eagle finds fish far more swiftly than we ever could. Upon hearing this, although doubts still lingered in Li Tinyu's heart, the confidence radiating from Zhou Jialei compelled him to believe, even if just a little. He silently marveled at his fortune in choosing the right companion. Not only was there the prospect of catching fish, but also the assistance of a sea eagle. Surely, this was absurd. However, amidst this joyful anticipation, Li Tinyu's brow furrowed as he noticed something unusual in the distance, prompting him to inquire, Lazy, is there something peculiar about the waves over there? Zhou Jialei followed his gaze and discovered a colossal creature gliding effortlessly through the ocean. Its size was astonishing, and from afar, it seemed as though the entire expanse of water had been transformed into a canvas of black and white by this creature. As it rolled, the surface of the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. By heavens, a humpback whale! Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialei could not help but glance towards the sea. Good heavens! Another familiar face. Why are these two here uninvited today? Chapter 46. The Magnificent Chinese Lobster. Goodness! Yet another familiar face. What brings these two fellows here uninvited today? Upon noticing Zhou Jialei's gaze, the humpback whale leapt excitedly from the water, as though it wished for Zhou Jialei to scrutinize it closely. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Tinyu exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, a humpback whale! This is the first time I've ever seen one in my life. How could it be so massive? Despite his many voyages at sea, he had never encountered a whale before. He had only heard seasoned fishermen speak of their grand size, but now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt utterly awestruck. Don't be afraid. This gentle giant is our friend, Zhou Jialei replied with a hint of pride, as if the presence of the humpback whale was an everyday occurrence for him. He patted Li Tinyu on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. The humpback whale traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing back into the sea, sending up a tremendous splash, seemingly showcasing its power and elegance. It circled the fishing boat leisurely, its wise eyes appearing to penetrate the depths of human hearts, causing Li Tinyu's fear to gradually dissipate. Lazy, this whale. It won't harm us, will it? Li Tinyu inquired, though the initial terror had faded from his eyes, replaced instead by curiosity and reverence. Rest assured, if it intended to harm us, it would have done so already, Zhou Jialei replied with a smile, his gaze filled with affection and understanding for the ocean. He seemed to comprehend the whale's intentions, recognizing it was merely welcoming them in its own unique manner. At that moment, the sea eagle, the god of wealth, emitted a series of guttural sounds, as if to alert them to something. Zhou Jialei looked up at the eagle and noticed it pointing in a certain direction, where a massive school of fish had gathered. Look, the god of wealth is guiding us again, Zhou Jialei shouted excitedly, urging Li Tinyu to swiftly adjust the boat's course towards the indicated spot. As they approached, the surface of the sea indeed revealed a dense congregation of fish, shimmering like silver beneath the sun. Li Tinyu was utterly dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, unable to contain his astonishment. Good gracious, it can really lead us to them. Wait a moment. What did Zhou Jialei just say? The humpback whale is also a friend? Incredible. He had even contemplated asking whether this massive creature could be sold back on land. Now Zhou Jialei claimed to know it? I was planning to catch it to dry fish. His eyes widened in disbelief. The humpback whale seemed startled, nearly fleeing the water, sending waves splashing around. Zhou Jiale couldn't help but laugh at the sight, gently patting Li Tingyu's head. Indeed, I do know this humpback whale. As soon as he spoke, a buzzing sound filled the air, and the whale performed a roll in the water. Let us follow it. Subsequently, Zhou Jiale subtly gestured to the humpback whale. Take me to discover some rare treasures, so that my brother can behold them. A display of ostentation, unabashedly so. Li Tingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lazy, are you jesting? Can this humpback whale truly comprehend human speech? What nonsense! It's merely a fish. How could it possess such understanding? Such occurrences are beyond reason. After hearing this, the humpback whale emitted a couple of low hums from the depths of the sea and then obediently swam towards an island. Li Tingyu, filled with confusion, inquired, "Is it actually leaving?" "Lazy, you cannot be serious. Are we truly going to follow this humpback whale? It won't lead us to its lair to devour us, will it?" Although he trusted Xianji's abilities, he could never believe that a humpback whale could understand them. Such marvels seemed impossible. Moreover, while there had been no recorded incidents of whales attacking humans, as mere mortals, they possessed no means of resistance against such a colossal creature. What if the humpback whale harbored ill intentions? Strangely, Zhou Jiale regarded him with a half-smile, remaining silent. Under Zhou Jiale's prompting gaze, Li Tingyu reluctantly maneuvered the boat to follow the whale's course. Before long, they approached the vicinity of the island. The island appeared to be quite picturesque, adorned with lush greenery and filled with the melodious chirping of birds, resembling a paradise meticulously sculpted by nature. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow, imbuing the island with an air of mystery and tranquility. A gentle sea breeze caressed them, carrying the briny scent of the ocean mingled with the island's unique freshness, refreshing the spirit. Zhou Jiale stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the island with glimmers of anticipation in his eyes. He turned to Li Tingyu and smiled. "Aniyu, do you not think this place is even more beautiful than we imagined?" Li Tingyu surveyed the surroundings and could not help but nod in admiration. "Indeed, Lazy, this place is as if it has stepped forth from a painting. What were we here for? To seek treasure?" Zhou Jiale smiled mysteriously, not providing a direct answer, merely patting Li Tingyu's shoulder as a signal to follow. Guided by the humpback whale, they gradually approached the island's shore. The whale elegantly glided in the shallows, occasionally emitting deep, resonant calls, seemingly greeting the island's inhabitants. They anchored the boat by the shore and stepped onto the sandy beach. However, the beach lay desolate, devoid of any treasures, save for the scattered dead crabs and shells. After a circuit along the beach, they found nothing, prompting Li Tingyu to furrow his brow. "This island is utterly barren," he complained. "Lazy, the humpback whale, and the god of wealth are playing us for fools." The humpback whale, agitated, swirled in the water, even risking danger by circling near the rocky area close to the shore, attempting to signal Zhou Jiale with leaps. Meanwhile, the sea eagles circled above the rocky area, alerting the duo. "The rocky region?" Zhou Jiale glanced upward, and upon witnessing the reactions of the two creatures, suddenly grasped the situation. "I fear the true destination lies not upon this island, but rather in the adjacent rocky area. Anyo, it seems we're destined to dive into the sea today." He gestured towards the waters surrounding the reef, raising an eyebrow at Li Tingyu. Both he and Li Tingyu were natives of the fishing village, and thus, they felt a certain confidence when it came to venturing into the waters. After all, residing in a fishing village without the ability to swim is akin to severing one's own livelihood, inviting ridicule from others. "What? Dive into the sea? Surely not," Li Tingyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It is worth noting that this area is part of the coastal waters, and this was their first visit to such an island, leaving them unfamiliar with the underwater terrain and the current speed. Even at the village's beach, they would seldom wade into the water. Now, Zhou Jiale wanted to plunge into such an unfamiliar sea. Was he out his mind? Li Tingyu felt his heart race. beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he gazed at the unknown rocky area, anxiety and trepidation swelling within him. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Jialei's unwavering confidence and the eager guidance of the humpback whale and sea eagle, his fears seemed to wane slightly, subdued by an invisible force. Lazy, are you certain we should dive? What if there are dangers lurking in the water? Li Tiniu's voice trembled, yet it carried a hint of resolute determination not to give in. Zhou Jialei clapped him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Fear not, Anyo. We are children of the fishing village, inherently attuned to the water. Moreover, the urgency with which the humpback whale and sea eagle guide us suggests that there is something extraordinary awaiting us. Trust me, and trust yourself. With that, Zhou Jialei began to check their diving gear. Once assured that everything was in order, he looked at Li Tiniu, encouraging him. Come, Anyo. Let us explore this uncharted sea together. Perhaps we shall uncover unexpected treasures. Most notably, as they approached the rocky area, the pearl within Zhou Jialei began to emit an unusual glow, indicating the presence of something valuable in these waters. Having come this far, how could they not take a plunge? The two donned their diving gear, fitted their goggles, and secured a snakeskin pouch around their waists, preparing to enter the water. The diving equipment was essentially a flashlight capable of illuminating the underwater realm. Although it was broad daylight, visibility would diminish once submerged, making the flashlight an indispensable tool. Due to the shallow waters, they opted not to use oxygen tanks, relying instead on a single breath to dive beneath the surface. In truth, this era did not even possess the luxury of oxygen tanks. Thus, the marine life they might capture from the seabed would come at a steep price, necessitating a single breath to catch them. How could it not be costly? Having grown up by the sea, Zhou Jialei held unwavering faith in Li Tiniu. This lad might not excel in many areas, but his mastery over the water was unquestionable. They did not expect him to catch anything extraordinary. As long as he remained safe, that would suffice. Li Tiniu, having made his decision, no longer hesitated. After stretching his limbs, he took a moment to splash some seawater onto his chest, the icy liquid sending a shiver through his body. Moments later, with a splash, he dove headfirst into the water, followed closely by Zhou Jialei. The only sounds that reached their ears were the splashes of water and the biting chill that enveloped them. Even with preparation, Zhou Jialei could not help but shudder slightly. The Dinghaezu within him emitted a gentle glow. Soon enough, he acclimated to the frigid sea temperature. Though the impact of the seawater was initially strong, the presence of the Dinghaezu allowed Zhou Jialei to adapt swiftly. How delightful! It felt wonderfully comfortable. Underwater, he glided with ease. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and was quickly captivated by the vibrant underwater scenery. The ocean floor was adorned with dense corals clinging to the sandy bed and numerous schools of fish, albeit ordinary lanternfish of little value, added to the beauty. There were also unknown fish and octopuses dwelling in this aquatic realm, the mere slightest source of tranquility. After exploring for a moment, Zhou Jialei swam about 2 to 3 meters away when the Dinghaezu stirred once again. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he sensed the presence of marine life near the coral reef and swam toward it. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He had arrived. The coral reef appeared resplendent, surrounded by a tangle of seaweed and seagrass that swayed gently with the currents, revealing a hidden world within. Upon glimpsing the creatures concealed beneath the corals, Zhou Jialei nearly gasped in delight. The moment he opened his mouth, water rushed in. Had it not been for the Dinghaezu, he might have choked to death right there. Before him lay the Chinese ornate lobster. This creature was exceptionally rare, resembling a small blue dragon, yet adorned with the most vivid colors, its body a riot of hues. The colorful stripes upon it were utterly astonishing. Rare. It was exceedingly rare. In the depths of the sea, creatures that appeared the most peculiar tended to command the highest prices. Its brilliant colors harmoniously blended with the coral, providing excellent camouflage. Without the Dinghaezu, he would have never noticed this creature, which blended seamlessly with the reef like a chameleon. The vibrant antennae drifted gently among the seagrass. What an extraordinary species! Even though Zhou Jialei considered himself well-versed in the wonders of the world, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he held his breath and swam toward it. The Chinese ornate lobster sensed danger and attempted to flee, retracting its exposed antennae silently. But alas, it was too late. Zhou Jialei had already laid eyes upon it. There was no escape for this remarkable creature. Such a rare lobster. It surely deserves to be taken back, astonishing the entire dock. Seizing the moment while this creature had yet to fully retract, Zhou Jialei deftly grasped a nearby strand of aquatic vegetation, allowing it to gently probe into the crevice of the reef. Suddenly, a bubbling sound erupted as the exquisite Chinese ornamental lobster rolled in the water, subsequently beginning to release bubbles. Almost immediately, its previously concealed antennae emerged. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary distraction, Zhou Jialei extended his hand and firmly grasped its antennae. The lobster sensed the force and attempted to flee. Yet, Zhou Jialei's grip was as unyielding as a vice, preventing any chance of escape for the vibrantly colored appendage. The lobster thrashed in the water, sending forth splashes as if engaged in a silent duel with Zhou Jialei. However, in the face of Zhou Jialei's unwavering gaze and composed actions, these struggles appeared utterly futile. He cautiously extracted the lobster from its coral sanctuary, wary of harming this precious rarity. As the lobster gradually emerged from its hiding place, its resplendent form shimmered in the water, as if the very hues of the ocean were encapsulated within its being. At last, I have captured it. Zhou Jialei felt a surge of elation within, but he quickly regained his composure. Such a rare lobster is worth a fortune and must be treated with utmost care. Chapter 47. The entire brood of lobsters captured. At last, I have succeeded in capturing them. Zhou Jialei felt a surge of elation, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Such a rare lobster is worth a fortune and must be handled with utmost care. He promptly retrieved a snakeskin pouch from his waist and gently placed the lobster inside, securing the opening tightly to prevent any escape. Once this task was accomplished, Zhou Jialei let out a sigh of relief and began to survey his surroundings. He discovered that this rocky marine area was far more mysterious and bountiful than he had anticipated. However, the colors of the lobster remained obscured beneath the water. He hastened to the surface. Upon emerging from the water, he gasped for air. The Chinese exquisite lobster was still wriggling in the pouch, and as sunlight cascaded upon it, it shimmered with vibrant hues, a sight to behold. How enormous it is! While submerged, its size had not registered, but now, out of the water, Zhou Jialei was astounded by its extraordinary dimensions. Weighing it in his hands, he estimated it to be at least 6 pounds. Goodness, this indeed qualifies as a rare find. Such a lobster could fetch 2,000 to 3,000. With a stroke of luck, perhaps 4,000 or 5,000. Just as Zhou Jialei was reveling in his fortune, he heard the distant hum of a humpback whale, accompanied by the persistent calls of sea eagles overhead. This scene seemed to convey to him, "See, we weren't deceiving you." Zhou Jialei chuckled in response. All right. I truly appreciate your assistance this time." He secured the tail of the Chinese exquisite lobster. Otherwise, with a mere struggle, its claws could easily detach. Both lobsters and blue crabs share this concern. One fears losing its claws, while the other dreads a severed tail. Otherwise, the value would significantly diminish. After placing the lobster back into the snakeskin pouch, Zhou Jialei inhaled deeply and dove beneath the surface once more. Wow! The moment he submerged, his gaze was drawn to the sea urchins atop the rocks. So many sea urchins. This island truly is a paradise, teeming with diverse life forms. A breathtaking sight indeed. In this era, the general acceptance of sea urchins is rather low. Only a few Western restaurants would purchase them, yet their price remains commendable. Although they cannot compare to the Chinese exquisite lobster, they are still a noteworthy find. Zhou Jialei eagerly collected them all. 1, 2, 3. He couldn't help but click his tongue in delight, a smile creeping onto his lips. Before long, the snakeskin pouch was filled to the brim. Zhou Jialei then resurfaced, laden with his bounty. Sunlight danced upon the shimmering waves, warming his face. He looked up at the azure sky, where several seabirds circled overhead, seemingly singing in celebration of his fruitful harvest. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Zhou Jialei took a deep breath, savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze. His face alight with a satisfied smile. He gently patted the pouch at his waist, which contained not only the day's treasures, but also his reverence and love for this magnificent ocean. The resplendent colors of the Chinese exquisite lobster lingered in his mind, a testament to the wonders bestowed upon nature, leaving him profoundly awestruck. Just as Zhou Jialei prepared to depart from this marine expanse, his gaze was once again drawn to a certain corner of the seabed. There seemed to be something shimmering subtly, igniting his curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately resolved to dive once more and uncover the mystery. As his body gradually sank into the depths, the surrounding scenery became vividly clear once again. Zhou Jialei cautiously swam towards the flickering light, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Upon nearing the source, the sight that greeted him widened his eyes anew, a vibrant coral reef. Within this coral garden, several peculiar fish of which he had never before laid eyes upon were concealed. These fish, though modest in size, adorned themselves in exceptionally vivid hues, as if meticulously crafted by nature's most illustrious artist. They glided leisurely through the water, weaving effortlessly between the corals, occasionally leaping above the surface, showcasing a beauty of agility and freedom. He extended his hand, and the school of fish, suddenly captivated by the allure of the tranquil waters, halted gracefully upon his palm. Is this a clownfish? To be frank, in this day and age, clownfish hardly command any price. What holds value now are not these ornamental creatures, but rather the edible fish. What a pity. He gently tapped the clownfish's head before returning to the surface. After depositing his catch into the cargo hold, Zhou Jialei exhaled a sigh of relief, resting on the deck. However, as he waited, there was still no sign of Li Tiniu. Zhou Jialei's brow furrowed in concern. Could something have gone awry? He frowned, contemplating the risks. Though they hailed from the same fishing village, the proximity to the open sea posed dangers. What if Li Tiniu had acted recklessly and found himself in distress? Buzz! The humpback whale emitted its call once more. Upon hearing this sound, Zhou Jialei's worries dissipated. It appeared that the lad was thriving beneath the waves. After a while, Li Tiniu finally emerged, gasping for fresh air. Puffing and panting, he took a moment to regain his composure. That breath almost suffocated him. Looking up, he was astonished to find Zhou Jialei already waiting on the boat. He hurriedly waved at Zhou Jialei, unable to suppress a joyful expression. Lazy, look at the bounty I've caught. The seabed resembles a veritable dragon palace, teeming with treasures. Zhou Jialei, noticing the boy's flushed face, couldn't help but chuckle, swiftly reaching out to help him aboard. After pulling him up, he did not forget to grab the lad's snakeskin bag. Goodness! Upon seeing the bag stuffed to the brim, Zhou Jialei was left both amused and bewildered. You, my friend, have you no sense of moderation when it comes to gathering sea treasures? After such a long absence, are you not concerned about overexerting yourself? Hee, with so much bounty, how could I leave it unattended? Li Tiniu was now brimming with excitement, unable to restrain himself from raising an eyebrow at Zhou Jialei. You have no idea. The moment I plunged into the water, I discovered a treasure trove of sea urchins. Every last one of them. I collected them all, haha. After finishing his exuberant proclamation, he turned to Zhou Jialei and smugly inquired. So, Lazy, how did you fare? You must have caught fewer than I did, right? At this point, Li Tiniu couldn't help but boast. What a joke. I fill my snakeskin bag to the brim. This time, I am definitely surpassing Zhou Jialei. Today is my day. Ha ha ha. Look here. However, Zhou Jialei simply pointed to the cargo hold. When Li Tiniu beheld the vibrant creatures within, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Heavens! How is this possible? What on earth is this? Why do these lobsters look so peculiar? No, this can't be. Could it be the Chinese ornate lobster? Realizing this, Li Tiniu couldn't help but lean in for a closer look, his eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens! It truly is. This creature is so vividly colored. It must be one in a million. I've never even seen such a thing in this entire sea, and it's likely the only one around. Yet, Zhou Jialei managed to catch it. Furthermore, this Chinese ornate lobster appears to be full of life, leisurely munching on a shell. Wow, lazy. Shouldn't you consult a fortune teller? You must have stumbled upon some incredible luck. We're going to strike it rich. How can our fortune be so favorable? Don't tell me you've conjured some sort of sorcery, Li Tiniu exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears from excitement. What nonsense are you spouting, haha? Zhou Jialei chuckled, bemused. Li Tiniu grinned, his gaze transfixed by the Chinese ornate lobster. How much could this fetch? Surely, it will command a handsome price. And I see many more treasures below. Let us dive deeper and investigate. Zhou Jialei had previously waited on the deck for Li Tiniu, who had not resurfaced for quite some time. However, while waiting for him, the Dinghe Zoo had been exhibiting unusual activity. It appeared that the underwater marine life was far more vibrant than he had anticipated, particularly around the coral reef. There was definitely something extraordinary there. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we take it out for a stroll. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu let out a loud exclamation. What? We're going again? I nearly suffocated down there. I feel like my strength hasn't fully returned yet. We've already caught so much seafood. What more do we need? Hey, Tiniu, we didn't embark on this sea venture for a holiday. We came to make money, Zhou Jialei replied, affectionately patting Li Tiniu on the shoulder, his eyes shimmering with determination. Do you really think we can easily abandon such a potential great discovery? The secrets within that coral thicket may hold even more treasures waiting for us. Although Li Tiniu felt a flicker of apprehension, Zhou Jialei's unwavering confidence began to sway him. All right then, I'll follow your lead, but remember, if we find anything else of value, I get to pick first. He spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone, yet his eyes brimmed with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Upon hearing Li Tiniu's agreement, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Suddenly, he kicked Li Tiniu into the water. Caught off guard, Li Tiniu plunged headfirst into the sea. With a splash, he landed in the water, swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater, and turned to Zhou Jialei with a look of indignation, exclaiming, "Hey, lazy, why didn't you give me a heads up? This rascal has turned a bit cheeky." "Haha, don't be afraid, I'll join you right away," Zhou Jialei replied, leaping into the water after him. Seeing this, Li Tiniu ceased his complaints and followed Zhou Jialei as they dove deeper. The further they descended, the clearer their vision became. Although he knew the underwater world to be exquisite, the sights before him still elicited a gasp of wonder. The seabed was adorned with corals and seagrass, while vibrant schools of fish darted through the water. The two began to search for treasure beneath the waves. The area was teeming with treasures, and Li Tiniu quickly discovered several conchs and cat's eye shells, surrounded by numerous fish. However, these fish were small and inedible, thus Zhou Jialei showed little interest. He led Li Tiniu towards the coral reef they had glimpsed earlier, and only upon arrival did Zhou Jialei realize that the reef was situated a mile away. They navigated cautiously through the coral formations, wary of disturbing the serenity of the underwater realm. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting dappled patterns on the corals, shimmering with enchanting luminosity, as if the entire seabed were cloaked in a dreamlike hue. Zhou Jialei's gaze was sharp as he scanned the surroundings, searching for potential treasures, while Li Tiniu, overly excited, chased after the brightly colored fish, completely forgetting their purpose for diving. "Tiniu, be careful. We're not here for leisure," Zhou Jialei signaled discreetly while pointing towards a shadowy area not far off. "Look over there. Something seems different." Years of camaraderie allowed Li Tiniu to grasp Zhou Jialei's meaning with just a glance. He quickly reined in his playful spirit and turned his gaze in the direction Zhou Jialei indicated. In that shadowy area, the distribution of corals appeared denser, their colors deeper, as if concealing some secret. They exchanged knowing looks and silently swam towards the enigmatic shadows. As they approached, a peculiar sensation enveloped them. The surrounding water seemed to thicken, making even breathing somewhat laborious. Yet despite this, the Dihai pearl within him emitted a gentle glow, allowing him to perceive the anomalies clearly. "Whiskers! So many whiskers!" Li Tiniu exclaimed, his mind buzzing at the sight of the coral reef. "Damn, There are so many lobster antennae hidden within the corals. What kind of luck has Zhou Jiale stumbled upon to discover so many lobsters? The vibrant corals sway gracefully in the water, accompanied by a series of lobster antennae that float in an orderly fashion. The lobsters conceal their bodies within the coral reef, perhaps in an attempt to evade their predators. Yet this inadvertently makes them more conspicuous to Zhou Jiale and Litiniu. The antennae left exposed seem to beckon humans, as if to say, "Come catch me." These lobster antennae dance upon the water's surface, standing out remarkably around the coral reef. Although these antennae are not as lengthy as the one captured previously by Zhou Jiale, they still present a rather splendid sight. Some lobsters even extend their limbs outside the coral, appearing exceedingly plump. The scene before Litiniu drives him into a frenzy. His eyes widen as he follows Zhou Jiale towards that area. Goodness, so many lobsters. They must be captured all at once. Otherwise, it would be an affront to Zhou Jiale, who had just kicked him. He swims up to the coral reef, effortlessly lifting 2 lobster antennae and pulling them up. Given their robust nature, Litiniu is not concerned about them breaking, and he carefully hoists them. The Chinese ornate lobster, startled, begins to struggle violently, but it is already too late. Litiniu holds the 2 lobster antennae, his eyes brimming with excitement. Chapter 48. The Seabirds Cause Havoc. Given the robustness of the lobster's antennae, Litiniu felt no apprehension about their potential to snap as he gingerly lifted them. The Chinese ornamental lobster, startled, began to thrash violently, yet it was too late. With a sense of exhilaration illuminating his gaze, Litiniu held aloft the 2 antennae. Although the lobster he had captured was not as colossal as the one previously caught by Zhou Jiale, it was undoubtedly the largest he had ever encountered. Weighing at least 4 pounds, it could only be described as a behemoth among lobsters. His exuberance was palpable as he waved excitedly to Zhou Jiale, the lobster dancing in his grasp, mirroring his elation. Zhou Jiale, witnessing this display, could not suppress a satisfied smile, fully aware that Litiniu's excitement was genuine. He gently patted Litiniu on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, his eyes suggesting that greater treasures awaited their pursuit. Without delay, the 2 men set off in different directions towards the coral reef, ensuring that the lobsters had nowhere to hide. Due to Litiniu's earlier actions, many lobsters concealed within the coral were startled, retreating deeper into their sanctuaries. Zhou Jiale, quick on the uptake, seized the 2 lobsters with the longest antennae. After lightly tapping their backs as a warning, he placed them into the snakeskin pouch at his waist. What a fool, thinking he could escape after being spotted. In the subsequent half-hour, the 2 men captured over 10 lobsters within the coral reef, each of considerable size, promising a lucrative return. Among them were 2 or 3 Chinese ornamental lobsters. Though less vibrant than the previous catch, they still appeared quite commendable. This area seemed to be a veritable haven for lobsters, with numerous scents lingering in the water. Regrettably, these lobsters possessed remarkable speed in evasion. Underwater, they adeptly utilized their advantages to conceal themselves within the coral, some even burrowing into the sediment, vanishing without a trace. Now, the lobsters hidden within the reef had retracted their antennae, making it increasingly challenging to capture them without this grasping feature. Each time Litiniu and Zhou Jiale reached out, the lobsters would burrow even deeper, tantalizingly visible yet utterly elusive. What a pity. Litiniu pondered the slow pace of their capture, resolving that next time they ventured out to sea, he must bring along tongs. It would be immensely satisfying to snatch them up with a simple clamp. Zhou Jiale, oblivious to Litiniu's musings, focused intently on the lobsters nestled within the coral. A quick count revealed at least 7 or 8. The pearl of stability within him continued to emit a luminous glow. Although these lobsters had retreated into the depths, Zhou Jiale perceived no sanctuary for them. Yet, these frightened lobsters remained steadfastly ensconced within the coral, refusing to emerge. Unfazed by their reluctance, Litiniu brandished a piece of seaweed, teasingly luring the lobsters. But these creatures were far from simpletons. They had learned from their past encounters. Having just suffered a significant loss, could one possibly endure another? Even with the presence of the treasured Dehi pearl, these lobsters exhibit no reaction, retreating deeper into the coral reefs instead. The rocks formed from the hardened coral are exceedingly robust, their edges sharp enough to deter any attempt to pry them apart with bare hands. Should one dare to reach inside, who knows if a sea snake might be lurking within? If bitten, that would certainly lead to complications. Litinio tentatively extended his hand, but, halfway through, hesitated and withdrew in trepidation. What a pity. Truly a lamentable situation. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhou Jialei, his face a mask of urgency, gesticulating fervently. His expression seemed to implore, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and devise a plan. If not, this money will slip through our fingers." Zhou Jialei raised an eyebrow slightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. At that moment, both men sensed a disturbance in the ocean's waters, followed by a resonating hum. It was a humpback whale. The creature was charging directly towards them. Zhou Jialei and Litinio exchanged glances, and Litinio's heart sank. What was happening? Was this whale not their acquaintance? Had it not been a friend? Its change of demeanor was swifter than turning a page. Startled by the sight, Litinio bolted towards the shore, hastily pulling Zhou Jialei along. What on earth was this fool doing? Why wasn't he running? Who could fathom the size of this humpback whale? If it collided with them, they would surely be shattered. Seeing Litinio's frantic demeanor, Zhou Jialei couldn't help but smirk at the corners of his mouth. He seized Litinio by his collar, tapping his forehead with a hint of irritation. What a coward! Was he so easily frightened by such a scene? Did he truly think fleeing was the answer? As Zhou Jialei held him, Litinio's eyes widened in surprise, but soon he caught Zhou Jialei's silent cue to remain quiet. Confused, he glanced at Zhou Jialei again, who was now swimming towards the whale's position. As the whale's massive head loomed closer, Litinio felt his soul nearly escape him. Finally, they positioned themselves behind the humpback whale. The whale began to leap around the coral reef, periodically slapping the water with its tail. The currents surged in the sea, and the lobsters hiding beneath the coral felt an intense sense of peril. With a gentle wave, the water dislodged those concealed among the crevices of the coral. Sensing the imminent danger, the lobsters began to emerge, seeking alternative refuge. Yet, how could they possibly evade the keen eyes of Zhou Jialei and Litinio? Litinio and Zhou Jialei seized the opportunity to commence their harvest, casting one lobster after another into a woven bag until they had captured 7 or 8 in total. The humpback whale, not to be outdone, let out 2 triumphant calls in acknowledgement of its contribution. Astonishment. Unparalleled astonishment. Litinio's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have imagined that a humpback whale could lend a helping hand? The whale's remarkable feat transformed Litinio's fear into sheer wonder. He gazed incredulously at Zhou Jialei, as if to say, "Is this truly real?" Zhou Jialei, however, wore a calm demeanor, gently patting Litinio's back to signal him not to be overly astonished. With another leap from the humpback whale, more lobsters were dislodged from the ocean floor, falling into the duo's eager hands. At that moment, Litinio was entirely immersed in the exhilaration of lobster catching, forgetting his earlier fears as he and Zhou Jialei grew increasingly in sync. Each reach resulted in a precise capture, and the bounty in their woven bag swelled. Besides lobsters, they also unearthed several scallops and schools of fish hidden beneath the sand. Litinio and Zhou Jialei welcomed every catch with open arms. It was only when the woven bag was completely filled that they resurfaced. Splashing back to the surface, Litinio exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, this is truly incredible." Without lingering too long on his astonishment, he hurriedly joined Zhou Jialei in hauling the heavy burlap sack onto the deck. 1, 2, 3. Litinio had managed to catch 7 magnificent lobsters. However, regrettably, after struggling in the seawater for too long, one had lost its claws, a tragic fate. Glancing at Zhou Jialei's bag, Litinio was immediately taken aback. Zhou Jialei had captured an astounding 13 lobsters. Even more astonishing was that each lobster was vibrant and unharmed. Litinio could not help but frown and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Jialei, it seems I am indeed ill-suited for this endeavor, as 3 of my lobsters have lost their claws." Zhou Jialei reassured him, "That's entirely normal. It would be odd if they didn't." Indeed, how could he possibly compare to Zhou Jialei, who was practically a prodigy a true master of the sea. Together, they dragged the heavy burlap sack onto the deck where the sea breeze, infused with a hint of salt and coolness, seemed to applaud their fruitful harvest. A subtle smile graced Zhou Jiale's lips, his eyes shimmering with boundless love and reverence for the ocean. He turned to Li Tiniu, patted his shoulder, and chuckled. Tiniu, today we have truly opened our eyes. This humpback whale is far more intelligent than we could have imagined. Li Tiniu nodded repeatedly, still reeling from the shock, scratching his head and grinning. Indeed. I always thought that harvesting from the sea relied solely on luck and strength, but now I realize there are such extraordinary elements at play. Jiale, your friend is truly remarkable. In addition to lobsters, they had amassed a plethora of other marine treasures, filling their woven bag to the brim, which filled him with immense joy. Jiale, we are going to strike it rich. This all is likely worth several thousand yuan. Li Tiniu excitedly counted the seafood, his hands trembling involuntarily. Several thousand. In this era, what difference does it make from striking it rich overnight? Zhou Jiale, observing Li Tiniu's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. This lad is satisfied with just a few thousand? Is this all he aspires to? Zhou Jiale internally found it amusing, yet maintained a calm smile on his face. He gently patted Li Tiniu on the shoulder and earnestly said, Tiniu, don't get too carried away with joy. This is merely child's play. The true treasures of the ocean await our discovery. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu's eyes instantly lit up, as if he could see endless wealth beckoning to him. He excitedly grasped Zhou Jiale's hand, nodding vigorously, yes, you're absolutely right, lazy. We will surely catch even more seafood. Seeing this fervor in the young man, Zhou Jiale couldn't resist asking, and do you have dreams? Of course, lazy. My dream is to make a fortune. Li Tiniu swallowed hard, nodding repeatedly. Today we shall indeed make a fortune. In other words, being alongside Zhou Jiale, he had already begun to realize his dreams. Even if Zhou Jiale only shared a fraction with him, it would still amount to several hundred yuan. A day's work at sea would earn him what others would make in 2 or 3 months. Who would believe that? The value of these lobsters was unimaginable for them in this era. Lazy, these are just the appetizers, right? Li Tiniu asked, puzzled. However, upon seeing Zhou Jiale's expression, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Zhou Jiale had something grander in store? That would be splendid. Becoming wealthy overnight was not merely a dream. Zhou Jiale, hearing this, couldn't help but shake his head. What appetizers? Exhausting ourselves chasing the tide, and we still won't earn much. If we wish to prosper, we need grander aspirations. The young man's appetite indeed seemed insatiable. Li Tiniu looked bewildered. Isn't making a fortune a dream? What more long-term ambitions could there be? Nonsense. Earning money is the ultimate goal. If chasing the tide can yield this much, what could possibly be more grand? Zhou Jiale couldn't help but tap Li Tiniu's head. We must look to the future. Are you satisfied with just chasing the tide? I plan to save enough money to start aquaculture and eventually establish a fishery company. By then, we would be our own bosses, and wealth would come rolling in. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu's mouth twitched. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but say, to be honest, I hadn't thought of that. Zhou Jiale's words were like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the fog in Li Tiniu's mind, prompting him to reevaluate his dreams and future. He gazed at his steadfast friend, an unprecedented sense of excitement and yearning swelling within him. Lazy, you are right. We cannot merely be content with our current small achievements. I also wish to be a big boss, earn more money, and provide a good life for my family. Li Tiniu clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with determination. Noticing this, Zhou Jiale's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He understood that although Li Tiniu often appeared carefree, there resided within him an indomitable spirit of perseverance. With just a gentle nudge, he could unleash remarkable potential. Excellent. Let us strive together towards greater aspirations. Zhou Jiale patted Li Tiniu on the shoulder, and they exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had already envisioned a vast expanse of future possibilities that awaited them. Zhou Jiale confidently declared, your fishing skills are exceptional. Once our fishery company is established, I shall entrust the high seas fishing operations to you. Count on me. I will not let you down. Li Tiniu responded, brimming with faith in Zhou Jialei. Zhou Jialei had promised him fruitful results from their seaside endeavors. And true to his word, they had indeed caught the precious Chinese ornamental lobster that very day. Once or twice, one might attribute their success to mere luck. However, every decision made by Zhou Jialei had proven to be sound. He aspired to launch a company and become a boss. And Li Tiniu was certain that he too would rise alongside this tide of success. In that future, as his capable assistant, he would share in the glory. Yet, being a native of the fishing village, Li Tiniu was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in aquaculture. Over the years, many had attempted to venture into fish farming, be it kelp or marine fish, yet most had faced losses. Aside from a need to guard against seabirds, there were also numerous individuals who sought to wreak havoc. Chapter 49. The Pearl of Stability Catches Fish. Over the years, there have been attempts at aquaculture, yet ventures involving kelp and marine fish have largely resulted in losses. Apart from a need to fend off seabirds, there are also many who engage in acts of sabotage, driven by envy and unable to bear witness to your prosperity. With this thought in mind, Li Tiniu hesitated and remarked, "However, lazy, do you intend to embark on marine aquaculture? This industry is fraught with challenges. I recall the village chief's aquaculture farm suffered losses, did it not?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a pang of regret. For Zhou Jialei was still brimming with confidence. His comment might inadvertently dampen Zhou's spirits, akin to dousing him with cold water. Noticing Li Tiniu's apprehension, Zhou Jialei gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not. For any difficulties that arise, I shall bear the brunt. Having resolved to proceed, I am confident in our success. With the pearl of stability in hand, can we truly fear failure?" Zhou encouraged, "Worry not. Accompany me on the sea a few more times, and your experience will naturally expand." His words resonated with sincerity and concern. In Zhou Jialei's eyes shone a spark of confidence, as if he could already envision a magnificent future unfurling before him. He understood that while aquaculture bore its risks, with the right strategies and technical support, it was entirely feasible to reverse the tide and generate substantial profits. "Tiniu, you need not worry. I will conduct thorough market research to discern which marine products are in demand and which varieties are easy to cultivate and cost-effective. Simultaneously, I will introduce advanced aquaculture techniques and management practices to ensure our farm operates efficiently." Zhou Jialei's words were imbued with determination and resolve. "As for those envious souls, I shall demonstrate our success to them, making it clear that only through diligence and innovation can true wealth be attained." Upon hearing Zhou Jialei's words, Li Tiniu's doubts gradually dissipated. He became convinced that as long as he followed Zhou Jialei, nothing would be beyond reach. He thumped his chest and declared, "Lazy, I support you. No matter how arduous the path ahead, I shall stand by your side until the day of our triumph." The two exchanged smiles, their mutual trust and understanding reaching a zenith in that moment. Zhou Jialei's reassurance lifted Li Tiniu's spirits considerably. After all, with Zhou Jialei's prowess and fortune, attracting talented individuals to aid in coastal endeavors would be a simple task. In recent days, Zhou Jialei's reputation had soared within the village, and it was likely that more would come to join his cause. Li Tiniu had previously worried that with an influx of manpower, Zhou Jialei might no longer require his assistance. However, to his surprise, Li Tiniu found a place in Zhou's initial plans. Filled with gratitude at this realization, he firmly grasped Zhou Jialei's hand and sincerely declared, "Lazy, as long as you hold me in regard, I promise to fulfill any task you entrust to me with utmost excellence. I shall not betray your trust." The recent bountiful harvest had ignited a fire within him, and with Zhou Jialei's commitment, Li Tiniu felt invigorated, eagerly busying himself with the sorting of the freshly caught marine products. The Chinese exquisite lobster count has reached 5, accompanied by coconut snails, sea urchins, and cat's eye snails, resulting in a bountiful harvest. As Li Tiniu gazed at the cargo hold brimming with marine treasures, he remained invigorated. Had it not been for the limited space, he would have continued his fishing endeavors until the end of time. The day had already turned late, and after some commotion beneath the waves, it was now around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Returning now would allow them to arrive at the dock during its most bustling hours. At that moment, their haul would undoubtedly astonish everyone at the port. Lazy. It's getting late. Shouldn't we head back? Litiniu suppressed his inner joy as he prepared to start the boat for the return journey. Sell it. Selling it will bring in money. Let us sell these lively marine goods quickly. However, Zhou Jiale suddenly interjected, wait a moment. He had noticed that while they were conversing, the Ding Heizu within him continued to glow, indicating the presence of a large creature nearby. Whether it be a school of fish or something else, he could not ascertain. Yet, anything capable of stirring the Ding Heizu was certainly no mere small fish. It must be valuable, although their harvest for the day was already considerable. Zhou Jiale was not one to overlook the opportunity to capture a larger creature. Indeed, the more one could catch, the better. As the saying goes among the Huaxia people. Since we're here, how can we leave so easily? Li Tiniu scratched his head in confusion, following Zhou Jiale's lead as he halted the boat and peered in the direction of his gaze. However, all that lay before them was an expanse of the vast sea, devoid of any discernible target. What do you see? Is there more big catch? He leaned forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. Yet, no matter how he looked, the surface of the water remained tranquil. Aside from a humpback whale observing them with its wide eyes, there was nothing else in sight. Zhou Jiale smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with the keen anticipation of a hunter. What's the rush? Let us wait a little longer. The Ding Heizu's sensing ability is infallible. There must be something significant in the vicinity. As he spoke, he activated the Ding Heizu, attuning himself to the biological presence beneath the waves. With the activation of the Ding Heizu, Zhou Jiale's vision gradually sharpened, revealing a massive shadow gliding slowly along the seabed, its outline far surpassing any catch they had previously encountered. Zhou Jiale felt a surge of excitement, whispering to Li Tiniu, look, that's it. Prepare to cast the net. We're about to make a grand catch. What is it? Li Tiniu leaned closer, yet saw nothing. Bewildered, he shot a glance at Zhou Jiale, wondering if he possessed some extraordinary vision. However, Zhou Jiale's gaze remained fixed intently on the expanse of water before them. Amidst the towering waves, a fish was thrashing about. It was a large bluefin tuna. Good heavens! What a find! Who would have thought they would encounter such a magnificent creature here? It seemed the fish was intimidated by the humpback whale, and, sensing the aura of the Ding Heizu, dared not approach, yet was unwilling to flee, swimming back and forth about 7 or 8 meters from the fishing boat. The bluefin tuna, known for its swift and fierce nature, proves to be a challenging catch, though its value pales in comparison to that of the more esteemed yellowfin tuna. This fish still weighs between 300 to 400 pounds. In other words, while it may not command a high price, it compensates with its substantial size. This particular specimen is worth at least $800 or $900. Faced with such a formidable fish, Zhou Jiale is filled with enthusiasm. No angler would wish to forego such a challenge. He quickly organizes his fishing gear, preparing to engage in a duel with the bluefin tuna. Li Tianyu, noticing Zhou's excitement while seeing nothing himself, can no longer contain his curiosity and asks, Jiale, what is it? Have you seen it clearly? It's a bluefin. Zhou exclaims. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Grab the fishing rod. We must catch this fish. Without further ado, Zhou hands the rod to Li Tiniu, who instantly becomes invigorated. However, as he peers over the boat's edge, a frown creases his brow. Why can he see nothing? The deep blue sea, tranquil on the surface, hardly seems a habitat for such large fish. Yet, given that it is Zhou Jiale's assertion, he refrains from contradicting him. He takes the fishing rod, using a plump mackerel as bait, and begins to fish. Little does he know, dozens of meters below their vessel, a bluefin tuna is swimming in a frenzy of hunger. Were it not for the presence of a nearby humpback whale, it would eagerly approach, yearning to experience the essence of the sea. Zhou Jiale, having prepared his own mackerel, shouts towards the humpback whale, Hey there, big fellow, please move aside. You might scare my bluefin away. Hearing this, the humpback whale emits a couple of mournful sounds before slowly drifting away. Indeed, as the whale departs, the bluefin tuna begins to stir with anticipation. How delightful it is to fish at sea. Zhou Jiale casts his bait into the water, patiently awaiting the bluefin's bite. The bluefin has a preference for live bait, and he has chosen a particularly large and lively mackerel. Once he spots the bluefin's location, he lifts the rod and deftly tosses it into the depths. With a splash, the bluefin plunges into the ocean. Sensing the vibrant essence of the mackerel, the bluefin is instantly captivated, yet its innate wariness prevents it from approaching immediately. It circles through the water, using its keen eyes to scrutinize the surroundings, especially the ever-emanating, peculiar vibrations of the sea's essence. Zhou Jiale grips the fishing rod tightly, his gaze unwavering. He can feel the subtle tremors transmitted through the line, a silent struggle between predator and bait. As time ticks by, the surface remains undisturbed. Yet Zhou Jiale understands that this contest is merely beginning. He takes a deep breath, adjusting his breathing and mindset, awaiting that decisive moment. Li Tinyu stands beside him. Though he cannot see the underwater scene, he too is enveloped in the tension of the atmosphere, gripping the fishing rod tightly, his eyes fixed on the water surface. As time passed, Li Tinyu's initial excitement and anticipation gradually morphed into fatigue and confusion. He began to question whether there was truly something beneath the water, or perhaps Zhou Jiale had merely misjudged the situation. Lazy, you must be mistaken. It's been so long, and there's not even a ripple under the water. He voiced his doubts while preparing to lift his fishing rod. However, when he caught sight of the half-eaten mackerel on his line, he was momentarily taken aback. The once robust fish, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, had been gnawed down to half its size. Clearly, something had bitten it cleanly in two, and upon observing the distinct tooth marks, he instantly realized, it must be a big one, absolutely a big one, and this creature is quite clever. It took the bait without making a sound. Goodness, Zhou Jiale truly knows his stuff. There is indeed something down there. Otherwise, how could this mackerel have been so thoroughly devoured? With this thought, he promptly selected another mackerel to bait his hook. This time, he fixed his gaze intently on the surface of the sea, determined not to miss the slightest sign of movement. Zhou Jiale couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, this fish is rather astute. Yet, such a challenge ignited his competitive spirit. Isn't that the very essence of fishing? The two men remained utterly focused on the water surface, as the mackerel seemed unable to resist the allure, gradually approaching the buoy. When they spotted the immense shadow of the fish, both brothers gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Especially Li Tinyu, who was utterly shocked. As the mackerel drew nearer, Zhou Jiale felt a slight perspiration form in his palms, yet he maintained his composure and concentration. He understood that any moment of laxity could render their previous efforts futile. He gently adjusted the angle of the fishing rod, ensuring the line presented itself to the mackerel in the most natural manner possible, minimizing its wariness. Li Tinyu watched in rapt attention. He had never observed such a colossal marine creature at such close proximity, and the awe he experienced was beyond words. He gripped his rod tightly, as if he were sharing in Zhou Jiale's silent contest. Here it comes, he whispered urgently, quickly rising to his feet, both hands firmly clutching the rod. If this creature were to seize the bait, it could very well drag the rod straight into the depths. Splash! The sea erupted with a cacophony. The mackerel thrashed on the surface, revealing its full form to the two men. This mackerel was larger than any he had ever encountered before, likely weighing over 400 pounds. Its elongated, robust body displayed immense strength. Those familiar with mackerel would recognize it, yet to the uninitiated, it might resemble a sea monster. Li Tinyu felt a shiver run down his spine and couldn't help but tug at Zhou Jiale's sleeve. It's enormous, he exclaimed, his excitement rendering his words a stutter. Lazy. This is a real giant. Zhou Jiale smiled with satisfaction. If it weren't a giant, why would he waste time here? This fish absolutely had to be brought back, a prize catch for the hold of their boat. Li Tinyu was filled with trepidation at the thought of the cunning swordfish slipping away, continuously lifting and lowering the bait to entice the elusive creature. Yet, this particular swordfish proved to be exceptionally astute. In an instant, as it breached the surface, it deftly severed the lower half of the bait fish without even grazing the hook, swiftly retreating to the depths of the ocean. Damn it! To feast on the fish without taking the bait is an affront, a blatant provocation. Anger surged within Litiniu as he swiftly reeled in the hook, leaving behind the mangled remains of the bait fish. His competitive spirit ignited. He vowed to capture that sly swordfish this time. Humiliation. This was an unabashed insult to an angler. Observing the scene, Zhou Jiala frowned momentarily before succumbing to laughter. Indeed, a swordfish weighing several hundred pounds. It was as if it had attained a level of sentience, displaying an intelligence that bordered on the excessive. The swordfish had likely sensed something amiss, deliberately toying with them, treating the bait as a sumptuous feast. If only he had the water spirit pearl, it would surely become disoriented and take the hook without hesitation. But then, what thrill would fishing hold? Zhou Jiala pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the swordfish lurking beneath the surface, contemplating strategies to ensnare it. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He would turn the tables and employ its own tactics against it. Chapter 50. The Sperm Whale's Battle with the Shark. Zhou Jiala pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the underwater bonito, contemplating how to bring it to the surface. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. He would return the favor with the very same strategy. He instructed Litiniu to continue using the mackerel as bait while he himself waved another mackerel beneath the water, feigning it to be a genuine fish. When the bonito took the bait, he would intentionally allow the mackerel to collide with it. The irritable bonito, upon being jostled, would surely erupt in fury and bite down on the hook. At that moment, Litiniu could seize the opportunity for a surprise attack and secure the catch. Upon sharing his ingenious plan with Litiniu, the two brothers were in perfect accord, enthusiastically selecting the most lively mackerels. Zhou Jiala's scheme sounded both cunning and sagacious, instantly illuminating Litiniu's eyes as he nodded in enthusiastic agreement. The sea gently rippled around them, and sunlight filtered through the surface, casting dappled shadows that added an air of mystery and tension to this contest between man and fish. Fortunately, they had already caught several large fish prior, or they might have been at a loss for how to confront this formidable creature. Litiniu cast the bait into the sea and resumed his quiet vigil. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiala, with his keen eyes, remained fixated on the bonito. Initially, the bonito appeared rather arrogant, ignoring the new bait and swimming about, seemingly mocking human endeavors. As it gradually approached the bait, Zhou Jiala stealthily lowered his mackerel into the water. The bonito remained oblivious, still focused on Litiniu's bait. Suddenly, it lunged forward, taking a bite of the bait, but missed the hook. At that moment, Zhou Jiala's mackerel darted forward, its tail striking the bonito's side. The bonito, startled by the sudden impact, sank swiftly to the ocean floor. Clearly incensed, the bonito churned the surface into a flurry of waves, darting through the water as it sought the audacious fish that had dared to provoke it. However, upon encountering the fishing line, it vanished as if it had become ethereal. A missed opportunity? What a pity! Litiniu stomped his foot in frustration, astonished by the cunning of the bonito, which seemed almost supernatural. Zhou Jiala, however, remained composed at the side of the boat, meticulously observing the bonito's reaction this time. The bonito appeared even more enraged. Its movements beneath the surface markedly accelerated, circling restlessly, evidently agitated by the prospect of its meal. Zhou Jiala watched as the bonito was drawn to his bait, skillfully maneuvering the fishing rod to make the mackerel swim nimbly in the water, as if issuing a challenge to the bonito. Enraged, the bonito charged toward the mackerel, unaware that it had become an integral part of Zhou Jiala's plan. A glimmer of realization sparked in Zhou Jiala's eyes as he whispered urgently, "Annie, prepare the net and the club." Litiniu responded swiftly, gripping the club tightly, poised for the moment the bonito would take the bait. At the very moment the bluefin tuna took the bait, Zhou Jiala and Litiniu showcased their impeccable synergy. Litiniu brought his baton down forcefully upon the head of the bluefin tuna. The fish writhed in agony, struggling fiercely. It was ensnared by the hook lodged in its jaw, intensifying its fury as it darted wildly around the fishing vessel. Zhou Jiala remained composed, skillfully releasing the line in accordance with the tuna's movements, gradually depleting its stamina. Meanwhile, Litiniu was relentless, repeatedly raising his baton high, every time the tuna resurfaced. It was met with a heavy blow. After approximately 10 minutes, the bluefin tuna had endured 7 or 8 strikes and finally succumbed to exhaustion, coming to a halt to recuperate. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jialei swiftly reeled in the line, catching the tuna off guard. However, the tuna had little strength left to resist Zhou Jialei. It merely struggled feebly a couple of times before he steadily drew closer. Li Tiniu had already prepared the landing net, his jaw clenched, his expression betraying his tension. This bluefin tuna weighed no less than 400 pounds, and he couldn't help but question whether the net could withstand such a formidable opponent. As the tuna was pulled near the boat, it attempted to fight back, but Li Tiniu would not grant it the opportunity. He delivered several more strikes, significantly weakening its struggles. Taking advantage of the moment, he swiftly cast the net, ensnaring the tuna's massive body. Zhou Jialei continued to reel in the line, while simultaneously pulling upward. Despite the tuna's lack of strength, its weight still posed a challenge for both men. After a fierce struggle, the tuna managed to tear the net apart. This creature was incredibly powerful. Li Tiniu's spirit soared, resolute in his determination to haul the bluefin tuna onto the surface. Zhou Jialei sensed that the fishing line was nearing its breaking point. If this persisted, a snap of the line would send the tuna plunging into the depths, making it nearly impossible to catch again. Quickly, he devised a plan, gently easing the tension on the line to allow the tuna to momentarily retreat to the sea. "And hurry and fetch the hemp rope," he called out, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. Li Tiniu sprang into action, rushing to retrieve the rope. This hemp rope, as thick as a thumb, would be impossible for the tuna to escape. Zhou Jialei handed the fishing rod to Li Tiniu, signaling him to begin pulling upward, while he swiftly fashioned a slip knot with the hemp rope. Once secured, any force applied would cause the knot to tighten immediately. Essentially, the more the tuna struggled, the tighter the knot would become. Even if the creature possessed immense strength, it could not possibly sever the hemp rope. "Here it comes, Jialei," Li Tiniu exclaimed, summoning all his strength to pull. Zhou Jialei reacted swiftly, ensnaring the tuna's tail with the hemp rope. Once the knot was securely fastened, both Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu felt a surge of joy as they began to pull the rope with vigor. The tuna's tail was bound, rendering it incapable of further struggle. With their synchronized efforts, the bluefin tuna gradually lost its will to resist under the restraint of the hemp rope. At that moment, the sea seemed to calm, bearing witness to this battle of wit and strength. Together, they tirelessly pulled the massive bluefin tuna closer to the fishing vessel. 10 minutes later, the formidable 400-pound swordfish was finally brought alongside the boat, its massive form glistening like silver under the sun, exuding an aura of both majesty and helplessness. Despite their exhaustion, the two men were filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. Li Tiniu gasped for breath, hastily approached the swordfish, and gave it a hefty kick while muttering, "Hey, you tough guy, weren't you quite the swimmer just a moment ago? Why aren't you making a run for it now?" Zhou Jialei felt a surge of elation as well. After a brief respite, they began to drag the great swordfish toward the cold storage. However, halfway through, Zhou Jialei suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. With such a large fish, if they did not bleed it properly to remove the lactic acid, by the time they returned to shore, the meat quality could be compromised, leading to severe consequences. What could have fetched $2 or $3 per pound might plummet to half that value. That would be a shame. Zhou Jialei slapped his forehead and quickly said to Li Tiniu, "Anyo, we need to bleed this big fellow and get rid of the lactic acid, or else this fish will go to waste." Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu immediately understood and nodded vigorously. Yes, I nearly forgot about that. "Lazy, what should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jialei replied, "We need to find a sharp knife and make an incision near the gills to drain the blood. Then, we can make a few cuts along the body and rinse it with seawater." Li Tiniu grasped the plan and promptly turned to fetch a knife, while Zhou Jialei prepared the necessary tools for the bleeding process. Before long, Li Tiniu returned with a sharp knife. Together, they carefully turned the swordfish over, exposing its gills. Zhou Jialei took a deep breath, steadied his grip on the knife, and made a decisive cut. Instantly, a torrent of bright red blood gushed forth. staining the surrounding seawater crimson. The swordfish convulsed violently for a moment, but soon settled into tranquility. Observing this, Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu realized that the blood had been sufficiently drained, and they proceeded to the next step, cleaning. They made several deep incisions on the fish's body before cautiously pushing the swordfish back into the sea. After rinsing it twice, the flesh of the swordfish turned white, signaling the end of the acid removal process. They once again worked together to haul the swordfish back to the fishing boat, preparing to transfer it into the freezing chamber. This creature was indeed substantial. Upon entering the freezing chamber, it nearly filled the entire space. The two men hurriedly rearranged other cargo to create a suitable nook for it. After nearly an hour of labor, both were utterly exhausted, their clothes soaked through, and were just about to head home when an unexpected event occurred. Caw-caw! The sea eagle overhead began to screech, its cries sending chills down their spines, distinctly different from its usual calls. Zhou Jialei furrowed his brow and quickly glanced at the eagle. The little creature was agitated, spiraling restlessly above the sea, which drew Li Tiniu's attention as well. Lazy, what's wrong with the sea eagle? Why has it suddenly started its raucous calls? Did it take the wrong medicine? Li Tiniu inquired. The two of them stared intently at the sea eagle, but as they lowered their heads again, they heard the distant, ominous buzzing sound of a humpback whale. Suddenly, their eyes widened in alarm as they perceived something amiss. On the far water surface, a multitude of shark fins converged ominously in one direction, their sheer numbers frightening. Upon closer inspection, they discerned a massive creature in that gathering, a head as large as a ping-pong table, constituting a third of its body. Shaped like a fish, yet measuring approximately 20 meters in length. It was unmistakably a sperm whale. However, the peculiar aspect was that sperm whales typically swim in pods. Why was this one alone? Li Tiniu, whose eyesight was not as keen as Zhou Jialei's, could only make out a vague, dark silhouette. What is that thing? Li Tiniu inquired. Zhou Jialei, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized it. That is a sperm whale? Hurry, let's get on the boat. Li Tiniu's heart sank as he realized that the solitary sperm whale was likely being besieged by a school of sharks, perhaps having become separated from its pod while foraging. The situation called for immediate retreat. While sperm whales themselves may not hold significant value, the treasures they expel, ambergris, are highly coveted. This substance, when dried, was historically a tribute reserved for emperors, a premium incense and medicinal material effective for treating coughs and asthma. Encountering a sperm whale in the ocean is akin to winning the lottery. Why is this sperm whale so solitary? Li Tiniu pondered aloud as he piloted the boat. Confusion etched on his face. Particularly since this young creature had not yet reached maturity, it should ideally be mingling with others, as sperm whales are inherently social animals, especially the calves. As the fishing vessel drew closer, Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu finally discerned that the sperm whale was thrashing about near the rocks. Its wounds, clearly inflicted by sharks, painfully evident. The little creature continued to struggle desperately, and upon seeing the fishing boat approach, it emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Zhou Jialei felt a sharp pang of sorrow upon hearing that sound. The two exchanged a glance, although no formal pact existed between them. Zhou Jialei truly felt the desperate plea for help emanating from the creature, particularly in those eyes that reflected not only pain, but also profound despair. Chapter 51. The Stranded Sperm Whale. What a clever little creature. Zhou Jialei couldn't help but praise. Now that they had encountered it, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? Even more astonishing was the sperm whale's ability to seek assistance. How did you discern its intelligence? Li Tiniu scratched his head. It managed to get lost, but it is indeed quite pitiful. The little sperm whale seemed to comprehend their words and began to whimper playfully. However, in its excitement, it crashed against the rocks with increasing ferocity, releasing a scent of blood that attracted the sharks. Faced with a swarm of sharks, the little sperm whale could do nothing but flail helplessly. Seeing the increasing number of sharks, Zhou Jialei realized that if they did not intervene soon, the little creature would meet a dire fate. It can even act cute, Li Tiniu exclaimed in astonishment. Yet he understood that he alone could not contend with a multitude of sharks. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Zhou Jialei resolved to take action. In the distance, A humpback whale emitted a series of mournful sounds, seemingly lamenting for the sperm whale. "Shall we lend a hand?" Zhou Jialei raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sea eagle above and the nearby humpback whale, and spoke. If he were to confront the sharks alone, it would be nearly impossible. One shark might be manageable, but a whole pack was a different story altogether. He feared they would need the assistance of the humpback whale and the sea eagle. If this creature were indeed grateful, perhaps it might even release a precious ambergris, which would be a significant windfall. A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhou Jialei's eyes as he swiftly activated the Dinghai Pearl, calling out loudly, "God of wealth, everyone, it's up to you." The sea eagle appeared to understand his call, its cries becoming more urgent as it began to circle above the shark swarm, using its sharp beak to peck at those sharks attempting to approach the sperm whale, diverting their attention. Meanwhile, the distant humpback whale seemed to respond to some unseen summons, emitting an even louder hum as its massive form slowly approached. Each powerful sweep of its tail stirred up great waves, unsettling the surrounding sharks. Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu felt a sense of relief, knowing that once these two marine titans joined forces, even the sharks would be compelled to retreat. They quickly adjusted the fishing boat's position, drawing closer to the sperm whale while maintaining a safe distance to avoid any unintended harm. "Anyo, prepare the fishing net. We must buy some time for this little one," Zhou Jialei commanded. Li Tiniu responded promptly, readying the net and awaiting Zhou Jialei's signal to cast it into the sea. Zhou Jialei kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the humpback whale and the sea eagle, searching for the opportune moment. At last, the humpback whale let out a thunderous roar and charged towards the shark swarm, sweeping everything aside with its indomitable tail fin, causing the sharks to scatter in chaos. Fleeing the area, the sea eagle seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, driving away the isolated sharks one by one. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu swiftly cast the fishing net towards the sperm whale, the net tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing accurately beside it. They pulled on the net with all their strength, gradually drawing the sperm whale closer to the fishing boat. The small sperm whale seemed to sense the goodwill of humanity, ceasing its struggle and allowing the fishing net to envelop it. Upon bringing the whale aboard the vessel, it became evident that the creature bore numerous wounds, evoking a sense of pity. However, Zhou Jialei was not intent on capturing it. Rather, he wished to assess the extent of its injuries. Upon discovering that these marks were not life-threatening, he exhaled in relief, reaching out to untangle the netting, thereby granting the sperm whale its freedom once more. Chapter 52. Assisting the sperm whale. Upon witnessing the small sperm whale battered and bruised, Li Tiniu sighed and rubbed his nose, saying, "Lazy, we cannot toil in vain. Look at this creature. Its numerous wounds suggest it is in considerable pain." Zhou Jialei nodded in agreement, understanding that although the young sperm whale had survived, failure to address its injuries promptly could lead to infection. With a firm glint in his eyes, he patted Li Tiniu on the shoulder. "Anyo, we cannot simply cast it back into the sea to fend for itself. I possess a remedy learned from the Dragon Pearl tradition. Those special seaweeds can alleviate inflammation and pain, which should aid the sperm whale's wounds." "Really? Lazy, you are quite remarkable." Li Tiniu's eyes brightened, though he hesitated to ask, "But where shall we find these seaweeds? Are you certain they exist nearby?" A slight smile crept across Zhou Jialei's face. "Rest assured, I am well acquainted with this area. There is a type of seaweed called Qinghai Chow, which we observed during our previous fishing trips. It thrives on the rocky sea floor not far from here. It is perfect for treating inflammation." "Then let's act swiftly," Li Tiniu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Thus, Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu immediately divided their tasks. Zhou Jialei decided to dive for the seaweed, while Li Tiniu remained on the boat to tend to the small sperm whale. The whale seemed to sense the humans' goodwill, gazing at them with its large, expressive eyes as they busied themselves. Zhou Jialei quickly donned his diving suit, grabbed his mask and snorkel, and without further ado, plunged into the water. The sunlight illuminated the azure sea, and he swiftly swam to the ocean floor in search of the Qinghai Chow. Soon, he spotted a lush patch of green vegetation by the rocks, and his heart leaped with joy as he began to collect it. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhou Jialei returned to the boat, clutching a substantial bundle of Qinghai chow. Upon seeing this, Li Tinyu rushed over, elated. You found it. Lazy, you are truly impressive. Quickly, fetch a bowl. Zhou Jialei, panting, instructed. I need to crush this seaweed to prepare a medicinal paste. Li Tinyu promptly rummaged through the supplies, retrieving a bowl and a rolling pin. Zhou Jialei placed the Qinghai chow into the bowl and meticulously crushed it with a rolling pin until a viscous green liquid emerged, forming a thick paste. All right, this is it. Zhou Jialei wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling slightly relieved. He approached the small sperm whale, carefully applying the paste to its wounds. The young whale clearly sensed the discomfort and emitted a few plaintive sounds, its body twitching slightly, yet it did not struggle, seemingly understanding that the humans were there to assist. Be brave, little one. Endure this, and your wounds will heal, Zhou Jialei softly reassured, gently stroking its head. Li Tinyu, observing from the side, displayed a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. This poor creature is truly unfortunate. Encountering us may just be its stroke of good fortune. Zhou Jialei nodded and, after applying the last bit of ointment, stood up and let out a long sigh of relief. All right, and the ointment has been applied, but for the next couple of days, we must let it remain on the nearby island and refrain from letting it enter the water. Otherwise, the medicinal effect will be washed away. Li Tinyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Stranded? Does this little creature agree to that? With its size? It must feel uncomfortable being stranded, doesn't it? Zhou Jialei chuckled and patted Li Tinyu's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, we have the power of the divine sea pearl. The little one will understand my intentions. Moreover, for the sake of its survival, it will certainly cooperate. Turning once more to the small sperm whale, he gently spoke. Be good and accompany us to the island for 2 days of rest. Do not enter the water, or your wound will worsen. To Li Tinyu's astonishment, the small sperm whale appeared to truly comprehend Zhou Jialei's words. It gently nudged Zhou Jialei with its large head and emitted a low sound, seemingly in agreement. Hey, lazy, this little one really understands. Li Tinyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. What an intelligent creature. Zhou Jialei smiled. Indeed, this is the power of the sea god pearl. Now, let us hasten to bring it to the island. The two slowly guided the small sperm whale to a nearby uninhabited island, selecting a shallow area close to the shoreline for it to rest. The small sperm whale cooperated beautifully, lying quietly on the sandy shallows, only occasionally flicking its tail. Chapter 53. Coconut Harvesting on the Isle. The little sperm whale rested quietly on the shallows as gentle waves lapped against its body, producing a soothing sound. Zhou Jialei and Li Tinyu observed it, their earlier tension gradually dissipating. Li Tinyu took a deep breath, then rubbed his stomach, a sheepish expression on his face as he said, Lazy, we've been busy for quite some time, and, after all this tension, why not take a moment to rest on this small island? I'm so hungry, I could almost feel my stomach touching my back. Zhou Jialei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You always think about food, but honestly, I'm quite famished too. Since the little sperm whale seems to be all right for now, let us rest here and sample the island's delicacies. All right, it's settled then. Li Tinyu exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. We still have some seafood on the boat. Let's bring it down and grill it. And look at all the treasures on this island. We can catch some coconut crabs and pick a few coconuts to make a coconut fish soup. Surely it will be delightful. Sounds good. Zhou Jialei patted Li Tinyu on the shoulder, smiling. You handle the prep work, and I shall gather the ingredients. Li Tinyu, brimming with joy, promptly jumped onto the fishing boat to retrieve the stored seafood. Zhou Jialei found a flat spot on the island to prepare a fire. Using a flint and the dry coconut leaves from the island, he soon ignited a lively blaze. The flames danced among the coconut palms, casting a warm glow over the deserted isle. The duo first unloaded some fish and several large shrimp from the fishing boat. Li Tinyu picked up a sizable shrimp, squinting at it thoughtfully before grinning. Hey, this is quite a specimen. Lazy, do you think we should add some seasoning while grilling this shrimp? Of course. Zhou Jialei rummaged through the seasoning packets he had brought from the boat, producing some salt and chili powder, which he sprinkled over the seafood. He skewered the large shrimp on a stick and handed it to Li Tinyu. You take this and grill it slowly while I gather some other items. Will do. Li Tiniu accepted the shrimp, grinning from ear to ear as he began grilling, unable to contain himself. Hey, lazy, this outdoor cooking on a deserted island feels rather splendid. If only we had some wine, it would be absolutely perfect. Zhou Jiale was busy arranging fish over the fire when he laughed at Li Tiniu's remark, "You drunkard. Always thinking about alcohol. But don't underestimate this coconut soup. It's just as good as wine." Coconut soup? Are you serious? Li Tiniu's eyes lit up instantly. Then let us hurry and find some coconuts and coconut crabs. Exactly. Zhou Jiale nodded, brushing off the dust from his hands as he followed Li Tiniu into the nearby coconut grove. As they stepped into the grove, they soon spotted several large coconut crabs leisurely crawling on the ground. The sea breeze rustled through the coconut leaves, creating a sound that seemed to cheer on their hunting expedition. Zhou Jiale and Li Tiniu crept forward cautiously, both feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. The coconut crabs before them moved about nonchalantly, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. And you circle around from the left and slowly approach them. Be sure not to make a sound. Zhou Jiale whispered a reminder, his gaze unwavering as he eyed the target. No problem, lazy, just watch. Li Tiniu nudda, cautiously bending down to conceal himself behind a large tree trunk on the left, doing his utmost to avoid casting a shadow that might startle the coconut crab. His movements were somewhat clumsy, yet he proceeded with care. Zhou Jiale, on the other hand, slowly encircled from the right, observing the coconut crab as it clutched a piece of coconut shell with its massive pincers, seemingly intent on cracking it open. A smirk crossed his mind as he thought, "Little creature, this coconut is not yours today." The two approached gradually, the coconut crab remaining engrossed in its task, utterly oblivious to their presence. Zhou Jiale grasped a long stick in his right hand, while his left hand extended cautiously towards the coconut crab, aiming to seize it unawares. However, the crab's alertness proved formidable. Sensing something amiss, it suddenly turned, its pincers directed at Zhou Jiale. "Be careful, lazy, it sees you," Li Tiniu called out softly, rushing from the side in an attempt to corner the coconut crab between the trunk and the ground. Zhou Jiale's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated its agility. He quickly retreated a step, denying the crab the chance to clamp down on him, while deftly tapping the ground with his stick to divert its attention. "You clever little creature," Zhou Jiale chuckled, shaking his right hand as he lightly struck the crab shell with the stick. The coconut crab seemed incensed, flailing its large pincers in a frenzy, preparing to retaliate. "Lazy, I'm coming." Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Tiniu lunged forward, grasping the crab shell with all his might and flipping it over. The crab, now overturned, flailed its pincers helplessly in the air, appearing quite disheveled. Beads of sweat trickled down Li Tiniu's forehead, yet he held firmly, ensuring it could not right itself. "We got it, lazy," Li Tiniu exclaimed excitedly, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Well done," Zhou Jiale echoed, quickly retrieving a burlap sack from nearby to contain the coconut crab. Though it thrashed restlessly within the bag for a moment, it soon settled down. "Ha ha, such a large coconut crab. We shall feast tonight," Li Tiniu declared with pride, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Don't celebrate too soon. There's still a few more," Zhou Jiale chuckled, patting Li Tiniu on the back and pointing toward another coconut crab not far away. This one appeared significantly larger, moving slowly, seemingly undisturbed by the earlier commotion. Li Tiniu swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "By golly, this is a big one. Lazy, I'll approach head-on. You flank it." Li Tiniu voluntara teajarli. Zhou Jiale nodded, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he cautioned. "All right, but do be careful. This one's pincers are not to be trifled with." Li Tiniu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Don't worry, lazy, I know what I'm doing." He crouched low, inching closer to the coconut crab, picking up a piece of coconut shell from the ground and gently tossing it beside the crab. Hearing the sound, the crab indeed began to crawl toward the coconut shell. "Now's the time." Zhou Jiale suddenly lunged from behind, his hands firmly grasping the shell of the coconut crab. Upon witnessing this, Li Tiniu rushed over without hesitation, and together they subdued the creature, one on the left and the other on the right. "Ha, Jiale, your technique is truly remarkable." Li Tiniu lauga fartili. "Indeed, Our coordination is seamless. Zhou Jialei replied with pride. They placed a large coconut crab into a burlap sack and exchanged satisfied glances. All right, that should suffice. Let's gather a few more coconuts, and we can return to start the barbecue, Zhou Jialei remarked, glancing up at the coconut tree laden with fruit nearby. Absolutely. Leave this minor task to me, Li Tiniu exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and eagerly sprinting toward a tall coconut tree. He embraced the trunk and began to climb with determination. Although Li Tiniu was not particularly agile, he was well-versed in the art of ascending coconut trees. His legs clamped tightly around the trunk, and his hands alternated in a rhythmic ascent, his body moving like a nimble monkey. Be careful, don't fall, Zhou Jialei called out from below, tilting his head upwards to watch. Rest assured, Jialei, this height poses no challenge for me, Li Tiniu replied with a smile, continuing his ascent. Before long, he reached the top of the coconut tree, gently tapping a few coconuts until he selected several that appeared large and ripe. Jialei, catch, Li Tiniu shouted down as he twisted and dislodged a large coconut, tossing it toward the ground. Got it. Zhou Jialei quickly extended his hands to catch it, the weight nearly destabilizing him. He regained his balance and set the coconut aside. Li Tiniu continued to twist down several more coconuts, tossing them down one after another. Finally, he carefully descended from the tree, his face glistening with sweat but adorned with a radiant smile. Hee, Jialei, these coconuts are quite substantial. Today, we shall enjoy both coconut crab and coconut soup, Li Tiniu said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. You truly have quite the skill. Now, let us hurry back to the fire pit and prepare something to eat, Zhou Jialei said, patting Li Tiniu on the shoulder. The two of them, each cradling a handful of coconuts and carrying a sack filled with coconut crabs, made their way towards the fire pit. Chapter 54. Delicious coconut crab returning to the fire. The flames remained vigorous, their orange glow dancing in the gentle breeze of the coconut grove. The two men carefully placed the captured coconut crabs and freshly picked coconuts beside the fire. The massive pincers of the crabs occasionally stirred restlessly within the burlap sack. Yet this did not dampen Li Tiniu's buoyant spirits. Anyo, come, let us open these coconuts to extract the coconut water. We'll need it for the fish stew later, Zhou Jialei said as he set his coconut before Li Tiniu, then wiped his hands and picked up a small knife to prepare the seafood. Not a problem, just watch me, Li Tiniu replia confidently. He picked up a stone, aimed at the top of the coconut, and struck it several times with force. The crisp sound accompanied the cracking of the shell, and coconut water began to flow from the fissure. He quickly found a bowl to catch it. Hey, lazy, look how clear this coconut water is. Truly a pure gift from nature, Li Tiniu exclaimed with pride, his eyes fixed on the crystalline liquid in the bowl, as if it were a trophy. Indeed, a sip will replenish our strength. This is nature's very own energy drink. Zhou Jialei chuckled, setting down the knife. He took a spoonful of coconut water, savoring the refreshing flavor that spread in his mouth. Here, have some. We'll have plenty to do shortly. He offered the bowl to Li Tiniu. Li Tiniu drank the coconut water eagerly, letting out a satisfied sigh. This sensation takes me back to my childhood. I often climbed trees and picked fruits in my hometown. I miss those days dearly. Zhou Jialei smiled as he focused on preparing the large prawns and fish, slicing them open and lightly marinating them with salt and chili powder. He then threaded the fish and prawns onto slender twigs, readying them for roasting over the fire. Lazy, I've finished with the coconuts. What's next? Li Tiniu asked, having cracked open the remaining coconuts, filling a sizable bowl with coconut water. The coconut water will be used to stew the fish. Bring over a pot. I'll handle these fish, Zhou Jialei instructed, gesturing towards the iron pot they had brought from the fishing boat. Li Tiniu nodded and quickly ran to retrieve the pot, placing it beside the fire with eager anticipation. Lazy, I'm truly feeling the joy of cooking outdoors. We are quite the culinary adventurers. Zhou Jialei glanced at him, unable to suppress a laugh. You're always thinking about food, but after all our hard work, we certainly deserve a good meal. Now, add some more firewood to the pile while I prepare the fish, and we can start the stew. Li Tiniu hurriedly gathered some dry branches and tossed them onto the fire. The flames roared back to life, sending waves of heat as they licked the bottom of the pot, crackling with energy. Zhou Jiale placed the marinated fish into the pot, pouring in the coconut water. The aroma immediately filled the air. He gently stirred with a twig before covering the pot, patiently waiting. All right, the coconut stew needs to simmer slowly. Zhou Jiale clapped his hands together, then turned to the skewered prawns and fish, smiling at Li Tinyu. Next, we shall thoroughly enjoy the experience of grilling seafood. Ah, this is precisely what I have been anticipating. Li Tinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized a cluster of large shrimp, deftly turning them over the flames. The shells gradually blushed a deep crimson under the scorching heat, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the air. Oh my, this scent is truly delightful. Li Tinyu swallowed hard and eagerly exclaimed, Hey, lazy, do you think we ought to sprinkle a touch of chili powder and a dash of salt on these grilled shrimp for a more robust flavor? Absolutely. You have a keen sense for this, Zhou Jiale chuckled, as he carefully took the spice packet and sprinkled a layer of chili powder along with a pinch of salt. The vibrant red chili powder dusted the shrimp evenly, while the meat began to turn a golden brown, droplets of oil sizzling in the fire, enhancing the increasingly rich fragrance. Chapter 55, Preparations at the Farm. The shrimp were grilled to perfection, exuding an enticing aroma. The shells were crisp, cracking effortlessly at the bite, revealing tender and succulent meat within. Li Tinyu savored the grilled shrimp, his mouth glistening with oil, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Ah, this is so delicious, I could almost nibble my own fingers. He mumbled, chewing, his eyes squinting with delight, clearly enchanted by the exquisite flavors. Slow down. No one is competing with you. I fear you might choke, Zhou Jiale chuckled, offering him a skewer of freshly grilled shrimp while he focused intently on flipping the fish over the flames. Li Tinyu accepted the offering without hesitation, taking a hearty bite of the shrimp and mumbled, Lazy, your culinary skills rival those of the finest chefs. If we were to cease operating the fishing boat, we might as well start a seafood grill stall. We would surely entice customers to linger. That sounds splendid. You could be the assistant, and I'll take charge of the cooking. We would undoubtedly rake in a fortune. Zhou Jiale teased with a smile. Li Tinyu erupted in laughter, still chewing, and momentarily found himself choking, tears streaming down his face. Look at you, such a fool. Take it easy, Zhou Jiale said, shaking his head in exasperation as he handed Li Tinyu a bowl of coconut juice. Li Tinyu gulped it down, finally alleviating his cough. As they neared the end of their meal, the pot of coconut fish soup began to emit a rich fragrance. Zhou Jiale lifted the lid, the steam infused with the scent of coconut wafting towards them, causing Li Tinyu to inhale deeply, his face alight with anticipation. Wow, this coconut fish soup smells divine. Lazy, hurry and ladle us 2 bowls. We can hardly wait. Li Tinyu licked his lips, his eyes fixed eagerly on the pot. You are quite impatient, Zhou Jiale remarked with a smile, picking up a small bowl to serve Li Tinyu a portion before filling one for himself. Li Tinyu cradled the bowl, blowing gently upon the contents before taking a sip of the coconut fish soup, his eyes illuminating with delight. Delicious. The harmony of coconut and the fresh taste of fish is simply exquisite. Drink as much as you like. This is a reward for our hard-earned efforts, Zhou Jiale encouraged. Tasting a spoonful himself, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Thus the two sat by the coconut grove, sipping the coconut fish soup while grilling seafood, relishing the gentle caress of the sea breeze, their spirits soaring beyond expression. After satiating their hunger and thirst, Li Tinyu patted his round belly, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, Lazy, today has truly been a feast. However, I just had a thought. Given these splendid conditions, shouldn't we try to catch some precious seafood to rear? What do you mean? What do you wish to catch? Zhou Jiale inquired with curiosity. I just remembered. This sea area is home to quite a few black gold abalone and large oysters, right? If we could capture some juveniles and raise them along the coastline, once our farm is set up, we could release them. Who knows, we might even successfully cultivate them and sell off a few large ones for some extra cash. How advantageous that would be. Li Tinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Zhou Jiale, brimming with anticipation. Zhou Jiale pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. Both the black gold abalone and the large oysters are exquisite delicacies, commanding a high price. If we could establish a breeding farm, we would surely never have to worry about sustenance in the future. Moreover, after all these years of navigating through challenges, we have garnered quite a bit of experience. Aquaculture should certainly be within our capabilities. Hee, I knew you would agree. So what are we waiting for? Let's act swiftly. By the time we complete these tasks, the little sperm whale should be well rested. Litiniu exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. Very well, we shall split our efforts. I will dive down to see if I can find seedlings of the black gold abalone and large oysters. You will keep an eye on the boat and prepare the necessary tools. Zhou Jiale concluded, rising to stretch his limbs. Chapter 56. Black gold abalone and oyster seed. Zhou Jiale stood at the edge of the coconut grove, gazing out at the azure sea in the distance. The sunlight shimmered dazzlingly upon the water's surface, and the sea breeze invigorated his spirit. Litiniu, brimming with excitement, hurried back to the fishing boat. Rummaging through the equipment on board, they unearthed 2 pairs of diving goggles, a diving rope, and a large net. Though the gear was rudimentary, it sufficed for Zhou Jiale and Litiniu. Anyo, I'm ready. How about you? Zhou Jiale called towards the boat. Just a moment. This rope is a bit tangled. I got it. Litiniu exclaimed, deftly untangling the knots, fastening the diving rope around his waist as he strode towards Zhou Jiale. Lazy, are you certain that black gold abalone and large oysters can be found here? Don't let us toil in vain. Litiniu jested, donning his goggles as he walked. Rest assured, I've inquired about this area. The seabed is rich with reefs, a favored habitat for black gold abalone and large oysters. Besides, we have visited this place before and found quite a bounty, haven't we? Zhou Jiale replied, his tone imbued with confidence. Then I shall follow your lead. Let's showcase our skills. Litiniu rolled up his sleeves, radiating determination. They approached the shoreline, their feet sinking into the soft sand as the waves lapped at their ankles, refreshing them with the cool seawater. Zhou Jiale bent down, splashing a handful of seawater across his face before taking a deep breath. All right, let us dive in. You search for black gold abalone, and I shall hunt for large oysters. We will regroup once we find them. Zhou Jiale instructed. Understood. I won't let you outdo me. Litiniu grinat. And together they donned their goggles, leaping into the water. The cool sea enveloped their bodies instantly. Zhou Jiale stretched in the water, gradually descending beneath the surface. The underwater world appeared as a serene and enigmatic realm, with sunlight filtering through the water, casting shimmering reflections upon the sandy floor. The marine vegetation swayed gently in the caress of the current. The seabed was rugged, with crevices where small fish darted swiftly, and timid sea urchins concealed themselves among the rocks, exposing only their sharp spines. Zhou Jiale swam gracefully, gently parting the swaying seaweed as his gaze scanned the rocky landscape below. He knew that black gold abalone often clung to the undersides of rocks or nestled in the shadows of crevices. The visibility underwater was reasonably good, and he soon spotted a massive reef adorned with barnacles and seaweed, appearing to be an ideal hiding place. He held his breath, carefully maneuvering around to the other side of the reef, feeling along the rock's surface. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a rough, slippery surface, and he discovered a black gold abalone firmly attached to the rock. A surge of joy filled his heart as he pried the abalone free, adding a heavy prize to his collection. Fortune smiles upon us today. Zhou Jiale chuckled to himself as he stowed the black gold abalone into the net bag at his waist, continuing his exploration deeper into the waters. Meanwhile, Litiniu was equally engrossed in his task of seeking out the prized large oysters, which typically favored hiding within sandy beds or crevices among the rocks. He glided slowly along the seabed, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny. Not far away, he spotted a sandy patch over a rocky terrain, and a spark of intuition compelled him to swim over. Litiniu settled onto the fine sand, his hands beginning to sift through the granules with care. He knew that large oysters often buried themselves within the sand, leaving only a sliver of their shell exposed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before his fingers grazed against something hard and coarse. Gently, he brushed away the sand to reveal a sizable oyster. Found it! Litiniu felt a surge of excitement as he wrested the oyster from its sandy bed, the shell still adorned with bits of silt, appearing remarkably fresh. He resumed his search, soon uncovering several more large oysters, all of which he gathered into his net bag. A sense of pride swelled within him as he thought how fortunate he was to have discovered so many so quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmering object nestled within a crevice of the rocks ahead. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously swam closer, parting the seaweed clinging to the rocks, and was astonished to find an exceptionally large oyster, its shell glinting with a subtle sheen, hinting at its extraordinary nature. This was indeed a treasure. Litiniu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he reached out to grasp it. However, the oyster shell was firmly shut, and despite his considerable effort, he could not pry it loose. Unwilling to concede, he held his breath, thrusting his legs against the seabed with force, propelling himself forward to finally dislodge the hefty shell from its rocky confinement. At that moment, Zhou Jiale approached, noticing Litiniu engrossed in his endeavor. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he swam over and playfully tapped Litiniu on the shoulder. Turning around, Litiniu recognized Zhou Jiale and immediately flashed a victory sign, excitedly gesturing towards the large oyster in his grasp. Chapter 57. The Underwater Giant Clam. Zhou Jiale, observing the large oyster in Litiniu's hand, could not help but smile and give a thumbs up, indicating that he had done well. Litiniu flashed an excited grin, his enthusiasm evident. At that moment, Zhou Jiale's keen eyes caught sight of a massive object on the sandy bottom, shimmering softly with a gentle glow. He tapped Litiniu's shoulder and pointed in that direction. Following Zhou's gesture, Litiniu's eyes widened in astonishment. The two exchanged a knowing glance and swam towards the source of the glow. As they navigated through the water, carefully parting the aquatic vegetation, they soon discerned the radiant object. "Look, lazy. It's a giant clam," Litiniu exclaimed, his breath held as he gestured excitedly, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Zhou Jiale nodded in agreement, his own expression reflecting amazement. The clam was as large as their heads combined, its shell radiating a lustrous sheen, suggesting the possibility of a beautiful pearl nestled within. As they approached the colossal clam for a closer inspection, they suddenly sensed an unusual current in the water, akin to a faint electric charge coursing around them. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Jiale instinctively halted his movements and turned to survey the surroundings. What he saw was indeed alarming. A long, shadowy figure partially exposed between the crevices of the rocks beside the clam, intermittently glimmering with a feeble light, reminiscent of an electric arc undulating in the water. An electric eel. Zhou Jiale's heart sank, and he promptly signaled for Litiniu to stop. The look of excitement on Litiniu's face froze as he noticed Zhou Jiale pointing at the shadow. Understanding the implication, a mix of awkwardness and unease flickered across his features. The two quickly communicated underwater. Though they could not speak, their gestures and glances conveyed a mutual understanding. Litiniu pointed to himself, then gestured towards the distance, mimicking swimming motions, evidently planning to distract the electric eel, while Zhou Jiale seized the opportunity to capture the giant clam. Zhou Jiale frowned, his heart filled with hesitation. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the electric eel, capable of unleashing a powerful jolt. A careless encounter could prove perilous beneath the waves. However, seeing the resolute expression on Litiniu's face compelled him to concede with a nod. Litiniu beamed with confidence, patting Zhou Jiale on the shoulder before turning to swim cautiously toward the direction of the electric eel. Gradually, he approached the eel's lair, striving to minimize disturbance until he was about 3 or 4 meters away. Suddenly, he swung his arm with vigor, creating a flurry of bubbles in the water, while swiftly kicking his legs to swim to the side. The electric eel, startled by the unexpected commotion, darted into action, its body illuminating with a pale blue electric glow as it pursued Litiniu's movement. Seizing this moment, Zhou Jiale inhaled deeply and swiftly propelled himself towards the enormous clam. He firmly grasped the rock with one hand while using the other to exert strength on the edge of the sea clam, attempting to pry it loose from the reef. However, the clam proved to be far more stubborn than he had anticipated, its shell firmly adhering to the stone. Despite several attempts, Zhou Jialei found himself unsuccessful. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his stance, placing his legs upon a nearby rock and summoning all his strength to extract the clam. Each movement was rendered arduous by the resistance of the water. He could sense the clam gradually loosening in his grasp, yet its shell remained overwhelmingly large and heavy. Chapter 58. The Eel and the Pearl. Zhou Jialei exerted all his strength, and at last, the shell of the clam began to show signs of loosening. A surge of joy filled him as he realized that with just a bit more effort, he could pry this treasure free from the rock. Just then, the sea suddenly erupted with a violent turbulence, and the surrounding waters seemed to grow restless in an instant. Zhou Jialei turned sharply to see a flicker of pale blue lightning in the distance. The electric eel had returned. A sense of foreboding gripped him. It was evident that the pesky creature had not been completely diverted by Li Tinyu, and now it was swimming back, filled with fury and caution, headed straight for his position. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Jialei's mind, yet his hands did not falter. He continued to wrestle with the clam. He understood that if he abandoned his efforts now, all would be in vain, and both he and Li Tinyu could find themselves in peril. As he persisted in prying the clam, the electric eel swiftly approached, resembling a bolt of lightning lurking beneath the sea. The electric currents in the water raised the hairs on Zhou Jialei's body, and he felt a tingling sensation creeping from his fingertips. He realized that if this continued, he would likely be incapacitated by the eel's electric shock. At that moment, Li Tinyu suddenly burst forth from behind a nearby rock. Upon witnessing the eel's movements, he wasted no time in creating bubbles in the water with vigorous hand motions while splashing the surface, hoping to divert the eel's attention once more. "Hey, over here, you slippery creature. Come chase me." Although Li Tinyu could not vocalize his words, his gestures were exaggerated and fervent. In an instant, the electric eel seemed incensed, its trajectory shifting abruptly from Zhou Jialei to charge towards Li Tinyu. Seeing the eel's rapid approach, Li Tinyu felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he knew retreat was not an option. He began to swim backwards swiftly, maneuvering his body as nimbly as possible through the water in an attempt to create a safe distance. "Tinyu, be careful." Zhou Jialei, summoning all his strength, finally pried the massive clam free from the rock, its weight now a tangible trophy in his hands. Spotting the eel pursuing Li Tinyu, a pang of urgency gripped him, and he swam towards his friend without hesitation. The electric eel writhed through the water, its body undulating as currents of electricity flickered around it, each spark sending ripples through the sea. Li Tinyu evaded desperately, but the eel's speed was astonishing. As it drew near, Li Tinyu felt a searing pain in his arm. The electric eel's current had struck his side, although no sound could escape under the water. The agony etched on Li Tinyu's face spoke volumes. His arm convulsed violently, leaving him nearly immobile, and he began to lose his balance in the water, sinking downward. Witnessing this, Zhou Jialei's eyes gleamed with resolve. He swiftly drew a harpoon from his waist, propelled himself with powerful kicks, and charged towards the electric eel. He knew he had to eliminate the creature before it could fully attack Li Tinyu. The electric eel seemed to sense impending danger, turning its head to fix its cold gaze upon the swiftly approaching Zhou Jialei. Its elongated body flickered with electric sparks once more. Just as it was about to unleash a surge of electricity, Zhou Jialei suddenly lunged forward, wielding his harpoon with all his strength, piercing it into the body of the electric eel. With a thud, the harpoon penetrated the eel's back, and in that instant, the creature writhed violently, emitting brilliant flashes of electricity as if attempting to escape this lethal assault. Zhou Jialei gripped the harpoon tightly, bracing his legs firmly against the rocks, striving to drive the harpoon deeper into the eel's flesh. The electric eel thrashed for a while, but ultimately, it gradually ceased its struggles, the electric light fading away as its body slumped lifelessly. Zhou Jialei gasped for breath, still holding tightly to the harpoon, and only exhaled in relief once he confirmed the eel had completely succumbed. He immediately swam towards Li Tinyu, pulling him up from the water. Li Tiniu's complexion appeared somewhat pale, his arms still twitching slightly. Yet he managed to force a smile at Zhou Jiale, saying, "Jiale, you truly are remarkable." That creature was ferocious. It nearly overwhelmed me. Supporting Li Tiniu, Zhou Jiale's eyes reflected a mix of reproach and concern. "You reckless fool." Thankfully, we did not toil in vain. As they conversed, they transported the enormous clam and the deceased electric eel back to the fishing vessel. Once aboard, Li Tiniu finally let out a long sigh of relief. Though his arms still throbbed with pain, his eyes sparkled at the sight of the colossal clam before him. "Jiale, do you think there could actually be a pearl inside? The shell glimmers. It must be a treasure." Li Tiniu exclaimed, unable to resist rubbing his arm in excitement. "There is but one way to find out," Zhou Jiale replied with a smile, picking up a small knife and cautiously attempting to pry open the clam's shell. The clam was indeed immense, and its shell exceptionally tough, making the task anything but simple. Chapter 59. The Precious Pink Pearl. Upon returning to the vessel, the sunlight cascaded onto the deck, casting a warm glow on Li Tiniu's face, which radiated excitement. Despite a lingering numbness in his arm, his attention was entirely captivated by the enormous sea clam before him. "Lazy, this clam appears extraordinary. We must be cautious in prying it open to avoid damaging the treasure within," Li Tiniu remarked, seated on the deck while massaging his arm with a grin. "Indeed. Let me take a look," Zhou Jiale replied, accepting the knife and carefully examining the shell's edges, searching for an opportune point to pry it open. With utmost caution, he inserted the blade's tip along the clam's rim and applied gentle pressure, only to discover that the clam was not inclined to yield easily. "How stubborn it is," Zhou Jiale muttered, his brows furrowing slightly. "Shall we work together on this?" Li Tiniu suggested tentatively. "All right, let us join forces and give it a try." Zhou Jiale agreed with a nod. Li Tiniu retrieved a screwdriver, and the two positioned themselves on either side, exerting their strength simultaneously. As their efforts intensified, a deep creaking sound emanated from the clam shell, indicating a potential loosening. "Be careful not to harm what lies inside," Zhou Jiale cautioned, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, glistening in the sunlight. I know. Almost there," Li Tiniu exclaimed, his face reddening as he twisted the screwdriver with determination. At last, accompanied by a soft click, a narrow gap appeared in the clam shell. "Oh, it's opening," Li Tiniu exclaimed joyfully, using both hands to gradually separate the two halves entirely. The pair held their breath, their eyes fixated on the interior of the clam. When they beheld the sight within, Li Tiniu's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. "My goodness, Lazy, look quickly," he cried out excitedly. Nestled in the center of the clam's flesh lay a pearl, the size of a ping-pong ball, glistening with a lustrous sheen under the sun's rays, captivating their gaze. This is astonishingly large, isn't it?" Zhou Jiale marveled, carefully extracting the pearl from the clam's flesh. Marveling at its weight and smooth texture, Li Tiniu beamed at the pearl, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Lazy, if we sell this in the market, we might strike it rich. This is a true treasure. We'll discuss wealth later, but it is indeed a rare find," Zhou Jiale replied, his eyes reflecting satisfaction from their adventure. Seated on the deck, the two contemplated their next steps while gazing at the ping-pong-sized pearl. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Li Tiniu's eyes as he grinned broadly. "Lazy, I have a sudden idea. What if we use this pearl as bait for fishing? Who knows what substantial catch we might reel in, using such a large pearl to fish?" "Have you lost your mind?" Zhou Jiale exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Oh, don't be skeptical. We've already encountered electric eels on this trip. Perhaps there are other extraordinary creatures lurking beneath these waters." Li Tiniu exclaimed with excitement, as if he could already envision himself reeling in a colossal fish. Zhou Jiale shook his head and chuckled helplessly, saying, all right, my friend, I shall indulge your enthusiasm this once. But do exercise caution. Do not truly misplace this treasure." Chapter 60. Fishing with Clam. Meet Li Tiniu, brimming with enthusiasm, retrieved a sturdy fishing line from the cabin and meticulously secured a pearl to the hook with a fine thread. "Come on, Lazy. Let us head to the stern and cast this treasure into the depths." Let us see what intriguing creatures of the sea may take an interest in it. Zhou Jialei followed him to the rear of the boat, where one held the fishing rod while the other gently lowered the pearl into the water. As the line unfurled, the pearl gradually sank beneath the crystalline surface, slipping away from sight. "Do you think we might actually hook a big fish?" Li Tiniu inquired with a grin, his gaze fixated on the water's surface, fearful of missing any subtle movement. "Who knows? This sea possesses a certain magic," Zhou Jialei replied in a half-joking manner, though a glimmer of anticipation shone through his expression. The two remained quietly at the stern, time passing slowly as the calm sea stretched before them, occasionally disturbed by the calls of passing seagulls. Suddenly, the fishing line appeared to quiver slightly. "Lazy, something's happening," Li Tianyu whispered urgently, his entire demeanor shifting to one of tension. Zhou Jialei immediately became alert, gripping the rod tightly, his eyes locked on the surface of the water. The line suddenly tightened with a jolt, nearly yanking the rod from Zhou Jialei's grasp. "Quick, hold on," Li Tiniu shouted, rushing forward to assist. "This one has some serious strength." Zhou Jialei gritted his teeth, and together they exerted their might, the rod bending into a pronounced arc as the line tautened beneath the waves. "It seems we've truly hooked something substantial," Li Tiniu exclaimed, excitement evident on his face, though beads of sweat began to form on his brow. "Let us not be too hasty. We have no idea what we're dealing with," Zhou Jialei cautioned through clenched teeth, straining with effort. Just then, the surface erupted as a colossal fish leaped into the air, its body shimmering like silver, its massive tail splashing water everywhere. "Wow, is that a sea-wolf fish?" Zhou Jialei gasped in astonishment. The creature, long and powerful, displayed a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, exuding an intimidating presence. It thrashed in the air for several seconds before crashing back into the water, sending the line into a violent tremor. "This is bad. It's far too strong. We need to devise a way to bring it aboard," Li Tiniu shouted. "Hold on tight. I'll figure something out," Zhou Jialei declared, swiftly procuring a net from the side and rushing to the edge of the boat. "Now reel in closer." With gritted teeth, Li Tiniu strained with all his might, gradually pulling the enormous sea-wolf fish nearer to the boat. As it approached, Zhou Jialei seized the moment, launching the net with precision, successfully enveloping the fish. "We got it!" Zhou Jialei shouted with fervor, while Li Tiniu summoned all his strength to gradually haul the fish onto the vessel. United in their efforts, the two men ultimately succeeded in bringing the massive sea-wolf fish aboard. The creature thrashed violently on the deck, its tail incessantly striking the surface, producing a cacophony of sounds and splattering water in all directions. Chapter 61. The sea-wolf fish. The two men finally managed to haul the enormous sea-wolf fish aboard the vessel. It thrashed violently on the deck, its tail striking with a resounding slap, sending sprays of water into the air. Li Tiniu and Zhou Jialei found themselves momentarily breathless, drenched in sweat. "This creature is truly ferocious. It nearly dragged us into the sea," Li Tiniu gasped, sitting on the deck, a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration painted across his face. "Indeed, we truly sought victory amidst peril this time," Zhou Jialei replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grin. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he patted Li Tiniu on the shoulder. "All right, let us not revel in our triumph just yet. We must swiftly clean this fish to prevent it from escaping." The two men stood, exchanged a glance, and nodded in agreement before commencing the task of cleaning the colossal sea-wolf fish. Li Tiniu fetched a sturdy stick and cautiously struck the fish on its head to ensure it lost all capacity for resistance. "You are quite ruthless, Tiniu," Zhou Jialei chuckled, half jokingly, "but it's true. We cannot afford to underestimate this behemoth. Hey, we must be careful. If this fish strikes again, we could be in serious trouble." Li Tiniu replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. He then picked up a sharp knife. "Come on, Jialei. Hold it steady while I remove its entrails." Together, they secured the fish's body. Zhou Jialei held the tail, while Li Tiniu meticulously sliced a long incision along the fish's belly. As the blade glided through, silver scales cascaded onto the deck, revealing the internal organs within. Goodness, it's filled with shrimp and small fish. This fellow certainly has an insatiable appetite, Litiniu remarked, chuckling as he began to extract the entrails. With a size like that, it naturally has a considerable appetite, Zhou Jiale responded with a smile. Assisting in the removal of the fish's stomach contents. Let us quickly dispose of these innards. We mustn't dirty our little boat. Litinia nodded and swiftly disposed of the entrails overboard, rinsing the deck with fresh water afterwards. All right, Jiale, we've done splendidly, Litiniu exclaimed, clapping his hands and standing tall, his face alight with excitement. Zhou Jiale glanced at the now clean fish, grinning as he remarked, Today's haul is indeed substantial. A clam and a magnificent sea wolf fish. Our outing has proven worthwhile. Absolutely. I can only imagine the delight of the fishmongers upon seeing us return with such a catch. Litiniu wiped his hands and gazed out at the vast sea. Shall we head back, Jiale? We need to process these fish promptly. Yes, let us return. Zhou Jiale nodded, turning towards the helm to start the engine. The bow of the boat slowly pivoted towards the shore, parting the waters as the vessel glided forward, waves sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. The sea breeze wafted over, carrying a hint of briny fragrance, dispersing the sweat from their brows and enveloping them in a refreshing embrace. The journey unfolded upon a tranquil sea, beneath a cerulean sky where a few seagulls circled gracefully overhead, emitting their crisp calls. Litiniu stood at the stern of the boat, gazing at the traces left by the gliding waters, unable to suppress a sigh. Ah, this vast ocean truly captivates one's heart. Each expedition unveils a new surprise. Indeed, the sea is eternally a realm brimming with the unknown and the unexpected. Zhou Jiale responded with a smile, his gaze lingering on the distant horizon, a wave of reverence for nature swelling within him. The vessel sailed steadily across the surface of the sea, and gradually the outline of the distant dock began to sharpen. A sizable gathering of people awaited there, with several fishing boats already moored, their crews busily organizing the day's catch. Among them, a group of fishmongers stood eagerly, their eyes fixed on the water's expanse, clearly anticipating the return of the fishing boats to procure fresh catches. Hey, Brother Lei is back. Someone spotted Zhou Jiale's fishing boat from afar and shouted excitedly. Brother Lei must have brought back some fine goods this time. The fishmongers hastily converged towards the dock, whispering amongst themselves, brimming with anticipation for Zhou Jiale and Litiniu's haul. As the boat made landfall, Zhou Jiale secured the mooring rope to a dock post, while Litiniu swiftly leaped onto the dock, showcasing the day's catch to the gathered fishmongers. Oh my, Brother Lei, today's harvest is remarkable, exclaimed an older fishmonger, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the enormous wolf fish on the deck. This specimen must weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds, wouldn't you say? Indeed, fortune smiled upon us today. It took considerable effort to haul this one aboard. Litiniu replied with a proud grin, his voice imbued with satisfaction. Brother Lei, sell me this fish. I happen to be in need of a large one for the market today. Another eager young fishmonger pressed forward, his face brimming with urgency. Brother Lei, I have significant clients waiting. You must reserve some for me. Zhou Jiale chuckled lightly, waving his hand. No need to rush. Everyone will have their share. We'll price this magnificent wolf fish at market rate and discuss how to divide it fairly. The fishmongers nodded in agreement, their respect evident. Brother Lei is indeed fair-minded, a true man of principle. Chapter 62. The Bounty of the Sea. Zhou Jiale and Litiniu's vessel gradually approached the Chinko dock. On the pier, a few fishmongers had already gathered. Some were peering eagerly, while others engaged in casual conversation. As soon as they spotted Zhou Jiale and Litiniu's boat nearing, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ah, Brother Lei, it seems you brought back quite a haul today, exclaimed a sharp-eyed fishmonger, noticing the deck piled high with lobsters and large fish. It appears you've had another bountiful catch, Brother Lei. Another fishmonger chimed in, as they all drew closer, whispering excitedly amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on the clawing lobsters and the majestic sea wolves aboard the boat. Zhou Jiale secured the mooring line and smiled at the fishmongers on the dock before leaping ashore. Li Tiniu busily unloaded baskets of seafood to the dock's edge, his face radiating pride, clearly pleased with the day's catch. Lei, this haul is impressive. We must negotiate a fair price. Li Tiniu called out to Zhou Jialei, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. At that moment, a plump fishmonger squeezed forward, his face adorned with a broad smile. It was Zhang Fugui. Known as the leading fishmonger at the dock, he was notorious for his penchant for bargaining. Upon seeing the abundance of lobsters Zhou Jialei had brought back, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Goodness, Brother Lei, what a tremendous catch today. These lobsters are truly fine specimens. However, it seems a few of them have lost their claws, which diminishes their quality a tad, Zhang Fugui remarked, feigning disdain as he inspected the lobsters. Li Tiniu's expression soured at this, his brow furrowing. Boss Zhang, that's rather unfair. These lobsters required immense effort to catch, even if a few claws are missing. You can't offer such a low price. Zhang Fugui chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Tiniu, no need to get worked up. The quality of your lobsters is as such. I'd say a maximum of 30 cents per pound. Consider a favor on my part. 30 cents. Li Tiniu nearly leapt in outrage. Stepping forward, he glared. Boss Zhang, that's downright exploitative. 30 cents? These are large lobsters. I see you're deliberately trying to undervalue them. The surrounding fishmongers, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of astonishment, some even whispering among themselves. Indeed, these lobsters are worth much more than 30 cents, right? Boss Zhang is attempting to drive down the price. As the murmurs circulated, a young fishmonger stepped forward boldly. Recently arrived at the dock, Lu Xiaoman, seeing Zhang Fugui attempt to lowball Zhou Jialei, was displeased and proclaimed, I'll offer 40 cents per pound. Brother Lei, please sell them to me. At this declaration, Zhang Fugui's expression shifted. He turned to regard Lu Xiaoman with evident dissatisfaction, yet felt it inappropriate to openly confront him. With Lu Xiaoman's offer on the table, Li Tiniu immediately turned to him, beaming with joy. Xiaoman, well done. 40 cents per pound is a reasonable price. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhang Fugui furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, he was unwilling to let the fruits of his labor slip into another's hands. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and proclaimed, Very well. If you believe 4 mouths is insufficient, I shall offer 1 yuan per pound. Brother Lei, I will take full responsibility for this batch of lobsters. What do you say? Upon hearing Zhang Fugui's offer of 1 yuan per pound, the surrounding fishmongers could not help but murmur amongst themselves. 1 yuan per pound? That is indeed a steep price. Boss Zhang is truly generous this time. Li Tiniu's face brightened with satisfaction upon hearing the price. He nodded eagerly and remarked, Now that is more like it. Zhou Jialei, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, nodding with a smile as he replied, All right then, we shall settle at the price of 1 yuan per pound. Though Zhang Fugui felt a pang of dissatisfaction within, he could only muster a resigned smile. Very well, Brother Lei, you are quite forthright. I shall accept these lobsters. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Zhang Fugui's assistants busied themselves loading the lobsters onto the vehicle in preparation for departure. Meanwhile, Li Tiniu counted the thick wads of cash in his hands, a contented grin lighting up his face. Lazy, we have truly struck gold today. He chuckled, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhou Jialei smiled back, giving Li Tiniu a friendly pat on the shoulder. All right, enough with the counting. Let us quickly deal with the remaining seafood. We need to head home early today. Absolutely, Li Tiniu replied with enthusiasm, promptly starting to sort through the other seafood. As all the seafood was finally attended to, the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Jialei watched Li Tiniu stow the money into a bag, feeling a sense of fulfillment himself. The day's haul was indeed substantial, but what delighted him even more was the camaraderie and sense of accomplishment shared with Li Tiniu. Let's go, Tiniu, and indulge in a good meal at the restaurant. We must celebrate today's success, Zhou Jialei said with a smile. Count me in. I am famished. Li Tiniu exclaimed. His spirit lifted, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us head to the renowned Lao Zhang restaurant at the dock. Today, I shall treat. Chapter 63. A new method of fishing. Zhou Jialei and Li Tiniu merrily arrived at the most renowned restaurant at the dock, Old Zhang's. The restaurant sign was adorned with several dimly lit lanterns, which, though not extravagant, cast a uniquely warm glow. As they pushed open the door, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth and the rich aroma of seafood. "Lazy, let us indulge ourselves today," Litiniu declared, plopping down at a table and unhesitatingly signaling to the waiter. "Boss, bring us a plate of spicy shrimp, a serving of garlic-baked scallops, and stir-fried clams. Oh, and a dish of stir-fried rice cakes with blue crab." Zhou Jiale chuckled, patting Litiniu on the shoulder teasingly. "Tiniu, your stomach is like a bottomless pit. One meal could devour all the seafood we worked so hard to catch." Litiniu grinned, "Of course. We made a fortune today. We should treat ourselves well, right? Don't worry, this one is on me. All right, I won tea contest you today. Let us enjoy our feast." Zhou Jiale shook his head, a smile tinged with affection on his face. He could see that Litiniu genuinely wished to celebrate their bounty. Before long, several steaming dishes were served. The spicy shrimp exuded an enticing fragrance. The juices of the garlic scallops shimmered invitingly on the plate, and the aroma of the stir-fried rice cakes with blue crab was utterly mouth-watering. "Oh, this flavor is truly delightful," Litiniu exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a shrimp, cracking its shell, and popping it into his mouth. "Lazy, you must try this. The meat is exquisitely tender." Zhou Jiale smiled and also took a shrimp, dipping it in some spicy salt before savoring it. Indeed, this flavor is authentic." Old Zhang's culinary skills remain as exceptional as ever. As they dined and conversed, the topic swiftly transitioned from today's catch to future plans. "Tiniu, I believe we cannot solely rely on fishing for our livelihood," Zhou Jiale remarked, setting down his chopsticks and taking a sip of tea, his tone growing serious. Litiniu, chewing crab meat, looked up in confusion. "Lazy, what do you mean? Isn't tea fishing quite good? We earn a decent amount today." "Yes, fishing can be lucrative, but don't you think it's too arduous?" Zhou Jiale sighed, gazing thoughtfully out at the sea. "This ocean, as familiar as we are with it, carries its risks. If a typhoon strikes or fish populations dwindle, wouldn't our lives become challenging? I've been contemplating whether we should explore aquaculture." "Aquaculture? You mean fish farming?" Litiniu blinked in surprise, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "But Lazy, others in our village have tried aquaculture before and failed, losing quite a bit of money. What makes you think we can succeed?" "Tiniu, I'm not merely thinking of fish farming," Zhou Jiale replied with a smile. "I propose starting with kelp cultivation. You know that the water quality in our region is suitable for kelp growth, and there is a rising demand for kelp in the market, with favorable prices. If we invest some effort in this area, perhaps we could reap significant rewards." Litiniu furrowed his brow, seemingly still processing the information. "So, is the investment in seaweed farming substantial? What if we incur losses?" "Rest assured, I plan to start with a small fish pond to test the growth of the seaweed and see if we can cultivate it successfully. A small-scale experiment won't require much investment, and even if it fails, the losses won't be significant," Zhou Jiale replied calmly. "Additionally, we can raise some small fish and shrimp alongside to mutually promote growth, which will reduce risks and potentially increase profits." After listening, Litiniu pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped the table with a smile, exclaiming, "Lazy, I believe in you. Whatever you suggest, we shall do. Every time you took me fishing, we never failed. I am confident this time will be a success as well." Zhou Jiale nodded with a smile. "All right, then it's settled. We will start with seaweed farming and gradually expand our scale. Once we have sufficient funds and experience, we can consider larger aquaculture projects. Perhaps we could even establish a small seafood company and become our own bosses." Upon hearing this, Litiniu's eyes instantly sparkled. "Becoming a boss? That sounds fantastic. I could dress in a suit like those city bosses and walk with pride." "Ha! You truly are a character," Zhou Jiale chuckled. But he knew that Litiniu genuinely yearned for a better life. "However, Tiniu, we must take it step by step. We cannot aspire to reach the heavens in one leap. Rest assured, with me by your side, we will navigate this path successfully. Needless to say, Lazy, I'm with you all the way," Litiniu declared, thumping his chest. After enjoying a satisfying meal, the two settled the bill and contentedly departed from the restaurant, heading towards their respective homes. Upon returning home, Zhou Jiale was greeted by a familiar aroma wafting through the air. His mother, Song Qiulan, was busily working in the kitchen, the scent of fried silverfish and eggs filling the room. Zhou Jiale saw her gently frying the small fish over low heat, the flickering flames casting a warm glow on her face. "Mom, I'm back," Zhou Jiale called out cheerfully as he approached the kitchen door. "Oh, Tina, you're back. How was the fishing today?" Song Qiulan looked up, her face lighting up with a smile. "Are you hungry? I'm making fried silverfish and eggs. It will be ready soon." "I'm not hungry, I just ate outside," Zhou Jiale shook his head. "We had a good catch today and made quite a bit of money. So don't worry about me, Mom. You need to be careful with your earnings and not spend too freely," Song Qiulan advised, though her face beamed with pride and satisfaction. "Understood, Mom. You can rest easy," Zhou Jiale replied with a smile. He then glanced at the silverfish drying in the yard and suggested, "Mom, let us dry these silverfish and save them for breakfast or to sell later." "All right, I'll follow your lead. You have good ideas. I trust you," Song Qiulan nodded, turning back to continue frying the eggs. As night quietly passed, the next day dawned. The sky was just beginning to lighten, with a thin mist lingering over the sea, and the air still carried a hint of chill. Zhu Jingyong stood near the coral reef alongside several members of the Seven Dragons gang, squinting at the tranquil waters. For 2 days and nights, they had scarcely closed their eyes, vigilantly guarding this area in hopes of capturing the legendary giant fish. Yet, the sea remained undisturbed, yielding no catch. And impatience began to gnaw at their spirits. "Boss, shouldn't we consider changing our location?" One of his subordinates yawned quietly, fatigue evident in his eyes. Zhu Jingyong remained silent, his expression dark and his gaze fixed on the surface of the water, as if searching for some hidden clue. Yet deep within, he wrestled with doubt. Was it truly just a matter of bad luck? At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. A group of coastal fishermen jubilantly surrounded an elder, who proudly displayed a gleaming fish weighing 30 to 40 pounds, its silvery scales shimmering brilliantly in the morning light. How infuriating! Zhu Jingyong seethed, watching in disbelief as the fishermen effortlessly landed their prize. He angrily waved his hand, nearly sending his fishing gear tumbling into the sea. His subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a sense of resignation. Their 2 days of watch had yielded nothing, only to witness others reap the rewards, a sentiment that hardly fostered goodwill. Meanwhile, the village was alive with a different energy. Li Tiniu had risen early, standing at the village entrance, exuberantly proclaiming, "Hey, did you all hear? Someone caught a giant fish in the reef area. It's a whopping 30 to 40 pounds. Those magnificent fish are right here in our vicinity." Upon hearing this, the fishermen's interest piqued, and they abandoned their tasks to gather around Li Tiniu. "Is that true? A 30 to 40-pound fish is quite rare," one exclaimed in astonishment. "I saw it with my own eyes. Do you still doubt me?" Li Tiniu replied, his face beaming with pride, exuding confidence. "Just think, if we all give a try, we might even encounter something even larger." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd, and several young fishermen immediately resolved to venture to the reef, their enthusiasm infectious. Li Tiniu watched as the fishermen surged toward the coral reef, delight blooming in his heart. He knew that this would further complicate matters for Zhu Jingyong and his crew. As the villagers flocked toward the reef, Zhou Jiale stood on his own beach, gazing into the distance. Today, he intended to experiment with a new fishing method, the fixed-stake net fishing technique. Over the past few days, he had acquired an old dragnet from the town market, and after mending it, it was perfectly suited for his purpose. Zhou Jiale gathered several sturdy wooden stakes, planning to drive them into the shallow waters along the shore, secure the dragnet, and wait for the tide to recede, trapping any fish and shrimp that came his way. "Lazy, do you think this method will work?" Li Tiniu queried, following Zhou Jiale and observing his industrious efforts with a hint of skepticism on his face. "Rest assured, this method is simple and effective. As long as we determine the direction of the tide, we will easily catch fish and shrimp." Zhou Jiale smiled, his hands continuing their work without pause. "This net is labor-saving. We merely need to await the tide to carry the fish to us." no longer requiring the strenuous efforts of the past to haul them in. Upon hearing this, Litiniu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he nodded. If it's that simple, we might just strike it rich today. The two collaborated seamlessly, soon securing the dragnet, and then they quietly awaited the ebb and flow of the tide from the shore. As time passed, the tide began to recede gently. Zhou Jiale and Litiniu quickly rose and approached the anchor dragnet. When they pulled it up, the sight of their catch left Litiniu speechless. Wow, Lei, look at this ribbon fish, this squid, and the snapper. There's an abundance. I told you this method would be effective. Zhou Jiale smiled with satisfaction, vigorously emptying the fish and shrimp into the prepared wooden barrel. This is just the beginning. Once we acquire a few more nets, our harvest will surely double. Litiniu, brimming with excitement, repeatedly praised Lei. This is remarkable. This method is both convenient and efficient. I want to get a net to try for myself. That sounds great, but there aren't too many old dragnets left in the village. You should hurry to find one before someone else snatches it up, Zhou Jiale replied with a smile. Chapter 64. Officially engaging in aquaculture. Lazy. We have made quite a harvest today. What shall we do next? Litiniu inquired cheerfully as he carried a large basket of fish catch, his face beaming with delight. Do you recall that expanse of sea we previously observed? It spans about 3 or 4 acres with excellent water quality. I have been contemplating that it is perfectly suited for us to establish a small-scale aquaculture, Zhou Jiale responded, patting the net bag slung over his shoulder, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination. Lazy, are you truly considering aquaculture? Litiniu exclaimed in surprise. I thought you were merely speaking offhandedly. Of course I'm serious, Zhou Jiale replied with a smile. Tiniu, over these past few years, despite the trials we have faced, we have indeed earned some money from fishing. However, this endeavor is exceedingly arduous, relying year after year on the whims of the weather. What if one day a storm arises at sea? How shall we continue to earn a living? Now that we possess some capital, we ought to seize the opportunity to cultivate a sustainable livelihood. You make a valid point. Litiniu nodded, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Lazy, since you have a plan, I shall follow your lead. Before long, the two returned to the vicinity of that sea area. The surface of the water was tranquil, its clarity revealing swaying seaweed in the shallows. This sea area is perfectly situated within the tidal zone, allowing for smooth water circulation, which minimizes stagnation, Zhou Jiale analyzed thoughtfully, gesturing towards the horizon. Then, Lazy, what shall we start cultivating? Litiniu hesitated. I have heard that some people incur losses when raising fish. It can be quite challenging. I would like to begin by experimenting with kelp. Its survival rate is high, and the water temperature in our region is just right for its growth, Zhou Jiale explained. Moreover, kelp requires minimal effort to cultivate and commands a decent market price, making it a stable source of income. That makes sense. Kelp is easy to nurture. Together, we shall surely succeed. Litiniu agreed with a nod, smiling. Lazy, just look at how clear this water is. It truly feels as though fortune has smiled upon us. Having reached an agreement, they began to devise a plan of action. Tiniu, before we commence aquaculture, we must drive in stakes and construct a framework. If we do not secure it properly, the kelp will float chaotically, Zhou Jiale calculated. I will return home to prepare some bamboo stakes, and when the tide rises, we can enlist a few brothers from the village to assist us in securing these stakes in the sea. Excellent. Lazy, I will take charge of this matter. Tomorrow we shall establish our aquaculture site, Litiniu declared with enthusiasm. After finalizing their plans, the two hurried back to the village. Upon their arrival, they spotted Song Qiulan drying the small silver fish they had caught earlier that morning in the courtyard. Mother, today's harvest was substantial. We caught quite a bit of good fish, Zhou Jiale exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he entered the yard. Song Qiulan looked up, her face alight with a smile. My child, you're always busy from dawn till dusk. Let us see what good fortune you have brought back this time. Mother, today we caught plenty of ribbon fish and squid. They're stored inside. Later, you could prepare some for drying to save for leisurely meals, Zhou Jiale said, pride glimmering in his gaze. Oh, that sounds splendid. These are indeed treasures. Song Qiulan gazed at the basket brimming with fish and shrimp, unable to suppress a smile. She looked up and gently advised, "Lazy, your mother knows you're capable, but you must also be frugal. Save money to marry a good wife." "I understand, Mom." Zhou Jiala chuckled sheepishly. "This time, I plan to save up to establish a breeding farm. Once I earn enough, you and Dad won't have to toil so hard." Chapter 65. Crafting the Mud Horse. Upon hearing this, Song Qiulan was momentarily taken aback, her face brimming with delight. "Good child, I always knew you had the capability. As long as you are aware of your own strengths, I will wholeheartedly support you." As the mother and son engaged in their conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by Zhou Xiaoling's voice from the side. "Brother, are you really going into aquaculture? I thought you were just boasting. Stop talking nonsense. Your brother is genuinely committed to this endeavor." Song Qiulan chided gently, casting a tender glare at her. "Little sister, if you join me in this venture, once we earn some money, you won't have to toil so hard in school anymore," Zhou Jiale said, patting his sister's shoulder with a smile. Zhou Xiaoling stuck out her tongue. "Brother, I knew you cared for me. However, you must be cautious. I've heard that aquaculture is no trivial matter. So don't act recklessly. Rest assured, I'm well aware of what I am doing. We will start on a small scale, testing seaweed cultivation first, so that we can make timely adjustments if any issues arise," Zhou Jiale replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes. That night, the family gathered around the dining table, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Song Qiulan placed a piece of braised pork into Zhou Jiale's bowl, speaking gently. "Lazy, you've been so busy lately. You haven't had a proper meal. Eat more today." "Oh, Mom, you eat. I've already had my fill today." Zhou Jiale quickly declined. "I won't eat. You young ones should eat more to gain strength for your work," Song Qiulan insisted, serving Zhou Xiaoling a piece as well. The following morning, before dawn broke, Zhou Jiale rose from his bed. The sky outside was still enveloped in darkness, with only the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore breaking the silence. "Lazy, are you up?" came the voice of his mother, Song Qiulan, from the kitchen. She had already been busy at the stove, the porridge bubbling away in the pot. "Yes, Mom, I'm getting up now," Zhou Jiale replied, wiping his face before heading to the kitchen for a quick splash of cold water. Litiniu was already waiting outside, his voice cutting through the wall. "Lazy, hurry up. Let us go." Coming, you impatient one," Zhou Jiale called back, hastening outside where his father, Zhou Guangrong, and sister, Zhou Xiaoling, were already dressed and ready to depart. "Sis, I'll push the mud horse first. Let's get going quickly. The tide will rise as soon as it gets light," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, carrying a large bag on her back. Zhou Jiale nodded and walked towards where the mud horse was parked. The so-called mud horse was a type of tidal flat tool found in nearly every household in the village, resembling a wooden board connected to 4 large wheels, with a small boat-like structure on top propelled by human foot pedals. For fishermen, this mud horse was an invaluable aid for tidal farming. Zhou Jiale's mud horse, primarily used for oyster farming, was slightly larger than those of ordinary families, resembling a small boat. After considerable effort, he finally managed to push the mud horse out of the yard, though his long absence from handling it left him somewhat clumsy, causing him to sweat profusely. "Hey, Lazy, you look quite robust, yet you're panting after pushing a mud horse," someone teased. Litiniu jested from the side, a smile lingering on his lips. "Don't just stand there making sarcastic remarks. Lend a hand." Zhou Jiala exerted himself pushing the mud horse, casting an annoyed glance at Litiniu. With a chuckle, Litiniu hurriedly stepped forward to assist, and together they applied their strength, successfully maneuvering the mud horse out of the yard and to the edge of the tidal flats. A glimmer of dawn began to illuminate the horizon, while the mist hovering over the sea remained undispersed, and the distant rocks appeared as ethereal silhouettes, as if draped in a delicate veil. Zhou Xiaoling had already leaped onto the mud horse, seated at the front like a young general poised for battle, brimming with excitement. "Brother, Dad, shall we experiment with the new aquaculture method on the tidal flats today?" Zhou Xiaoling inquired, turning her head. Chapter 66. The Seaside Conch Cleanup. Indeed, today we shall primarily assess the suitability of our newly chosen aquaculture site. Zhou Guangrong's voice resonated with a deep, grounded strength. "Let us experiment with the column method. Although it is somewhat cumbersome, it offers better protection for the seedlings and a more substantial yield." "The column method?" Isn't it considerably more complicated than the stone-throwing technique? Litiniu inquired, blinking his eyes in curiosity. It is indeed troublesome. Yet, as you are aware, the simplicity of the stone-throwing method comes at the cost of a high seedling failure rate. We do not shy away from exerting additional effort. Our fear lies in the prospect of ending up with nothing. Zhou Jiale patted the mud horse, signaling everyone to board. Let us depart. If the tide rises again, we shall be delayed. The mud horse glided slowly across the tidal flats, emitting a creaking sound. Zhou Jiale and Li Tini each stood on a pedal, pushing vigorously, as the mud horse resembled a unicycle skimming over the water, gradually making its way towards the distant aquaculture zone. Lazy, your mud horse is indeed superior. It is far sturdier than ours, making it feel much more stable to pedal. Litiniu remarked, though slightly out of breath, his face adorned with a broad smile. Naturally, our family previously engaged in oyster farming. This mud horse is one of our most treasured possessions, Zhou Jiale replied proudly. Although he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about this form of aquaculture, he understood that this mud horse represented the family's aspirations. Before long, they arrived at the aquaculture site. The mud horse traversed the tidal flats for a while, ultimately reaching the designated area. As Zhou Jiale and Li Tiniu disembarked, they beheld a landscape dotted with concrete pillars, many of which leaned precariously, evidently affected by tidal forces or neglected over time. Clusters of barnacles and patches of adhering moss were scattered among the silt, creating a disordered and desolate scene. Alas, it appears this place has indeed been abandoned for quite some time. Lazy. This task is no small feat. Litiniu wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the tilted concrete pillars with a sigh. Zhou Jiale remained silent, crouching down to inspect several fallen pillars. He tapped on one of the columns and called out to his father, Zhou Guangrong. Father, these pillars are still usable. They merely require straightening and a bit deeper embedding. Zhou Guangrong squinted at the scene for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, proceed as you see fit. I shall check over there. A few pillars appear to be broken. Zhou Jiale acknowledged with a grunt and rolled up his sleeves to commence work. He and Li Tiniu first collaborated to lift the fallen concrete pillars, re-embedding them into the silt, firmly pressing them down and securing them with nearby stones. Lazy, does this look all right? Should we embed them even deeper? Li Tiniu inquired, his face glistening with sweat under the sun. Let us go a bit deeper for safety's sake. If the tide rises further, all our efforts may be for naught. Zhou Jiale replied, standing upright and exerting pressure on the concrete pillar. He then picked up a nearby hammer and struck the base of the pillar several times to secure it completely. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangrong observed his son's industrious silhouette, feeling a mix of emotions stirring within him. He initially believed that Zhou Jiale would take shortcuts and approach the task carelessly. However, observing him now, it was evident that he was diligent and meticulous in his work, which evoked a sense of approval within Zhou Guangrong for his son. Lazy, pay attention to the barnacles at the base of the pillars. They are quite troublesome and hinder the growth of the oysters, Zhou Guangrong reminded his son. Understood, Dad, replied Zhou Jiale. Tainyo, we must remove all these barnacles. Otherwise, no matter how well we raise the oysters, they will be deprived of nutrients by these parasites. As he spoke, he picked up a metal brush and squatted down to meticulously scrub the stubborn barnacles off the cement pillars. The barnacle shells were hard and robust, making the task particularly laborious, and he risked scraping his hands if he was not careful. With one hand pressing against the pillar, Zhou Jiale brushed vigorously, and when his palm began to ache, he looked up at Li Tiniu. Tainyo, could you lend me a hand and clean this side as well? Sure thing, Lazy. Leave it to me. Li Tiniu squatted down, gritting his teeth as he began to scrub the barnacles. The abrasive sound of the barnacles being brushed off mixed with small fragments scattering around. Nearby, Zhou Shaoling frowned at the sight and couldn't help but murmur. These things are so annoying. Brother, why not just use a shovel to scrape them off? A shovel isn't as precise as a brush. We need to clean them thoroughly to ensure the oysters survive, Zhou Jiale replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his arm. Shaoling, this task is quite strenuous, so please stand back a bit. I wouldn't want to soil your clothes. Zhou Shaoling pouted, yet obediently stepped back a few paces. watching her brother and Li Tinyu diligently scrubbing the cement pillars. Once the pillars were cleaned, Zhou Jiale began inspecting the surrounding sediment. He bent down and rummaged through the mud for a while, suddenly reaching in and pulling out a large conch. "Goodness, so it was you all along, stealing our oysters," Zhou Jiale exclaimed, holding up the conch and observing the mud clinging to it with a cold smirk. "What should we do with this, lazy?" Li Tinyu inquired, moving closer. "Collect them all and take them back. Conchs are delicious, whether steamed or stir-fried," Zhou Jiale chuckled, tossing the conch into a nearby bucket to prevent them from further damaging the oysters. "Right, let's bring them back and add them to our dinner," Li Tinyu exclaimed excitedly, bending down to search through the mud, soon catching several more conchs and jubilantly tossing them into the bucket. Chapter 67. Success in aquaculture land improvement. After completing the work on several cement pillars, Zhou Jiale and Li Tinyu continued their industrious efforts. They scurried across the tidal flats, erecting the fallen pillars one by one and scrubbing away the barnacles and moss clinging to them. "Jiale, these barnacles are truly bothersome. How do they manage to grow everywhere?" Li Tinyu lamented, sweat streaming down his brow, his arms reddened from the abrasive brush. "Indeed, if they proliferate any further, this aquaculture area might soon be rendered useless," Zhou Jiale replied, striking a pillar with a hammer, his eyes reflecting a spirit of resilience. At that moment, Zhou Guangrong approached from a distance, holding a thick rope. He called out to Zhou Jiale, "Jiale, we still need to straighten the remaining pillars. It won't suffice to merely support them by hand. We must loop the rope around the pillars and pull with force." "All right, Dad. You pull, and I will hammer," Zhou Jiale responded, taking the rope and looping it around a slanted cement pillar. Gripping it tightly, he yanked back sharply, causing the pillar to sway in the mud before slowly rising upright. "Perfect. A few more times," Zhou Guangrong instructed, closely observing the angle of the pillar. Zhou Jiale pulled with all his might, his muscles taut and straining. Li Tinyu hurried over to assist, and together they exerted their strength until the pillar was completely straightened. "Phew, at last it's standing." Zhou Jiale wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the upright cement pillar with a sigh of relief. "Jiale, well done. We must secure these pillars before the tide rises. Otherwise, it will all be for naught," Zhou Guangrong urged, wiping his brow, his tone tinged with urgency. "Understood. Tinyu, please help me secure the rope to the adjacent pillar while I find some stones to support the base," Zhou Jiale instructed, quickly scanning the area for suitable stones. "Got it. Leave it to me," Li Tinyu nodded, wrapping the rope around the pillar several times and tying a firm knot to ensure it would not loosen. Not far away, Zhou Shaoling was also hard at work. Observing her brother and father immersed in their tasks, she eagerly stepped forward to assist. Grasping a small shovel, she began clearing away the debris and barnacles from the mud. "Brother, there's so many stones in this mud. Should we move them over?" Zhou Shaoling called out, raising her shovel. Zhou Jiale glanced over and nodded. "Yes, sister, bring all those stones over. We need them to stabilize the pillars. The more secure, the better." "Absolutely," Zhou Shaoling enthusiastically agreed, picking up a small bucket and gradually transporting the stones to her brother's side. Hours passed, and the sun climbed higher in the sky, the mist over the tidal flats dissipating completely. The distant sea sparkled under the sunlight, while seabirds circled overhead, filling the air with their calls. Zhou Jiale and Li Tinyu were drenched in sweat, their hands marked with red from the rope and tools, yet their faces radiated a sense of accomplishment. "Jiale, look, we've finally managed to secure all these pillars. It wasn't easy." Li Tinyu plopped down onto the muddy ground, panting as he spoke. "It's not that simple, Tinyu. This is merely the first step." Zhou Jiale, slightly out of breath, gazed at the newly organized aquaculture area and continued. "Next, we must apply lime for disinfection to ensure that these concrete pillars do not harbor bacteria, allowing the oysters to thrive." "Lime? I've seen people use that in the village, but how do we apply it?" Li Tinyu inquired with curiosity. "I consulted with several seasoned aquaculturists in the village before. They emphasized that disinfection prior to cultivation must be meticulous," Zhou Jiale replied, nodding. He walked over to the mud horse, retrieved a large bag of lime, and turned to Li Tinyu, saying, "Tinyu, You take the shovel, and we'll spread it separately, aiming for uniformity. Absolutely, leave it to me, Litinyu affirmed, eagerly accepting the shovel and heading toward the bag of lime. Seeing the two becoming engrossed in their task once more, Zhou Xiaoling couldn't help but approach, wrinkling her nose as she asked, "Brother, isn't spreading lime quite pungent? Should I lend a hand?" Chapter 68. Disinfection with lime. Please refrain from getting involved. The lime dust can be quite irritating. Just observe from the sidelines and lend a hand with water once we finish, Zhou Jiale advised gently, a smile gracing his lips. Be careful not to soil your clothes and avoid inhaling the lime. Zhou Xiaoling pouted, taking a few steps back, yet she remained close by, her eyes wide as she watched the diligent efforts of the two men. The duo lifted their shovels, tore open the bags of lime, and each filled their shovels to the brim. With utmost caution, they began to sprinkle the lime onto the cement pillars and the surrounding muddy ground. A fine white dust was stirred up by the gentle breeze, prompting Zhou Jiale to periodically cover his mouth and nose with his hand, squinting his eyes to minimize inhalation of the powder. Tainyo, spread it evenly. Don't apply it too thickly, or it will overly acidify the soil, which is detrimental to the oyster seedlings, Zhou Jiale called out, lifting his gaze for a moment to offer a reminder. Understood, lazy. Rest assured, I'm applying it evenly, Li Tainyo replied, adjusting his technique to be more delicate as he sprinkled the lime. The task was far from easy, especially as they sprinkled lime across a considerable expanse of mudflat, requiring movement while carefully regulating the amount of lime used. Both men were drenched in sweat, pausing intermittently to catch their breath before resuming their labor. Zhou Guangrong stood at a distance, silently observing the industrious figures of the two young men, a sense of satisfaction blossoming in his heart. As he approached, he watched them evenly distribute the lime on the cement pillars and mudflat, nodding in approval. Lazy, Tainyo, once you finish, take a moment to rest. Don't overexert yourselves, came Zhou Guangrong's low yet gentle voice. All right, Dad, we'll be done shortly, Zhou Jiale responded, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued to wield the shovel. Lazy, there's just a bit left here. Let us finish it all at once, Li Tainyo exclaimed, gritting his teeth and grinning. All right, I'll follow your lead, Zhou Jiale agreed with a smile. And together with Li Tainyo, they evenly spread the last remnants of lime across the mudflat. At long last, all the lime had been applied, leaving a thin layer of white powder covering the cement pillars and muddy ground, which appeared orderly and pristine. Zhou Jiale and Li Tainyo planted their shovels into the earth and collapsed onto the mud, gasping for air. Phew, we're finally done. Li Tainyo looked up at the sky, unable to contain his exclamation. Lazy, this task was truly arduous. My back feels like it can't straighten. It was tough, yet worthwhile, Zhou Jiale replied, gazing at the freshly treated mudflat. Once the lime has disinfected, we shall wash it down with seawater. This way, the aquaculture area can genuinely commence its operations. Brother, Tainyo, you two are amazing. Zhou Xiaoling approached, holding a jug of water and offering it to them, her eyes brimming with admiration. You managed to handle such a vast area all on your own. Haha, Xiaoling. Both Tainyo and I are accustomed to this kind of labor. Although it may be exhausting, the thought of future harvests makes it all worthwhile, Zhou Jiale said as he accepted the water jug, tilting it back for a hearty drink before passing it to Li Tainyo. Indeed, Xiaoling. Once your brother earns a substantial fortune, he shall adorn you with exquisite new garments, allowing you to radiate beauty each day, Li Tainyo remarked with a smile, casually seizing the water jug for a sip. Zhou Xiaoling's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, I certainly do not wish for you to purchase unnecessary items. However, brother, when do you think we can commence the seeding? We must await the completion of the lime disinfection for a few more days. We also need to observe the tidal conditions. Only when the aquaculture area is thoroughly cleared can we proceed with the seeding, Zhou Jiale elucidated, his tone earnest. Each step is indispensable. Neglecting any could be deemed irresponsible towards ourselves. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Guangrong's face brightened with a hint of contentment. He approached and patted Zhou Jiale's shoulder, saying, Lazy, you are absolutely correct. In aquaculture, we must not fear toil, but rather impatience. Hasty actions yield no rewards. Once this land is cultivated, your mother will find some respite, and our lives will become more comfortable. Yes, Dad, I will certainly strive to do my best. Zhou Jiale nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. Well then, today's tasks are nearly complete. Let us return home and come back in a few days for another inspection. Zhou Guangrong surveyed the surroundings, ensuring everything was in order before signaling everyone to head home. Chapter 69. A loan of 500,000. The three of them toiled on the mudflat throughout the day, as the setting sun gradually painted the sea surface a brilliant red, with light filtering through the water, casting a gentle glow. Zhou Jiale, Li Tianyu, and Zhou Shaoling paused in their work, deciding to gather some seafood to take home for their mother's dinner before returning home. Brother, look over here. There's a big clam, Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a patch of mud not far away. Responding to her call, Zhou Jiale approached, crouched down, and examined the area closely, indeed spotting the entrance of clam burrow. With a smile, he picked up a small shovel and carefully dug into the mud. In no time, a large clam was extracted. Goodness, our luck is splendid today, such a sizable clam, Zhou Jiale exclaimed, shaking the clam in his hand before cheerfully handing it to Shaoling. Here you go, we can add a dish for dinner tonight. Brother, I want to catch some too. Zhou Shaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly took her small bucket and scoured the area for clams and crabs. Li Tianyu, not far away, called out with a laugh, Shaoling, your brother has a big conch over there. Tonight, we shall feast on a grand seafood platter. As the trio busied themselves, their playful banter filled the air, and gradually their bucket was brimming with an assortment of shellfish and crabs. After their bountiful harvest, Zhou Jiale glanced at the sky and waved, saying, All right, that's enough for today. Let us head home. The three of them returned home, their boots squelching in the mud, their arms laden with their catch. The remnants of sunset cast a warm glow upon them, while their laughter and occasional playful jests, accompanied by the squelching sounds of mud, breathed life into the tranquil mudflat. Upon arriving home, the sky had completely darkened, and their mother, Wu Guixiang, was busy at the stove, the fire in the hearth crackling vigorously, filling the kitchen with a cozy warmth. Mom, we're back. We caught quite a haul today. Take a look, Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, excitedly lifting her bucket and grinning as she presented it to her mother. Wu Guixiang accepted the bucket and glanced inside at the seafood, her face lighting up with a smile. Wow, what a splendid catch. So many large crabs and clams. Just in time for an extra dish. Mom, Tianyu and I helped Dad straighten the cement posts on the mudflat today, and we also spread lime for disinfection, Zhou Jiale said, wiping his brow as he assisted in putting away the shovels and tools. Well done, Jiale, and you too, Tianyu. You both must wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly. Wu Guixiang called out, busy stirring the pot. All right, Auntie, I'm absolutely famished, Li Tianyu said, swallowing hard as he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting through the air. Before long, the dishes were served at the table. In a modest little room, plates brimmed with colorful, fragrant dishes, boiled conch, steamed clams, and tender stir-fried crabs. Though the table was somewhat worn, the enticing aroma of the food and the warm atmosphere of the family gathered together filled the room with a profound sense of happiness. Come, everyone, let us savor today's bounty. Wu Guixiang smiled as she served each person some seafood. Tianyu, after a long day's work, be sure to eat plenty. Zhou Guangrong picked up his chopsticks and offered Li Tianyu a large crab. Thank you, uncle. You should eat more as well, Li Tianyu replied with a hearty smile, scratching his head bashfully. Brother, you should try this. The snail meat is exquisite, Zhou Shaoling exclaimed, placing a piece of snail meat into Zhou Jiale's bowl with a cheerful smile. All right, I will. Zhou Jiale nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude and contentment as he surveyed the table laden with dishes. After dinner, everyone busied themselves for a while. Zhou Jiale contemplated a plan and, seizing the cover of night, approached his father. Dad, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Zhou Jiale's expression turned earnest as he looked at his father. What is it? Zhou Guangrong raised his head, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. I intend to secure a loan of approximately 500,000 from the credit union in town to expand our kelp farming operation, Zhou Jialei stated, his voice low yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangrong's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing. A loan? Lazy. Do you comprehend what that entails? That is no trivial amount. I understand, Dad, Zhou Jialei nodded. However, this is a prime opportunity for our growth. If we can expand our scale, the future returns will be significantly greater, enabling our family to lead a better life. But the interest on loans is substantial. If we cannot repay it, that would spell great trouble, Zhou Guangrong sighed, his tone laced with concern. Dad, I acknowledge your worries. Yet if we do not take this risk, we will remain stagnant, toiling on this mudflat with little prospect for improvement, Zhou Jialei asserted, determination gleaming in his eyes. Moreover, this loan is for the purpose of business development. I have devised a detailed plan, not merely borrowing recklessly. Zhou Guangrong remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowing even deeper. Lazy. Perhaps we should consider borrowing some funds from relatives first. A loan of 500,000 is excessive. I fear we may not be able to repay it in the future. Though borrowing from relatives can be troublesome, at least we need not worry about interest. Dad, borrowing from relatives is only a stopgap measure. It is insufficient for sustainable, long-term development. Zhou Jialei shook his head, his voice imbued with resolve. Moreover, I do not wish for our relatives to look down upon us. I aspire to rely on my own efforts to cultivate and enhance our kelp farming business. Chapter 70. Persuading Father to Secure a Loan. Father, I understand your concerns, yet I truly do not wish to spend my life merely clinging to this patch of marshland. We require a more expansive development to alter our current predicament. Zhou Jialei's eyes brimmed with determination as he produced a document from his pocket and handed it to his father. Look, this is the cooperation agreement I signed with the local aquaculture company. Zhou Guangrong accepted the document, donned his reading glasses, and scrutinized it closely. His brow remained furrowed, and his gaze flitted anxiously over the densely packed text. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, revealing a flicker of hesitation and doubt in his eyes. A cooperation agreement? Is this aquaculture company reliable? Will they genuinely provide you with such support? His tone conveyed a hint of worry. Father, this aquaculture company is the largest in our town and has connections with the county. I sought the assistance of several seasoned aquaculture practitioners from the village to establish this connection. They have assured us that if we can scale up our operations, they will handle the purchasing and ensure a steady market. As Zhou Jialei spoke, he pointed to various clauses within the agreement. Moreover, the credit cooperative is willing to lend us money precisely because of this cooperation agreement. They, too, believe in the prospects of this partnership. Zhou Guangrong did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into contemplation. He gazed at his son, his eyes reflecting a measure of indecision, as if weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Father, please trust me just this once. Zhou Jialei lowered his voice, speaking earnestly. We have toiled all our lives in this marsh, and if we continue like this, we may never achieve a better life. To effect change, we must seize this opportunity. Zhou Guangrong sighed, setting the agreement aside, and regarded his son with a profound gaze. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Lazy, you have always been sensible and considerate of the family. Your steadfastness leaves me with no further objections. Let's give this a try. However, we must approach the loan with caution. If anything goes awry, we truly cannot bear the consequences. A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhou Jialei's eyes as he nodded with a smile. Father, rest assured, I will be careful and ensure the family does not face any hardship. Very well, it is settled then. Zhou Guangrong rose, patting his son's shoulder, his tone now imbued with a hint of approval. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the town. We shall arrange the loan together. Thank you, Father. Zhou Jialei exclaimed with excitement, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, Wu Guixiang had been quietly listening and, seeing that matters had finally reached a resolution, could not restrain herself from speaking. Guangrong, Lazy, you both must consider this carefully. Do not let any problems arise. Although our family is modest, what matters most is our collective safety and peace. Zhou Guangrong smiled reassuringly at his wife. Guixiang, do not worry. Our son has aspirations and a plan. He must be allowed to take risks. Wu Guixiang glanced at her son and then at her husband, giving a slight nod as she sighed. Very well. I shall not hinder you. I only hope that our family can soon enjoy a better life. Zhou Xiaoling, listening intently from the side, was filled with admiration for her brother and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, you're truly remarkable. Will our family have plenty of money in the future? Then I could buy plenty of books and new clothes, right? Zhou Jialei chuckled as he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Xiaoling, this endeavor is not merely for new garments, but rather to enhance the quality of life for our entire family. However, rest assured, once we earn some money, I shall certainly procure the most beautiful dress for you. I can hardly wait. Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed joyfully, her eyes shimmering with the light of hope. All right. We shall head to the town first thing tomorrow. For now, let us all retire early, as there is much to accomplish. Zhou Guangrong waved his hand, urging everyone to rest promptly. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Zhou Jialei rose early, preparing everything with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Father, we are ready to depart, he announced as he stepped into the courtyard. Noticing his father squatting down to inspect the condition of the mud horse, he hurried over and spoke. Have we got everything? Zhou Guangrong looked up at his son, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Yes, we have everything. The cooperation agreement, identification card, household registration booklet, and the loan application form. Zhou Jialei confirmed, giving his bag a reassuring pat. Chapter 71. The credit union as they journeyed along the road. Zhou Jialei occasionally gazed out the window, noting with curiosity that the streets of the town seemed unusually desolate compared to before. He inquired of their driver, Master, may I ask why there are so few people in town lately, and the traffic appears significantly diminished? Without turning his head, the driver replied, Recently, the town has been holding frequent meetings. I hear the government is planning new initiatives. Merchants from outside are hesitant to enter, leading to a notable decline in commercial activities. Zhou Jialei nodded thoughtfully, remarking, It seems the policy changes are quite substantial. I hope they will benefit our aquaculture endeavors. The driver chuckled softly, Young man. For those of you in aquaculture, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as you attend to your responsibilities diligently, a prosperous life will surely follow. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the town government building. Zhou Jialei and his father, Zhou Guangrong, disembarked and made their way directly to the credit union. Inside, a considerable number of individuals awaited loan processing. Many farmers occupied the benches in the hall. Some engaged in hushed conversations, while others anxiously observed the staff at the windows. The majority sought modest loan amounts, typically ranging from a few hundred to several thousand. Zhou Jialei and his father found a place to sit, patiently awaiting their turn. Lazy, remember to articulate your points clearly. Do not be too hasty. Zhou Guangrong advised in a subdued tone, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of the situation. Zhou Jialei replied with a gentle smile, offering his father a reassuring glance. Soon, the number was called. Zhou Guangrong and Zhou Jialei approached the window together, where a young woman, bespectacled and with a serious demeanor, greeted them. Good day. How may I assist you? She inquired, lifting her gaze to meet theirs. Hello. We are here to apply for a loan, Zhou Jialei responded, handing over the necessary documents. The staff member accepted the materials and began to fill out the loan application form. Upon glancing at the requested amount, she was momentarily taken aback. 500,000? Are you certain you wish to apply for that sum? The other patrons in the hall gradually turned their attention toward them, murmuring among themselves. For many, 500,000 represented a significant sum, rarely seen in this town. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Zhou Jialei firmly nodded. Indeed, we intend to expand our seaweed farming operations. This funding is essential. The staff member, Gao Jing, adjusted her glasses, her surprise evident as she regarded Zhou Jialei. A loan of such magnitude requires approval from the director. I will take your materials to Director Zhang. Please wait a moment. With that, Gao Jing collected the documents and entered the office. The murmurs in the hall intensified, with some whispering, such boldness in seeking a 500,000 loan at such a young age. Others chimed in, youngsters often wish to make their mark. But that is no trifling amount. Aquaculture carries substantial risks. Should they incur losses, what will become of their family? Listening to these remarks, Zhou Guangrong's emotions grew increasingly complex, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet, upon witnessing his son's resolute expression, he refrained from uttering any words of discouragement. Shortly thereafter, Gao Jing emerged from the office, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man was of a robust build, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and a kindly demeanor. "This is Director Zhang of our credit union. He will discuss the loan particulars with you," Gao Jing remarked. Director Zhang smiled, extending his hand to shake with Zhou Jialei and his father. "Greetings, I am Zhang Minglu. I understand you wish to apply for a loan of 500,000 yuan. You must have grand development plans in mind," he said amiably. "Indeed, Director Zhang, we intend to expand our kelp farming operations, and this funding is crucial for us." Zhou Jialei responded earnestly. "I have reviewed your partnership agreement, and your documentation appears quite comprehensive. Kelp farming is indeed a promising venture. However, 500,000 is a considerable sum, and we must approach this with caution," Zhang Minglu remarked, his tone calm, yet tinged with prudence. "Director, we are aware that the amount is substantial, but this collaborative opportunity is truly rare. If we can scale up, the future returns will be quite significant," Zhou Jialei asserted with determination. Zhang Minglu nodded thoughtfully before suggesting, "Perhaps 500,000 is somewhat excessive. I propose we consider a phased disbursement. Let's initially allocate 300,000 for the commencement of your fishery construction. Once you achieve initial success, we can deliberate on releasing the remaining 200,000. This approach would provide assurance for both parties. How does that sound?" Zhou Jialei glanced at his father, noticing a glimmer of agreement in his eyes, and thus nodded in affirmation. "Director Zhang, this proposal is excellent. We accept." Zhang Minglu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, we shall proceed accordingly. Gao Jing will assist you with the specifics of the contract. I wish you great success in your aquaculture endeavors." "Thank you, Director Zhang. We shall not betray your trust." Zhou Jialei beamed. Subsequently, Gao Jing facilitated the necessary procedures, where forms were signed and fingerprints affixed. Zhou Jialei and his father finally completed the loan process. With the agreement for 300,000 yuan signed, Zhou Jialei felt a mix of exhilaration and a weighty sense of responsibility. As they stepped out of the credit union, the sun shone brightly, and the town streets remained relatively tranquil. Yet, Zhou Jialei perceived the world around him as imbued with hope. "Lazy, 300,000 is no trifling amount. We must return and strategize meticulously to ensure this money is not squandered," Zhou Guangrong cautioned, his tone serious. "Rest assured, father, I have prepared a detailed plan. We will proceed step by step, and there shall be no missteps," Zhou Jialei replied with a smile, his face radiating confidence. Chapter 72. Tease My Sister. Upon exiting the credit union, the sun shone brightly, and the streets of the town remained relatively quiet, with a hint of humidity lingering in the air. Zhou Jialei walked alongside his father, Zhou Guangrong, wearing a relaxed smile, though his father's brow was furrowed with concern. As they walked, Zhou Guangrong's steps were somewhat heavy, and he sighed softly. "Lazy, we're borrowing 300,000 this time. The pressure is considerable. I understand your desire to expand the breeding scale. Yet if things go awry, how will we repay this sum?" "Dad, I know what you're worried about, but we are well prepared this time," Zhou Jialei replied with unwavering confidence. "I have already devised a detailed plan, and the contract with the aquaculture company is secured. This money will not be squandered. Every penny will be meticulously allocated. You can rest assured." Zhou Guangrong shook his head, a hint of hesitation visible in his eyes. "Alas, I'm just an old man, worried that things may not go as smoothly as we hope. Taking out a loan isn't a trivial matter. The pressure is greater than our usual farming and breeding. Dad, trust me." Zhou Jialei stepped forward, patting his father's shoulder with a smile. "I will never allow our family to fall into hardship. I will do my utmost this time." Seeing his son's confidence, Zhou Guangrong chose not to press further and simply nodded silently. He understood that his son had grown up and developed his own ideas. His role as a father was to offer support. When they returned home, it was just past noon. The warm sunlight flooded the yard, and Zhou Xiaoling was already peering out the door. Upon spotting their return, she rushed over, her eyes filled with a hint of anxiety. Brother, how did it go? Was the loan successful? Zhou Jialei deliberately adopted a serious expression and sighed. Oh, Xiaoling, the situation is a bit complicated, I'm afraid. At this, Zhou Xiaoling's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hurriedly grasped her brother's hand. Brother, it's all right, truly. If we can't secure the loan, we won tea. We still have the tidal flats, and we can take our time. No need to rush. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her tone laced with concern. Zhou Jialei, unable to contain himself any longer, burst into laughter. Ha, Xiaoling, I was just teasing you. You took me seriously. He pulled out the loan contract from his pocket and waved it playfully. The moment Zhou Xiaoling saw the contract, her expression changed instantaneously. She playfully smacked her brother on the shoulder. Brother, you tricked me again. You just love to scare me. You owe me. Owe you what? Zhou Jialei grinned mischievously. Shall I owe you a little green dragon? Not just one, but 3 little green dragons. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Zhou Xiaoling pouted, hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhou Jialei laughed heartily. All right, 3 little green dragons it is. I promise you. But you little glutton, is that all you desire? Not at all. Zhou Xiaoling's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her smile was unstoppable. It settled then. 3 little green dragons. You mustn't go back on your word. Watching this pair of siblings, Zhou Guangrong felt his own tension ease, shaking his head with a smile as he playfully scolded, You little rascal. All you know is how to tease your sister. Ah, father, please do not reproach me. I merely sought a moment of respite. This time, we have secured such substantial funding. With these resources, our kelp farming can truly flourish. Zhou Jialei remarked, casting a smile towards his father. Jialei, while we have indeed finalized the loan, do not let your guard down. This sum is hard-earned. The livelihood of our entire family hinges upon you, Zhou Guangrong replied, his tone turning grave. Rest assured, father. Zhou Jialei nodded, his expression earnest. I shall utilize this money wisely, ensuring that our lives improve progressively. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoling interjected, Brother, what shall we do next? Should we commence the expansion of the farming area immediately? Zhou Jialei chuckled softly, ruffling his sister's hair. Indeed, the next step is to install additional concrete pillars on the tidal flats to delineate the area. To scale our operations, we must proceed methodically. Chapter 73. Director Zhang's Review. Before we proceed, we must procure some equipment and mozo bamboo to prepare for the construction of a fish farm and a house on the sea. A house? Zhou Xiaoling inquired, her face adorned with confusion. It is a dwelling constructed by the water, suitable for habitation and cooking, providing shelter from the rain, Zhou Jialei explained. This way, while we're working in the aquaculture zone, we can rest within the house, making it both convenient and efficient. Ah, I see. That sounds amazing. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I stay there too? Of course, Zhou Jialei chuckled, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. Once it is built, I shall take you to experience it. Although it is a house on the water, I assure you, it will be quite sturdy, so there's nothing to worry about. Jialei, you mentioned purchasing mozo bamboo. That seems quite challenging, considering we have none on this island. Zhou Guangrong interjected, a hint of concern evident in his eyes. Indeed, father. I have already considered this. Zhou Jialei nodded. We will need to acquire mozo bamboo from Gushan in Lianjiang County, where the quality is excellent and prices are relatively lower than other regions. Although the shipping costs may be slightly higher, it remains manageable. Lianjiang County? That is somewhat far, and shipping fees will undoubtedly be substantial, Zhou Guangrong remarked, his brow furrowing. You must calculate the expenses carefully. We cannot afford to be overwhelmed by excessive costs. Rest assured. Father, I have it all under control, Zhou Jialei reassured him. I have already contacted the bamboo farmers in Gushan, who will prepare the mozo bamboo for us, and I will arrange for its transportation by boat. It may require some effort, but the construction of the fish farm will make it all worthwhile. Song Qiulan observed her son bustling about and could not help but sigh. Jialei, you're going through all this trouble just to cultivate kelp. Do you truly believe this will be feasible? Mother, please do not worry, Zhou Jialei smiled. I have taken inspiration from the fishermen in Shachi village in the county. Their village is situated on the water, allowing residents to live on the fish farms, which facilitates management and yields higher harvests than other places. If we wish to succeed, we must adopt their advanced methods. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not say more. Song Qiuan nodded, her eyes still reflecting a trace of concern, but mostly filled with support for her son. All right, then, it's settled. Zhou Jialei clapped his hands and stood up. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the boats to bring back the mozo bamboo. We are determined to make a significant impact this time. Brother, may I accompany you? Zhou Shaoling eagerly raised her hand. I want to see what the mozo bamboo looks like. You, little girl, always wanted to join in the fun. Zhou Jialei laughed and shook his head. But very well, when the bamboo arrives, I will take you to the dock to have a look. Yay, thank you, brother. To celebrate the successful loan acquisition, the family prepared a grand feast, indulging until they were quite full. However, in anticipation of the events of the following day, the Zhou family retired early. The next morning, Zhang Minglu and Gao Jing, staff members from the credit cooperative, arrived on the island. Zhang Minglu led a small team to conduct an on-site inspection of the 50-acre kelp farming base applied for by Zhou Jialei. Director Zhang, we are delighted to welcome you to our village for this inspection. Please, right this way. Zhou Jialei greeted with a warm smile and courteous demeanor. Zhang Minglu nodded and replied with a smile. Young man Zhou, we are here to assess the actual conditions of your farming base. All we require is a brief tour. Certainly, Director Zhang. Please follow me. Zhou Jialei responded enthusiastically, guiding Director Zhang and the others towards the nearby tidal flats. Chapter 74. The purchase of bamboo. A few individuals traversed the rugged path, arriving at a vast expanse of tidal flat. Zhou Jialei proudly gestured towards the sea in front of him, declaring, "This tidal flat has been the site of our family's kelp farming for many years, covering an area of approximately 50 acres. The water quality here is exceptional, making it highly suitable for the growth of kelp." Zhang Minglu scrutinized the surroundings and observed several concrete pillars and fixed ropes scattered across the tidal flat, clearly indicating a meticulously managed aquaculture facility. He nodded at Gao Jing, instructing Xiao Gao, capture some photographs of these areas for our records. Gao Jing retrieved her camera, diligently taking pictures throughout the aquaculture site to ensure an accurate documentation of the farming base. Director Zhang, look, these concrete pillars were crafted by my own hands to secure the